In this world, the term Awakener isn't just a title. It's a noble name bought with blood and glory. They are the hunters of dark creatures. Along with that, they scavenge for treasure, and their most crucial role is protecting the people. It's a dangerous job, but they are hailed as heroes and are the center of admiration. It's a profession that inspires others. Becoming an Awakener means exactly that. It sounds noble, but the moment that makes an Awakener's heart beat the fastest is, for them, just tasting that one singular feeling of extreme thrill on the edge of life and death. Their minds will be forever branded by it, unable to ever forget. Back to reality. Everything is moving along quietly in a roadside cafe. But the next second, Jae-hoon's furious voice erupts, startling everyone nearby. "You're insane! You're telling me to be a meat shield?" Jung Yoo-min sees him making a scene and hurriedly tries to appease him. "No, brother, don't misunderstand. Besides, you said you needed money urgently." Ignoring his excuses, at this moment, Jae-hoon just wishes he could slap this whole group away. Damn it. I thought it was really strange that they were taking me on a dungeon raid. This bastard is Jung Yoo-min. He works for the Awakener branch and acts as a headhunter for Awakenerless individuals like me. So, when he contacted me, I knew I'd have my first job in a while. But after hearing the commission, he wants me on the front lines with a shield in an undead dungeon. Simply put, he's asking me to be a meat shield in a dangerous situation. Thinking about this, he lets out a bitter laugh and speaks up. "Why is this the only job? Kids at lower ranks than me don't have trouble finding work." Jung Yoo-min doesn't explain, just gives a vague response. "You know why there are so few commissions for the warrior class, even for high-ranking Awakeners like you." Jae-hoon furiously cuts him off. "So, you're looking down on me for being a scrub martial artist?" At this point, he can no longer hide his harmless face and directly admits it brazenly. "Sorry for my uselessness. The truth is, that's just how it is. These days, mages are taking over the stage. Warriors are relatively slow at handling situations and have a higher injury rate, so they aren't the first choice for clients. A bitter truth compared to mages who can safely destroy monsters from a distance. Warriors on the front lines can only take on many injuries, not to mention the fact that in large-scale battles, mages have an incredible advantage. And Jae-hoon thinks so too. I know everything is different from 10 years ago. Now there's no place left for warrior-class Awakeners. At this point, he feels a bit of regret for making this difficult choice. Honestly, I should have chosen magic back then. Back to 11 years ago, at that time, Jae-hoon was still wearing his school uniform. In my third year of junior high, I achieved a very high score on the Awakening Aptitude Test, so I was admitted to the bled Academy, an educational institution specialized in training Awakeners. My magic potential back then was 97. The top S-rank mage currently only has a potential of 92, so my score at that time could be considered out of this world. On the other hand, I only had a 34 inches close quarters potential, but after all, I chose close quarters. I didn't really have a grand reason or anything like that. It's just that back then, the reputation of mages was terrible. They were used as power-up machines because they couldn't take down a low-level monster on their own without a warrior. But now, warriors are denied, and mages are welcomed. If I had chosen to become a mage 11 years ago, would my life be better now? Usually, an Awakener's growth stops at age 20, so regretting it now is useless. While lost in his memories, Jung Yoo-min suddenly urges him, "Brother, there aren't many opportunities like this. I intended to find someone else, but I met you first, because I remembered your situation." Jae-hoon couldn't decide right away. He just bitterly clenched his fists before officially facing this cruel reality. "I have talent, something once envied by those who chose magic. But now I'm just a lowly D-rank warrior. My life has turned in a bad direction. There's no turning back." He finally made up his mind. "Fine, I'll take it." Hearing this answer, Jung Yoo-min was momentarily stunned, just enough time for Jae-hoon to calm down. "From the very beginning, I didn't have the choice to survive in this society. One cannot be too picky about the type of job they take." A few minutes later, seeing no further reaction from him, he happily exclaimed, "You made the right decision, brother. I'll send you the address. See you there at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and don't be late." After discussing it, Jae-hoon stood up to leave, grumbling a few words beforehand. "Why do you have to meet me there? Work at the branch is busy enough. Don't worry, just focus on your business." But Jung Yoo-min excitedly replied, "No, I have something to do there tomorrow. See you tomorrow." The next day, the hired mages and warriors gathered in front of the dungeon gate. Jae-hoon was there early. He stood huddled in a corner, quietly studying the battlefield. But even after nearly an hour, he still didn't see a trace of Jung Yoo-min. Jae-hoon grumbled to himself, "Jung Yoo-min, That bastard, he said he'd meet me here, but there's no sign of him. He could have just texted that he wasn't coming. Truth be told, Jung Yoo-min deserves to work with a more talented Awakener. He slowly scanned the warriors present, and couldn't help but compare. I am just a D-rank warrior class Awakener. Meanwhile, Jung Yoo-min is an A-rank mage. I can't understand why someone like that would work at the branch. He has the ability to join any guild, yet he wastes his time in places like this. If it were me, just as that thought flashed, that terrifying illusion welled up again, squeezing his chest so hard Jae-hoon couldn't breathe. Even that cruel, poisonous remark was still like a red-hot brand burned deep into his mind. You useless piece of trash. It was like an invisible shackle, crushing the little bit of courage Jae-hoon had left in the face of this cruel reality. While lost in his nightmare, someone's voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Huh? Jae-hoon, we meet again. Recognizing the person, he replied with a faint smile. Min Myung-ho, are you here too? He scratched his head in confusion. There hasn't been much work lately. Jobs like this can be dangerous, but they pay a lot. Even Min Myung-ho came here for that reason. Jae-hoon could only helplessly reply. You're right, especially when understanding the implication of his words, he reacted. When a warrior has nowhere else to go, right? Right? Kids these days have no love for the sword. What's so cool about throwing fireballs from far away? The words made Jae-hoon's expression darken. He didn't deny it. He just felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. Love? Hell, I'm about to starve to death. Myung-ho nudged his shoulder and called out loudly. Anyway, let's do our best this time. After this, let's go get some soju. What do you say? Jae-hoon casually answered but still hesitated. Sure, sounds good, but I'm short on cash lately. Hearing about money, he immediately turned it down. Not a chance. I paid last time. He felt awkward because he always had to let Min Myung-ho pay for the drinks. But his empty wallet, at the moment, left him no choice but to thick-skinnedly wait. Myung-ho squinted one eye, waiting, but still didn't see Jae-hoon move. He gave in again. Fine, fine, I'll pay one last time. Hearing that, he beamed and replied, I'm really sorry, I'm always relying on you. Yet, in his heart, he silently judged the other person for being too soft. Just the next second, the instructor shouted, Everyone gather in front of the dungeon entrance. We will enter in 30 minutes. Hearing this order, most of the warriors sighed in frustration. Even Jae-hoon and Myung-ho were no exception. The word reluctance was written all over their faces. But for the sake of making a living, they had to drag their feet along. When it was time to get ready, he didn't leave immediately but stood there taking a long, heavy breath. Jae-hoon leaned against a tree behind him with a look of pure exhaustion, because there were a few things he was extremely concerned about. When entering a dungeon, an Awakener has two things to worry about. First, the possibility of encountering an unexpected stroke of fate. Fate in a dungeon can obstruct an Awakener's sanity, and the dangers hidden within them cause them to let their guard down. While they are unable to think clearly, the dungeon tests them to see whether what exists in their minds is truly good luck or actually a tragedy disguised as good luck. Second is before he could finish his thought, Myung-ho cut him off. Hey, Jae-hoon, what are you doing? Looking at your phone again? You always do that before entering a dungeon. What are you looking at so intently? A photo of your girlfriend or something? Jae-hoon smiled faintly. It's nothing. He then looked back at his phone and gave a rare, happy smile. Inside was a keepsake photo of his mother and himself taken back when he was a high school student. Every time he looked at those radiant smiles, a wave of warm strength surged forth, lighting up Jae-hoon's will. Before stepping through that dangerous dungeon gate, he always whispered a promise to himself, I will return safely. After saying that to his mother, Jae-hoon hurried to join the crowd entering the mysterious dungeon. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by an abandoned hall filled with debris from the ruins. Before they could get their bearings, shadow creatures appeared, howling wildly. A mage immediately reorganized the formation, or rather, looked for meat shields to protect himself. Hey, Vanguard, raise your shields properly and get into line. Are you guys deaf? I said hold the formation, even if you have to die for it. Although he was fuming, Jae-hoon had to swallow his anger, silently cursing under his breath. Damn this crappy job. Right behind them, the mages weren't idle. They began chanting their summoning spells. Oh, the blinding light of the mages. Fire erupted beneath the mages' feet, wiping out all the enemies in front. After a long chant, the giant fireball had gathered enough energy. Amidst the fiery battlefield, where warriors were desperately hacking away at the relentless onslaught of shadow creatures, a massive explosion rocked the sky. The mages' destructive flames surged forward, incinerating that entire horde of hideous creatures into ash in an instant. Watching them struggle in agony within the sea of fire caused by the mages, Min Jae-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back, as if searching for something. The Shooting Star Guild, right? They were currently considered a rising star among mage guilds. If they could pull this off, he probably wouldn't have to worry about losing his life. After the initial skirmish, everyone took a moment to rest and recover. Min Myung-ho took a long, refreshing gulp of his drink, leaned back exhaustedly, and said nonchalantly, "Is that the last of the mobs? Getting old really isn't easy. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have been less of a troublemaker as a kid and focused on leveling up." Min Jae-hoon offered some encouragement. "Come on, you're still in great shape. Besides, your level is higher than mine." Suddenly remembering something, Min Myung-ho asked, "By the way, did you pick up anything good? I got a few decent items since this is an A-rank dungeon." Hearing that, he hurriedly checked his storage pouch. "I'm not sure, let me check." But a second later, Min Jae-hoon's hand froze. He widened his eyes, staring in shock at what had just appeared on his screen. Before Min Jae-hoon lay an item of unknown origin, and its shape was unclear, leaving him puzzled. "What is this?" Suddenly, a low beep echoed, growing so intense that Min Jae-hoon's ears started to ring. He quickly clutched his head, letting out a soft grunt of pain. Once the sound finally ceased, Min Jae-hoon composed himself, thinking, "What was that just now?" Just then, the system displayed a notification that made him look over immediately. The content left Min Jae-hoon stunned. "The AIA system has ceased operation. Connection to the player will be temporarily severed." He panicked and shouted, "The system stopped? This has never happened before. The Asia system cannot reboot due to an unknown cause." The failed reboot left Min Jae-hoon in a state of confusion. What is it saying? The next second, countless tiny specks of light appeared, enveloping Min Jae-hoon. An unexpected guide flashed across his mind. Follow the light. Min Jae-hoon couldn't believe his eyes, looking around frantically to confirm if he was seeing things, but the system's notification held his gaze. An unidentified presence is invading the Asia system. Attempting a system change. Failure. At this point, Min Jae-hoon couldn't remain calm and sat frozen in place, filled with suspicion. Unidentified presence. What was that voice I just heard? He muttered. It said to follow the light. Hearing the rustling, Min Myung-ho looked over, confused. "What are you talking about?" Not knowing how to explain it, Min Jae-hoon brushed it off. "No, I just thought I heard someone say to follow the light." Before he could finish, the specks of light from earlier appeared again, obscuring his vision. Soon after, those specks engulfed the entire space. At this point, Min Jae-hoon couldn't hide his bewilderment. "What the hell? Is that the light it wants me to follow?" Min Myung-ho, obviously not seeing the phenomenon, questioned him. "You've been acting weird lately. Are you sick?" Even though he replied, "No, I'm fine." His vacant expression betrayed him. Nobody else could see what he was seeing. Suddenly seeing Min Jae-hoon walk away, he called out, "Hey, where are you going?" He answered urgently, "Just for a moment, I'll be right back." What on earth is happening? Following the trail of light, Jae-hoon finally reached a nearby cave. He quickly opened his system to try accessing it again, but the result remained the same. The AIA system is currently offline. You cannot access the information window. Min Jae-hoon muttered nervously. It really isn't working. He quickly performed a diagnostic check again. This time, the screen explained the cause. One function is partially corrupted. The system will attempt a temporary reboot. Puzzled by this absurd error, Min Jae-hoon exclaimed irritably, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? I awakened when I was just 10 years old, but the system has never malfunctioned in 17 years. Of course, there had never been a time when a function was corrupted and the system had to reboot." Thinking back to the strange phenomenon from earlier, he surmised that the voice he heard was highly likely related to the system shutdown, an invasion by an unidentified presence, and a system error. That voice sent me a message to follow the light. It's possible the Asia system is about to undergo a major change. Thinking this, Min Jae-hoon became even more determined to find the answer. The AIA system, associated with the Asgardian gods like Odin and Thor, was theorized to be the original name of the system from the Aesir gods. It was the final fortress carrying humanity's hope after being pushed to the brink of extinction. Looking back 20 years ago, to the year of the natural disasters in 2011, a tree of infinite height sprouted in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It germinated in a single morning and grew until it covered the entire sky within 9 days. Some said it was a sign of humanity's extinction. Others said it was the Tree of Blessing. The true name of that tree was Yggdrasil, the world tree that had appeared in mythology. And on the 9th day, the tree fully matured, and the tragedy began. Across the entire world, An unprecedented disaster level known as monsters appeared. Half of humanity died because of these monsters, and the other half perished from hunger and disease. During that time, when everyone was wallowing in despair amidst the ruins, a figure appeared. Though small, the aura he emitted was incredibly chilling. He walked slowly, looking solemn and proud. Every step he took carried a terrifying pressure, making the monsters tremble with every movement. And that was how humanity's ray of hope was born. Seeing their target, the monsters roared and lunged at him all at once. They bared their fangs and claws, ready to tear their prey into pieces. But when they were inches away, he gently summoned his combat ability, turning that powerful energy into a sharp blade, and then swung his arm to slash through the pack of ferocious monsters. Every precise strike cut them down, sending beasts collapsing in agony. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, reeking and staining the ruined ground red. He was known as the First Awakened. A human possessing the powers of the gods had appeared. Among them were hunters of monsters, the conquerors, the Asia system, the strongest weapon held by humanity's strongest hero. But if something massive had changed the AIA system, it was hard to view it in a positive light, and his suspicions grew. Yet, Jae-hoon still couldn't clarify the cause, even with a few clues. After wandering into the cave for a long time, his feet suddenly stopped. Looking at the strange gate before him, Jae-hoon whispered, "Is this a giant gate? How is this possible?" At that thought, his lips curled up involuntarily, revealing a greedy smile. Jae-hoon fantasized, a treasure vault. Treasure vaults and hidden rooms rarely appear inside high-level dungeons. They usually contain special items and rare materials. They say the items in treasure vaults can sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, even the worst ones. If an A-rank or higher item appeared in there, I could quit this crappy job immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to walk straight in. As he pushed the door open, Jae-hoon prayed, "Please, if there is any god out there, please let this be A-rank gear or better." When the door swung wide open, his belief in that mysterious treasure grew even stronger. What greeted Jae-hoon was an incredibly vast space. The light it radiated made anyone who saw it marvel at its magical nature. He observed it for a long time before exclaiming, "To think there's a space like this inside a dungeon, maybe the rumors on TV aren't just urban legends after all." As he finished his sentence, a blinding light appeared on the opposite side. Jae-hoon stared, eyes wide, unable to hide his excitement. Regardless of how you look at it, that's definitely an item. Should I check out what amazing loot is hidden here? Before the smoke even cleared, he impatiently reached out to grab it. As soon as his hand touched it, a system notification popped up to initiate recovery. The system's functions have been partially restored, and a new equipment slot has been added. Would you like to appraise the item? Seeing this, he cheered in excitement. Everything was going exactly as he planned, and the system had recovered at the perfect moment. Maybe people are right about good things happening in streaks? After a few breathless moments, Jae-hoon finally touched the item. The very next second, the system displayed an analysis window. The equipped item is named Odin's Lost Eye, a legendary grade item, the eye cast aside by Odin, king of the Aesir, to gain wisdom from Mimir's well. When equipped, it allows the user to decipher runes and use magic to disarm or destroy. A unique legendary item in this world. Warning: the item is now soul-bound. Looking at the unfamiliar name, he was surprised for a long moment, but quickly gathered it into his hands. Without him needing to perform any extra actions, the system confirmed the command. Skill activated. Cosmic Origin. S rank. It can identify the formula of any magic and destroy it. After converting the magic into its formulaic structure, the mana consumed depends on the level of the magic destroyed by the Cosmic Origin skill. The effects of Cosmic Origin have been learned, along with complete comprehension of ancient runes. All spells can now be cast without incantations. Blank cards can be consumed to copy others' skills. Copying a skill incurs no penalty. Once the skill is acquired, the blank card is consumed. Looking at the overwhelming features it provided, he couldn't help but marvel. This is real. With the items that have appeared in the auction house, the highest grade was only S rank. The moment such an item appeared, it would easily surpass the $10 million mark. Especially with items related to magic, you could basically set any price you wanted, and people would buy it no matter how high it was. But to think this is a legendary item, and on top of that, the only one in the world. With this, I won't have to suffer anymore. I won't be shut out by guilds, and I won't be forced to act as a meat shield in dungeons anymore. This hellish life of a raider is over. Since I've already absorbed this item, should I test it out? Right. When else will I get my hands on another legendary grade item like this? I should try it at least once before selling it. But just as he activated it, the system flashed a red warning. Warning. Odin's lost eye has become a soul-bound item. Do you wish to equip it? Min Jae-hoon panicked and shouted, "Cancel it immediately!" Collapsing to the ground, he muttered regretfully, "I almost wasted a legendary item that's impossible to obtain. I have no reason to use it. If I sell it on the black market, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if I get a good item, I don't want to keep raiding dungeons anymore. I've already passed the age limit of 20, so I can't level up anymore. It wouldn't be very effective even if I did use it." System error. This is an unexpected problem, one might argue. This is an anomaly no one has ever seen. However, I'm too used to this kind of what the hell situation. In these daily lives, where dungeons have become a reality, unexpected situations happening to raiders are an everyday occurrence. And those situations can usually be classified into two distinct groups: luck, should I head back, or tragedy. Thinking this, Jae-hoon slowly headed back to the meeting point. At the same time, Miho was still struggling to explain his long disappearance. "He'll be back soon. He just went out to check on a few things. Please, just wait a moment." "Oh, there he is. Mr. Min Jae-hoon, get over here quickly. We are about to depart for the raid." Min Jae-hoon hurried over, expressing his apologies. "I'm sorry, I'm late." The mage leader irritably chided him. "It's very troublesome when you act on your own. I hope there won't be a situation like this again next time." Knowing he was in the wrong, he hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I'll be more careful next time." Watching his back as he walked away, Miho breathed a sigh of relief. But when he turned to look at Min Jae-hoon, he felt a bit of pity. His shoulders were trembling, which, combined with his dejected expression from earlier, made Min Myung-ho misunderstand the situation. He quickly patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Min Jae-hoon, don't be so down now." But on the contrary, Min Jae-hoon was actually grinning ear to ear because he had just acquired a precious item. He excitedly reassured Miho in return. "It's not like that. My friend, I'm fine, and I'll treat you to drinks tonight. I don't always tease you." Seeing this sudden change, he couldn't quite wrap his head around it, and still asked skeptically, "Are you sure?" With that, Jae-hoon walked quickly toward the team of warriors gathering, leaving Min Myung-ho with 1,000 questions. At 27 years old, has he finally matured? On his side, Min Jae-hoon didn't let any obvious expression show, except for the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Observing his surroundings, he thought to himself, "Now I have to get out of here with this. This is a dungeon, so nothing that happens here will get out. It's a place without laws. Unlike others, revealing that I've obtained a good item is no different from inviting them to kill me. As planned, it won't be too late to wait and sell the item after the dungeon raid. For now, what's more important is avoiding suspicion." At that same moment, above the ceiling of the gathering hall, a faint cracking sound echoed, so quiet that no one heard it. The mage leader shouted loudly, signaling, "Now that the vanguard is complete, we will begin again." As time dragged on, the crack on the ceiling spread further. When the structure could no longer bear the pressure, it officially collapsed, accompanied by quite a commotion. Jae-hoon was shocked as he looked toward the source of the explosion. Thanks to his quick instincts, he managed to leap out of the danger zone just in time. Just before the ceiling collapsed and buried everything, Min Jae-hoon slid along the ground, the pain causing him to scream, "What was that? What is going on?" Opposite him, the ground began to show, spreading fissures, and notably, a horrific purple smoke was about to flood the entire room. The smoke spread faster and faster, and by the time Min Jae-hoon regained his senses, it was already swirling at his feet. Hurriedly scanning his surroundings, everyone else was also struggling against this toxic smoke. One of the people who inhaled it showed signs of difficulty breathing. She coughed a few times and screamed, "What is this?" Realizing something was wrong, Min Jae-hoon quickly covered his nose and mouth. "Is this poison gas? If I inhale this for too long, I'll die. I have to get out of here right now." Spotting him in the sea of chaos, Miho yelled out a warning. "Min Jae-hoon, I think we have to get out of here quickly. This gas, I think it's very dangerous." Min Jae-hoon nodded in agreement and immediately shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, we have to get out of here." But the next second, a dry, piercing sound rang out. A sharp, cold sword thrust forward from nowhere, and fresh blood instantly splattered everywhere. Min Jae-hoon stood frozen for a few seconds. When he finally processed what had happened, he realized in shock that Min Myung-ho had been run through by a cold, merciless blade. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly slid down amidst Min Jae-hoon's screams. Min Myung-ho's body tipped over and collapsed to the ground. Min Jae-hoon's hands trembled violently in midair, his whole body stiffened like stone, and his ears began to ring. He couldn't hear a thing. His eyes widened in terror as he looked ahead. In that moment of ultimate shock, his pupils contracted violently, then quickly went dull. In his mind, there was only one urge left. He had to run. Min Jae-hoon's legs bolted forward like a survival instinct in the midst of a panic attack. Even his breathing began to come in short, ragged gasps of fear. As he fled, Min Jae-hoon kept envisioning the horrific scene from moments ago. That sudden explosion. As he ran, his footsteps suddenly faltered, his whole body feeling exhausted as if his strength had been drained. Min Jae-hoon suddenly remembered the toxic smoke from earlier, that poison gas spreading throughout the dungeon. Under the effect of the poison, the scenery in front of him gradually blurred. Even though he was about to collapse, Min Jae-hoon still tried to use his last remaining strength to think. And the one who killed them. This wasn't the work of monsters. This is definitely the work of the player killers hired inside the dungeon. Could their goal be to wipe out the whole guild? Heading to the entrance isn't an option. I might have been killed by one of the people guarding the passage, so it would be better to stay inside the dungeon. The more he speculated, the harder it was for Min Jae-hoon to accept the cruel truth. Damn it. Why did this have to happen? Forget it. Now is not the time to worry about that. This is a legendary item I just obtained. Do you think I'm going to die like this? He began an internal struggle, but suddenly behind him, a looming black shadow appeared. His gaze fixed tightly on him, as if he had been watching him for a very long time. The very next second, a sword engulfed in flames lunged aggressively toward Min Jae-hoon. Fortunately, he managed to sense it just in time and dodged to the side. The lethal attack missed its mark, slamming into the empty space ahead before suddenly exploding, tearing through the night, and releasing a terrifying surge of energy that Min Jae-hoon barely escaped. He turned his head back to identify the attacker. A familiar, mocking voice echoed, "I knew you'd survive." Seeing the figure, Min Jae-hoon couldn't hide his shock, and he instinctively blurted out, "Jung Gyu-min?" He was the one who had orchestrated this entire situation. Instead of feeling guilty, he just flashed a delighted smile. He gloated, "I was right, wasn't I? I told you I'd come to visit you today." Seeing the other's arrogant expression, Min Jae-hoon gritted his teeth in frustration. "Did you do this? Releasing the toxic smoke and attacking the Shooting Star Guild?" He didn't rush to answer, just nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth and shrugged. Jung Gyu-min admitted, "Yeah, that's right." Knowing he was the culprit was one thing, but hearing him admit it still made Min Jae-hoon lose his composure. He wanted to confront him right then and there, but after calming down, he calculated, "Stay calm. First, I need to get a clear picture of the situation." "Why?" Jung Gyu-min sighed, his voice feigning helplessness as he explained. "The client requested it. Plus, a lot of people don't like the Shooting Star Guild. They look down on other guilds, so it wouldn't be a surprise if everyone hated them. Dungeon murderers, the term used for those who misuse closed dungeons to kill people inside. Judging by the situation, this surprise attack on the Shooting Star Guild had happened in one of those blind spots. Thinking that the culprit was Jung Gyu-min made Min Jae-hoon's shoulder wound throb. He had placed his trust in the wrong person and could only mutter, "Damn it, can I take him on?" "No, that's impossible. Jung Gyu-min is an A-rank mage, one of the top 2 talents in the country, while I'm only B-rank. Not only do I lack skills, but I'm also quite weak. I'm just an average guy. Besides, I'm not their target. I just need to keep my mouth shut. Since this was an AIA system dungeon, there's no guarantee I can escape. It's frustrating, but there's no other way." Thinking about this, Min Jae-hoon felt deeply bitter as he remembered the faces of the victims, but with his current strength, he had to set his revenge aside. He weakly thought to himself, "Of course I want to avenge those who fought beside me in the defense line, especially Min Myung-ho. But the reality is I can't do anything because the world tree has sprouted." With that thought, Min Jae-hoon suddenly made a request in his mind, pretending nothing had happened today. But sadly, the world isn't forgiving to the weak. Hearing his words, Jung Gyu-min must have guessed something, so he immediately cut him off. "Brother, you already know, don't you?" That was when Jung Gyu-min made up his mind to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in his hands were unleashed. A thunderous explosion echoed, right where Min Jae-hoon had been standing. Everything turned to ash in an instant, but with his nimble reflexes, he had managed to dodge to the right, just in time. However, the attack still caused him some harm. Warm blood flowed from a scratch, but he just let out a sigh of relief. If I had reacted a second slower, I would have been finished. But when he saw the sinister smile on Jung Gyu-min's lips, a chill ran down his spine. Jung Gyu-min pointed right at Min Jae-hoon and declared, "The dungeon's target today isn't just the Shooting Star Guild." As he spoke, countless fire arrows were launched, attacking him relentlessly, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Min Jae-hoon lunged away to escape the pursuit of the light chains, but deep down, he knew this was only a temporary fix. Damn it, no matter what happens, I have to get out of this situation. Why is he chasing me? I'm only B rank. Remembering the other's relentless pursuit, Min Jae-hoon wondered, have I offended someone? Is there someone who wants me dead? He racked his brains. Who is it? Who wants me dead? As his life hung by a thread, he instinctively remembered that image. The shadow of someone who reigned supreme, a figure exuding a crazy, evil power to the extreme. He kept spewing insults, trampling on Min Jae-hoon's mind, turning him into a completely useless person within his own nightmares. You useless trash. I don't know why a kid like you even exists. That detail was like the final puzzle piece, making his suspicion more certain. His lips trembled, and he spoke in a shaky voice. Is it my father? As soon as the words left his lips, Jung Gyu-min froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. Even the light chain already aimed at him suddenly stopped, hovering in midair, as if time had frozen. Jung Gyu-min reached up and slowly adjusted his glasses for a long moment, as if to hide his turmoil, but his shoulders still couldn't stop shaking. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter, a hearty, mocking laugh filled with sarcasm. Standing amidst the others' ridicule, Min Jae-hoon slumped his shoulders, bitterly accepting the answer. A while later, Jung Gyu-min finally admitted, "Wow, you're actually smart. That's why I like you." At that moment, the photo he always smiled at when he remembered it was suddenly covered in a bleak, gray color. Now, Min Jae-hoon only had one more question. Let me ask you one thing. His voice faltered, followed by the painful images of the past rushing back like a slow-motion film, gnawing at his pain piece by piece. Summoning all his strength, Min Jae-hoon whispered his final words. Last winter, did that person commit the same act as well? Jung Gyu-min remained in his previous mood, laughing as he replied, I never thought you'd guess that. It was truly astonishing. Regardless of the other's mockery, all he had been waiting for was confirmation. But contrary to his tension, Jung Gyu-min only found it ridiculous. He stepped closer to Min Jae-hoon, his voice hoarse as he mocked him. It's truly beyond understanding, a husband who destroys his wife, and then his own son. The light chain in his hand was finally released, brutally lunging toward Min Jae-hoon. At this moment, he no longer wanted to dodge and just stood there, letting it graze past him. Jung Gyu-min kept hurling challenges, as if trying to provoke Min Jae-hoon's rage. Isn't it completely wrong? Don't you think so? Well, it's already done. Goodbye, brother. Ignoring his mindless rambling, Min Jae-hoon focused his entire mind on his plan to turn the tables. His lips moved slightly, as if whispering something no one could hear. The next second, the screen in front of him flickered, gently tearing open a crack. What appeared next was the Eye of Odin, a high-level item Min Jae-hoon had accidentally found. Jung Gyu-min, unaware of what was happening, was still busy playing the part of a dramatic villain. What? Is there something you want? The next second, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened, clearly strained. The sight before him made Jung Gyu-min's act come to an abrupt halt. Right behind Min Jae-hoon, a massive, blinding surge of magical power was wildly condensing. Seeing that power, he screamed in horror. What kind of magic is that? Under the tremendous pressure of the massive energy, the ground beneath Min Jae-hoon's feet began to crack and sink into a deep pit. The entire space suddenly shook violently, yet he still stood there, with a cold, unwavering expression. In contrast, Jung Gyu-min was truly panicking. The mana was growing stronger. What's happening? Something is being released. I should finish this quickly. Thinking that, he yelled in tension, Our game is over. Die this time. As he finished speaking, a light chain immediately tore through the air and flew toward him. It coiled in the air a few times, then struck like a wild beast toward Min Jae-hoon. Jung Gyu-min held his breath, nervously waiting for the moment the projectile would pierce his flesh. But just as the Grim Reaper was inches away, Min Jae-hoon suddenly opened his eyes wide, successfully activating the Eye of Odin feature. A terrifying surge of pressure erupted from his body, pinning the projectile and causing it to freeze in midair, unable to move even a millimeter further. The very next second, the light chain shattered and completely vanished into nothingness under the absolute pressure of the defensive magic behind Min Jae-hoon. Seeing his signature attack broken so easily, the guy was stunned to the point of madness. The remnants of the counterattack immediately faded away into the void. The next second, the system notification appeared. The Eye of Odin has been equipped. The item has been linked to the user. Now, Min Jae-hoon finally had time to answer the question left hanging earlier. I understand now. I can't let you go anymore. In a blink of an eye, he activated a blank card from his inventory. A blank card had been used. After a long moment, Jung Gyu-min yelled in complete madness. No way! What? My magic has been dispelled? Ignoring his loud screams, Min Jae-hoon just stepped forward calmly, his voice cold as he called his name. Jung Gyu-min. The system quickly updated the activation status. The Eye of Odin's effect has been activated. The blank card has been used. Slowly, he uttered his final warning. I'm going to destroy you in the most painful way possible. Ignoring his loud, obnoxious shouting, Jae-hoon stepped forward, his voice calm and cold. In the game, the system quickly updated the activation status. Odin's blind eye effect was triggered, and the blank card was used. He spoke slowly, every word a warning. I will make your end as painful as possible. A skill copy notification for light chains suddenly flashed across the screen. The moment Jae-hoon activated the copy, he summoned a set of magic arrows identical to the ones his opponent had just fired. Not only were they perfect in detail, but their power was far greater. Staring at the glowing chains hovering menacingly behind Jae-hoon, he stammered in terror. How are you using light chains? He was spiraling into panic. I spent years mastering that spell. How could a low-level warrior like you possibly use it? I don't know how you're pulling off such a high-level incantation. But do you really think you can beat me with just that? Jae-hoon replied calmly. I'm not sure. But I guess we're about to find out. With that, he launched all the light chains directly at Jung Yoo-min, mimicking the attack he'd just received. A barrage of explosions erupted from the chains, creating a terrifying pressure that shook the entire space. The light chains kept firing one after another. Under Jae-hoon's control, no matter how much Jung Yoo-min dodged or scrambled to escape, they tracked him relentlessly. With the pressure reaching a breaking point, Jung Yoo-min activated a counterattack. But his output was only a fraction of the power behind Jae-hoon's chains. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he quickly summoned another wave of attacks. He activated his Cosmic Origin active skill. As Jung Yoo-min's chains flew toward him, Jae-hoon swiped his hand, shattering them instantly as his arrow pierced through the layer of solid shielding and kept flying straight toward his target. In a desperate state, Jung Yoo-min began to panic. Damn it! Just as the arrow was about to strike, he frantically deployed a magic barrier for protection, but Jae-hoon wouldn't let him get comfortable, immediately pushing his attack even harder. The Cosmic Origin skill hit, and the sturdy barrier Jung Yoo-min had been so proud of shattered in an instant. He stared in wide-eyed horror as the arrow closed the distance. There was no escaping it now. A thunderous explosion tore through the silent space, incinerating Jung Yoo-min's ambitions and everything around him into dust. As the smoke and ashes settled, Jae-hoon slowly walked over to assess the damage. Jung Yoo-min lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. The destructive force of the light chains had crippled him in seconds, leaving the arrogant man as nothing more than a gasping wreck, whispering a plea for his life. Don't kill me. But before the words could fully escape his lips, Jae-hoon delivered the final blow, cutting off any chance of future trouble. A soft boom echoed in the air, and Jung Yoo-min gasped once before finally going still. Looking at the dungeon assassin defeated at his feet, Jae-hoon let out a shaky sigh of relief. Warm, fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Is it finally over?" A second later, Jae-hoon collapsed to the ground, his body reaching its absolute limit. With his battered, broken body, he wearily closed his eyes and began to drift into a deep unconsciousness. But before he lost awareness, a thought flickered through his mind. Magic power, there's nothing left in my body. I got a mythical item, but I'm going to die here like this. No wonder all my luck ran out today. Death, a terrifying word I've faced countless times while working as a raider, but now, I'm actually staring it in the face. It's so cold. As Jae-hoon's eyes closed, a system message appeared on the screen. A new operating system has been downloaded. Would you like to initialize it? Struggling to crack his eyes open, he barely processed the information. Once the new system initializes, time will revert to the moment the user desires most. He wheezed. Regression? Are you trying to save me? Another variable had appeared. He didn't know if this path would lead to happiness or tragedy, but for Jae-hoon, returning to the past was the best choice he had. He steeled his resolve. Fine, initialize. If this was the only decision he could make right now, then he had no other choice. New operating system. The Nonia system has been initialized. Immediately after, hazy memories flickered through his unconscious mind as images of the Nonia gods appeared. From the deity who governs fate to the destinies of gods and humans, everything became as clear as a film playing inside Jae-hoon's head. They seemed to be trying to say something, but he couldn't understand it. A goddess gently reached forward, and he slowly stretched out his hand to take hers. Moments later, the system flashed an urgent notification. From now on, you are the enemy of the Almighty. The passive skill, the one watched by the gods, has been acquired. The passive skill, Eye of the Almighty, has been acquired. The gods who oppose Nonia are watching you. Snapping out of the dream, Min Jae-hoon let out a loud, terrified gasp. As soon as he woke up, he bolted upright. Looking at his surroundings, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but scream in shock. What the hell? What is going on? He quickly looked at his rough, stiff hands from earlier. They were now completely healed, without a single scratch. Suddenly, a glowing red orb appeared between his palms. The system began updating with a new notification. Successfully traveled back in time to the moment the user desired most. Realizing the truth of what was happening, Min Jae-hoon still stammered. Am I dreaming? All the traumatic memories of the past began to play in reverse. Though they felt a bit blurry, he could still feel the bone-deep pain of that day clearly, piece by piece. He couldn't help but doubt, have I really gone back to the past? No, this must be a dream. Remembering happy moments with his mother, Min Jae-hoon tried to convince himself this was just a long dream. The bedroom door suddenly swung open, and she turned back to look at him with a bright smile. Not wanting this image to fade, Min Jae-hoon rushed over and hugged her, tears streaming down his face. Lost in the happiness he hadn't felt in so long, he prayed that this was a moment he would never have to wake up from. Returning to reality, the system began to display the date. Today is the 13th of June 2022. The user has successfully completed the reversal to the most desired time. Min Jae-hoon clutched his aching chest and let out a soft groan. The screen above continued to display his current status. Restrictions on non-combat activities have been lifted. Your body has recovered by 20%. After regaining his composure, he whispered, Am I really dreaming? This was his old house. New quest. Rest is the mother of successes, has been automatically initialized. Subquest. Rest is the mother of success. You are a patient who survived miraculously after death. Please take time to rest and recover your health. Health recovery reached 80%. Difficulty, F. Reward, white card X1. Reading the message, Min Jae-hoon muttered, a quest? Once he processed what was happening, he let out a long sigh of relief. Back to the starting point. Huh? I didn't die during the fight with Jung Gyu-min, so what was the real reason? Remembering the warning he heard back then, that when the new operating system started, time would turn back to the moment the user most desired, Min Jae-hoon speculated. It must have been this system that sent me back to the past. My mind still holds memories of the world tree and the monsters. This isn't my first time experiencing something this bizarre, and the experience I've gained from facing such situations is to adapt and analyze the situation quickly. That is the absolute priority. If the system's information is correct, then it's 11 years ago. I'm in my 3rd year of middle school. Just as he was deep in thought, the system sent another message. Operating system has successfully converted to the Nonia system. Min Jae-hoon mumbled, Nonia, is that the name of this new system? Honestly, this whole regression still feels like a dream. Thinking that, he picked up his calendar, which was marked with important events, to examine it. The corners of Min Jae-hoon's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, as he realized one thing for sure. On the paper, there was only one event noted, application for the Med Academy. Instead of following the old path, he grabbed a pen from the desk and slowly crossed out the note below. No matter what, I'm going to take the combat class. He made a firm decision. This new opportunity is incredibly precious. I won't make the same mistakes again. In this life, I'm going to become a mage. With that, Min Jae-hoon started adapting to his past life. He slowly savored these simple moments, bit by bit, as he ate his meal. Min Jae-hoon kept his face stoic, his serious expression causing his mother to worry. She thought to herself in confusion, has something happened to him lately? Recalling the moment Min Jae-hoon had rushed over to hug her and sob earlier, she became even more suspicious. He's usually so quiet, I don't know why he was crying so much today. Thinking this, his mother put down her chopsticks and asked urgently, Jae-hoon, is something wrong? Contrary to her worry, he just smiled happily and replied, It's nothing, Mom. I just had a nightmare. Hearing those 2 words, Min Jae-hoon's mother became even more confused. A nightmare? He nodded solemnly to confirm. Yes, the nightmare Min Jae-hoon was referring to was the moment he saw his mother facing death alone, lying on a cold, metallic hospital bed. Min Jae-hoon's eyes began to blur, but he fought back the tears, refusing to let them fall. After a long silence, he spoke up abruptly. Mom, I need to talk to you about something. She nodded gently. I knew it. I knew you had something on your mind. Was the boy worried about his application to the MED Academy? That wasn't surprising. Being a conqueror was an incredibly dangerous job, and the competition was cutthroat. If his heart wasn't in it, she should probably advise him to skip MED Academy and attend a regular school instead. The military academy's reputation was prestigious, but if he didn't want to go, there was no point. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally gathered the courage to speak. I'm planning to switch to the mage class, his mother replied quickly, barely hearing him out. That's fine. But a second later, she stopped and looked at Min Jae-hoon with a puzzled expression. He had been adamant about joining the combat class from the start. He was a logical person, so this couldn't be an impulsive decision. Thinking that, her emotions softened. She reached out to gently touch Min Jae-hoon's face to reassure him, then asked again, "Have you really thought this through?" He replied happily, "Yes, I have. I've been thinking about this for a long time." Hearing that, the anxiety in his mother's heart eased. She decided to support her son. "All right then, do whatever you want. I'd rather you do what you love than just chase after money. Whether it's magic or anything else, I'll always support you." Hearing those words of encouragement, Min Jae-hoon was overwhelmed and tears welled up uncontrollably, but he held them back, thinking to himself that now wasn't the time to cry. He had to become stronger to take revenge against an A-rank conqueror like his father. Just then, the system flashed a congratulatory message. "You have completed the quest, A Mother's Support. You have received a blank card as a reward." To stand a chance against A-rank conquerors, Min Jae-hoon began his grueling training right that second. "All right, quest completed. And I've got another blank card. Things are going well. I still don't know what this system No Nia is, but I have an advantage. I know the future, hidden items, and secret ruins. My memory is good enough that I can act as a navigator while in the dungeons. The problem now is my skills. Aside from light chains and universal, my other skills are all combat class. I guess it's no surprise I chose the combat class at the start." Min Jae-hoon kept muttering, "Is there nothing I can do?" With that, he quickly pulled up his status screen. The data displayed left him momentarily stumped. He whispered, "My level is back to where I started, and my stats have been reset. Passive skill. The God's Observer is new. All-Seeing Eye is new. Apprentice Swordsman level 17. Agility level 15. Nimble Movement level 14. Emergency First Aid level 18. Active Universal Skill is new. Light Chains is new." Seeing that the copy skill was still on the status screen, Min Jae-hoon was curious. Why were only the passive skills kept? The system quickly explained that through the skill, the God's Observer, passive skills from before the regression had been retained. Looking at the strange info, he asked skeptically, "The God's Observer, passive skill, the God's Observer, infinite level, helps the user grow under the blessings of the gods." The effects from before the regression were kept. Every time the user levels up, all stats increase. Most of the gods opposing the queen are watching you. At this point, he couldn't suppress his excitement at this superior update. A skill that boosts all stats? More importantly, the attention of the gods opposing the queen. I need to check the other skills. Saying is doing, Min Jae-hoon moved to the passive skill menu. All-Seeing Eye, infinite level. See through false illusions to reach the absolute truth. Active skill, A-rank light chains. Attacks the enemy with chains of light, inflicting paralysis. Seeing it for the first time, he muttered vaguely, "I still don't know what All-Seeing Eye is. Light chains is definitely a useful skill for my skill parameters. Mages don't need much physical strength, but at least a few points in dexterity are needed to dodge attacks. And magic is clearly for beginners." Min Jae-hoon hesitated slightly. However, dexterity increased by 2, magic by 5, stamina by 14. Stamina was the most important. Stamina isn't a stat that increases combat power like strength. It just helps the user reduce fatigue during repetitive tasks. If I focus on it first, it's clearly a stat with useful effects when leveling up. I've chosen my priority. Now, the important thing is choosing which skill to learn. I have light chains, so I have an attack skill. If I force myself to learn high-level incantations, I won't be able to use them due to lack of mana. Holding the card in his hand, the future mage began to calculate. I think the most necessary one right now is a healing spell. It's 2020. The mage class is treated like trash by the combat class. However, conquerors who possess healing skills are different. They are treated like royalty, regardless of their background. Because even if they don't become conquerors, they can work in the medical field, so they are treated very well. If I start with a healing skill, at least I won't be looked down upon anywhere I go. But the big problem is that finding an Awakener with healing skills isn't easy. Above all, it doesn't help when facing Jung Gyu-min. In the long run, I need to start using the blank cards as efficiently as possible. I don't know how many cards the system will give me, but it doesn't seem like there are enough items to fill a truck or break the balance. Calculating for a while without finding a satisfactory path left Min Jae-hoon feeling stuck. Any other options? Just then, his phone rang, and he asked curiously, "Who is it?" As soon as he saw the name on the screen, Min Jae-hoon couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. He stammered, Kim Yoo-jung? Kim Yoo-jung is my childhood friend. We lived near each other, so we were almost always together. She was my best friend who shared my dream of joining the MED Academy just like me. But during a dungeon conquest mission, she lost her life. Seeing Kim Yoo-jung's blood-covered body, Min Jae-hoon had cried until he had no tears left in his sorrow. Thinking about it, he felt strangely tense. Trying to regain his composure, he reassured himself, "It's okay. I can change everything now." No, I must change it. She's still the same as I remember. On the screen, Kim Yoo-jung was sending him a message. "What are you doing now?" "Saintess Yoo Song-eun is giving a speech downtown. Want to go meet her with me? Reply quickly. Hurry up." Reading this, Min Jae-hoon didn't bother replying, just exclaimed excitedly, "That's it. It's her, Saintess Yoo Song-eun, and her signature magic is sacrifice. With her help, I won't need to worry anymore." Thinking is doing. He hurried to grab his coat and rush out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to report to his mom. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." She smiled and reminded him, "Don't be home too late." Once the door closed, Min Jae-hoon opened his phone to reply to Kim Yoo-jung. The message was short. "I'm coming, my friend." At the same time, the car carrying Yoo Song-eun. "I will briefly announce your schedule. You have to give a speech to motivate the people downtown at the outdoor stage. After that, we head to the B-rank dungeon near Chungbuk District. After inspecting the station facility in Wonju, we will fly to the U.S. Honestly, with your current condition, are you really okay? You look paler than before." She sat silently, listening to the whole announcement before calmly replying, "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." But seeing that weary expression, he couldn't help but reproach her. "That's because you've been pushing yourself to work in such a packed schedule for months now. You know it yourself. The sacrifice is slowly eating away at your life." Out of concern for Yoo Song-eun, Park Yoo Song-eun-jae had wished many times that there was at least one person who possessed a healing spell on the level of sacrifice. Then they could take care of her. Lost in thought, she suddenly spoke up to stop him. "We already agreed not to talk about this anymore, Mr. Park Yoo Song-eun-jae." Hearing this weak rejection, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel in frustration, his heart filled with worry. At this rate, the Saintess of Korea would soon collapse. After a long journey, Min Jae-hoon finally arrived at the meeting spot. Seeing him, Kim Yoo-jung excitedly pulled his arm. "You're here! Let's go! There's a crowd ahead." Being pulled and squeezed through the crowd, he complained uncomfortably, "I know. Stop pulling." As they walked, she suddenly stopped and looked around, searching for something. Seeing that, he immediately laughed and teased, "Be honest with me. You asked me to come along because you're afraid of getting lost, right?" Hitting the nail on the head, Kim Yoo-jung grew embarrassed and snapped back. "What are you talking about? That's not it. Quit spouting nonsense." Taking advantage of the moment, Min Jae-hoon ordered, "Let go of my arm." Only then did she realize she was still gripping his arm tight. Her face flushed red with shyness. Picking up on her mood, Min Jae-hoon teased her a bit more. "Why is it that a girl who only likes studying and sports always ends up causing trouble because she has no sense of direction?" Once he finished, Kim Yoo-jung shouted, "Hey, it's thanks to her that you get to see speeches and everything else. Do you think it's easy to see Miss Yoo Song-eun?" Hearing that, he thought about it seriously. She wasn't wrong. As long as he could copy Yoo Song-eun's sacrifice skill, it would be a huge help to him in the future. He might even be able to build the largest network of contacts in all of South Korea. A while later, the two of them found the designated spot. Looking at the surroundings, Min Jae-hoon secretly thought to himself, just as Yoo Song-eun predicted, an inspiring speech from guild leader Yoo Song-eun of Korea's top guild, Jo-kwa, saving the world and humanity through the power of healing magic. The guild leader of Jo-kwa, she is a top-tier healer, famous not only in this country but also known throughout the world. During the time she worked as an obscure raider, she was the one who tried her best to protect the residents from external threats. But his train of thought was interrupted by the appearance of Yoo Song-eun. She gently began to speak. "Hello everyone. My name is Yoo Song-eun." It was just a simple, standard greeting. But given her popularity, the crowd around them went wild with cheers. Min Jae-hoon alone remained seated, unmoved, his face not showing the slightest change. In the next 2 months, Yoo Song-eun would find herself in a critical situation during a dungeon raid. The cause of this wasn't anything else but this very healing speech of hers. There was only one way to save Yoo Song-eun. While he was busy getting lost in his thoughts, Kim Yoo-jung's sudden shrieking and cheering made him stop. "Unnie, look over here," Min Jae-hoon coldly remarked. "What an eyesore." Hearing that, she immediately reacted, telling him to shut his mouth and look back at her. Standing on the high platform, she began her speech as usual. "People of the world, we are currently facing an unprecedented crisis. Since the World Tree appeared, followed by the arrival of monsters. Countless people have perished. Of course, with the emergence of Awakeners and Raiders a few years ago, the situation has improved a little. But among the current Awakeners, only 20% are willing to become Raiders, despite the fact that the number of deaths is rising exponentially. Pausing for a long time, she spoke with bitterness. The world, as it has always been, stands on the edge of life and death. Even now, we cannot count how many innocent people have died. I stand here to tell everyone that we need courage, and I send this message to all Awakeners across the world. Your courage can change this world. Please, become a Raider and turn this world into a brighter place, so that one day, the world will be more beautiful. The Joqua Guild and I will help you make that a reality. At the end of her speech, she didn't bow to show her devotion. Below in the stands, the audience couldn't help but be moved. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't stop her tears, exclaiming, "Miss Yoo Sung-eun is truly a great speaker." The naked truth of this world spoken through Yoo Sung-eun's lips made even someone as quiet as Jae-hoon feel a bit stirred. She was right. The vast majority of Awakeners did not want to become Raiders. Facing and fighting monsters is not easy. Even he, just before retiring, wanted to sell all his items and live a free, leisurely life. Even though the speech was over, Kim Yoo-jung continued to gush. "Just as I thought, Miss Yoo Sung-eun is the gold standard for a true role model." But he immediately dismissed that thought. "I don't think Yoo Sung-eun has those standards." Continuously being poked at by Jae-hoon, she started to get annoyed. "Don't ruin the mood." Okay, he didn't want to argue anymore. He just planned to leave. "Whatever, I'm going first. I still have things to do." Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung shouted in surprise. "What? Then what about me?" He immediately brought up her weakness to counter. "I thought you said you weren't bad with directions." Kim Yoo-jung scowled angrily, gritting her teeth. "You really are a jerk. In school, you must have been a bully, right?" Seeing her throwing a fit, Jae-hoon relented and comforted her. "I'm kidding. I just called your mom. She'll be here soon. Just wait a bit." Hearing that, she suggested, "Then why don't you just take my mom's car? Don't you have urgent business?" Suddenly remembering he hadn't told his best friend the important news, he turned his head and said loudly, "That's right. I changed my profession to a mage." Before she could process it, Kim Yoo-jung screamed quietly. "What?" Without a word of explanation, he just calmly continued. "That's how it is. Later, you have to teach me some basic magic moves. Let's start with the background theory first." She replied in confusion. "No, that's fine, but hey, why do you want to change your class? Tell me. Is it not allowed?" Jae-hoon just walked away, leaving her standing there with a million question marks. "You cold-blooded jerk, are you really just leaving me here?" After searching around for a while, Jae-hoon grumbled to himself. "I swear I saw them around here." Finally, at a street corner, he saw their parking spot. Jae-hoon's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he slowly approached. Seeing a stranger approaching, Park Yoo-sung-eun became vigilant. He flatly refused any intimate contact. "Sorry, but if you want to give her a gift as a fan, that's not allowed." Jae-hoon gave a bright smile and immediately explained, "I came to meet guild leader Yoo Sung-eun." But to Park Yoo-sung-eun, whether it was a meeting or a gift, this behavior was still harassing her. He grumbled to himself, "Another crazy fanboy Raider. Look here." Park Yoo-sung-eun flatly rejected him. "I don't know how big of a fan you are, but how could you just suddenly come here? If you act like this, guild leader Yoo Sung-eun will feel uncomfortable." Before he could finish, Jae-hoon interrupted, "It's not like that. I know guild leader Yoo Sung-eun has an incurable disease, and I know how to cure that illness." The moment the words left his mouth, the man's face turned pale. After a few seconds of regaining his composure, Park Yoo-sung-eun roared in anger, then violently grabbed Jae-hoon. "Who told you the guild leader is sick?" Without a hint of fear at the other's aggressive attitude, he just coolly glanced at him with a warning. "I don't think screaming like that is helping anyone." Park Yoo-sung-eun's noisy behavior had drawn the attention of passers-by. Everyone stopped, looking over with curiosity. At this moment, Yoo Sung-eun suddenly rolled down the car window and called out, "Mr. Park Yoo-sung-eun, wait a moment. Can you take responsibility for those words?" Seeing that she had noticed him, he brushed the man's hand away and confidently replied, "Of course, I can cure your illness, guild leader." Hearing that, she nodded gently, but deep down, she was still skeptical. If he were lying, he would be arrested immediately. But looking at how confident he was, he must have something to be so confident about, right? Thinking this, Yoo Sung-eun asked, "Mister, how much time do you have left on your next schedule?" Park Yoo-sung-eun quietly replied, 2 hours. Hearing that, she smiled and gave the order, "Then let's go." Let's go somewhere quiet. There are too many eyes and ears here. Arriving at a nearby hotel lounge, Yoo Sung-eun gestured for him to sit. After sitting down, Min Jae-hoon politely replied, "Thank you." Not wanting to waste any more time, she got straight to the point. "So, shall we talk? How did you know I was sick?" He spoke seriously. "I'm sorry, but I can't say. If you really want to hear it, I can tell you. But once I tell you, I won't cure you." The guild leader laughed in amusement. "What a stubborn kid. Fine, that's okay. So, how do you plan to cure me?" Instead of hiding it, Min Jae-hoon frankly stated his intention. "Truthfully, I intend to copy your sacrifice skill." As soon as he finished, she widened her eyes in astonishment. "What?" Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae, who was standing beside her, immediately lunged forward in agitation. He shouted angrily, "No need to listen anymore. You! Do you even know what the sacrifice skill is that you're saying these things? That is the guild leader's unique skill. We ourselves cannot copy that magic, yet you are scheming to do it." As he had anticipated, he didn't rush to explain, but just thought to himself, a unique skill. Skills that stand at the pinnacle, ranked higher than any other top-tier skill. S-rank skills, inherited, or unique to the individual, it can only be achieved in those two ways. While other normal skills rely on formulas to memorize, the formula for a unique skill does not exist. A unique skill cannot be copied. That is why it is a unique skill. That kind of thing is usually exclusive to an individual or a family, or at least that's how society normally works. After a moment of thought, Min Jae-hoon spoke in a chilling, steady tone. "Calm down. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have come here in the first place." Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae was furious, but for the sake of Yoo Sung-eun, he managed to suppress his anger. She stood there, glaring at him, and rasped, "You see, hear what he has to say first. It's not too late to decide after that." Turning to Min Jae-hoon, Yoo Sung-eun asked cautiously, "So, what you're saying is you will cure me by using my own sacrifice skill, is that right?" He nodded immediately, calculating in his heart. To treat an injury caused by a skill's penalty, one needs an equivalent or higher level skill. Furthermore, the skill that injured Yoo Sung-eun was a unique skill. It wasn't as if skills higher than unique didn't exist. She couldn't heal herself using sacrifice. So, this was the best method. The fundamental principle of Yoo Sung-eun's skill was, as the name implied, sacrificing an offering to the gods. That was why she couldn't heal herself. Doing so would create a hole in the concept of sacrificing her own life. Seeing her still hesitant, Min Jae-hoon cut in. "If you're willing to do it." Before he could finish, Yoo Sung-eun nodded happily. "All right. I agree." The acceptance was so quick and unquestioning that Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae reacted immediately, looking to the guild leader. Right after, she gathered her mana and performed her exclusive sacrifice ritual under Min Jae-hoon's watchful eye. Sitting across from her, he watched every gesture intently, nodding in satisfaction. "Good." Under the table, Min Jae-hoon slowly waved his hand. Instantly, a blank card was summoned. The system immediately recorded a new skill available for acquisition. "Do you wish to acquire the sacrifice skill into the blank card?" he confirmed in a low voice. "Acquire." As soon as she finished the ritual, the sacrifice skill was successfully absorbed into the blank card. The copying process was completed perfectly, and Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At this point, he spoke slowly to show his sincerity. "I didn't think you'd believe me, so I figured I should earn your trust first. Right?" As soon as he finished, Min Jae-hoon immediately performed the sacrifice skill right in front of both of them. The system notified him, "You have activated the sacrifice skill." Witnessing the ritual, being performed by a stranger, not by her left, both of them completely stunned. Finishing the demonstration, he clenched his fist and spoke with confidence. "All right, now shall we get to the healing?" After the copy, Min Jae-hoon had obtained the sacrifice skill that many craved. The info board updated quickly. Active skill. Sacrifice Unique Grade 1. Creates a healing wave that restores health and status for most allies. If used on undead monsters, it transforms into the offensive skill, Judgment of Light. Skill copied via the consumption of one blank card. No penalties applied. Seeing it, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. Then, she asked, "So, what do you want from our guild?" Despite her outward appearance, Yoo Sung-eun still had many concerns about the person in front of her. But the fact that he could cure her illness was enough to make her willing to negotiate with him. However, looking at him, he seemed like he had just entered high school. It was hard to believe a kid could negotiate with the guild leader of Jogwa. Thinking of this, the corners of her lips curled up into an expectant smile. How interesting. Waiting for this exact moment, Min Jae-hoon stated his request directly. "Please become my sponsor." Yoo Sung-eun wasn't surprised at all. She just mused and asked, "Sponsoring you to help you develop as a challenger? Is that what you mean?" He nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I have great ambitions. But to grow, I realize I need money, connections, and much more. For those reasons, I want the Jogwa Guild to sponsor me." After weighing the pros and cons, she gently accepted his request but added a condition. "Very well. If you have the guts to do this, I'm sure you deserve the investment. You have talent too. However, I have a condition." Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon became a bit quiet. A condition? Even though the situation didn't favor her, because he was the only hope for a cure, she didn't lose her pride, for she was the leader of the Yogwa Guild. Thinking this, he asked, keeping his tone elegant. Yu Song-eun analyzed it calmly. "Yes, one condition. You know, my illness is a personal matter. It has nothing to do with Yogwa. But what you crave isn't just my support. It's the support of an entire guild. If we support you without any demands," she left the sentence hanging, giving Min Jae-hoon a chance to interject. "What you're trying to say is that this exchange isn't fair. I understand. Then I will decide after hearing your condition." After all, the one suffering the consequences if not cured was Yu Song-eun, not him. She surely wouldn't propose an unreasonable condition. Seeing him still hesitant to answer, she elegantly made an offer that Min Jae-hoon couldn't refuse. "Would you like to join a guild?" He was stunned for a few seconds, but quickly regained his composure to think. "Is she trying to scout me?" Min Jae-hoon nervously asked again, as if to verify. "Are you serious?" Yu Song-eun nodded lightly, explaining the reason so he wouldn't wonder further. "Of course, I'm not the type to joke about such things. There are a few reasons why I asked you that. First, the fact that you discovered that I, the leader of the Yogwa Guild, was ill. This is confidential information only a very small number of people know. The fact that you found this out proves that your investigative abilities are excellent." Hearing the praise, Min Jae-hoon couldn't feel happy. Although he knew this information because he had traveled back in time, he couldn't say that right now. Yu Song-eun quietly continued her praise. "Second, you copied my sacrifice skill perfectly. I've never heard of anyone possessing the ability to copy unique skills before. I don't know if someone like you will appear in the future." Imagine how many more skills he could copy. The probability was infinite. Knowing all of this was thanks to the system's support, he felt awkward and spoke up. "Is there a third reason?" She chuckled, looking amused. "Yes, the third reason is also the most important. Third, even though I am sitting right in front of you, you haven't shown a hint of nervousness. A child who isn't afraid when facing the leader of the Jogwa Guild, that's quite attractive. How about it? Is that enough reason to scout you?" Min Jae-hoon wasn't easily persuaded. He didn't accept immediately, but began to reflect on the guild's fate in his past life. After Yo Song-eun fell into a critical state, the Jogwa Guild quickly collapsed for unknown reasons. But at the present moment, there was no doubt they were the strongest guild. If he joined them, he would certainly be respected and treated well while working. And if he wanted to grow, joining a guild was a wise choice. Still, Min Jae-hoon had some concerns. A deal between a guild and an underage student is illegal, isn't it? Facing his naive question, Yu Song-eun just smiled excitedly. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Have you ever heard of priority negotiation rights?" He was stunned for a few seconds, his eyes opening wide, not expecting her to use that right here. And for him, priority negotiation rights were a guild's authority to support the development of a rookie challenger who hadn't yet reached adulthood. And once that rookie grew up, the guild that supported them would have priority in signing a contract. Usually, that was an offer that only appeared for geniuses ranked as monsters. Who would have thought he would receive such an offer one day? Before he regressed, even B-rank guilds refused to accept him. Looking at Min Jae-hoon, sitting there, stunned and motionless, she felt certain about her plans. She smiled at him with respect. After all, he still had a very adorable, childlike side. At this point, Yu Song-eun spoke directly. "We will send the contract to your house once you provide the address. Think carefully before you decide." Min Jae-hoon nodded to acknowledge the information, then stood up, signaling that they should proceed with the treatment first. Although he really wanted to join the guild, he still had to calculate carefully given these conditions. This was certainly a great opportunity. However, he didn't need to decide immediately. For now, he would focus on the treatment. It's never too late to prepare for the next step. Min Jae-hoon quickly approached the group. He began the healing procedure. "I will begin the treatment now," he said. Yu Song-eun replied gently. "I'm counting on you." Even though Min Jae-hoon had proven himself to both of them, Park Yu Song-eun still seemed very hostile toward him. He would scowl every time he saw them getting close. "I can't keep up with this pace," thought Park Yu Song-eun. Recalling the moment Min Jae-hoon cast his spell earlier, Park Yu Song-eun felt uneasy despite acknowledging his skill. He had seen the results with his own eyes, so there was no room for doubt. How many healers and doctors have we brought in just to treat our guildmaster? It was an illness that even those who had dedicated their lives to medicine could not solve. It wasn't something that would easily disappear. On his end, the healing process had begun. The system displayed a notification. The active skill sacrifice had been activated, and a wave of magical healing surged through her body. The next second, a strange sensation arose within her, leaving Yoo Song-eun stunned for a few moments. A warm, comfortable feeling gradually spread to every corner of her body, forcing her to blurt out that she was recovering. The paleness on her face slowly faded, making Park Yoo Song-eun immensely happy. It can really be cured. His eyes remained glued to the two of them, unable to contain his emotions. A moment later, Park Yoo Sung-eun bowed deeply in the most respectful manner toward Min Jae-hoon, a gesture of gratitude that words could hardly express. Please forgive me for what happened earlier. Please look after our guildmaster. Not surprised by this action, Min Jae-hoon simply empathized. It's fine. I wouldn't have trusted the request of a kid either. Hearing that, Park Yoo Sung-eun felt even more guilty. I will express my sincere apologies another time. After a few minutes passed, the system finally showed a congratulatory message. You have successfully cured the target's illness. The passive skill Emergency First Aid has increased to level 19. Min Jae-hoon contentedly withdrew his hand and signaled calmly, everything is done. Try moving now. Yoo Song-eun obeyed immediately, hurriedly standing up and walking to the window. She greedily savored the wonderful feeling of shedding the weight of the illness that had suppressed her for so long. She gently reached out to welcome the new warm sunlight of her life, her whole body trembling involuntarily. She couldn't contain her emotions as tears of happiness silently flowed. All symptoms had vanished. Thank you, but won't you be punished for this? Min Jae-hoon immediately remembered the system's exemption notification. Skills copied at the expense of a blank card would not incur a penalty. He smiled to reassure her. It'll be fine. If that happens, you can heal me. Yoo Sung-eun couldn't help but laugh at his joke. All right, anything you want. Here is my business card. I will try my best to meet your needs. Contact me whenever you like, and please consider the agreement we discussed in a positive light. After hurriedly taking the business card, Min Jae-hoon stammered, Actually, there is one thing I would like help with. Time slipped by, and it was the next day. A luxurious car pulled up slowly to the roadside. Park Yoo Sung-eun stepped out first, respectfully swinging the car door open. However, the person who stepped out of the back seat was not the woman, but Min Jae-hoon himself. With a calm demeanor, he bowed slightly as he stepped out and strode confidently forward. Looking at his surroundings, he felt a bit curious. This was a low-level dungeon owned by the Yo-Kwa Guild. The Med Academy was a place where geniuses gathered to compete. If I want to survive there, I have to level up. It turned out, the request for help that Min Jae-hoon mentioned yesterday was for special permission to use the Yo-Kwa Guild's dungeon. Before he officially entered, Park Yoo Sung-eun thoughtfully prepared some support equipment. I've prepared healing items and basic tools. Those will be necessary for conquering the dungeon. As for your gear, we will lend you the guild's spare items. You can use them now. Taking the staff, Min Jae-hoon nodded contentedly, expressing his appreciation. Thank you for looking after me. Seeing his hesitation, Park Yoo Sung-eun hurriedly asked, Will you be okay? It might be an E-rank dungeon, but entering any dungeon alone is very dangerous. Is there a reason you must go in there by yourself? Fiddling with the staff, Min Jae-hoon replied nonchalantly, I just want to level up a bit. Hearing that, Park Yoo Sung-eun felt even more anxious, but was helpless against his stubbornness. To ensure he saw Min Jae-hoon return in one piece, he thoughtfully offered an additional protective item. It will be safer if you take this. Seeing the shimmering object in Park Yoo Sung-eun's hand, Min Jae-hoon was surprised. This is, the man then explained, the function of a teleportation stone. You can return to the guild immediately if you break it, so use it in a dangerous situation. Please accept it. It is an apology for my rude attitude toward you. It is also a gift of thanks for curing our guildmaster. I would be very happy if you could accept it. Understanding the other's concern, Min Jae-hoon happily accepted it. Before that, he didn't forget to express his gratitude. Thank you. Unable to wait any longer, he turned and headed decisively into the dungeon. The amount of magic power I'm feeling is definitely from an E-rank dungeon. I won't have any problems. Before he went inside, Park Yoo Sung-eun reminded him lingeringly, Please don't forget, if anything happens inside the dungeon, you must use the teleportation stone. Min Jae-hoon turned his head slightly and responded with a bright smile. Yes, I'll be going in now. As soon as he stepped through the door, the system notified him, You have entered the dungeon. But during the transition between the two spaces, a system malfunction occurred. Min Jae-hoon was thrown into a dark, uncertain void. Countless hands began to emerge, covering his mouth tightly, leaving him unable to stop from panicking. What? What is happening? The system finally provided an explanation. Due to the Nonia system, the user would be transferred to a special area. The current location was the land of the dead of Hel-hem. At the same time, in Yoo Sung-eun's private office, she was busy handling a pile of official work. Having just recovered, she was spending all her time clearing the unfinished business of the guild. Even though she was busy, she couldn't help but worry about Min Jae-hoon. That boy, Min Jae-hoon, will he be okay inside the dungeon? I have a few things I want to ask him immediately. At that time, he had bluntly suggested, please lend me a low-level dungeon owned by the guild. Also, I prefer to enter the dungeon alone. This arrogance made Yoo Sung-eun worry even more. Even if it's a dungeon, E rank, for an applicant to clear a dungeon alone, is almost impossible. Even if he were gifted with great talent, he is still an unpolished gem. There's no way that boy doesn't know the truth, and yet, he still requested to enter a dungeon alone. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily, and interest was clearly visible on her vibrant face. What kind of plan do you have, I wonder? While she was lost in thought, a noise came from the door. After 3 knocks, Han-na's serious voice rang out. Guild Master. Startled for a moment, Yoo Sung-eun quickly recognized the visitor and ordered with a smile. It's Han-na. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae's younger sister slowly opened the door and entered. Seeing her, the guildmaster asked excitedly, Do you have what I asked for? Han-na replied coldly, Here it is. It's Min Jae-hoon's file. Accepting the folder, Yoo Sung-eun said softly, Thank you. She began to flip through each page of his information to examine it, every gesture unexpectedly cautious. Seeing that look of interest, Han-na couldn't help but wonder. It was rare for the guildmaster to personally spy on someone like this. The guildmaster must really have seen that this kid is special. Flipping to the educational background page, the words Rookie Warrior Class stood out on the page. Reading every word clearly, Yoo Sung-eun quickly covered her mouth and shouted in surprise. He's an applicant for the warrior class? Then how could he use magic? Seeing something abnormal, she disappointedly closed the folder. This action made Han-na feel slightly tense. After a moment of thought, Yoo Sung-eun slowly narrowed her eyes, her entire demeanor exuding an unusual coldness. The room's atmosphere became extremely tense. The high error rate made Yoo Sung-eun start to doubt. Is this accurate? Han-na hurriedly replied. She even affirmed firmly, as long as there are no issues with the machinery, it is accurate without a doubt. Hearing that, she didn't say anything more, and simply flipped to check the compatibility rating. The 97% figure made Yoo Sung-eun quite interested. After a moment of consideration, she unexpectedly made a phone call. As soon as the other person picked up, she instructed, Brother, when Min Jae-hoon returns from the dungeon, please tell him this immediately. I will be ready whenever he is available, so let's have a meeting. Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae asked curiously. What? What do you mean? Yoo Sung-eun replied vaguely. I want to test the talent that Min Jae-hoon possesses myself. Back to Min Jae-hoon, he was still struggling with the system malfunction. Due to the Nonia system, the user will be transferred to a special area. The current location is the land of the dead of Hel-hem. The next second, Min Jae-hoon was dumped into a very strange place, completely different from his initial plans. A dry, heavy thud sounded as his back slammed painfully against the ground below. Once he regained his composure, Min Jae-hoon finally took in his surroundings. Whether it was bad luck or a misfortune, the system had kindly gifted him a spawn point in a graveyard within the land of the dead. The thick, swirling mist around the tombs made Min Jae-hoon choke and cough. Furious at being dumped here, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Just then, a towering shadow loomed right in front of him. As the light flickered on it, its appearance became clear in the silent night. Standing before Min Jae-hoon was a walking skeleton. It wore a loose, tattered cloak with a bow neatly strapped to its back. The longer he looked, the more sinister it seemed. The skeletal hand slowly drew the bowstring. A second later, it released, sending an arrow streaking toward Min Jae-hoon at terrifying speed. Sitting dazed on the ground, he finally snapped out of it and noticed the incoming threat. Just before the arrow could hit him, Min Jae-hoon tilted his head to the side to dodge. Having narrowly escaped danger, he quickly turned to look at the attacker. The skeleton archer didn't flinch at being spotted. Instead, it brazenly stepped forward to confront Min Jae-hoon. It raised its cold bow again, aiming right at him. Having inhaled so much toxic mist, Min Jae-hoon was now stiff, left sitting helplessly on the ground as he thought, is this a paralysis poison? This is going to be a problem. The next second, he triggered his skill. Skill, sacrifice, activated. From deep within the thick snow, a pair of horrifying hands burst forth. The twisted body of that creature began to emerge into the silent night. The skeleton zombie crawled slowly across the frozen ground, its horrific eyes suddenly glowing, tearing through the darkness. No sooner had it appeared than the zombie dragged countless other sinister entities along with it, surrounding the entire area. They suddenly surged toward Min Jae-hoon, flailing wildly. Opposite him, the zombie force had gathered, from archers to melee warriors. The skeleton archer made the first move, aggressively firing an arrow straight at him while he was still under the effects of the poison. But unfortunately for it, Min Jae-hoon easily caught the small arrow with his bare hand. He smirked and let out a challenge. Really? That's just stupid. At the same time, in her private room, Kim Yoo-jung was sprawled out on her bed, looking incredibly lazy. Even though he knew she idolized Yoo Sung-eun, he hadn't expected her to have her poster hanging in her room. She lay there, muttering, "Min Jae-hoon, if you dare to show your face here, I'm seriously going to kill you. You knew you were terrible with directions, yet you still dared to leave me behind. I knew it, he really just left me there. I knew it. He followed me to Yoo Sung-eun's show, which was nice of him, but how could he mess with me like this? I don't understand him at all." Previously, Min Jae-hoon had been very resistant to crowded events like this. "I hate crowded places," he would say. Thinking back, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but feel confused. He always said that, yet he suddenly agreed to go to the show with her. That day, when he heard about Yoo Sung-eun's lecture, he had replied without hesitation, "I'll be there." Furthermore, since they were kids, Min Jae-hoon had always walked Kim Yoo-jung home. No matter how busy he was, that abandonment had hurt her. "What are you doing here? Let's go home." He always used to take her home. So why would he leave me alone this time? And that's not all. Changing into a mage class? What the hell is wrong with him? He had always claimed he would pursue martial arts and trained day and night. If there was a motive for him to change his path like that, it must be worth more than all the effort he had put in, right? Truly, there was no other way to explain it. Min Jae-hoon was a very cautious person. Even when going out to eat, it would take him over 10 minutes just to decide what he wanted. He was that indecisive. Yet, overnight, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Thinking of this, Kim Yoo-jung's curiosity grew, prompting her to jump out of bed, grab her phone, and send a text message immediately. "I hope you haven't forgotten about leaving me behind that day. If you dare to come, I will definitely kill you." She waited expectantly, but Kim Yoo-jung had no idea that Min Jae-hoon was struggling alone against a horde of zombies in this land of the dead. He exclaimed tensely, "What is this? Is it because of these monsters?" He was exhausted. Min Jae-hoon sighed helplessly. 4 ghosts, plus a skeleton archer and a skeleton zombie. And are there really only one of each type? They're more organized than typical mobs. I have to take them all on by myself? At least he had this. The system immediately displayed the information for his equipped item, a beginner-level staff from the Yo-Kwa Guild. A beginner-level staff forged by a blacksmith from the Jo-Kwa Guild. Once connected, he immediately activated the supportive energy within it, pointed the staff directly at the demon beasts, and Min Jae-hoon focused his mind, condensed the energy, and fired. This place was Helheim, the world of the dead, guarded by Hel, daughter of Loki, one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. This dungeon was modeled after the 7 worlds, excluding Midgard and Asgard, the world of fog and ice, Niflheim, the world of lava, Muspelheim, the world of giants, Jotunheim, the world of elves, Alfheim, the world of dwarves, Svartalfheim, the world of the dead, and the coldest, darkest place, Niflheim, where Helheim exists, a different world. Helheim is a place where new players find it hard to even launch an attack. The sheer terror of facing enemies that have died and returned to life is indescribable. But without divine power, just facing them is hard enough. Thinking of this, Min Jae-hoon couldn't hide his excitement as he mused. "No, this is actually better. If this is Helheim, it's a great place to test my new power." The active skill, Sacrifice, an elite tier skill. 1. It creates a healing wave that can heal multiple allies at once and remove all negative effects. 2. When used on undead monsters, it transforms into an attack skill. Sacrifice was originally Nora's healing skill, but Light's Judgment, when used against undead monsters, becomes a powerful area of effect attack. A potent skill called Light's Judgment. After thinking through his strategy, Min Jae-hoon began his counterattack. In the first second, he deflected the path of the enemy's arrow with a physical strike. Opposite him, the skeleton zombie roared in fury, then aggressively raised its sword, ready to slash. But with speed a cut above the rest, Min Jae-hoon poked his staff into the enemy's chest. The strike had moderate force, but was enough to make the skeleton zombie lose its balance and fall backward. While fighting, he calculated, "Still, I don't intend to rely on that type of skill." The next second, Min Jae-hoon summoned his familiar light chain, which defeated the ghost, increasing his ETP by 70. Having just defeated the skeleton zombie, the four ghosts swarmed toward him one after another. Despite the massive disparity in numbers, he didn't flinch. Min Jae-hoon immediately spun his body, dancing the staff in a circle in the air, to dodge, while triggering the weapon's attack mechanism. In his mind, he was worried. I currently have 0 experience as a mage, but in an instant, he had skillfully summoned a giant chain of light to deal with them. Riding the momentum, Min Jae-hoon swung his body, trailing the glowing chain in a wide arc, smashing the four ghosts into pieces. The system constantly announced the good news. Defeated 2 ghosts, ETP increased by 140. Successful first combo. Min Jae-hoon excitedly exclaimed, "I can't miss an opportunity like this." Saying that, he used his melee combat abilities and leaped into the dark, desolate night. At his current level, this was very doable. The staff was now used by Min Jae-hoon with as much skill and flexibility as a sharp sword. Right after landing in front of a skeleton archer, he swung the staff hard, landing a devastating blow directly onto the opponent. But because the force was too great, the weapon shattered instantly without him even realizing it. It broke. Less than a minute later, the system notified him, defeated skeleton soldier, ETP increased by 50. The beginner-level staff from the Yohwa Guild is broken. Holding a piece of wood in his hand, Min Jae-hoon panicked. Damn it! He dazed, recalling the way he had fought since the beginning. Because he had never practiced any combat maneuvers as a mage, he maintained his old habits as a pure warrior. Every time he met an opponent, he would rush in and beat them relentlessly. By the time the staff broke, Min Jae-hoon finally stopped to reflect. Now that I think about it, how is a mage supposed to fight? There was no time for him to argue. The remaining zombies had begun their charge. Facing the crisis, Min Jae-hoon let out a long, frustrated sigh. Seriously, this isn't the time to pretend to be calm or try to farm ETP. I just broke a weapon. Well, the result won't change anyway. Thinking, he acted. He waved his hand to activate the new combat mechanism. Active skill, sacrifice, activated. High above the pitch-black sky, a circle of light suddenly appeared. A stream of information updated continuously. System checking number of zombies on the field, converting sacrifice to attack skill. Active skill, light's judgment activated. A thunderous explosion echoed as a blinding light descended from above, confirming the name Grim Reaper's verdict had defeated the magic beast, granting 100 ETP. The destructive force swept through, shattering everything around into countless pieces. The very space shook violently, trembling under the immense rage that had vanquished the beast and granted another 70 ETP. After the battle, Min Jae-hoon sat limply on the ground, waiting for the notification that he had leveled up and his health was regenerating. Feeling a strange change within his body, he chuckled to himself, thinking this couldn't have come at a better time. If I don't level up right now, I might be in real danger. Is it because light judgment is an S-rank skill? It's definitely more than what the description says. As a mage's specialty, if I don't have it next time, I won't be lucky enough to escape again. But wait, is this a dungeon teleport? No, Loki wouldn't send me to a dungeon without checking things out first. Suddenly, I was transported to a different area. The next second, the system sent an urgent notification. Current location: the death field of Helheim. Min Jae-hoon grumbled in frustration. The Nornir system clearly caused this. Damn it, this is so annoying. Should I use the warp stone? While he was busy thinking, a cold breeze suddenly brushed against him. Sensing something abnormal, Min Jae-hoon went on high alert. He turned his head to look behind him and whispered, "What the what? Is that terrifying mana? What's coming?" An overwhelming pressure directly blanketed the entire space, including Min Jae-hoon. He grabbed his throat in pain, cursing, "Damn it, I can't breathe. What is this? What is coming towards me?" But one thing was clear. It wasn't just his breathing. Min Jae-hoon's hearing was starting to fade. He tried his best to stay still, thinking he shouldn't make even the slightest sound, not knowing what was approaching. I have to stay quiet for now. After a moment, that haunting pressure returned, forcing Min Jae-hoon to pay attention. Is it a shadow? He hurriedly looked back, his eyes filled with undisguisable terror. In front of him was a gargantuan creature, emitting an incredibly sinister aura that began to churn across the ground. The system immediately updated the information. Dungeon boss of the Shadow Realm has appeared. The level gap between the boss and the user is dangerous. Warning: escape the dungeon immediately. Looking at the urgent notification, Min Jae-hoon had to accept his fate. I can't beat this thing. He planned to use the warp stone to leave, but his inventory suddenly vanished, making him scream in panic. The inventory was right behind the dungeon boss, who was quietly advancing with murderous intent. But in a split second, that massive figure vanished into the night. On Min Jae-hoon's side, in the final seconds before his inventory was retracted, he quickly grabbed the warp stone. Just then, the boss's aura reappeared right beside him. Before Min Jae-hoon could react, it launched a decisive attack. The warp stone in his hand was knocked to the ground. Taking the full force of the brutal attack, his body clung weakly to the nearby cold cliff wall. That terrifying impact had completely shattered the last bit of strength left in Min Jae-hoon. Struggling, he muttered. Damn it all. The next second, the system displayed a notification. Warning. HP is at a critically low level. Use a healing item immediately. Min Jae-hoon was now in the crosshairs. The dungeon boss lurked, eyes locked onto Min Jae-hoon without blinking. Swallowing his pain, he gritted his teeth and endured. The monster slowly closed in, the distance shrinking with every moment. Without hesitation, it swung its razor-sharp claws, coldly aiming straight at Min Jae-hoon as it lunged again. Standing on the brink of death, he had no choice left to run, his spirit completely giving in, accepting the outcome. I can't dodge this. Min Jae-hoon squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the pain, but the surrounding space remained strangely silent. Right in front of him, the monster's sharp claws stopped inches from his face. The tip of its claws seemed to be swallowed by a thick darkness, losing all color. Witnessing this eerie scene, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" The shadow stopped moving. Just then, a gentle, melodic voice spoke up, giving an order. "Do not do that. This one was brought by me, a very important guest. It is you. Someone born destined to become a changemaker." As soon as she appeared, her bewitching charm left Min Jae-hoon momentarily stunned. He wondered curiously, who is this woman? Glancing at the boss standing frozen beside her, Min Jae-hoon asked tensely, "Did you do this?" Looking at his ragged, miserable state, she laughed mockingly. "I thought, as the one destined to be the changemaker, you would be able to kill it? You're just a kid, aren't you? Your physique is quite average, and your mana pool is decent, but not enough to face the Aesir gods. Why would Loki choose a brat like you to be the changemaker?" Being touched carelessly like an object by his opponent, Min Jae-hoon felt uncomfortable. "Damn it, I don't know if it's because I've lost too much blood, but I think I'm losing my mind." Her fingernail lightly grazed his pale neck, then coldly scratched it to draw blood. Min Jae-hoon shuddered as warm blood began to flow. "Is this the end for me? No. If I die here, all my calculations will be in vain. My plan to avenge my father, and my dream of becoming a skilled mage, all of it will go to waste. I must overcome this, no matter how." After examining Min Jae-hoon from head to toe for a long while, she spoke with satisfaction. "Even so, I do like your eyes. But kid, you are too weak. And the apocalypse is very near. You must become stronger. And quickly. If you fail and we all have to go to hell, I will kill you first." Her hand tightened, making the little oxygen left around Min Jae-hoon even scarcer. He tried to grit his teeth to resist, but he was cursing inwardly. "Damn it, who the hell is this woman? I don't know." Without letting Min Jae-hoon speak, she kept monologuing. "You are very important to us, so I will give you a chance to become stronger, much stronger than you are now, and defeat the darkness." Saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at the stiff dungeon boss beside her. "Make it happen, and I will give you a very special gift. But as I said, you don't have much time." As soon as she finished, the system board quickly updated with a new challenge. "The first main quest has appeared. You have received the main quest, Hell's Challenge." She seriously set the condition. "You must defeat that darkness within 2 months." Following her order, the system displayed the mission details. Main quest, Hell's Challenge. Ruler of Hell. Hell has issued a challenge. Defeat the darkness within the allotted time and gain Hell's recognition. Difficulty, C. Rewards, Hell's Blessing. Time remaining, 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Failure penalty, death. Hell's hand released its grip from Min Jae-hoon's pale neck. But the next second, the crowd of shadow monsters swarmed him like hungry beasts. She warned him half-jokingly, "Don't forget, if I see that you haven't become any stronger, I will kill you myself. The child chosen by the Nornir, I pray you will succeed in this war." As soon as the words left her lips, Hell vanished into thin air, leaving Min Jae-hoon in a vast, dark, empty space. As his consciousness slowly drifted away, Min Jae-hoon saw the vague figure of a goddess once again. Her voice whispered softly, echoing in his brain like warm comfort. As he slowly opened his eyes after a brief unconscious state, looking at the familiar scene before him, Min Jae-hoon asked vaguely, "Am I at the dungeon entrance?" Confirming his current location, he quickly sat up, his mind still unstable after the battle. Clutching his uninjured stomach, he thought confusingly, "There are no wounds left. Did that woman do this? What is she? She's definitely not human." But when checking the system information, the mission details were already counting down, leaving Min Jae-hoon shocked. It wasn't a dream. Trying to recall the woman's image, he finally identified her. Hel, the goddess who rules over death, ruler of Helheim in Norse mythology. Even now, Min Jae-hoon was still deliriously muttering about meeting a goddess. At that time, Hel had looked at him and judged. Someone born destined to become a changemaker. Why would Loki choose a brat like you to be the changemaker? Every word was etched into his brain. Changemaker? Min Jae-hoon immediately linked it to the important information from the system. From now on, you are the changemaker of Asgard. I heard something similar right after I got the Nornir system. Everything is so blurry. Why did I regress? What is this changemaker Hel mentioned? And what does she want from me? But regardless, one thing is clear. I must become stronger. If everything Hel said is true, the moment I stop getting stronger, she will definitely destroy me. Defeating the darkness in 2 months won't be easy, but having a goal is a good thing. However, the current situation is really not good. Considering my very basic combat skills, this is a death sentence. I'm not used to fighting as a mage. I haven't even learned any low-level spells yet. To go further, nothing is more important than a solid foundation. Thinking it through, Min Jae-hoon immediately considered the support of the Jokwa Guild and the people he could rely on, Yoo Sung-eun and Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae. As soon as he opened the chat window, he received an automated greeting from the latter. "Hello, this is Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae. I am messaging you to say that the Saintess, Yoo Sung-eun, wants to meet you in person. Are you free tomorrow? She wants to hear your response regarding the contract she proposed." Seeing the message, Min Jae-hoon thought excitedly, "Perfect timing," and quickly replied, "Let's meet tomorrow. I have a very positive outlook on this contract." Suddenly remembering something important, he wore a sly smile. A second later, he sent a follow-up message. "But it would be even better if you could do one more thing for me." Time flew, and by the next day, Min Jae-hoon arrived at the guild as promised. Seeing the Jokwa emblem carved with such exquisite detail in the center of the lobby, he couldn't help but admire it. Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae appeared a moment later to greet him and quickly led Min Jae-hoon to the office. At first, he was surprised they had reached out first, but after calming down, he partially guessed the reason. The reason they reached out first was likely because they had reviewed his awakening profile, a mage class with 97% aptitude. Even if they searched the whole world, it would be hard to find someone with such talent. The fact that he became a martial artist, despite it not suiting him, was entirely due to his own lack of decisiveness back then. Back then, everyone, those around him and those on TV, only praised martial arts and looked down on mages. So, choosing that path back then actually made sense. NBC station, huh? I hope you guys go bankrupt soon. The two quickly moved to the basement. Seeing the sight before him, he was slightly astonished. Hearing footsteps, Yoo Sung-eun turned her head and called out, "You're here. I've been waiting for you." No longer plagued by her terrible illness, she radiated a vitality that made everyone admire her, a complete contrast to her usual pale appearance. Seeing Yoo Sung-eun's vibrant look, Min Jae-hoon was surprised but quickly replied, "Hello, Guildmaster. It is a pleasure to see you again." As soon as they met, she went straight to business. "What do you think of that contract? I find the terms quite good." He nodded in appreciation of the special benefits included. "Yes, the terms are truly excellent. Unlimited monthly salary, guild-provided equipment up to B rank, and I don't even need to pay for repairs. When raiding dungeons, profits are split 8-2 with the guild, depending on my contribution." It was a contract entirely in his favor. It was the kind of contract only offered to raiders who were at least A rank. Thinking of this, Min Jae-hoon paused and said hesitantly, "I have spoken with manager Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae, but before signing the contract, I have one condition." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-eun was delighted. "Of course, that's fine. What condition? Tell me." Seeing her anticipation, Min Jae-hoon didn't beat around the bush and directly expressed his concern. "I am saying this because I assume you have already seen my file. I changed my career path from warrior to mage less than a month ago, and because of that, I am not yet familiar with how to use spells, so my condition is that Guildmaster Yoo Sung-eun must personally teach me magic." Hearing his heartfelt request, She didn't judge him immediately, but stood there in thought for a moment. Conversely, Min Jae-hoon was quite tense. The first rule of survival for a raider is that your trump card must be used at the most crucial moment. On the side, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae was also silently assessing him. I had this thought the moment I first met him. He is truly special. Their guildmaster, the owner of Jo Kwa, was one of the few S-rank raiders in the world. Yet, he didn't hesitate to ask someone like her to be his teacher. Seeing Yoo Song-eun still hesitant, Min Jae-hoon added, "If you agree to the condition, I agree to sign the contract as discussed with the guild." At this, she excitedly spoke up. "What a fascinating proposal. Fine, I agree. I am also very curious to see what you can do." Easily receiving her approval, Min Jae-hoon was overjoyed and didn't forget to express his gratitude. "I look forward to your guidance from now on." Yoo Song-eun shrugged slightly and replied, "My pleasure, but first, I'd like to test your aptitude. Is that all right?" Hearing that, he thought indifferently that he had anticipated this. As for Yo Kwa, they would certainly want to be sure of his actual strength. In contrast, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae was extremely nervous. Looking at Yoo Song-eun's face, he was silently trying to gauge the guildmaster's expression and praying that everything was perfectly prepared. Returning to the conversation, Min Jae-hoon asked calmly, "You mean you want to test my strength, right?" She smiled brightly and confirmed, "Exactly." Hearing that, he urged, "What do I need to do?" Finishing the sentence, she immediately snapped her fingers. With just a small gesture, a violent surge of mana erupted. It swirled into a terrifying explosion. After the perfect demonstration, she smirked and challenged him. "Mana block. You must overcome it." Looking at the powerful mana swirling before him, Min Jae-hoon gasped in astonishment. "Did you say a mana block?" Seeing the shock on his face, she laughed coldly and expressed her challenge. "What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? For someone talented enough to sign such a good contract with Yo Kwa, you should at least be able to do this much." Contrary to her expectations, Min Jae-hoon was now feeling immense pressure. Typically, a mana block is used by mages of at least B rank to better understand their sensitivity to mana. Since he was still new to being a mage, this was indeed a difficult test. The number of raiders who could overcome a mana block was likely around 7% of the awakened mages in the world. "Can I really do this?" Thinking this, he slowly asked, testing her, "That sounds like you're trying to discourage me." Yoo Sung-eun calmly explained, "Why would I do that? Even if you fail, it won't be an issue for the contract. The conditions will remain the same. I, as the guildmaster of Yo Kwa, promise you that." Even so, what Min Jae-hoon was gambling with was his own honor and life. So the more he felt cornered, the more he pushed his limits. "There's no avoiding it. I have no way out now. Even if I fail, I am forced to keep moving forward." Seeing him take his position, she stepped back and signaled. "Then, Mr. Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae, please prepare everything necessary." Receiving the order, he couldn't help but express his concern. "Do you think this will be all right?" "Guildmaster, a mana block is something even powerful mages struggle with." For Min Jae-hoon, who is just a young kid doing this? With the sharp eyes of a world-class mage, she gently uttered a remark full of hidden meaning. "Do you think the boy before us is just an ordinary kid? It's worth a try." Seeing that the guildmaster had already made up her mind, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae had to suppress his objections and nod in compliance. Following that, he slowly moved toward the switch and completed the fingerprint verification. In an instant, the mana block began to fluctuate. Min Jae-hoon froze for a few seconds, but his eyes remained glued to it. The mana block, I had heard of it before my regression, but seeing it in person, it's much stronger than I thought. Not wanting to wait any longer, Yoo Sung-eun shouted, "Let's begin, shall we? I wish you a good result. Give it your all." Following the command, Min Jae-hoon nervously approached the oscillating mana block. He stopped and took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. A moment later, Min Jae-hoon gathered all his courage and resolutely stepped inside. Even though it was just a routine ability test, he had secretly made up his mind. Watching Min Jae-hoon's back, both Yoo Sung-eun and Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae were filled with anticipation. He boldly expressed his misgivings. "I am truly quite worried. I completely understand why you are interested in him, but he is still just a kid." Despite her inner anxiety, she placed immense trust in Min Jae-hoon. "That kid will be able to do it." Suddenly surprised, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae asked skeptically, "How are you so sure?" Yoo Sung-eun smiled with hidden meaning, then pointed and signaled, "Intuition." Her answer was so casual that he was stunned, not sure if he heard it correctly. "Huh?" Ignoring Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae's baseless worrying, she excitedly spoke up. "Min, how long will it take for you to overcome the mana block and get out of there?" Meanwhile, Min Jae-hoon was submerged in an endless sea of magic. Looking at his surroundings, he exclaimed in awe, "This entire ocean is made of mana. Thank goodness I can still breathe. I was actually worried I might develop a mana addiction." Usually, in this world, mana is just like oxygen. It's essential for casting spells or activating skills. But if you're exposed to such high concentrations of mana for too long, it can weaken your heart and lungs. In serious cases, it could even be fatal. Wasting time here will only cause harm. Perhaps the symptoms just haven't appeared yet. Finding a way out is the top priority. If I recall correctly, there's only one way to escape a mana block. Find the single connection point to the outside hidden among these whirlpools. With that, Min Jae-hoon focused all his energy on one point to heighten his senses. Stay focused. I have to feel the fluctuations of the mana waves. Among these complex, intertwining waves lies the only path to the outside. After sensing for a long time, what Min Jae-hoon was looking for finally appeared. The faint ripple that had just emerged made him feel a bit excited. I just felt a slight difference in one spot. A second later, right next to Min Jae-hoon, a space appeared carrying unusual energy. The brilliant, colorful light inside made Min Jae-hoon gasp in awe. After observing for a moment, he silently concluded that this was a mana crystal. Its mana was far stronger, as if it contained all the mana of this entire ocean. Outside, the two were still waiting for the results. Park Yoo-sung-eun hesitated before speaking. "President, you sound so sure that Min Jae-hoon will overcome the mana block." Without a second thought, Yoo-sung-eun quickly replied. Of course, even after hearing the president's firm conviction, he still felt uneasy inside. Isn't that expecting too much? It's only been a short time, but everything Min Jae-hoon has shown us so far has been incredibly surprising. At this, Park Yoo-sung-eun asked, "How long do you think it will take him?" She nonchalantly gave her prediction. "It took me 40 minutes, and I'm the fastest in the country, mind you." He began to sigh again, his rough voice slowly rising. Soon, only two possibilities would remain. Yoo-sung-eun also nodded in agreement. Just then, movement above caught their attention, and both stared intently. Park Yoo-sung-eun continued, his assessment still unfinished. Either he won't be able to escape this mana block at all, or he'll set a new record. Watching the mana block ripple constantly, she shouted excitedly, "I think so too, but for some reason, I just don't think Min Jae-hoon will give up in despair." Finishing his sentence, Park Yoo-sung-eun nodded, clearly satisfied. As they were casually chatting, a strong fluctuation suddenly startled Yoo-sung-eun. She quickly shouted, "Park Yoo-sung-eun, look over there." Seeing her frantic look, he immediately turned his eyes to observe the situation. What appeared right before them made Park Yoo-sung-eun rub his eyes in disbelief. Across from the mana block, cracks had appeared on the solid surface, and they were spreading. Witnessing this rare sight, he stammered, unable to find words. A crack on the mana block? Yoo-sung-eun was stunned with joy. Immediately after, she and her companion exchanged glances. Understanding, Park Yoo-sung-eun quickly reached for his phone to check the time. The number on the screen shocked him completely. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes and a crack had already appeared. Not daring to look away for even a second, the two turned back, anxiously waiting for the next anomaly to occur. At this moment, they both shared the same thought. What on earth is happening? After the crack appeared, the inside of the mana block fluctuated violently, as if a core entity was about to emerge, leaving Min Jae-hoon nothing but excited. The mana in this crystal sphere felt much denser than the outside environment. Could this be the core maintaining this mana block? If so, I just need to smash it to get out. No need to go looking for exits or anything. Thinking is doing, he rushed toward the center without a shred of doubt. Getting close to the crystal core of the mana block, Min Jae-hoon excitedly grabbed it before it could disappear. Gripping the crystal tightly in his hand, he didn't hesitate to crush it into fragments in an instant. The moment the core shattered, the mana block fluctuated even more violently, and the surrounding space began to shake incessantly. The underground mana sea surged, causing the cracks near the wall to spread wider. Min Jae-hoon's lips unconsciously curled upward as he saw the system notification that he had attained the passive skill, mana manipulation. At the same time, Yoo-sung-eun and Park Yoo-sung-eun could see with their own eyes the mana block crumbling away rapidly. The cracking sound stretched into a continuous sequence, then was abruptly swallowed by a massive, deafening roar. Yoo-sung-eun gasped in shock. My goodness, usually, only 7% of mages can escape a mana block, and even then, it takes them an average of 3 hours. B rankers take 2 hours, A rankers about an hour and a half, and S rankers take somewhere between half an hour and an hour. But Min Jae-hoon just. The current record holder for the fastest escape from a mana block is Camila from the EU Alliance. She is a genius mage who holds the record of 36 minutes. But Min Jae-hoon just shattered her record by 36 minutes. Seeing a glimpse of Min Jae-hoon, he couldn't contain his excitement and ran toward him. Grabbing Min Jae-hoon's hands, Yoo Sung-eun shouted happily. Superhuman Min Jae-hoon. You only took 10 minutes. You escaped that mana block in just 10 minutes. However, having no concept of how much time had passed inside the mana block, he asked in surprise, "What? 10 minutes?" Just then, Park Yoo Sung-eun stepped forward and called out, "Min Jae-hoon, how did you manage to escape the mana block so quickly?" He hesitated and recounted, "Well, I found something like a crystal sphere inside that mana block, so I just crushed it." Hearing this, she excitedly lunged forward, shouting in shock, "What? You crushed it? You crushed the crystal?" That crystal is the place that stores all the mana of the mana block. Even an ordinary awakened person can't find it, let alone crush it. If he could do that, it means the mana Min Jae-hoon possesses exceeds the amount of mana contained within that block. Thinking it all through, Yoo Sung-eun excitedly turned to leave, a huge grin plastered across his face. "All right, Min Jae-hoon, with the name of this Yo-Kwa guild, and my name, Yoo Sung-eun, I swear I will make you the greatest mage. Are you ready?" Meanwhile, near the apartment complex where Min Jae-hoon lived, Kim Yoo-jung and his mother were waiting for news. Time passed slower and slower, making the atmosphere between them increasingly anxious. Kim Yoo-jung complained irritably, "He's still not here." Min Jae-hoon's mother said worriedly, "He's so late today, and he's not even answering his phone." As she finished her sentence, a luxury car suddenly appeared across the way, looking as if it intended to stop there. Kim Yoo-jung immediately sensed something unusual, and hurriedly followed it with her eyes. A sharp screech sounded. As expected, the car stopped right at the curb. The person stepping out of the car was none other than Park Yoo Sung-eun and Min Jae-hoon. Standing by the car, Kim Yoo-jung shouted in surprise, "That car looks really expensive. How did Min Jae-hoon manage to get out of it?" His mother couldn't hide her surprise either, stammering, I don't know." On that side, Park Yoo Sung-eun said a gentle goodbye before leaving. "See you later, then." But Min Jae-hoon was only focused on the two familiar figures across the way. He waved his hand, a bright smile on his face. Min Jae-hoon's mother waved back, taking the opportunity to ask Kim Yoo-jung for some news. There's no way Min Jae-hoon is involved in something bad, right? 5 minutes later, Kim Yoo-jung sat cross-legged on the bed, staring seriously at Min Jae-hoon to question him. She said in a low voice, "So, you're saying you think being a fighter doesn't suit you, and you've decided to become a mage, right?" He nonchalantly affirmed, "Right. I've finished preparing everything, and the paperwork is all sorted. It's too tiring to want to be a fighter now." Hearing this, she couldn't hide her suspicion and directly interrogated him. "Is this really the same person who, just a few days ago, said being a mage had no future? Did you eat something spoiled? Are you having a mental breakdown?" Normally, Min Jae-hoon would react sharply, but this time he just shrugged indifferently. Human minds are like reeds. They sway from one side to the other quite easily. But Kim Yoo-jung still shouted in frustration, "I honestly never imagined I would hear those words from you." After scolding him for a while, Kim Yoo-jung softened her tone, looking worriedly at him. "Are you okay? You've always wanted to be a fighter, but you have more potential as a mage, because you don't want your mother to suffer anymore. Because no matter how hard you work as a mage, you won't make any money. Fighters resolve targets much slower and have a higher chance of being injured, so they aren't the top choice for clients." A child so filial, but before she could finish her sentence, Min Jae-hoon irritably interrupted. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Hey, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? Are they on a business trip again?" Hearing this, she flopped onto his bed and replied lazily, "Yeah, that's why I came over. Plus, your mom told me I could stay the night." Looking at his friend's relaxed demeanor, Min Jae-hoon asked huffily, "Why do you like staying here more than at your own place? I really can't understand you, really. And you still want to come to this tiny place even though you have a huge house?" Contrary to his confusion, she just gave a dismissive laugh, saying there was nothing hard to understand about it. Hearing that, Min Jae-hoon took the time to reflect on the reason. This girl was actually the daughter of a fairly wealthy family. Kim Yoo-jung's parents dissected monster carcasses and sold the various parts to different countries. Since monsters vary from country to country, they travel abroad very often. And so, there were many times when Kim Yoo-jung was left home alone. Because my mother and Kim Yoo-jung's father were quite close, she often came over to sleep over. Thinking about serious matters, Min Jae-hoon gently suggested, "Since it's already happened, teach me some magic theory, please." Kim Yoo-jung sat up abruptly, playfully making a demand. Asking for a favor with just words? As a wealthy young lady, she was demanding a favor from someone as poor as him, making Min Jae-hoon feel unwilling as he asked back, "So what do you want? You have to tell me so I know if I can do it or not." Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung began to think seriously. "Now that you ask, I realize I've never thought about this before." Min Jae-hoon had to sit and wait for her to mumble about what she currently wanted. After some thought, Kim Yoo-jung gave a smug smile. She looked at him with eager eyes and blurted out, "Give me one wish. Anything I want. If you don't like it, you can just refuse. Don't waste time thinking about it." He immediately accepted. "Fine, but it has to have a 1-year limit. If you don't use it within this time, you can't use it anymore. Deal?" Hearing about the time limit, Kim Yoo-jung huffed but had to accept. "That's so unfair." All right. Everything was part of Min Jae-hoon's trick, because he knew that with a year's time, she would surely forget about this entirely. Glancing at his friend, Min Jae-hoon teased her. "What are you planning to wish for that you have such a serious look on your face? I don't think your face could get any uglier." Insulted, Kim Yoo-jung screamed in anger. "What? Do you really want to die that much? Fine, you abandoned me and ran ahead the other day, didn't you? All right, let's see how you die today." Saying that, she grabbed a pillow and started whacking Min Jae-hoon, making him shout in annoyance. "Hey, hitting me over something like that is a bit too much, and the reaction is 0. Kim Yoo-jung coldly commanded, "Shut up." Just then, someone knocked hard on the bedroom door. Min Jae-hoon's mother called out loudly from outside, "Kids, come down for dinner." By this time, she had also finished, preparing the last dish for the lavish meal tonight, her face unable to hide her happiness. Hearing the call, Kim Yoo-jung froze for a few seconds, but quickly threw the pillow straight at Min Jae-hoon's face. He quickly put his hands up to catch it, but his face showed no trace of annoyance. Because Min Jae-hoon's mind was busy thinking about better things, even so, this probably wasn't too much to handle. At the same time, in a mysterious A-rank dungeon, a flock of black crows suddenly became violently agitated, flapping their wings crazily, causing the dark space to echo with nothing but mournful, bone-chilling cries. A dry thwack sound rang out, as a cold sword pierced into the head of a dungeon monster, causing warm blood to gush out incessantly. The person who had just performed that series of actions was none other than Hu Jin, the one impersonating Min Jae-hoon's father. With just one fatal slash, the dungeon's top-tier monster collapsed at his feet, without a single struggle. A moment later, the warrior stepped forward to report, "Lord Min Myung-ho, this successful hunt is all thanks to you. I really don't remember the last time our hunt was this easy. Thank you for those words." Hearing his voice, Hu Jin turned his head back for a few seconds, then coldly pulled his sword back into his hand. Ignoring his obvious discomfort, the warrior continued to babble. "If someone like Lord Min joined our guild, it would be wonderful. I wonder if you've ever considered this?" Hu Jin replied in a deep voice, refusing. "Sorry, but I don't have any intention of joining any guild for the time being." But the man was persistent. "Come on, don't be like that." In the middle of his sentence, Hu Jin's warning gaze made him hesitate. But for the sake of future benefits, the warrior tried to persuade him further. "If it's you, Lord Min, our Scarlet Guild guarantees the best possible benefits for you." But before he could finish, Hu Jin spoke up, annoyed. "How annoying." The warrior heard him clearly, but pretended not to and asked again. "Sir?" Frustrated because the guy wouldn't let him go, Hu Jin turned back, shooting a murderous glare. Immediately, thick, dark magical energy swirled rapidly, surrounding and binding the warrior. In his hand, a sphere of destructive energy began to condense. With a raspy voice carrying a sinister aura, he whispered, dark and ambiguous, that mediocre greed is truly a human trait. No, humans aren't the only ones like that. After saying that, Hu Jin instantly vanished into thin air, leaving not even a small trace. The warrior looked around, confused, and muttered to himself, "What was I doing here? Who knows?" Back in the real world, Min Jae-hoon had begun his first lesson on the path to conquering the nation's top mage. As they started, Yu Song-eun excitedly began, "Before we begin the first lesson, I want to see your intuition and reflexes in combat. In other words, we're going to have a duel." Hearing this, he felt a bit nervous since his opponent was the chairwoman of the nation's largest guild. "A duel? Isn't it a bit too difficult to start off like that?" Yu Song-eun immediately countered, her harmless smile clearly visible. "I don't think someone who took 10 minutes to get out of the magic block should be saying that. Now, try to attack me." Min Jae-hoon slowly analyzed her state. Sure enough, she had this attitude last time too. She had the intention from the very start. In for a penny, in for a pound. He breathed out to calm himself, then immediately took an attacking stance. Looking at Min Jae-hoon's preparation, Yoo Sung-eun couldn't help but frown. She assessed him silently. Left foot forward, knees slightly bent, shoulders hunched as low as possible, a stance that makes it easy to dodge and move, commonly used by warriors. Thinking this, Yoo Sung-eun moved, tilting her body to the right and decisively crouching down, perfectly dodging Min Jae-hoon's powerful high-level punch. Following through, she used astonishing speed to spring up, grabbing his fist that was still hanging in midair. Min Jae-hoon was momentarily stunned, while she just wore a faint, smug smile. Not stopping there, Min Jae-hoon decisively pulled his hand away from her grip and used the momentum to push himself backward to maintain a certain distance. Taking the opportunity, he slowly analyzed his opponent's fighting style. I thought I would at least land one hit. Even though she's a healer, this must be the level of an S-rank conqueror, right? Opposite him, Yoo Sung-eun said, "From now on, I'll call you by your nickname, Min Jae-hoon." Min Jae-hoon, you said you were originally a warrior, right? He nodded firmly. Yes. Thinking for a moment, she gave her assessment. It seems you still haven't been able to abandon the habits of a warrior. How could a mage recklessly charge forward like that? Min Jae-hoon, tell me, what is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage? Without a long pause, he answered simply, probably fighting the opponent at close range versus long range. Hearing this answer, Yoo Sung-eun nodded in satisfaction. That's right. People with the mage class are those who weaken the opponent from a distance before closing in for the final blow. But you kept trying to close the distance between you and the opponent too much. If you fight like that as a mage, whose defense stats are already low, you'll lose the battle very quickly. I was also a bit too careless. I think I should be a bit more serious too. You also need to see how a real mage fights. This time I will attack as well. Of course, I won't hurt you too seriously. Plus, I'm a healer. I'll heal you right away. Hearing these words, the corner of Min Jae-hoon's mouth twitched involuntarily out of anxiety. As she threw a strike, she excitedly shouted a challenge. I know you have more than just this, so this time, make it count. The ball of energy in her hand grew larger and larger, forcing Min Jae-hoon to heighten his alertness. The next second, a powerful stream of energy was launched toward him. Focusing intensely, Min Jae-hoon easily dodged by sliding to the side. He rolled a few times on the ground to escape the impact zone of the attack. Seeing Min Jae-hoon still intact after the attack, Yoo Sung-eun ordered, "Now it's your turn." Without hesitation, Light Guide was immediately activated as if it had been waiting for a long time. The system displayed an update. Active skill, lightning chains activated, and then bursts of light chains shot out rapidly. They carried powerful force, racing straight toward her position. A terrifying explosion rang out. Min Jae-hoon held his breath, waiting for the result, but Yoo Sung-eun's voice shattered his small spark of hope. An A-rank skill, and lightning chains at that. You hide your cards pretty well, don't you? But before she could finish, her hands had already skillfully summoned ice arrows. They raced straight toward Min Jae-hoon while he hadn't yet recovered. The speed of the arrows made him gasp in surprise. Damn it, that's fast. Before he could even finish his thought, Min Jae-hoon was submerged in a resounding explosion. Yoo Sung-eun smugly analyzed, no matter how good the skill is, if you can't hit the target, it's all useless. Don't you think so? As the white smoke slowly cleared, a familiar silhouette emerged. Despite taking a direct hit, the sheer force of it didn't stop Min Jae-hoon from standing his ground. Seeing him, she remarked, "Good heavens, I'm surprised. Truly, the power of my spell was diminished, but I didn't think you'd still be standing. Then surely, you can handle this too, right?" Watching the swarm of arrows about to strike, Min Jae-hoon didn't flinch, simply standing there to focus his breathing. The next second, he activated the Eye of Odin. Opposite him, she triggered her attack. Countless ice arrows raced toward Min Jae-hoon's position. However, his active skill, Universal, activated, and the moment he deployed it, he successfully shattered the impact attack. The system updated with a notification. The active skill Holy Arrow had been destroyed. Seeing the barrage of arrows shattered in an instant, she couldn't immediately accept that her spell had been countered. No way did he figure out how to respond and break my skill in such a short time. Regaining her composure, Yoo Sung-eun couldn't help but marvel. You really do keep surprising me. Just how many more tricks are you hiding? Even though he was exhausted after that counterattack, Min Jae-hoon forced himself to say, I don't know. The next second, light chains suddenly erupted right beneath her feet. She looked over in surprise. Just as the lightning chain was about to touch her, Yoo Sung-eun quickly activated a mana shield to deflect it, successfully altering its trajectory. Although she had escaped danger, she suffered quite a bit of backlash. Moreover, she never expected such great power to come from a kid who hadn't even finished training. Not stopping at that counterattack, Min Jae-hoon shifted to the offensive, putting all his strength into continuously launching light chains at her, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. How can that boy use magic without chanting? For a mage, incantations are like a fundamental law that always accompanies magic. Of course, high-level mages can perform silent casting, but at the cost of weakening the spell's power. But that kid is still just a beginner in magic, so how on earth is he able to cast without chanting? After the relentless attack, Min Jae-hoon looked noticeably drained. He muttered to himself, "Did none of that work? I don't have much mana left. She really is a monster." Conversely, Yoo Sung-eun's mana was still incredibly abundant. She praised him with amusement. "You really are full of surprises." Min Jae-hoon tried to strain his eyes to track her movements, but it wasn't enough, as her silhouette had vanished following her words. But the very next second, his entire body was suddenly lifted into the air before he even understood why. In a blink, Yoo Sung-eun appeared right next to Min Jae-hoon and threw him to the ground in an instant. She boasted, "You're still way too green." Lying face down on the ground, Min Jae-hoon was stunned. He kept replaying the situation in his mind, but couldn't understand it. "What just happened?" Yoo Sung-eun laughed teasingly. "What's wrong? You didn't actually think you'd win, did you?" Saying that, Yoo Sung-eun reached out to pull Min Jae-hoon up. His mind was still stuck on the last few moments. "That final attack, I couldn't even see how she struck. So this is how vast the gap is between me and an S-rank conqueror." Seeing Min Jae-hoon's dejected expression, she smiled inwardly. But truthfully, Yoo Sung-eun highly admired what Min Jae-hoon had just displayed. The close combat experience he had gained from wanting to become a warrior, his ability to cast magic instantly without chanting, and that incredibly fast mana recovery. If it's this kid, maybe it's possible. Thinking for a moment, she spoke up. "While observing your fighting style, I had a thought." This made Min Jae-hoon ask back in surprise. "What kind of thought?" Thinking about that, Yoo Sung-eun boldly expressed, "Anyone has probably thought about this once or twice, but no one has ever done it. A fighting style only you can learn. What do you think? Are you interested?" He was stunned for a few seconds, quietly reflecting in earnest, a fighting style that only he could learn? Ignoring Min Jae-hoon, who was still standing there blankly, she excitedly commanded, "From now on, call me master. Congratulations on becoming my first disciple." Only then did he return home, but Min Jae-hoon remained lost in thought, ignoring his friend Kim Yoo-jung, calling until she was hoarse. Hey, Min Jae-hoon, are you even listening to me?" He responded irritably. I'm listening, so just swallow the food in your mouth." Before talking, criticized in return, she would usually have cursed, but today she was uncharacteristically gentle. "I bought this because you said you needed to study." But looking at the pile of cup noodles Kim Yoo-jung had just devoured, Min Jae-hoon said in horror, "Aren't you sick of eating that yet? You realize this is the 4th cup you've finished, right?" Still chewing, she responded nonchalantly, "Not sick of it yet. Every bite tastes as good as the first time I ate it, okay? Now, let's get back to the main topic." Looking at the white paper that Min Jae-hoon was meticulously cherishing, combat magic, enhancement magic, healing magic, Kim Yoo-jung began to lecture. Although there are many different categories, these 3 are considered the most essential. Seeing the lesson illustrated so vividly, he remarked, "You're really good at drawing." After listening attentively for a while, Min Jae-hoon's meager knowledge increased. "Your understanding of magic has increased. Your magic efficiency has increased by 5%. Looking at the notification board, he thought uncomfortably, "Again? Every time I achieve something new, this system notifies me about it. It's like this system is burning with a desire for me to get stronger." Even at this stage, Kim Yoo-jung still couldn't shed her suspicion toward Min Jae-hoon. "You're quite impressive. Is it true you really switched your profession from warrior? Spells that take others months to learn, you learn in just a few days," he stated blandly. "It's true. Didn't you say you also memorized that spell in 3 days?" Remembering something, she suddenly shouted a command. "I told you to call me teacher." Min Jae-hoon, currently the underdog, had to grit his teeth and obey. "Yes, teacher, this is so annoying." Hearing his reluctant tone, Kim Yoo-jung was visibly frustrated. "Can't I even demand that much? I started learning magic before you, but at this rate, it won't take long for you to catch up to me." Suddenly, he retorted irritably, "So what? Teacher, magic just suits me, that's all. My aptitude test proved it. Anyway." Thinking about the terrifying face of the boar and the dangerous mission hanging over his head, Min Jae-hoon felt a chill down his spine. "I'm the one who should be complaining. My life is in danger here." Returning to the conversation, Kim Yoo-jung calmly reminded him, "I haven't said this before, but do you know how shocked I was when you said you wanted to become a warrior? I agree that being a mage doesn't pay much, but how could you waste your aptitude like that? You have to admit it's extremely strange, right? You're a mage yourself, you surely know. The way people view mages nowadays. Facing Kim Yoo-jung's reproaches, Jae-hoon felt as if he were experiencing the shackles of contempt and disdain himself. That silhouette appeared again, crushing his spirit. Every word from Hoojin echoed in his ears, making Min Jae-hoon more somber. Is it really me who wants to choose this path? Lost in an illusion, he waited for Kim Yoo-jung to cut him off. Hey, are you even practicing your spellcasting? Regaining his senses, he quickly replied, Yes, I am, but I'm learning from a different teacher. His hollow answer made her angry again. You're not using honorifics again, are you? Hearing that, Min Jae-hoon hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, teacher. Even so, he still hadn't fully recovered from the fleeting illusion. What was that just now? Did I imagine it? I think I heard something strange. The more he thought, the more he shuddered. The boar's resounding warning crossed his mind again. 2 months. Within that time, you have to defeat this guy. Because of that, Min Jae-hoon urged himself on. This is no time to lose focus. Let's think about something more inspiring. For example, I hope that pill will be a huge help to conquerors all over the world, like a precious pill that could help me overcome that obstacle. At the same time, at the Yokwaa Guild's special training grounds, Park Yoo-sung-jae was overseeing the rigorous training of the members. He slowly observed their every move. When he spotted an error, Park Yoo-sung-jae would immediately remind them, Conqueror Park Gyujin, you have to pay attention to your hips when swinging your sword. Conqueror Kang Ji-na, your magic casting is too slow. Your teammates will die if your healing magic doesn't reach them in time before facing the enemy. Focus. At the same time, Yoo Sung-eun was also on the field, responsible for the key training for the guild. Walking up to her, he reported the situation. For a rookie, he's not bad. The average skill level is slightly better than last year. Chairman, startled by Park Yoo-seung-eun-jae's voice, Yoo Seung-eun spoke softly. I'm sorry. I was a bit distracted just now, he asked suddenly. Are you thinking about Min Jae-hoon? At the mention of his name, she chuckled. You really can't hide anything from you, can I? You guessed right. Leaning back, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae said calmly, if I recall correctly, what you're planning to teach Min Jae-hoon is something many hunters have tried, but no one has ever succeeded at, right? He shrugged and asked back. You've seen Min Jae-hoon's talent with your own eyes, haven't you? He nodded in confirmation. Right, you could even call him a veteran, and people would believe it. There wasn't a single wasted movement. Thinking about that talent, she spoke with conviction. If another S-class mage were to appear in the future, it would definitely be him. I'm currently the only S-class mage in this country. Even so, as a healer, my combat effectiveness is a bit low. But what if a rising star like Min Jae-hoon suddenly appeared? It would shake the entire magic world. Speaking of mana-enhancing potions, just as the name suggests, this is a potion that permanently increases mana for any Awakener who uses it, and it's an item every single mage wants. Right now, Min Jae-hoon was brewing that very potion himself, but as he looked at the thick, pungent-smelling liquid in front of him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Frustrated that he still hadn't succeeded, Min Jae-hoon threw the ladle in his hand, cursing endlessly. Damn it, this is garbage. How many times has it been now? I've already used up 3 sets of ingredients. If this keeps up, I'll be broke. I'm certain the solution is supposed to turn white in the early stage. Who else can I even ask? After complaining for a while, he still had to sit there diligently watching the fire in frustration. In November 2020, in the present, no one knows how to create mana-enhancing potions yet. It will take another 5 years for this potion to be invented. This means I am the first person to know the necessary ingredients and the steps to create it. Before returning to the past, the formula for the potion was shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. When releasing the recipe, he also added, I hope this potion will be the greatest help to the majority of hunters around the world. Thinking of this, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but grumble. If it stays like this, it won't be effective. It would be better to try and find another, more efficient way. But a crazy idea flashed through his mind, finding Lee Jae-sang. If he's the one who invented the potion, he must be able to do it. Even if he couldn't create the miracle medicine in the end, building a relationship with him would still be worth it. Thinking is doing. Min Jae-hoon quickly put on his coat and set out to find him. That guy isn't a senior, is he? Still a freshman at M Academy? Then my destination is Medet Academy. A moment later, a light knocking sound was heard. His mother had just entered the house and happily called out her son's name. Min Jae-hoon, I'm home. Before she could finish, the messy scene in front of her made her scream in horror. Min Jae-hoon's mother looked in confusion at the pile of blackened pots and pans he had left behind. What happened here? Should I call the police? I don't think we were robbed. Does a thief exist in this world who only likes to mess up kitchens? Thinking this, she grabbed a ladle, determined to fight the thief if he were to jump out. At this moment, Min Jae-hoon was on his way to Medit Academy, unaware of the mess he had left behind, focusing only on the data from his past life. As soon as the world tree appeared and monsters began to pour out, only a few people were able to train themselves the fastest. One of them was the speed sword Lee Jin, who vanished without a trace after being the first Awakener. Lee Jin's appearance seemed to be to claim the mantle of that Awakener, becoming the first S-class hunter in Korea. The person I need to meet now is his youngest son. Lee Jae-sang stood before the ticket counter, and the clerk asked tentatively, "Where would you like to go, sir?" He replied in a low voice, "I want to go to the Daegu portal. Daegu is currently abandoned due to a monster outbreak, a city where monsters pour out from every corner, and you have to worry for your life every time you walk. That is the current situation in Daegu, but there is still a reason why people go there." Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "Are you a student at Medit Academy?" Min Jae-hoon replied sheepishly, "No, I'm still just a prospective student." Very quickly, he moved to his desired location. Looking at the massive academy in front of him, Min Jae-hoon thought to himself that if he took one more step, he would reach the main gate of Medit Academy, a place familiar to his youth, a place filled with his terrible memories. But now, none of that matters anymore. Let's go in. There's no time left to reminisce. This area isn't safe. It seems monsters that haven't been wiped out are still lurking around. Entering the academy, he strolled leisurely. Thanks to a temporary pass, Min Jae-hoon was allowed to set foot inside. Pausing for a moment, he calculated, where could Lee Jae-sang be now? Even though Lee Jae-sang is in the combat department, he has no talent. It seemed that Lee Jae-sang, who didn't like fighting, had brought Miles Academy's combat foundation to an extremely low level. The more he thought, the more Min Jae-hoon didn't know where to find him. Finally, he decided, then I should check around the classrooms first. Having taken only a few steps, the noise around him made Min Jae-hoon pause, hurriedly glancing toward the sound, curious, and moving closer to investigate, taking the opportunity to eavesdrop on the conversation of the person nearby. "Hey, shouldn't we stop them? Stop them? What do you plan to do if you get into trouble just for helping that stutterer? My grades this semester are already low enough." Hearing the name, Min Jae-hoon muttered, "The stutterer?" It seemed his mind had already pictured that person. But with his current identity, Min Jae-hoon was still quite wary. A little bit of noise. It should be fine, right? Thinking this, he brushed past the person next to him and headed straight inside, his eyes slowly scanning the movements around him, thinking, after all, no one is willing to intervene. For that reason, Min Jae-hoon's footsteps quickened. As he opened the door, he bumped into Jae-sang. Min Jae-hoon quickly reached out to catch him before he fell to the ground. As he stood up, Lee Jae-sang spoke in a panic, his face showing clear fear. I'm sorry." Min Jae-hoon didn't answer yet, only focused his gaze on the bully. Being scrutinized by him, the guy raised his voice in a challenge. "Who the hell are you? Do you have business with our stuttering kid?" Without a word, he turned to check on the boy's condition. Indeed, Jae-sang was extremely unstable. His breathing was very rapid, as if he were afraid of something terrifying. When Jae-sang turned to look at Min Jae-hoon, the tears welling up in his eyes said it all. Conversely, Min Jae-hoon excitedly exclaimed, "Found you." He really is Lee Jae-sang. Meeting for the first time, both looked at each other for a long time, as if feeling a certain connection. Min Jae-hoon asked slowly, Are you okay?" Experiencing concern for the first time, Lee Jae-sang wasn't used to it and asked back, "Huh? Who?" Right at this moment, the bully stepped forward, shoved his shoulder slightly, and asked in a loud voice, "Are you the little brother of that stutterer? I didn't know. He has a younger brother? You two don't look alike at all. I mean, he didn't say anything about his family, so I thought the monsters had wiped them all out. But you see, we're in the middle of an important conversation with your brother, okay? If you don't want trouble, you should wait outside for a second." Before he could finish, Min Jae-hoon brushed the guy's dirty arm off his body. Suddenly rejected, the bully frowned, his face visibly unhappy. In contrast, Lee Jae-sang was terrified. He couldn't stop trembling to the point where tears were streaming down his face. Replying to the other's barrage of questions, Min Jae-hoon just calmly ordered, "You'd better go to the infirmary." "Can you walk?" Brushed aside, the bully gritted his teeth in anger, roared fiercely, and shouted, "You bastard! I'm talking to you nicely. Are you deaf? You want to die?" Facing the guy's aggressive attitude, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he glared back, his mouth subconsciously warning. This is the second time now, isn't it? The atmosphere between the two became increasingly tense, leaving Lee Jae-sang unsure of how to intervene. Min Jae-hoon gritted his teeth. I don't know why people like grabbing my collar so much lately. Pointing at the guy's wrist, he recalled the teachings of Do-young while preparing to use magic. Have a clear image in your head, then calculate the magic formula, construct the curse, and chant it. Understand? Those are the basics of magic. An image of what you want. A beam of light shot out like an arrow. Now, try to attack. A second later, the system showed a notification. Active skill. Arrow of magic has been activated. At the same time, right at the spot where Min Jae-hoon pointed, a magic circle formed, locking the bully's arm in place, preventing him from moving. The sound of cracking bones lightly echoed, enough for the three of them to hear. The guy's eyes rolled back, his teeth clenched tight due to the stinging pain gradually spreading. After spitting out a mouthful of water, the bully started screaming in agony. Watching this scene, Lee Jae-sang was momentarily confused. No way did he just use a curse without even chanting an incantation. The crowd watching the drama began whispering non-stop. What the hell is that? What just happened? That doesn't even matter right now. Did anyone see what he just did? How could he pull that off? That guy was a seasoned warrior. How did he break his arm like that? Maybe because he looked weaker than he actually was. He was always strutting around like he was so strong. Hearing the commotion, the bully was burning with frustration, wishing he could destroy Min Jae-hoon on the spot. If this kept up, his reputation would be ruined. I don't know where the hell this bastard crawled out of, but I won't let you off. Thinking this, he shouted in a rage. Before he could even finish his sentence, he rushed forward. Lee Jae-sang shouted a warning. Look out. But his opponent had already lunged, the knife in his hand slashing powerfully, just barely grazing Min Jae-hoon's neck. In that critical moment, he activated his ability to trigger a counterattack. He remembered the previous lessons from Yoo Sung-eun to create a shield, wrapping mana around his body so the attack would be deflected. Visualizing the technique, Min Jae-hoon put it into practice. The active skill, Mana Shield, was activated. In an instant, the sword slipped from the bully's hand, spinning in the air before flying backward. What had deflected the sword was none other than Min Jae-hoon's powerful, solid mana shield. Once the bully realized what happened, he started trembling in fear. Seizing the momentum, Min Jae-hoon's hand shot out like a pincer, tightly gripping the bully's face. His airway was blocked, and he gasped for air until his eyes bulged. Min Jae-hoon coldly leaned in, his face full of fury, and growled a warning. That's enough. Even after being beaten to a pulp, the bully was still defiant, instinctively cursing, even though he couldn't speak clearly. You crazy lunatic! Not giving the bully a chance to say another word, he decisively activated his Mana God skill to finish him off. The direct hit packed a serious punch. Very quickly, the bully passed out from both mental and physical exhaustion. With a dull thud, the bully's body slumped to the ground. Min Jae-hoon just stood there, dusting off his hands with an indifferent attitude, as if he had just dealt with some trash not worth a second glance. Lee Jae-sung, on the other hand, was left with his jaw dropped in shock. He thought to himself, who the hell is this guy? Now, he finally had the chance to speak to him properly, but when Min Jae-hoon's cold gaze swept over him, Lee Jae-sung's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly averted his eyes and began walking slowly toward the bully. Looking at the unconscious bully, Min Jae-hoon remarked softly, I beat him pretty badly. Is he always like this? Oh well, I didn't buy this for this purpose, but it'll do. Seeing the potion bottle in Min Jae-hoon's hand, Lee Jae-sung's eyes lit up. He slowly opened the cap, and then decisively poured the liquid inside onto the bully's face, leaving Lee Jae-sang stunned. The liquid hit the bully's face, and Lee Jae-sang stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink for even a second for fear of missing the miracle. The medicine worked rapidly, and the angry red wounds on his face healed miraculously, visible even to the naked eye. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon clicked his tongue and said casually, I don't know who made this medicine, but it's pretty effective. Now, let's go, we need to head to the nurse's office. Lee Jae-sang stood there dazed, watching him with quiet fear. Min Jae-hoon walked ahead nonchalantly, and Lee Jae-sang hurriedly followed behind. At the corner of the stairs, he tiredly called out, Hey, the infirmary isn't that way. Hearing the voice, Min Jae-hoon paused slightly, speaking in a flat tone. He doesn't seem to be very popular. No one would hear us here, right? Lee Jae-sang didn't understand what Min Jae-hoon meant, but he went on high alert. He bowed his head, thinking to himself, as expected, this person knows who I am. That's why he came looking for me. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lee Jae-sang probed, Are you sent by my father? Did my father send you? Seeing his defensive attitude, Min Jae-hoon realized something was wrong. It seemed he had misunderstood something. There was no need to be on guard here. Seeing this, he dropped his mysterious air and replied in a friendly manner, "No, who is your father? How would I know him?" But that wasn't enough to make Lee Jae-sang lower his guard. Min Jae-hoon muttered to himself, seeing that his eyes didn't trust him at all. Even though he was still suspicious, he wanted to know the reason. "Then why are you looking for me?" "Just waiting for that." Min Jae-hoon excitedly opened up his request. "There's something I need your help with." After a brief pause, Lee Jae-sang asked in surprise, "Help? You want my help?" Min Jae-hoon quickly explained, "Yes, if you could help me make a type of potion." Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Jae-sang fearfully refused. "A potion? I don't know how to make something like that." Facing this, Min Jae-hoon calmly handled the situation, his hand quickly reaching into his pocket, intending to pull out something important. "Yes, you do. You know it well. You're the one who put this potion on the black market, aren't you?" Being exposed in an instant, Lee Jae-sang's eyes widened in terror. "How could you?" He quickly covered his mouth before revealing any more clues. "How did he find out about that?" "There's no way he could have tracked me down through the black market." Sensing the other's avoidance, Min Jae-hoon could empathize. "I can tell what he's thinking. There's no way he could have tracked me from the black market." That's not entirely wrong. The black market is a system that completely hides the user's identity. Selling goods is the same. The items are registered on the black market. Both the quantity and the money the items registered there have already been sold. Everything is done through the ES system, so security is extremely thorough. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have intended to sell this potion. But now, it's a moot point. Stopping his train of thought, he glanced at Lee Jae-sang's expression, catching him trying to peek at him. Lee Jae-sang quickly looked away, but he was already in Min Jae-hoon's sight. In short, it's a good thing the Noria system works normally on the black market. If I hadn't been able to buy this potion, this wouldn't have been resolved so easily. Reaching this point, he held out the potion bottle in a friendly manner to confirm it one more time. "Right? This is what you made, isn't it?" Lee Jae-sang insisted on denying it. "I don't know what you're talking about." But he was caught by Min Jae-hoon again. "You're a bad liar. I understand you want to pretend you don't know it, but I don't have much time left." At that moment, Lee Jae-sang was anxious about his decision. When he successfully concocted the potion, he hadn't thought twice about anonymously registering it on the black market. Remembering that time, Lee Jae-sang thought to himself, "Was I wrong to put the potion on the black market? I needed money, but I didn't think things would turn out like this." Faced with the choice of admitting or denying it, he couldn't help but hesitate. Fearing that the secret would be revealed, Lee Jae-sang tried to convince himself not to admit anything. "No, if my father finds out, it'll be a huge problem. No matter what, I have to handle this." But his actions were completely the opposite of his thoughts. He whispered pleadingly, "Please, keep this a secret from everyone else." Realizing the other's anxiety, Min Jae-hoon gently placed a hand on Lee Jae-sang's shoulder to comfort him, and declared firmly, "I'm not using this to threaten you or anything." Putting the potion bottle back into his hand, he kindly expressed his wish, "I'm just in desperate need of a talented alchemist, someone who can make the potion I want." Hearing the recognition, he couldn't hold back his emotions. "A talented alchemist? He doesn't look like he's lying. Is he really not someone sent by my father?" After thinking it through, Lee Jae-sang finally dropped his defenses. Who are you, really?" Only then did Min Jae-hoon have the chance to introduce himself. "I am an incoming reserve student at the bled Academy. Senior, you can call me Min Jae-hoon." Clutching the potion tightly in his hand, Lee Jae-sang felt somewhat reassured. Walking straight toward his workshop, he spoke calmly. "First, I'll hear what you have to say." Very quickly, both of them moved inside to a place secret enough to talk without anyone overhearing. Looking around, Min Jae-hoon remarked, "The atmosphere in this workshop is great." Hearing a compliment for the first time, Lee Jae-sang felt flustered. "Thank you." After that, they both sat there looking at each other, neither wanting to start the conversation. Unable to stand the awkwardness, he initiated the talk despite his lingering nervousness. "Hey, so that potion you want to make?" Min Jae-hoon smiled lightly and said, "A special potion to boost mana. That's a special potion that can permanently increase mana, right?" Hearing this effect, Lee Jae-sang stood up in surprise, quickly confirming it, because even he didn't know it was that magical. "Permanently increase it? Is that even possible?" He didn't rush to answer, just musing in his head. "Of course it's possible. This is something made by you, Lee Jae-sang, after all." Lee Jae-sang's voice rose softly. "Permanently boost mana. To get an effect like that, what kind of ingredients would I have to use?" Mandragora roots or Jotun spring water? No, that wouldn't be enough. Observing the other's expression, Jae-hoon paused for a few seconds. The atmosphere had changed. He wasn't stuttering anymore, and he had even deduced most of the necessary ingredients just from the desired effect. As I thought, this guy is truly talented. I have to get him on my side. Remembering there was someone else in the room, he instinctively recoiled and sank into his chair. Lee Jae-sang spoke timidly. But for a potion with that kind of potency, you'd be better off asking another alchemist. Before he could finish, Jae-hoon eagerly interrupted, his voice full of conviction. No, I want you to make it, senior. I'll provide everything you need. Of course, if other alchemists had the recipe, they might be able to create this special potion too. But a person with overwhelming talent like Lee Jae-sang? How could those people even compare? If I'm going to invest, I should invest in him. Seeing Lee Jae-sang's hesitation, Jae-hoon tried to persuade him. Will you help me? Hearing this, he finally accepted. I understand. But I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. Jae-hoon quickly reassured him. It's okay if it fails. Lee Jae-sang asked doubtfully. Are you really okay with that? If it fails, you're the only one who loses out. Yet, Jae-hoon shrugged and said, I decided to invest in you, senior, because I believe in your ability. Investing isn't easy. Of course, there will be times when things fail. Hearing this, Lee Jae-sung felt a strange emotion rise within him. After all, if he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he might never succeed in the first stage for the rest of his life. Thinking this, he shyly scratched his head and asked for his help. Across from him, tears had already welled up in Lee Jae-sang's eyes. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. Deeply touched, he thought to himself that this was the first time someone had believed in him this much. Conversely, Jae-hoon was incredibly pleased, wearing the smile of a winner, confident he had secured his man. After finalizing the collaboration, Jae-hoon left, leaving Lee Jae-sung alone in the quiet room. The light streaming through the window symbolized the small glimmer of hope that had just been ignited in his life. The words Jae-hoon had just spoken kept Lee Jae-sang lost in his emotions. I'm investing in you because you have talent. Senior, you make it sound like investing in someone is easy, even though there's a chance of failure. Have I ever trusted anyone this much in my life? I look forward to working well with you. Every word Jae-hoon spoke made him feel alive again. Because of his weak personality and lack of talent compared to his siblings, having lost his mother young and being left, all alone, he had never received such validation or trust from his father. Failure doesn't matter? To hear that from someone to a guy like me who has never done anything to prove himself, it's so moving. At the same time, the system was silently counting down every minute and second of Jae-hoon's remaining life. If the main quest, the trial, wasn't completed, time remaining: 49 days, 22 hours, 58 minutes, 31 days, 21 hours, 4 minutes 18 days, 13 hours, 36 minutes. The pings kept sounding incessantly. Time remaining: 10 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. He didn't waste a single moment. He was constantly improving himself in the Jokhwa Guild's special training room. The exercises designed by Yoo Sung-eun were becoming increasingly brutal. They forced Jae-hoon to focus all his senses just to survive her powerful attacks. Her techniques were unpredictable. Every arrow fired carried immense force and lightning speed that terrified everyone. Facing danger, he showed quick reflexes, skillfully leaning to the left to dodge the first barrage. Immediately after, a wave of bone-chilling ice arrows came rushing toward him. Jae-hoon decisively ducked, lowering his center of gravity, then instantly manifested a mana shield, easily deflecting the attack. To retaliate, he quickly activated his active skill, Holy Arrow, to counter. The projectiles flew out, piercing straight into Yoo Sung-eun's defensive shield. A second later, a cracking sound rang out. She turned pale, shocked that her defenses had been broken in the blink of an eye. The shield cracked. To think he's already become this strong. The thick white smoke gradually dissipated, leaving two figures standing still, looking at each other. Both took advantage of this brief moment to catch their breath. Unexpectedly, it was just a feint. The next second, Jae-hoon immediately summoned the light chains. Opposite him, Yoo Sung-eun had already activated a holy arrow. Ready. After 3 seconds, both simultaneously unleashed their attacks. But just then, Park Yoo Sung-eun's voice boomed, cutting them off. Take a break. Time's up. Both of you worked hard today. As he announced it, he glanced at the battle scars around them. The floor was covered in scratches from the collision, making Park Yoo Sung-eun exclaim, "The dungeon metal training floor is actually being shredded like this, especially since it takes a lot of force to cause even a small scratch on the surface. If I hadn't stepped in between them, the whole room would have been destroyed. Once they stopped, Yoo Sung-yoon said happily, "You've grown with a truly unbelievable speed. Compared to when we were your age, even just the spells you can use, not to mention their intensity, are completely out of reach. Are you studying the theory separately somewhere?" Min Jae-hoon replied, "I'm learning from a friend." She immediately praised him. "Better than I thought. Since I can't help you with both theory and practice, I was a bit worried. It seems you have a very smart friend." Remembering Kim Yoo-jung, he hesitated. "I guess so. Kim Yoo-jung is indeed very smart. The problem is her strangely difficult personality. She's always so narcissistic about herself that it leaves him speechless. Can you feel the greatness of this teacher? Has the thought of treating this mentor to some ice cream ever crossed your mind?" Waiting for Yoo Sung-eun to call out, "By the way, Min Jae-hoon, you mentioned wanting to try attacking a dungeon again, right?" Min Jae-hoon nodded slowly. "I want to test how effective this training has been." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-eun agreed. "All right, with your current ability, an E-rank dungeon should be a piece of cake, right? Keep it up." Thinking about that mission, he instinctively sighed. "If only it were truly an E-rank dungeon, I have to make this decision with a cold head. Am I really ready?" The dungeon boss, the Dark Shadow, had appeared. His enemy was actually a C-rank boss monster. A monster that I, in my previous life as a D-rank Awakener, had no chance of beating solo. Can I really face that thing alone? No. I've prepared everything. Now all that's left is to hit the battlefield, isn't it? I can do this. After training, Min Jae-hoon still regularly stopped by Lee Jae-sang's office. Seeing him, Lee Jae-sang greeted him happily, though still quite shyly. "You're here, Min Jae-hoon." Since finalizing their partnership, Lee Jae-sang had stayed up all night to refine the potion, resulting in today's product. Looking at the pill resting neatly on the tray, Min Jae-hoon's eyes lit up. "Yes, senior. You've worked hard." This is without Lee Jae-sang having to introduce it. The system automatically updated the information. Consumable item. Name: Mana Enhancement Potion. One pill can permanently increase the user's mana stat. Created by an excellent alchemist, its effects have been greatly enhanced. He excitedly asked, "Can I take it now?" Lee Jae-sang nodded happily. Of course. As soon as he put the pill in his mouth, mana surged within Min Jae-hoon. A notification from the system also appeared. "You have consumed a mana enhancement potion. Your mana stat has increased by 15 points. The sudden boost to his skills and mana left him amazed. The effect was incredible, enough to make the bitterness of the potion taste sweet. Alchemy had always been a profound and difficult science. Even if they created the same item, the effectiveness depended entirely on the alchemist's talent. If I had given these ingredients to another alchemist and told them to make this, let alone 15, what they gave me might not have even increased my mana by 5 points. Seeing the result exceed his expectations, he couldn't help but exclaim, "See? Senior, you're so talented." Lee Jae-sang replied shyly, "It's all thanks to you putting your trust in me." "Thank you." Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon said, "I'm the one who should be saying thank you. You should get some rest too. You haven't been sleeping very well lately." Rubbing his eyes, he replied tiredly, "Of course. Let me know if you need anything." Having said that, Min Jae-hoon happily said goodbye to Lee Jae-sang and returned home with indescribable excitement. "With this, I'm ready. Finally, the moment is here. Tomorrow, I will defeat the Dark Shadow. Time remaining: 9 days, 22 hours, 47 minutes. At the same time, Hel also sensed that the battle would soon begin. She murmured quietly, "Looks like we'll have distinguished guests today." In a blink, Min Jae-hoon appeared at the dungeon gate of the Jokwaa Guild, the path leading to Helheim's Field of Death. He quickly prepped his gear for the raid. He equipped the C-rank Apprentice Valkyrie ring, a ring for an Apprentice Valkyrie. He then equipped the C-rank Apprentice Valkyrie necklace, a necklace for an Apprentice Valkyrie. Finally, he equipped the C-rank Apprentice Valkyrie earrings, earrings for an Apprentice Valkyrie. The full Apprentice Valkyrie set 33. Mana appropriation passive skill checking once more, Min Jae-hoon muttered with satisfaction. "This gear should be enough, and I'm at my peak condition." He nodded to himself. After finishing his mental prep, Min Jae-hoon took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He stood still for a moment before slowly stepping inside. "Let's go." As he entered the dungeon, the system flooded him with spatial transition notifications. "You are being transported to a designated location via the Nonia system. Current location: Helheim's Field of Death." Learning from experience, Min Jae-hoon landed gracefully this time, instead of face-planting like before. Just as expected, he was standing in the graveyard belonging to the Land of Death. This time, Min Jae-hoon had a moment to observe his surroundings. He hadn't noticed it before, but there was a menacing magical aura weaving through the space. This must be the aura of the Dark Shadow. Once I defeat him, I can finally see that woman again. Hell, his greatest nemesis, Loki. While he was lost in thought, a bone archer nearby silently drew its bow. Jae-hoon muttered, "And the gods of Nonia." Just as the arrow was about to strike, his mana shield automatically activated. The shield deflected the enemy's attack. He didn't rush to strike back. Instead, he stood his ground and challenged them. "I have plenty of things I want to ask you lot." With that, Jae-hoon slowly looked back. A sea of zombies met his gaze, standing in dense rows, silently waiting for the chance to tear their prey apart. Seeing the overwhelming number of zombies, Jae-hoon wasn't afraid. He was absolutely exhilarated. He couldn't stop thinking. "And one thing I need to teach you all is how a magic fencer fights." The words of his mentor still echoed in his ears. In martial arts classes, this is called a magic swordsman. But in essence, it's a class that combines both magic and martial arts. No one has truly mastered this path yet. In terms of long-range attacks, it's not as good as a pure magic class. Thinking this, Jae-hoon charged fiercely, tearing through them one by one. Holy arrows struck them with terrifying speed, leaving them no time to react. His hands reached out, and even his eyes burned with a fearsome killing intent. In terms of melee, it's not as good as a warrior class. Finishing his thought, he pinned a zombie to the ground. It had lost all ability to fight. Not conforming to any specific style of attack was a strange way to fight. However, for him, it was different. Not wanting to waste energy on these small fries, Jae-hoon decisively used his ultimate skill, Judgment of Light, to wipe them out. After the resounding explosion, the system updated his status. "You have defeated a zombie. You have defeated a demon. You have defeated a bone soldier. Your experience points have increased." At the same time, outside the dungeon gate, Park Yoo-sung-jae was still on duty, reviewing documents, when a disturbance occurred nearby. Sensing something strange, he immediately became alert. "This aura is unfamiliar. I didn't receive any reports that anyone else would be here besides us." On the opposite road, a car slowly rolled toward him. With a sharp screech, the bright red vehicle came to a stop right in front of Park Yoo-sung-jae. Jeonju spoke up arrogantly. "Senior, why is a place you're guarding so out of the way? It was so hard to find you." Seeing her step out, he said in surprise. "Jeonju?" She replied, "Long time no see, senior. Put the sword away." He asked, "Why are you here? How's work at the guild?" While tapping on her phone, Jeonju replied nonchalantly, "I'm working right now. I came here to handle guild business and to see you. I had to come all the way here because you're never at the Yohua Guild." Hearing this, he could only sigh. She never spoke her true feelings. Hasn't she not contacted me once since graduating? Nevertheless, Park Yoo-sung-jae kept up appearances. "All right, it's nice to see you." But deep down, he suspected she wasn't the type to visit him, especially not at such a remote location. Walking near the dungeon gate, Jeonju asked curiously, "Are you managing this dungeon?" He replied bluntly, "Why does an outsider need to care about that?" Rejected without mercy, she huffed, "That's strange. You never managed dungeons. Did you get demoted? Also, senior, I wanted to ask, is the rumor about Yu Song-un true?" As soon as she finished, his face darkened, and he retorted angrily, "It's obviously just a rumor. Where did you hear that?" Jeonju replied smugly, "I have many eyes and ears. You know how it is. Our guild has plenty of them." Her words only infuriated Park Yoo-sung-jae more. Is she admitting she hired people to spy on us? He took a deep breath to suppress his anger before replying, "Thanks for the heads up. It seems thanks to you, I have more work to do now. Are you done? I need to get back to clearing this." Emboldened, she pressed, "There's one more thing. Do you know this kid, Jae-hoon?" Seeing the photo, Park Yoo-sung-jae froze for a few seconds. Jeonju continued, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Lately, he seems to be lurking around the Yohua Guild headquarters quite often, and he's always meeting with Guildmaster Yu Seong-un. Don't you know why?" He warned her tactfully. That is also not something an outsider needs to care about. Seeing Park Yoo-sung-jae's intense attitude, Jeonju pulled back her claws, her face showing clear disappointment. Turning to leave, she huffed, "Honestly, I didn't think you'd tell me anyway. Senior Park Yoo-sung-jae, I know full well how arrogant and stubborn you are. Well, since I came all the way here, I at least have to pretend to work after all. The guild pays me. I'm going now. See you later, senior." With that, she drove off. The very next second, Park Yoo-sung-jae immediately sent a message. "First, I have to report this to the guildmaster." While their conversation was taking place, Jae-hoon had cleared the zombies in the dungeon and was sitting in a corner. He spoke slowly. "I'm here." Opposite him, The dark shadow he had been waiting for was dragging itself toward him. The dungeon boss had appeared. To welcome his opponent, he favored it with a holy arrow as an opening act. Jae-hoon challenged it. "Long time no see, huh?" Hit directly. The dark shadow roared in fury, but he remained unfazed and spoke confidently. "This time will be very different from the last." The dark shadow opened its jagged mouth and let out a deafening roar to show off its power, simultaneously launching a wild counterattack. Immediately, a massive wave of pressure shot forward from its gaping maw. With his quick reflexes and speed, Jae-hoon leaped into the air before it could even land the strike. He focused intensely, scanning for any opening. As soon as the weakness was exposed, Jae-hoon didn't hesitate to fire countless powerful holy arrows straight at it. Struck squarely, the dark shadow clutched its head in agony, letting out a shrill, piercing wail. Now, its ferocity exploded even further. It widened its glowing red eyes, pinning a deadly glare on Jae-hoon, and began to act. Countless sharp spikes were launched, flying rapidly toward its opponent. Dodging the attack, he took the opportunity to activate the Eye of Odin. Seeing a opening, Jae-hoon calculated his attack. Taking a step to the left, his body automatically dodged. A loud explosion echoed, momentarily startling the dark shadow. Seeing it recoil in fear, he quickly shifted his gaze to find another weak point before attacking. At the same time, his feet slid silently on the snow to adjust his stance. Regaining its composure, it swung its massive, hideous hands, full of sharp claws, toward him. But before the strike could land, countless chains of light from Jae-hoon flew out, binding the dark shadow from behind. After locking onto the target, he detonated the chains. Even from far away, Jae-hoon only had to flick his fingers to control the energy with incredible skill, to weave through to the exact spot for detonation. The chains of light had to carefully snake through every gap, pausing a few times for fear of the dark shadow noticing. After a few tense minutes, the chains of light successfully detonated. The sheer pressure left the dark shadow completely stunned, and half of its health bar instantly evaporated. Intense pain surged through its entire body. The dungeon boss seemed to be losing its mind, screaming in agony. All the attacks until now were merely causing temporary paralysis. This momentarily alarmed him. It still wasn't enough. Thinking is doing, and while the dark shadow's spirit was still unstable, he unleashed a series of holy arrows directly onto its head. His target this time was the monster's eye. A thunderous explosion shook the area, ringing through the space and accompanied by the beast's frantic screams of agony. Blood sprayed everywhere, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench. As the haze of smoke slowly cleared, the dark shadow still stood tall, showing no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, the attacker, Jae-hoon, was struggling, having failed to deal any significant damage to his opponent. The dark shadow had lost half its vision, but its combat spirit was rising steadily. After pinpointing his location, the dark shadow lashed out in a fury, wildly swinging its claws at him. It had completely lost control. The light chains binding it were beginning to loosen. The system quickly confirmed its current status. Warning: the dark shadow boss has entered a berserk state. Boss strength increased by 1.5 times. Boss agility increased by 1.5 times. Seeing this alert, Jae-hoon focused his mental energy to the limit. But a second later, a new set of notifications appeared, causing him a few seconds of tension. The content had been encrypted into the characters of the spell that had been cast on him. Caught off guard, Jae-hoon was locked in place, trapped within the thick, black smoke. An emergency alarm blared incessantly. If the mark wasn't removed within 10 minutes, the player would suffer a penalty of sudden death. The condition to remove the mark was to defeat the dark shadow. Only now did he realize with horror the dead-end situation, the sudden death penalty. He had never heard of anything like this before. In desperation, Jae-hoon played his final card. The active skill Odin's Eye was activated, but the action only made the mark tighten further. Frustrated, he shouted in panic, "What the hell?" He then desperately tried to cast another spell. The active skill was activated, but only a hopeless void answered. Thinking of this overwhelming power, Jae-hoon immediately thought of a name. He screamed furiously, "Hell, how could you interfere like this?" Ignoring Jae-hoon's desperate cries, the system remained coldly indifferent. Time remaining until sudden death penalty: 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Using his final breath, he calculated that he had no other options. He had to defeat it quickly. Opposite him, the dark shadow was still screaming in rage, but the very next second, it suddenly changed direction and turned to flee at an unimaginable speed. Sensing something was wrong, Jae-hoon quickly launched an attack to intercept. The boss monster is running away. Holy arrows whistled through the air, but given the monster's speed and agility, They couldn't land a hit on the dark shadow. Watching the time tick away 8 minutes and 32 seconds and noting the boss's mocking behavior, Jae-hoon gritted his teeth in rage. "You damn thing, let's see how you toy with me." He knew the monster was trying to drag out the fight to win. "Fine then, I'll use an area of effect skill so you can't dodge." After fleeing for a while, the dark shadow suddenly stopped in its tracks, then unexpectedly turned and lunged at Jae-hoon. Before he could regain his composure, it appeared behind him and cast a mental spell. A massive wave of pressure instantly crushed Jae-hoon's psyche, leaving him stunned and rooted to the spot. The air around him seemed to be sucked dry, and the system flashed a warning. Resistance failed. You are temporarily afflicted with fear. Unable to believe the current situation, he shouted in shock. "What?" Seizing the opportunity, the dark shadow confidently closed in, lashing out with razor-sharp claws. In the nick of time, Jae-hoon used all his strength to counterattack. Although it was a struggle, the fear status vanished. The terrifying impact of the strike sent him flying back nearly 30 feet. Refusing to fall, Jae-hoon used all his power to brace his feet against the ground, regaining his balance and composure. The clock was still ticking down. 7 minutes and 11 seconds. The pressure was mounting. So I can't keep using movement-restricting skills, he thought. Even if he couldn't be certain, if the boss saw him use Light's Verdict again, it would surely find a way to break it. Am I just going to take hits until I run out of mana and die? I have to find another way. Suddenly, the wound on the dark shadow's face made Jae-hoon pause. He smirked secretly. Now that I think about it, its eye was hit, so its vision must be limited. A plan formed in his mind. The Gale active skill was activated. First, I have to neutralize its vision entirely. The power of the wind filled his body, temporarily boosting his agility. The sudden trembling of the space caught the dark shadow off guard for a few seconds. It hurriedly scanned its surroundings. When it saw Jae-hoon standing calmly, the dark shadow let its guard down. But those vibrations were just a visual distraction from Jae-hoon. He was aiming to pour all his remaining mana into the thunder burst that would follow. "You think I'd just blindly rush at you?" High in the air, points of light began to condense into one spot, his voice chillingly cold. "Fool." The next second, the system notified him. Active skill. Thunder burst activated. As soon as he spoke, a massive wave of light descended like lightning, locking onto the dark shadow's position. The immense power constricted the surrounding space, directly encircling the monster before ruthlessly swallowing it into a wave of destruction. The attack tore through the dark shadow's massive body without mercy. When the sounds of destruction finally died down, Jae-hoon slowly stepped into the blast zone. Observing his opponent, he watched as the dark shadow began to fade away. Jae-hoon said with satisfaction, "Finally finished off that bastard." The very next second, the residual shock finally detonated, burning everything around it into ash. Yet, the countdown to Jae-hoon's penalty hadn't stopped. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Looking at the remnants of the zombies still frantically fighting back, he muttered, "So stubborn you still have the energy to attack me." But it was too late. A few minutes later, the system notification appeared. Sacrifice activated. Undead target locked. Sacrifice converted into an attack skill. Light's Verdict activated. The countdown for the penalty continued to tick down. 3 minutes and 46 seconds, 2 minutes and 18 seconds, 1 minute and 47 seconds, 59 seconds, 30 seconds. Jae-hoon let out a long sigh of relief as he watched the dungeon boss's body dissolve into nothingness. "Success," he said, feeling relieved. 5. Even the physical wounds on the dark shadow's body were fading away. 4. When it reached 3, the system displayed a notification. "You have defeated the dark shadow boss. You have earned the title, one who overcame the first trial." At the same time, Hell was incredibly excited by the result. "As I thought, there is a reason for everything regarding those chosen. Come here, my boy. Come to my temple. I invite you in." The space constantly shifted as the system continuously broadcasted congratulations. "You have defeated the Dark Shadow dungeon boss. The sudden death penalty has been lifted. You have received 3,000 points. You have received an item. You have leveled up 3 times. You have earned the title, one who overcame the first trial. Scanning player achievements. Scan complete." The Temple of Hell is issuing a summons to the player. 1 second he was on the field of death. The next, the system had teleported him to the lobby of the temple. Looking at the scene around him, he asked in surprise, "Is this the Temple of Hell?" A loud commotion from the front caused Jae-hoon to immediately shift his gaze. Someone shouted, "Gam!" He jumped in fright when he saw the giant face of the beast in front of him. Upon meeting, Gam wanted to roar a greeting, but it caused the entire space to shake violently. The power of the roar made Jae-hoon stumble, forcing him to quickly activate his lightning chains to regain his balance. Its fierce eyes scanned him coldly, then it suddenly flew into a rage, extending its razor-sharp claws to grab him. Just as the claws were inches away, a voice barked a command. "Gam, bring the guest in." Hearing the order, the beast abandoned its grudge and retracted its claws. The next second, it turned around and walked inside. Seeing the monster's reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. "I've finally arrived." The beast walked ahead while he trailed behind. The space inside the temple was bathed in a brilliant, dazzling light. As soon as he stepped inside, he called out urgently, "Hell, I'm here to see you." At the same time, Gam curled up and lay on the ground, awaiting its master's appearance. "You haven't arrived yet, but your voice has come before you. I didn't think you could actually do it." The next second, a small but overwhelmingly imposing figure landed right on Gam's back. Hell said with interest, "Congratulations, child of destiny. You will face a great enemy. You have passed the trial I set for you." Jae-hoon got straight to the point. "What exactly do you want me to do? So you give me this Nonia system and throw this challenge at me? What is it you're actually after?" Faced with his anger, she just gave a light, mocking smirk, her voice cool and detached, "To turn you into the great adversary, of course." He was stunned for a few seconds. "The great adversary?" he asked, trying to process it. "But why me?" she continued, ignoring his question. "You were born with that destiny from the very beginning." Jae-hoon frowned, his heart full of confusion. "Destiny, huh?" she teased, her voice drifting. "The noble great adversary, destined to destroy the supreme god Odin. That is what Loki and the rest of us want from you." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. "You want me to destroy Odin? I don't understand any of this." Yet, Frey just answered nonchalantly, "Why do you need to understand? I've never needed you to understand." Treated like a toy, Jae-hoon was truly getting angry. Frey immediately lunged forward, placed a hand over his mouth, and asked casually, "You must feel very frustrated, unable to understand why you have to become a pawn in the god's game." Her fingers slowly moved down to Jae-hoon's chest as she declared, "But remember this well. This isn't just about the god's business, not just ours." As soon as she finished, she suddenly jerked backward, leaving the magical energy to rush in and lift his body into the air. Frey raised her voice to explain, "The world is inching closer to the apocalypse, all because he wants everyone to bow at his feet, and we need the strength of the one prophesied to possess great power." The great enemy was the one suspended in midair. Jae-hoon hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Frey, I still have things I want." But Frey didn't bother responding to his plea, simply continuing her unfinished sentence. "Get stronger. I'll be counting down the days until I can meet you again." As soon as the words left her lips, the magical energy quietly moved Jae-hoon out of the temple, leaving Mimir behind to speak softly. "So, you still want to watch? I don't recall inviting you here." A few minutes later, Jae-hoon had been removed from Frey's realm, returning to where the dungeon began. He opened his eyes, visibly frustrated, his face showing clear signs of resentment, as he muttered to himself, "God, again?" In the end, she didn't answer any of my questions. A chime from the system made Jae-hoon quickly shut up. Frey's reward had arrived. "You have learned the passive skill. Frey's Blessing. Legendary grade. Nullifies all abnormal status effects on the player." Seeing this, he shouted in shock. "Huh?" At the same time, inside the temple, the mysterious Mimir replied, "Please forgive this old man's rudeness. I heard that when you met him, you weren't very patient." Frey didn't say anything more, just calmly reached out to stroke Mimir's silky fur. He continued softly, "Truly a loyal friend. But Frey, how did you find him after meeting him in person?" After a few seconds of thought, she commented, "It's too early to draw conclusions. The great enemy has only taken his first step." Hearing this, Mimir asked skeptically, "Is that so? It seems you like him quite a bit." Frey fell silent, letting the space between them stretch. But a few minutes later, she laughed with genuine amusement. "I admit the great enemy is progressing faster than I thought. He even overcame the obstacles I placed in front of him just to reach me. I'm glad I underestimated him." Hearing this, Mimir replied with satisfaction, "That is good news. Hearing he's doing so well puts my mind at ease." Guessing his true intentions, Frey asked bluntly, "All right, are we done here? You must have something else you want to tell me, right?" Mimir hurriedly dodged the question. "I don't know what you're talking about," she angrily hissed. "You old villain. Are you planning to play dumb until the very end? You use that deceitful exterior to hide your cunning, just like my second brother. The great enemy's causality has already been distorted. Do you think I wouldn't notice after meeting him in person? It's pathetic." It seems your title as the Giant of Wisdom has expired. Seeing she was fuming, Mimir tried to soothe her. What a pity. Good grief. Calm down. It's really hard to trick people. Frey didn't mince words. It's not just about that. The great enemy's left eye is definitely the eye Odin sacrificed to the Well of Wisdom. Why didn't you tell me anything? The thing you and Loki are planning. Realizing everything had been exposed, he finally confessed. Forgive me, Frey. I wanted to tell you, but it's too early. It is destiny. Frey laughed scornfully. Destiny? Fine. I'm used to waiting. But there's one thing I really cannot be patient about. A bit curious about her intentions, Mimir prodded. You seem to have come up with a clever idea, don't you? Frey replied slowly. The great enemy is still lacking in experience, and according to the prophecy, he must overcome many obstacles. He needs guidance, so he always chooses the right path. Even if he has to face the greatest of obstacles. The scene shifts to the first day at MT. The interior was bustling with people, and Jae-hoon let out a sigh of frustration. Han-na noticed he didn't look well. She frowned and asked, Is something bothering you? Jae-hoon hesitated. It's nothing. So, Han-na said, then let's go buy the remaining necessary supplies. Walking behind her, he scratched his head and pondered. What was bothering him? After all the trouble he had overcome, it still weighed on him the fact that none of his questions had been answered. Jae-hoon's eyes darkened, trying to reassure himself. But at least he had gained a few things, namely, the passive skill, Frey's Blessing, legendary grade, which nullified all abnormal status effects on the player. Jae-hoon glanced at the notifications regarding his old ranking assessment. He thought satisfiedly, I also received a few skills from the results of the old ranking. First was the passive skill named, followed by the gods, S grade, which assists players in leveling up quickly through divine blessings. Next was the passive skill named All-Seeing God's Eye, S grade, which pierces through illusions and reveals the truth. Jae-hoon silently calculated that these were grades not yet present in the Asia system. These were special privileges, skills far beyond the standard of the Asia system. He walked and thought, if other skills were the same grade as this, then the All-Seeing God's Eye must be extremely valuable. He secretly surmised that this was what the Asia demigods desired, and the reason they went so far. Jae-hoon recalled Frey's words, You will destroy the supreme god, Odin. This is what Loki and the rest of us want from you upon your return to reality. He sighed heavily again. On the other side, Han-na's voice continued evenly. How about this? He paused, stunned, and blurted out. Below was the price tag. 299 million won. Han-na handed over her card and said, I'll pay by card. Seeing this, Jae-hoon was nothing short of astonished. Spending 300 million just to buy a mana knife, buying common items with that much money? She took the item and muttered in explanation. Millet will provide these things too. But equipment for new students usually isn't up to standard. It's better to bring your own gear. Han-na kept scrolling through her phone. The next thing to buy. Looking at the text-heavy phone, Jae-hoon broke into a cold sweat. Is that the list of things I need to buy? A moment later, Han-na bowed her head and introduced herself. Hello, Jae-hoon. I'm Han-na from the Jokwa Guild. She kept explaining that the representative wanted to send him a gift since he would soon be enrolling at MT. Jae-hoon nervously listened to Han-na's question. Are you busy right now? He held the pile of bags in his arms, feeling overwhelmed and helpless. He thought she would only give things like elixirs or maybe 1 or 2 items. Jae-hoon's eyes dropped in confusion, never expecting this. Is this the guild's playground? Then, Han-na turned around and requested, Now, let's go check the armor. Jae-hoon called out after her, Wait. He summoned his own equipment and explained, I don't need armor. I already have some. A system information box appeared. Equipped item, black armor, B grade. A piece of the night, shrouded in darkness. That darkness spreads behind the death, but still lingers with a sense of existence. When equipped, stealth will be activated. Jae-hoon silently evaluated it. A B-grade defensive armor. I couldn't find a better one here. His eyes were sharp. Furthermore, it's stealth. When equipped, stealth is activated. Han-na glanced over when she heard Jae-hoon say that armor coming with a rare skill like that was even harder to find. She asked directly, Do you want equipment with stealth features? Han-na rubbed her chin, looking worried. Punishers usually want things like that, but finding them here isn't easy. No. He waved his hand in denial. I was just speaking suddenly. Don't pay it any mind. Besides, not many people want to learn that skill anyway, right? Jae-hoon walked past Han-na, saying that unless you got lucky in a dungeon, you wouldn't find it. She became serious and noted, That's right. The only Punisher in Korea with stealth is my brother. Hearing this, Jae-hoon was left bewildered. Your brother? Han-na turned back to explain. Manager Park Yu Song-eun Jae. You don't know? Maybe the representative was teasing you. Thinking of Park Yu Song-eun Jae's face, Min Jae-hoon stood frozen. Han-na walked past him, saying, "Let's skip the armor part. Let's go check the weapons." Looking at Han-na's back, Min Jae-hoon was utterly confused. Wait, seriously? He stared blankly, seeing that the two of them didn't look alike at all. Then, Min Jae-hoon set off again. Suddenly, a surge of energy rushed past him. The system displayed a notification agreeing with the player. The surrounding space suddenly became chaotic. Min Jae-hoon stood nervously in the middle of the crowd. He scanned the area and assessed, "Is this light from the treasure gate?" Han-na also became tense and called out to Min Jae-hoon. He rushed off to answer, "Wait for me a second." He was so hurried that his breath came in short gasps. Nearby, there was a place filled with gold, silver, and jewels. A figure appeared outside the door. The system suddenly chimed with a series of notifications. Passive skills All-Seeing Eye and True Sight, Piercing Illusions and Exposing Truth Low Level have been unlocked. You have learned the active skill, Scout. Active skill, Scout S rank. Effect 1. Identifies the value of items. Effect 2. Immune to illusionary form and other deceptive skills. Min Jae-hoon stood amidst the flurry of notifications, completely bewildered. What is this? Once again, the system pinged. Nonia system is activating the Scout active skill. Elsewhere, a fierce battle was underway. The young man gritted his teeth, cursing in frustration. Damn it. Across from him stood a man with piercing eyes and platinum hair. A flurry of sword strikes was unleashed in a split second. The referee announced, "The match is over. An Ho-yeon is the winner." Soku smiled with satisfaction. "Winning is only natural. I agree." His opponent was a veteran with a long history of victories, the man affirmed, but the difference in talent was all too clear. Soku continued his commentary on An Ho-yeon. That's why they call him the future S-rank conqueror. He brushed past the boy, offering praise. "Well done." An Ho-yeon's face darkened as he replied, "Thank you, father." Immediately, Soku's expression turned cold as he reminded him, "Don't get cocky. This was just a match where victory was guaranteed for you." The boy replied, remaining calm, "I know." As Soku walked away, he instructed, "The match is over, so get ready for the next item on your schedule. I have to go buy a few things. Meet me once you've showered." All that remained in An Ho-yeon's head was frustration. He stood under the shower, trying to relax. An Ho-yeon thought helplessly, "I'm so tired of this mechanical life, never being able to do anything I actually want." He muttered, "This isn't the kind of conqueror I wanted to become." An Ho-yeon was deeply troubled. Where did it all go wrong? Returning to Min Jae-hoon's side, a series of panels appeared. Item equipped. Miten growth type. The mistletoe branch that ended the son of Odin. It grows alongside the player and contains terrifying magical power. When equipped, Magic Scouting is activated. Passive skill, Magic Scout A rank. Maximizes magic detection capabilities, allows perception of magical currents, and significantly increases mana sensitivity. He chuckled, feeling a spark of excitement. Miten 10. In front of Min Jae-hoon, the pile of glowing items remained. He mused, "Is this another one of the Nonia system's pranks?" Right then, An Ho-yeon walked past behind Min Jae-hoon. Inside the mall, Sok-gu was talking to a clerk. This, and this one too." Seeing this, An Ho-yeon reminded him, "Isn't that a bit much?" Sok-gu calmly picked up a sword to examine it, replying, "All of this belongs to you. Don't think this is too much. You are the future S-rank conqueror." The boy was still worried. "But if we spend this much money, won't moms?" Before An Ho-yeon could finish, An Sok-gu cut him off irritably. "It's enough," he stated sternly. "That is my concern. You just need to focus on your training." The boy couldn't push it further. "Yes, father." An Ho-yeon's eyes became empty. "What am I even doing here?" The people around them started pointing and whispering. "Look, isn't that An Ho-yeon? That martial arts prodigy. But why is he here?" An Ho-yeon quickly pulled his hat down and turned away. Was this the kind of conqueror I wanted to be? He felt increasingly lost, no different from a monkey in a zoo. He remembered when he first awakened as a child. An Ho-yeon recalled, "Mom gave me a warm smile and patted my head. I wished to become a conqueror one day. My family's life was steeped in poverty and darkness, and I was their ray of hope." But to his father, that hope meant nothing more than a tool. And now, I'm no different from a machine. A tool that only knows how to follow father's orders. An Ho-yeon slowly began to doubt himself. Could a pathetic wretch like me really survive 3 years at Milet? Just then, an announcement rang out, causing everyone to panic. "Attention all customers. There is a dungeon break near the shopping center, and monsters have appeared. The guilds are sending conquerors, so please remain calm and follow our instructions. An Ho-yeon exclaimed tensely. A dungeon break? Monsters appearing right in the middle of the city? The staff immediately began directing everyone. Everyone, please follow this path. The conquerors will be here soon. Please stay calm. An Sok-gu asked. An Ho-yeon, aren't you going? He coldly reminded him. You are a genius who holds the future of all South Korea in his hands. If you get hurt here, you'll be at a disadvantage for the entrance exam at Milet. You don't need to get involved in this. Hearing that, he just stood there, stunned. Right, as father says, the conquerors will arrive soon and handle the monsters. He couldn't stop questioning himself. But what about the civilians while we wait for them to arrive? His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had realized something. This is an opportunity. An Ho-yeon turned and bolted into the crowd, despite Sok-gu shouting behind him, An Ho-yeon, what are you doing? Get back here right now. Running away, An Ho-yeon whispered to himself. An opportunity to protect the dignity and freedom of a conqueror. I have to find out if the me of today is the future I wanted to show Mom. But the next moment, An Ho-yeon froze in place. In front of him stood a goblin with glowing eyes, surrounded by a whole pack. An Ho-yeon was so anxious he was rooted to the spot. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. My body won't move. He helplessly realized the only thing he could feel was his own trembling. An Ho-yeon shook uncontrollably. He couldn't even lift a finger. He tried to force himself. Move! Move! Watching the goblins charge, An Ho-yeon silently affirmed. You know you have to face danger. He questioned himself. How can you be afraid of a low-level monster? An Ho-yeon widened his eyes, waiting for the goblins to rush him. Weren't you dreaming of becoming a conqueror all this time? Right then, Jae-hoon suddenly appeared. An Ho-yeon's hood blew away in the wind, and he fell backward onto the ground. Jae-hoon spoke slowly. Are you? He asked, unsure. An Ho-yeon. The scene shifted back to the time in the mall. In Jae-hoon's hand was an item bought with his personal account, minus 50 million won. From a distance, Hanna ran over and shouted, Jae-hoon, she asked anxiously. What's wrong? Why did you go in there? Then Hanna wondered, and what is that rock? Jae-hoon was confused. In other people's eyes, is it just a rock? He tucked it away and replied, nothing. Jae-hoon thought to himself, if someone else could identify it as clearly as the system does, that would be the real anomaly. He turned to speak. Actually, I don't think I need to buy weapons anymore. This annoyed Hanna. Sorry. Just then, an announcement rang out. Attention all customers. There is a dungeon break near the shopping center. And monsters. Hearing this, Jae-hoon's eyes widened. He turned and sprinted away, making Hanna panic as she called after him. Jae-hoon! He smashed through the glass door and charged outside. He dove straight toward the goblins on the ground. They looked up in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The aura Jae-hoon emitted was overwhelming. An explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Jae-hoon landed calmly in the middle of the goblins. His eyes assessed them cautiously. There seemed to be more than I thought. Defeating them while making sure no one else gets hurt, this is going to be difficult. Suddenly, bolts of lightning shot out, surrounding the goblins. Jae-hoon triggered an explosion in that exact spot again. Then, he leaped repeatedly to different locations. Jae-hoon rushed behind a goblin and stomped on the head of one that was charging at An Ho-yeon. Jae-hoon looked up and spoke. You're An Ho-yeon, right? Across from him, the boy was also stunned. An Ho-yeon hurriedly turned his head, clutching his hood. Jae-hoon's gaze dropped, feeling a bit saddened. I never thought I'd meet the unfortunate genius An Ho-yeon in a place like this. An Ho-yeon spoke up, confused. He easily recognized him. That's right, he's a student at Milet Academy too. Then he spoke up to express. Forget it, whatever. I need your help, An Ho-yeon shouted anxiously. Wait, watch your back. Without even turning his head, Jae-hoon waved his hand to wipe out the lingering spirit. I know, he replied, leaving An Ho-yeon stunned by his words. We can't let these monsters get any closer to where people might see them, Jae-hoon said, coldly. Are you just going to stand there forever? He ordered. Pick up your weapon and let's fight. An Ho-yeon finally pulled himself together. Right. A surge of strength returned to him. It was strange hearing him say that. The trembling that had gripped him suddenly vanished. Watching Jae-hoon's back, An Ho-yeon silently affirmed that he was truly a conqueror. He strode after him, determined. I must save him, whatever it takes. His eyes burned with an unyielding spirit. Jae-hoon and An Ho-yeon stood up and marched straight toward the goblin horde ahead. Suddenly, He spoke up. Taunt? You know how to use that skill, right? Get ready. You need to taunt all the monsters around here. Jae-hoon laid out the plan for them. There are tons of goblins here. Don't miss a single one. You need to lure as many as you can. After he finished, he asked again, You can do it, right? Yes? He silently steeled his resolve. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. An Ho-yeon drew his sword and slashed through the air, telling himself he had to give it his all. Then, he planted his sword into the ground and began to unleash the skill. The air crackled with intense power as he activated Ironclad Taunt. The system notification flashed. Monsters within a 50-meter radius are now tracking you. Physical and magic defense reduced by 30%. The notification kept ringing as he used the skill again. The goblins stood there, dumbfounded, completely defenseless. Their eyes glowed with a dangerous, crimson light. Jae-hoon stood to the side, silently impressed. Ironclad Taunt is a much higher tier skill than the basic taunt. His level is high enough to use it already. I guess gifted people really do follow their own path, huh? Even so, before I regressed, he only ever reached a mediocre level at best. I'm not sure if it's because of his mental struggles or some other reason, but contrary to his popularity now, his performance will decline rapidly, which is why people call him the tragic genius. But who cares about that? A weak nature can change over time. An Ho-yeon could become quite useful later on. He has to develop exactly the way I've planned for my goal to succeed. He then spoke up to boost his spirit. All right, let's face them together. Let's go. An Ho-yeon answered firmly. Right. A flash of sword energy shot out, but a goblin managed to block it. An Ho-yeon continued to fight fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had wiped out the entire group of goblins. From a distance, someone approached, looking confused and exclaiming, What is happening here? Their eyes immediately turned toward the source of the voice. The man walked closer. Jae-hoon introduced himself calmly. Hello, I am Officer Jae-hoon from the National Subjugation Bureau. Did you two handle this goblin pack? An Ho-yeon nodded in confirmation. Ah, yes, that's right. At that moment, he recognized him. Gray hair, gray eyes. Is he An Ho-yeon? I heard he was a genius. But why does he look like a high schooler? Someone his age managed to take out all these monsters? Jae-hoon scratched his head, muttering in confusion. Well, I don't even know how to report this to my superiors. Just then, Jae-hoon cut in. I was actually planning to discuss this with you. He proposed that the Bureau should take full credit for clearing the monsters, as no one would believe it was just the two of them. Jae-hoon stroked his chin, looking hesitant. But that's against the rules. He glanced around to make sure. There were no cameras or black boxes nearby anyway. The officer shrugged. You know how it is, we're under the government, so I can't just decide on my own. If you don't want your identities revealed, I'll take care of it. You'll also receive rewards from the Bureau. Hearing this, Jae-hoon sighed, feeling a bit annoyed. In the end, he agreed, pointed at An Ho-yeon, and said, Fine, just give my share to him and keep my involvement a secret. Jae-hoon calculated silently. I'm already getting support from the Yo Guild, so I don't need the money. It's best not to draw attention before I enter my let. If I make An Ho-yeon indebted to me, it'll be beneficial later. Jae-hoon responded awkwardly, I can handle that, is that all? But just then, An Ho-yeon shouted, interrupting them. Wait! He glared in protest. What are you talking about? You were the one who cleaned up all the monsters. Jae-hoon was stunned. Jae-hoon turned to explain, I have my own reasons. He smiled, though he felt a flicker of anxiety. I can't risk being discovered by that bastard before I get into my let. Jae-hoon had made up his mind. Before I regressed, I was just a nameless fighter, so he didn't pay any attention to me. But things are different now. He doesn't know I've switched to using magic. If he finds out, I can't predict what he'll do to stop me. From now on, I have to keep a low profile. My plan for revenge must be careful and secret. I have to hide my tracks, grow stronger, and wait for the right moment to slit his throat. The more he heard, the more confused An Ho-yeon became. He bowed his head, conflicted. What should I do? I can't handle this on my own. An Ho-yeon questioned his conscience. Taking all the credit for myself wouldn't be right. He hesitated again, but that money could be used for my mother's treatment. An Ho-yeon struggled internally. I want to be an upright subjugator. He couldn't think clearly, but if I lose this opportunity, I'll miss the time for my mother's treatment, and she won't survive. What do I do? Just then, Jae-hoon glanced over and spotted the problem. His attitude seemed so serious it can't just be about pride. Is there another reason he's hesitating? Then I'll have to help him decide. He spoke directly. Think about it. Jae-hoon tried to encourage him. You've done a lot. If you hesitate now, someone else might die, so don't think you're not worthy. Hearing this, An Ho-yeon turned away. He affirmed, "You're right." In his heart, An Ho-yeon already had the answer. I shouldn't have hesitated in the first place. If I lose someone important just because I overthink things, what would my dream even mean? He turned to Min Jae-hoon. I will repay you for this later. Ji Young-hoon stood by, having witnessed the whole thing. He couldn't help but marvel. He's so persuasive. Truly an exceptional person. Ji Young-hoon opened his mouth. So, it's decided then. I'll follow the plan. Min Jae-hoon turned to leave. All right, I'm going first. An Ho-yeon called out after him. Please, tell me your name and phone number. He smiled slightly and replied, No need. Don't be so formal with me. We're the same age. Min Jae-hoon promised, We're both going to Milet, so we'll see each other again. This left An Ho-yeon astonished. The same age? Inside, Min Jae-hoon told himself, Actually, I'm all set for Milet. Time skipped to the first day at Milet Academy. The crowd suddenly became loud and boisterous. Hey, is that him? The martial arts genius? They kept pointing at An Ho-yeon. An Ho-yeon, isn't he just an international student? Then it was the turn of the girl next to him. Who is that? She's gorgeous. This person was Seo Yina. Min Jae-hoon thought to himself, She's already drawing attention. It's no surprise. She'll be one of the top-tier subjugators. If I have her on my side, it would be very advantageous. But she's not like a normal person. He told himself there was no need to act immediately. I've already got Yoo Sung-eun, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Jae-sung. Kim Yoo-jung scolded him, feeling a bit annoyed. She is, pretty sure. But you staring at her like that is just creepy, you know? This made Min Jae-hoon flustered. What are you talking about? Just then, So Yina glanced over. From the high platform, someone spoke up. Welcome, students. He smiled and introduced himself. I am the principal of the school, Gu Ja-in. Min Jae-hoon frowned, thinking, Gu Ja-in, I think everything starts from here. That's right. He looks exactly like I remember now. Beside him, Kim Yoo-jung was looking up, dazed. Terrible memories flooded back. Kim Yoo-jung, no, please, I beg you all. Min Jae-hoon's face darkened, and he comforted her. Stay strong. You know that anything can happen at Milet, right? She gave a bright, reassuring smile. Why are you suddenly so concerned? Don't worry, I'll study hard. Min Jae-hoon felt a bit more at ease. That's right. Kim Yoo-jung becomes one of the 3 strongest mages in the class. This time, I won't let her die. On the stage, Gu Ja-in continued. Listen up, students. Now, we will hold the opening ceremony for Milet Academy. He folded his speech and spoke. My speech ends here. You must be bored by now, right? Gu Ja-in raised his hand, gesturing. His expression became twisted as he introduced. The Milet opening ceremony has a special event. Gu Ja-in announced. A game where all students will gather and try to steal their classmates' name tags. We will begin the freshman hunt. Under everyone's feet, blue circles immediately appeared. The students panicked. What? Magic circles? Kim Yoo-jung screamed in confusion. She tripped and fell. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon quickly lunged forward. Kim Yoo-jung, it's dangerous to fall there. He grabbed her hand to pull her back, but her body still collided with someone. A bright light flashed. The scene shifted to an office. Park Yoo Song-eun-jae announced, Today is Min Jae-hoon's opening day. Yoo Song-eun-woo heard this and exclaimed, Oh my god. So soon? I was just about to text him good luck. Now, even if I send it, he won't be able to read it anyway. Is it 3 days this time too? He replied. If you mean the freshman hunt, then yes. It will last for 3 consecutive days in a quarantined zone. Yoo Sung-eun looked sad. So I won't be able to contact him for another 3 days? What a pity. He mentioned, I knew you would forget, so I sent it for you yesterday. Hearing this, she brightened up immediately. Really? Did he answer? What's the fuss? Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae pulled out his phone to show Yoo Sung-eun. Then the scene shifted to the site of the freshman hunt. Min Jae-hoon worriedly checked on Kim Yoo-jung. Hey, are you okay? Beside them, Ya appeared. An Ho-yeon turned to look. Min Jae-hoon quickly realized. Wait. This kid. Black hair, hazel eyes, 92nd in magic aptitude, the one who completely changed the mage class and will become the rank S conqueror. Her eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Park Yoo Seong-eun-jae showed Yoo Seong-eun a message, telling her not to worry. Min Jae-hoon knew her identity was So Yi-na. The scene opened at Milet Academy's central control room, where a crowd was lining up to enter. Someone exclaimed, We've got quite a few talented applicants this year. An Ho-yeon had so much potential he'd even drawn attention from abroad. And even though they were freshmen, So Yi-na, Kim Yoo-jung, and Lee Soo-hyuk all scored above 90 inches aptitude. The career paths for the applicants hadn't been updated yet. Right then, Gu Jae-in walked in and told them not to worry about it. Instructor Kim Sok-jae maintained a casual attitude, asserting that if they changed them now, there was no point in looking anyway. This place wasn't so lenient that it would just take anyone. The Milet Academy applicants were generally very talented, but among them, some stood out from the rest. Gu Ja-in silently evaluated them. For instance, An Ho-yeon. He laughed confidently. They'll just become stepping stones for the true geniuses. We don't need to give them a chance. Normally, when an awakened fails to defeat an opponent or faces a life-threatening situation, they might get one more chance. During the awakening, even if we have to sacrifice 100 rank C conquerors, we must train one rank A conqueror. A conqueror must constantly display their dominance. Those who fail are just ones who haven't proven themselves, that's all. Gu Ja-in thought to himself. His role was to pick the gems for him. He rested his chin on his hand, asserting that he couldn't delay any longer. The freshman hunt was taking place on a man-made moon created by magic. In this space, you could do things that were impossible in reality, like controlling time or eliminating gravity. And in that space, about 50% of the applicants failed every year. The event was that difficult and made you realize how limited your skills were. Jae-hoon was determined not to let his guard down. He was extremely cautious, especially around Seo Yi-na. Right then, Gu Ja-in's face appeared on the screen again. He smiled and spoke. I will explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the limits of this moon you are currently on, you can use skills of a certain rank or lower, and if you take a name tag, you will earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they get 10,000 points. But conversely, a freshman gets 100,000 points. You can use these points everywhere in Milet. Get as many as you can. Jae-hoon frowned, evaluating the situation tensely. Rank E skills or lower. That means I can't use my rank A lightning skill. But he didn't mention anything about special skills. Then he wrapped it up. We hope you all have a fun time. All skills will be scaled down to level 11 to ensure everyone's safety, so you don't need to worry about getting hurt. After hearing that, he let out a frustrated sigh and cursed. What a load of crap. Jae-hoon understood the problem. He hadn't just omitted mentioning the special skills. He also didn't mention the stat limits. It was clear he wanted to filter out the useless ones and pick the talented ones. Then, he turned to Kim Yoo-jung. Let's go. We have to stay here for 3 days. We need to find a shelter first. Jae-hoon told himself that on this moon, there were many things that could be used to survive, like traps that could provide food, healing pools, or nightmare beds. The ecosystem allowed you to find food and shelter. If you want to survive for 3 days, shelter is the most important thing. You have to find a place to stay before thinking about anything else. Kim Yoo-jung suddenly called out to Jae-hoon. Wait, wouldn't it be safer if we invited that person along? He looked a bit dazed. Huh? That person? She explained that she seemed to be a magic cadet too. Wouldn't it be better to have one more person? Jae-hoon frowned as he calculated. Why is she being so logical right now? Honestly, it would be better if I cooperated with Seo Yi-na. Deep down, he was still incredibly wary, but he couldn't control her. Even though he knew about her from the news, that incident that day happened because Seo Yi-na couldn't control her anger, endangering a lot of people. Then Jae-hoon raised the issue. We can't decide that easily. Are you sure she won't betray us? And look, she always seems suspicious and doesn't trust us at all. Kim Yoo-jung looked over at Seo Yi-na and blurted out, Really? Her demeanor made Kim Yoo-jung see a reflection of Jae-hoon. She casually expressed, From what I see, she's exactly like you were when we were little. Then Kim Yoo-jung hurried toward Seo Yi-na, despite Jae-hoon calling out, Hey, wait. She smiled and opened the conversation. If you'd like, do you want to join us? We're mages too. Her eyes glanced over. Kim Yoo-jung was still trying hard to convince her, even though, no matter how you looked at it, this didn't seem like a good deal at all, especially since for mages, it's easier to fight in groups. Hearing that, Seo Yi-na just calmly replied, But I think we should decide that later. Looking in the direction of her gaze, a figure glided down, dust flying everywhere to reveal the forms of 2 people. Found 3 freshmen, Shin Jung-sang excitedly asserted, Looks like we're going to get points easily this year. Beside the guy was Sun So-ryun. She frowned and exclaimed, I only detected 2. But seeing 3 people, Sun So-ryun paused for a moment. She was beyond bewildered. What the hell? How come I couldn't sense that guy? Jae-hoon looked over, evaluating the situation tensely. These people were being way too obvious. Kim Yoo-jung sensed the danger and reminded him, Hey, those seniors are warriors. It would be better to run away first, right? But he thought differently and replied, No, we have to catch them. We can't escape them. Inside, Min Jae-hoon had calculated. According to what he remembered, Sun So-ryun had a special ability that allowed her to find targets within a 186-mile 300 kilometers radius. Sun So-ryun's eyes brightened as she searched. He thought to himself, if we don't defeat them, they'll gather others and attack us. Shin Jung-sang was still excitedly exclaiming, all right, once I get the points, I'm going to buy a ton of delicious food. Sun So-ryun glanced over and warned, hey, don't be careless. That handsome guy looks a bit strange. He stood tall and unbothered. He's just a freshman, and it's not like this is our first time participating in this. Then, Shin Jung-sang lunged forward. Watch this. I'll take them out in a split second. Min Jae-hoon's gaze was ice cold as he observed everything, and the moment Jung-sang swung his sword, he dodged it in time. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Sun So-ryun also stupidly exclaimed, seriously, this guy? Deep down? She felt a bit cautious. I told you he was strange. Min Jae-hoon calmly remarked, it's been a while since someone swung a sword at me. But Shin Jung-sang still hadn't realized the problem. It was just a fluke. He secretly looked down on him. How could I have never heard of a freshman good enough to counterattack me? Then Shin Jung-sang lunged forward again with burning determination. You're just a freshman mage. With every sword stroke the guy swung, Min Jae-hoon calmly tilted his body to dodge. He didn't even bother to move to fight back. A moment later, Shin Jung-sang started sweating profusely and questioned himself. Why? The guy gradually grew afraid of Min Jae-hoon as he caught the sword. I can't defeat him. Min Jae-hoon leaned close to his face and questioned him. You're really something, Shin Jung-sang. How have you managed to survive with that physique? As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed Shin Jung-sang's sword. Seo Yi-na stood there with her eyes wide open. Min Jae-hoon calmly commanded, if you give me your name tag, I'll let you go. I'll give you 3 seconds, leave the name tag and get lost. Shin Jung-sang was so scared he couldn't speak. He looked at the fragments of his sword and stood frozen. He couldn't believe this was just a newcomer. Shin Jung-sang was overwhelmed by Min Jae-hoon's presence. But why was he looking at him like that? He calmly reminded him, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You didn't take it. As soon as he finished, Min Jae-hoon threw a punch into the middle of Shin Jung-sang's head. Dust rose everywhere. Sun So-ryun was also stunned in shock. A beam of light shot down from the sky. The system announced, player Shin Jung-sang has been eliminated. Kim Suk-jae frowned and exclaimed, someone's already been eliminated. Along with that, another system board appeared. Player Min Jae-hoon has earned 100,000 points. Seo Yi-na jumped in surprise, checking nervously. Wait, not An Ho-yeon, but Min Jae-hoon? Who's that? Is there a problem? Guide, Park Ha-jun. Park Ha-jun was confused and re-examined. No, the guide's results are correct. Is there a problem on your end? Guide Kim Ji-yeon. She answered, looking dazed. Nothing on this side either. On the other side, Gu Ja-in was also silently observing. He laughed and exclaimed, Min Jae-hoon, huh? On the arena floor, Sun So-ryun shouted uncomfortably, you, who the hell are you? Min Jae-hoon calmly reminded her, Kim Yoo-jung, get ready. We need to take care of the rest of them. I'll send you a team invite. Just accept it, he urged. She replied, looking confused. Huh? Oh, okay. Kim Yoo-jung stood there, bewildered, wondering, is he always this strong? Seo Yi-na was also invited to the team. Sun So-ryun frowned, assessing the situation with concern. Shin Jung-sang, you idiot, this is getting complicated. She analyzed the situation calmly. Even without that monster, a 1-on-3 fight was too dangerous. Sun So-ryun pulled 3 throwing knives from her pocket, telling herself, I should take one of them out and get out of here fast. Then, she suddenly lunged forward. Sun So-ryun's expression darkened as she attacked Kim Yoo-jung. Kim Yoo-jung looked a bit confused, gasping in surprise. Min Jae-hoon watched them carefully. Not bad. He realized they were all trying to confuse their opponent with quick attacks, then exploit an opening to escape. That was Sun So-ryun's best option, but things weren't going to be that simple. When she saw Kim Yoo-jung set up a shield, Sun So-ryun was shocked. She can react to my speed? Min Jae-hoon was certain her plan would only work if Kim Yoo-jung were an average person. Then, Kim Yoo-jung turned and launched a combo attack. Sun So-ryun gripped 4 throwing knives tightly in her palm. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to throw them. Kim Yoo-jung quickly activated her shield to block. Min Jae-hoon stood by, observing calmly, but he knew facing a senior was still tough for Kim Yoo-jung. I should help her. He used Aphem's holy light. At the same time, Seo Yi-na began forming a holy sword. Min Jae-hoon looked up, surprised. He quickly realized it was Seo Yi-na's special skill, Mirror of Hem. A barrage of swords shot towards Sun So-ryun. She spat out a mouthful of blood, helpless. Damn it. Finally, Sun So-ryun realized the truth. All three of them were monsters. The system announced, player Sun So-ryun has been eliminated. Based on contribution, player Kim Yoo-jung received 50,000 points. Seo Yina crossed her arms and asked, "Did I interrupt?" Another notification rang out. Based on contribution, player So Yina received 50,000 points. Kim Yoo-jung replied happily, "Not at all. I won thanks to you." Then, she cautiously asked, "Is your offer from earlier still on the table?" Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was calculating, "It seems I need to update my information on So Yina." His current assessment of her was that she was quiet and untrustworthy. Suddenly, So Yina glanced at him. Jae-hoon felt curious. Right then, the system announced that he had formed a team. Team 33, Captain Jae-hoon, members Kim Yoo-jung and So Yina. The scene shifted to a nightmare bed near a shelter, where a large footprint lay on the ground. Kim Sung-hoon bowed to inspect it. There are signs someone passed by. It looks like they entered a shelter. He thought in shock. How could newcomers eliminate Sun So-ryun and Shin Jung-sang? Then, Kim Sung-hoon ordered the others to stop searching and just keep a close watch on the area. Hunting newcomers was a 3-day game. Those kids couldn't just stay in there for 3 days. Now, let's see what they look like. At that moment, Kim Yoo-jung was standing guard nearby. A beam of light flashed, piercing through Kim Sung-hoon's chest. Immediately after, the system displayed, "Player Kim Sung-hoon has been eliminated." Oh Jin-wook immediately became alert and spun around. He caught sight of her running away and shouted. On the other side, the rest rushed to chase after Kim Yoo-jung to catch her. Her eyes dimmed as she calculated. There are 5 of them? She let out a breath. Good. Everything is going smoothly. Finally, Kim Yoo-jung turned around to provoke them. Seriously, you guys are like dogs chasing a bone. Aren't you ashamed to be running around in a large group like that? This infuriated Oh Jin-wook. Stop right there, Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed as she ran. That was easy. The scene cut to a moment earlier, where Jae-hoon had given instructions. All right, listen up. He carefully outlined the problem. The shelter might be safe, but we can't stay here forever. Jae-hoon insisted that they had to find food and, more importantly, score points. Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed in surprise. Seo Yina also understood and spoke up. You mean? Jae-hoon confirmed directly. Yes. He had made a plan, and now Kim Yoo-jung was executing it. We're going to hunt some seniors. She darted past something glowing. A system board immediately appeared. Warning. Level 1 creature habitat. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes swept over it, looking satisfied. Found it. I lured them in, just like you planned, but I'm losing my stamina. The system announced. Active skill, Gale, has been activated. Kim Yoo-jung signaled. I'm leaving the rest to you, Jae-hoon. In her heart, she knew that failure meant death. Another warning board appeared. You have entered the paralysis spore fungi environment. Before the start of the program, Jae-hoon had gone to see Lee Jae-sang to ask for information on how to deal with the paralysis spores during the newcomer hunt. He had pondered for a long time. Based on their growth habits, Lee Jae-sang gradually found their natural enemy. Perhaps it's best to use ash tree sap because it's easy to find in the nightmare forest, but it's only for treatment. It won't prevent it. If you've already been poisoned by the spores, even though it was just a little information, he was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. That's more than enough. Thank you so much. Back in the nightmare forest, the group of seniors started to panic. Senior Oh Jin-wook shouted, Everyone, wait, but everything was already too late. By the time they stopped, they realized they had stepped into the restricted area of the paralysis spore fungi. Sensing the strange atmosphere, one of them said cautiously, Oh Jin-wook, this doesn't look good. Should we retreat? At this point, he seemed to have fallen into a state of paralysis, his eyes bloodshot, and the whites of his eyes were covered in terrifying blood vessels. A system notification sounded. Warning. Level 1 creature. Opposite them, the level 1 creature moved, forcing the crowd to shift their attention. A while later, the seniors were still wandering in the area, as their search had yielded no results. Oh, Jin-wook spoke up irritably. We've come this far, and you dare suggest giving up? Because they had come so far, they had to be even more careful. One slip-up, and it would be the end. Seeing his stubbornness, Kim Seung-hoon voiced his concern, stop chasing them. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Oh Jin-wook shouted, threatening him. Hey, you were defeated by a newcomer. What are you thinking, spouting such nonsense? Facing the other's harsh criticism, he could only tremble as he spoke his mind. So what if we were outsmarted by a newcomer? What if we get poisoned if we keep going? Hearing this, Oh Jin-wook remembered something and thought, the range of the paralysis spores can reach up to 50 meters. As he thought this, he said firmly, then that brat must have been poisoned too. Oh Jin-wook, you stay here and guard outside the spread range. The rest, follow me. No matter what little tricks they play, it's useless. Maybe that brat is just bait they sent to lure us into a trap, but they are underestimating me. Just a newcomer. How dare they try to deceive us? The whole team rushed off. Just as predicted, Kim Yoo-jung's small figure appeared right before their eyes. Oh, Jin-wook yelled excitedly. Catch her, you little brat. Making us come this far, you're pretty good, you damn kid. Let's see where you can run now. Seeing them, Kim Yoo-jung panicked slightly, but quickly steadied herself and challenged them in response. Come here, you're done for. Which one of you dare to point at me? She raised her hand. Who's the one? Played like a fiddle by a little girl, he screamed madly, and waved his hand, signaling the whole group to charge and grab her. Still acting arrogant? You're dead meat. Kim Yoo-jung wasn't shaken at all. On the contrary, she was incredibly excited. Having calculated everything, timing and space perfectly, she quickly used her skill to detonate a paralysis spore fungus underneath them. All creatures within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Returning to a few minutes earlier, Kim Yoo-jung had asked curiously when she saw Min Jae-hoon desperately looking for something. Hey, you said you were looking for something important, but is there anything here besides trees? Looking at the link in his hand, he calmly reassured her. Calm down, we're on the right track. You guys noticed it too, right? This event is very beneficial for close-range warriors. Seo Yi-na, standing beside them, agreed in a low voice. Right. The fact that we can only use skills from C rank and below is a huge disadvantage for those who rely primarily on skills, like mages, Min Jae-hoon added quickly. And for those with good physical stats like warriors, that disadvantage is nothing. Their low-level skills are quite powerful, whereas mages are only strong if they use high-level skills. Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung yawned, discouraged, and couldn't help but say worriedly, That's right. So Yi-na is fine because she has a special skill, but my skills are all sealed. At best, I only have some basic strength-buffing charms left. What should we do? Min Jae-hoon slowly explained. We need to plan this carefully to fully utilize those basic skills. Do you know how to use swap? She nodded quickly. Of course. I'm the one who taught you magic theory, remember? Seo Yi-na excitedly chimed in. Swap is a technique used to switch positions between two designated targets. Does it have any special effect? As soon as he asked, he exclaimed with excitement. Got it. Ash tree sap has this property. We can play some pretty interesting games with swap. Back in reality, a loud explosion echoed from the spore's restricted area. Hearing the signal, Min Jae-hoon hurriedly gave the command, Start. Got it. Receiving the order, Seo Yi-na nodded. All right. Inside the paralyzed mushroom-restricted zone, the upperclassmen were struggling to withstand the impact of the explosion. Oh, Jin-wook shouted angrily. That crazy tch. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Active skill. Swap. Has been activated. Kim Yoo-jung cheered excitedly. My turn. Sorry, but I can't keep playing with you guys. Saying that, she silently vanished from the mushroom territory, using a teleportation spell. A second later, Min Jae-hoon's familiar boots appeared on the screen in midair. The moment he arrived, he planted his foot firmly on his opponent's face with a mocking tone. My turn. The kick was so powerful that Oh Jin-wook was knocked backward, blood spraying from his nose. With a heavy thud, his body collapsed onto the ground, the impact so strong that the nearby mushrooms were knocked over. Realizing his combat strength was plummeting, Oh Jin-wook helplessly tried to crawl forward and curse. Damn it, you think you've caught us? You idiot? You've entered the paralyzed spore territory too. I knew you guys were up to something, so I left someone watching outside. Once the spores dissipate, all of you. Before he could finish, Min Jae-hoon coldly shattered his hope. I hate to disappoint you, but that guy isn't coming. Before logging out of the game, Oh Jin-wook screamed in frustration. What the hell? At that instant, bad news from outside the restricted area was announced. Player Oh Jin-wook has been eliminated. He lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back in terror from the gut-wrenching pain of constant stabs, delivered by none other than the core member of their team, Seo Yi-na. The point notification rang continuously. Players Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo Yi-na have gained 100,000 points. Inside the restricted zone, Oh Jin-wook lay writhing on the floor, unable to close his eyes out of sheer rage. Min Jae-hoon smirked. I told you, he wouldn't come. Unable to accept defeat, Oh Jin-wook gritted his teeth so hard his whole body trembled. Unable to suppress his anger, Oh Jin-wook exploded in a rage. Just wait 2 more hours. We'll definitely turn the tables. Once the paralysis poison wears off, just by myself. Ignoring his threats, Min Jae-hoon scoffed. Do you really think I'll allow that? Watching him walk calmly through the restricted zone, Oh Jin-wook was stunned into silence. Wait a minute, how is he moving without being affected by the spores? He kept muttering. No way, this is impossible. Min Jae-hoon coldly replied, It is impossible, but go complain to God about it. Actually, his immunity to the paralytic poison was all thanks to a blessing from a pig. Min Jae-hoon closed in step by step, making Oh Jin-wook scream in terror. Get away! Don't come here! In just a split second, the groaning abruptly stopped, replaced by his piercing screams, accompanied by the metallic scent of fresh blood spreading through the air. The remaining seniors immediately fell into a state of panic, instinctively stepping back in fear. The system voice chimed in. Player Oh Jin-wook has been eliminated. Players Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo Yi-na have gained 100,000 points. Looking at the group before him, his eyes gleamed with hunger as he spoke. Only 3 left? Without waiting for them to react, he sent them on their way. No. At the same time, the outside heard the news. Yu was so shocked he couldn't speak. No way. The first 30 minutes passed, and the rookie leaderboard was updated. First place, Min Jae-hoon. Second place, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yi-na. Fourth place, An Ho-yeon. Fifth place, Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Ju-eon. Seventh place, Jang Ho-sun. After a long struggle, Min Jae-hoon's group finally took a break to recover. Kim Yoo-jung quickly drank an energy recovery potion. She drained the whole vial, and seeing how exhausted she looked, Seo Yi-na asked worriedly, Are you okay? Kim Yoo-jung let out a breath and replied, I think I'm okay now. Hearing that, she quickly confirmed, Really? Then can we keep going? Her eyes lit up, and she urged impatiently, Let's go. With that, the two stood up and continued moving. After a few steps, Seo Yi-na curiously asked offhandedly, It seems like Jae-hoon knows a lot about magic. I didn't expect swap could be used this way. Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung quickly denied it. What? He only became a mage recently. It hasn't even been 3 months. I told you before, I'm the one who taught him magic. Her words left Seo Yi-na completely shocked. She stammered, What? You mean at first, Jae-hoon really intended to become a warrior? She excitedly recounted the whole story. Yeah, just a few months ago, he was still pretty passionate about combat. Back then, he didn't pay any attention to magic at all. But later though, I'm surprised Min Jae-hoon knows about that ash tree sap. Where did he learn that? And he wasn't even affected by the paralysis poison. How? Seo Yi-na nodded in agreement. It's true. After walking for a while, the group reunited. Kim Yoo-jung happily called out, Hey, Min Jae-hoon. He laughed and teased. Still paralyzed? Seems like you guys are all fine now, huh? She retorted confidently. Of course. After all, I just had to run like crazy and chant a spell. What about you? Seo Yi-na was suddenly mentioned, and she replied blankly, I'm fine too. As they got closer, the two started bickering again. Kim Yoo-jung laughed and complimented him, but her tone wasn't exactly kind. Hey Min Jae-hoon, your plan this time wasn't bad. You seem a bit different today, less of a dummy. Insulted directly, he pinched her mouth and threatened, Who are you calling a dummy? How dare you say that, huh? Unexpectedly, Seo Yi-na reacted to the comment. A dummy? He actually looks pretty handsome. The more she thought about it, the more her eyes fixed on Min Jae-hoon, scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly realizing her train of thought, Seo Yi-na jolted awake. She quickly composed herself. This isn't the time to think about such things. Focus. On the first night of the hunting period, the group set up a barrier around their hideout. Instead of resting and eating, Min Jae-hoon started concocting medicinal potions. Looking at the bubbling pot, Seo Yi-na couldn't hide her curiosity and spoke up. What are you doing? He replied calmly. This is a stamina recovery potion. Just in case, I learned how to make it from a friend I know. At that moment, Lee Jae-song was likely crying over his missing rare herbs. Recalling that moment, Min Jae-hoon thought to himself with a wince. In the process of learning, I failed over 100 times. Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't resist interrupting. Hey, what do you mean by a friend? You don't even have a single friend, he immediately retorted, leaving her scrambling to silence herself. I'm sure you have plenty of friends other than me, right? Kim Yoo-jung clutched her chest and gasped. That kind of hurts. Conversely, Seo Yi-na was full of admiration. She whispered, Jae-hoon, you're really impressive. You don't seem like you're the same age as us at all. You seem very experienced with these things, as if you were 10 years older than us. Hearing this sensitive topic, he froze for a few seconds, feeling guilty inside. What? Her intuition is really good. She even guessed the timing right. Kim Yoo-jung suddenly jumped up, shouting, "All right, enough nonsense. If we're heading out tomorrow, we need to eat something now. You guys wait here. I'll cook for us." Min Jae-hoon asked concernedly. "What? I'm fine. Just eat some fruit or something for now." She pouted and argued back. "Hey, no way. Don't you trust me?" He nodded immediately. "Trust you? Then tell me, what color was the cookie you made in cooking class?" Mentioning this, Kim Yoo-jung's heroic aura vanished instantly, and she whispered, "Trust me." So Yi-na had just imagined how delicious the cookie might have been, and asked curiously, "Did you add blueberry jam?" But Min Jae-hoon immediately exposed the brutal truth. "No, it's just that she's a terrible cook." He had thrown up so miserably that time that Kim Yoo-jung had to call his mother for help. "Ma'am." Min Jae-hoon stopped there. Thinking back, he sighed. "I don't know how to cook either." Hearing this, So Yi-na offered, "I know how to cook a little bit. Maybe I should cook for us?" A bit surprised, Min Jae-hoon quickly confirmed, "You're good at cooking?" "So Yi-na," she replied shyly. "I lived with my grandmother, so I cooked for her every day." Saying that, So Yi-na rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Looking at her confident demeanor, he silently mused that he didn't know much about So Yi-na's family. Did she live alone with her grandmother because of some issue with her parents? After a moment, So Yi-na began seasoning the food. Seeing the delicious-looking result before her, she excitedly gestured. "It's done." The savory aroma drifted to them, making them unable to resist their cravings, and they immediately picked up spoons to taste it. The rich, savory flavor made their taste buds explode. Kim Yoo-jung excitedly rushed over and hugged her, shouting, "So good." Min Jae-hoon couldn't stop praising it either. "It's truly delicious. I never expected we could eat something this good in a place like this." Watching his teammates' satisfied expressions, So Yi-na felt an unexpected sense of happiness. It had been so long since she had felt this way. At that same moment, in the central control room, the instructors and the principal were glued to their screens. Kim Sok-jae reported with disappointment, "Even though we had such high expectations. Student An Ho-yeon is only in 4th place? I can't believe both 1st and 2nd place are mages." Gu Ja-in skeptically suggested the system might be glitching. There was no better explanation. Conversely, Principal Gu Ja-in was incredibly excited. His eyes were locked on the leaderboard as he wore a cryptic smile. Interesting. Usually, only a martial arts conqueror could put on a show like that. So, what is the situation now? A group of low-level mages are defeating senior martial arts students and taking the lead? Thinking of something, Gu Ja-in gave an order. "Miss Kim Ji-yeon, go back to the paralyzing spore mushroom area." She immediately obeyed. "Yes." At that moment, the screen was still frozen on the scene where Min Jae-hoon's foot landed on Oh Jin-wook. The entire combat scene left him suspicious. The judgment, the courage in such a situation, plus the ability to defeat a martial arts student. It was unbelievable that there was such a mage. Or rather, he couldn't believe this was a new student. Thinking this, Gu Ja-in's eyes quickly scanned the file on him, neatly placed on the desk. He came up with a crazy idea. He loudly called for Director Lai. Park Ha-jun reported, "I have obtained information on student Min Jae-hoon as you requested, but I am not sure if it is accurate." Hearing the vague report, Gu Ja-in asked, "What do you mean? You're not sure if the information is accurate?" "Well," she stammered, twitching her brow. He growled an order. "Stay calm and tell me. What's the problem?" Spreading the documents out in front of his superior, Park Ha-jun stammered, 70%, sir." Such an incredibly high figure for an unknown rookie made Gu Ja-in jump. "What did you say?" She slowly explained. "The magic capacity level of Min Jae-hoon is 97%. The constant stream of impressive numbers left him speechless. 97. The unusually quiet atmosphere made Kim Ji-yeon feel extremely tense. But a second later, the room filled with Gu Ja-in's giggles. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. "Good, very good. This Min Jae-hoon, I want to see for myself how talented this student really is." Kim Sok-jae confusedly asked, "Are you saying you will intervene?" A flash of malice crossed the principal's eyes. He softly said, "Then, let's plan something really interesting." Understanding his meaning, she replied immediately, "I will prepare it." Meanwhile, inside the forest, fierce hunts were still taking place. Cries echoed throughout the woods. In the blink of an eye, Min Jae-hoon's team reached an impressive milestone. 100,000 points awarded to candidates Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and So Yi-na. Kim Yoo-jung cheered excitedly. "We've got 100,000 points." He calmly reminded them, "All right, that's enough." Curious about why they were suddenly leaving the hideout, she asked, "Why do we have to leave the shelter?" Assessing the situation, he explained, "We have no choice. The students are currently too afraid to go to the Nightmare Forest. Seo Yina agreed. Min Jae-hoon is right. If we want more points, we have to leave. Yawning loudly, Kim Yoo-jung complained a little. I guess we have no other choice. Let's get ready. What's the highest hunting achievement for a new student? Seo Yina quickly followed up. 140,000 points. Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon silently thought, I didn't expect Seo Yina to be this curious and competitive. I'll keep that in mind. Let's go then. Suddenly, a soft rustling came from the other side of the forest. Despite the tiny movement, Jae-hoon sensitively detected it immediately. He quickly adjusted their formation. Wait, get ready, they're coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, sharp slash tore through the air, heading straight for Min Jae-hoon's group. The massive pressure from the attack erupted, making the space seem like it was about to shatter under the terrifying impact. He silently judged, this technique must be higher than C rank. At that moment, the system issued a warning. Connection within the subspace is unstable. Limitations placed on candidates will be temporarily disabled. The familiar aura made Seo Yina vaguely realize, that person, it must be someone from this side. After steadying herself, Yoo-jung worriedly asked, Min Jae-hoon, are you okay? How could a new student? He kept his eyes fixed on the opponent and said, I didn't think we'd meet again like this. An Ho-yeon. What's wrong? Instead of answering, he hung his head and panted in exhaustion. Seeing the opponent's unusual behavior, Min Jae-hoon suspiciously wondered, what's wrong? Is he not hearing me? Seo Yina also realized something and warned, be careful. He looks like he's going crazy. It seems he's been possessed by something. Hearing this, his eyes flashed with indignation. Gu Ja-in is the mastermind, isn't he? Before I regressed, there was a similar incident. The Milet Academy Festival, the day that was supposed to be a happy celebration for new students, was turned into a disaster. The cause was Gu Ja-in's natural brainwashing skill. His wrongdoing was brought to light, backing him into a corner and causing Gu Ja-in to commit a horrific crime to distract the world before disappearing. The day of the disaster caused many students to lose their lives, and then Gu Ja-in fled. It was also the day Kim Yoo-jung sacrificed her life to save him. On the opposite side, An Ho-yeon aggressively tightened his grip on his sword. His whole body radiated a cold, chilling, killing intent, along with an oppressive pressure that made anyone who looked at him wary. Conversely, Jae-hoon was deeply worried. First, I must help him regain consciousness. Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Looking at the screen next to him, he exclaimed, this is a side quest. Rescue a student being controlled by brainwashing magic. A student has lost consciousness due to a brainwashing magic curse. Break the curse and save this student. Difficulty: C. Reward: blank card, X1. Time remaining: 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Failure penalty: blank card. The attractive reward made Min Jae-hoon's determination boil over. He smirked to himself. A blank card. Seeing him moving forward, Kim Yoo-jung called out, Min Jae-hoon, I'll help you. But Min Jae-hoon stopped her. No, I'm fine. You guys should leave here quickly, as fast as you can. And if possible, while you're running, try to get me some more points. Hearing his wild words, she paused, stunned. What? Don't you know who that is? That's An Ho-yeon, the martial arts prodigy. How do you plan to defeat him? Contrary to Kim Yoo-jung's fearful attitude, he calmly asked, You think I can't? Seeing that confident look, Seo Yina couldn't help but think. She was dazed for a few seconds, but quickly transformed her worry into trust. The next second, she softened her voice and replied, All right, we'll go. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung reacted immediately. Seo Yina? You too? But seeing the determined look in her eyes, she decided to go along with it. Whatever, fine. We'll go, and we'll try to get as many points as possible. Just don't get hurt. We're leaving, so whether you plan to fight or steal his name tag, do it quickly. Let's go, Seo Yina. Waiting until their figures faded, Min Jae-hoon smiled lightly. It won't take too long. Going back to an hour ago, An Ho-yeon was still trying to hunt for name tags. Looking at his accumulated points, he muttered, So, that's 600,000 points in total? Somehow, I've survived for 2 days. If I can hold out for one more day, this game will end. Freshman rankings. Rank 1, Min Jae-hoon. Rank 2, Kim Yoo-jung. Rank 3, Seo Yina. Rank 4, An Ho-yeon. Rank 5, Lee Soo-hyuk. Rank 6, Cha Ju-eon. The ranking made him a bit surprised. I thought I was doing pretty well, but the top spot is still hard to conquer. It really is a monster. First of all, it's a magic class. It even has restrictions, and all his teammates are in the top spots. The image of Min Jae-hoon single-handedly clearing out the goblin horde flashed back into his mind. Instead of being jealous, An Ho-yeon silently praised him with all his heart. I knew he was very skilled. Saying that, he gently closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady his spirit in preparation for the fight. Jumping up, An Ho-yeon started to say, I have to do better, I still have time. So, before he could finish his sentence, a large screen from the control room appeared in front of him. Gu Ja-in maliciously said, Hello, An Ho-yeon. Caught off guard, An Ho-yeon hesitated. Director Gu Ja-in. The moment he looked at the screen, the director cast a puppet spell. I need your help with something. Just a small request. Within seconds, a surge of magic flooded An Ho-yeon's mind. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he couldn't help but scream. The system immediately sounded an alarm. Warning, someone has breached your mind. She tried to steady her spirit, but An Ho-yeon's mind had already been hijacked by Gu Ja-in. Now, he could only mutter nonsense. What am I doing here? Once the player's mind was compromised, An Ho-yeon became like a puppet under hypnosis. The will assessed the mission. That's right. That's what I need to do. Returning to reality, he coldly swung his sword at Min Jae-hoon like a killing machine, his blade slicing through the air with brutal force. Just as the suffocating pressure felt like it was about to touch his skin, Min Jae-hoon nimbly dodged to the side, neutralizing the attack without the slightest difficulty. Even while dodging, his eyes remained fixed on An Ho-yeon, observing him. An Ho-yeon prepared for his next attack. A-rank skill. Super martial arts. As if receiving an order, he pushed off the ground, riding the wind as he lunged toward Min Jae-hoon at terrifying speed. With a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, he slashed wildly, leaving Min Jae-hoon suspicious. He wasn't like this a few days ago. He was much more skilled, but now I barely recognize him. I'm on the defensive. If it comes down to stamina, this will be a real pain. As the tip of the blade brushed against the shield, An Ho-yeon ruthlessly sent Min Jae-hoon flying a dozen meters back. The player hovered in midair, but quickly regained his balance. Min Jae-hoon silently activated an acceleration skill and darted into the center of the fray. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind An Ho-yeon. While the opponent was still reeling, Min Jae-hoon unleashed a critical hit with light chain. Hearing the movement, An Ho-yeon startled. A loud explosion echoed through the area. As the light chain detonated, a sword strike carrying immense power was unleashed as well. The shockwave from the collision of the two forces threw An Ho-yeon backward, but he quickly planted his feet to regain his balance. Whoosh! Min Jae-hoon took note of this. He didn't rush to attack, letting the dust settle while he began to analyze the footwork An Ho-yeon had just displayed. His body reacted before his eyes could even keep up with his actions. This made Min Jae-hoon even more cautious about his opponent. He exhaled, feeling frustrated. His combat sense is really good. This isn't going to be as easy as I thought. I could use my ultimate skill to wake him up. But the problem is the person watching from outside. It was clear that he was interested in seeing how Min Jae-hoon would deal with a talented martial artist like An Ho-yeon. If I solve this too easily, it'll be boring. I'll show him what I've got. But everything comes with a price. He kept his eyes locked on the match, never wavering. Yu whispered in awe. What am I looking at? A battle mage using martial artist skills and winning against a martial arts genius like An Ho-yeon? No way. I can't believe it. But how is he doing that? A mage shouldn't be able to beat a martial artist that easily. It was an undeniable fact. He had experienced it himself while walking the path of a mage. So how is he doing it? Sitting in front of the screen, Principal Gu Ja-in commented with interest. How interesting. Back in the match, An Ho-yeon's sword plunged helplessly into the ground, accompanied by the foul scent of blood hitting his nose. He crouched on the ground, his whole body throbbing with pain. Min Jae-hoon said lightly, I didn't intend for things to go this far. You're strong though, so I think you'll be fine. With that, he activated the flash bomb skill. As the bomb detonated, the monitors in the principal's room went completely white. Shocked, the assistant screamed, What's happening? Why is the screen all white? Park Ha-jun panicked and stammered. That's on our side. Gu Ja-in snatched the remote from Kim Ji-yeon's hand, trying to do something. He frantically pressed the buttons, but all efforts were in vain. The screen just hissed and stayed the same. Seeing this, Kim Ji-yeon guessed, I think he used a spell to block our vision. Crushing the remote, Gu Ja-in gritted his teeth. Flash bomb. Yes, of course. Guide Kim Sok-jae. That student, Min Jae-hoon. When the event is over, call him to my office. A bit hesitant, Kim Sok-jae tried to intervene. Forgive me, but wouldn't making such a hasty decision be risky? But the man leaned in close, face to face, and warned, Guide Kim Sok-jae, why do you think? Min Jae-hoon used a spell to block our vision, even when he could have clearly won. He stammered in fear. Before he could finish, Jae-hoon spoke up, his hand tightening on his shoulder. Shocking. He knows how to make himself more intriguing than anyone else. The moment the flash bomb was activated, the space around them fell into an eerie silence. An Ho-yeon collapsed to the ground, his breathing ragged. But he fought to keep his mind steady. Standing not far away, Min Jae-hoon carefully surveyed the surroundings. Realizing that everything was settled and safe, he slowly walked over to his opponent to perform a rescue. Min Jae-hoon's hands reached out gently, placing them on top of his head as if trying to feel something. The next second, the silent space erupted into swirling winds as the absolute calculation active skill activated. Right then, a crisp chime from the system echoed in his ear, announcing that the probe was complete, and the target was ready to have the brainwashing effect completely removed. Within a few minutes, An Ho-yeon's consciousness seemed to awaken. He opened his eyes wide, his chest heaving, and he jolted in horror as he realized his surroundings. Seeing Min Jae-hoon, An Ho-yeon spoke in surprise. You are, Min Jae-hoon asked kindly. Are you okay? An Ho-yeon slowly stood up, stuttering. I'm okay. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening scream rang out. Now he didn't even have the strength to stand firm, despite his mouth still making a racket. Min Jae-hoon explained the situation awkwardly. Sorry about that. You suddenly attacked me earlier, so I had to be a bit rough. Hearing the story, An Ho-yeon was incredibly surprised and hurried to confirm, I attacked you? Why would I? He replied vaguely, just some kind of mind control magic. But those words shocked him into a daze as he scrambled to piece together the sequence of events before the incident. Mind control? I don't remember clearly, but I heard a voice. Wait, even the simplest mind control magic is above A rank. I thought there was a rule that only skills below C rank could be used. Min Jae-hoon was also very curious about that. I don't know. Maybe there's a glitch? Or someone interfered? Hearing that, a thought flashed through An Ho-yeon's mind. Even if there were problems in the dungeon, no student could use magic of this caliber. If someone really interfered, do you know who it is and why they did it? Even though he knew everything, including the motive of the person behind it, Min Jae-hoon just smiled lightly, deciding not to say a word. If they're skilled enough to use magic like this, they probably hold quite a position. Once you experience everything in Milet, you'll understand what kind of person Jae-hoon is. A moment later, the system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have completed the mission to rescue a student under brainwashing magic. You have been awarded an empty card. At the same time, An Ho-yeon tried to pull himself up, sighing inwardly, my body is a wreck. He then cast a glance at Min Jae-hoon, observing him. He didn't get a scratch on him. Is this my limit? Even though he had been manipulated by evil forces, An Ho-yeon still felt remorse for the trouble he had caused. I don't know what to say. Other than I'm sorry. Min Jae-hoon just smiled and replied politely. Don't apologize. It's fine. If you can move, I'm heading out. Good luck. As he took a few steps, the other boy hurriedly stopped him. Wait, take this. What he grabbed was An Ho-yeon's name tag. Looking at it, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Without your name tag, you'll be disqualified. He smiled faintly and explained, it's fine. I'm not as good as you, but I still have plenty of potential. Besides, I lost to you fair and square, so handing it over is the right thing to do. I lost this time, but next time will be different. At the Milet Academy Festival, I'm going to beat you and take back the title. After saying that, An Ho-yeon walked out of the game zone, leaving Min Jae-hoon standing there in a daze. Students Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and So Yi-na each received 10,000 points, a single item worth 10,000 points. Thinking it over, he gripped the name tag tightly in his hand, whispering to himself, good luck? No, this feels very different for me. The martial arts talent I've been longing for all this time. A talented martial artist has recognized me. I've been through so much since I was reborn, but this feeling is truly wonderful and joyful. Perhaps this is just the beginning, isn't it? For the first time, I feel like I've made progress, leaving my past helplessness behind and taking a step forward. Well then, let's keep going. A few hours later, the game system echoed loudly. The 72-hour new recruit hunt had ended. Calculating points. You have achieved a record score. You have earned 130,000 points. Returning to the real world, the very next second, countless specks of light appeared, covering the entire waiting lobby. The Milet students began to return one by one, but everyone's face clearly showed disappointment at having to leave the hunt so early. Only Min Jae-hoon stood in a corner, muttering to himself under the suspicious gazes of the crowd. 130,000, not bad. Kim Yoo-jung suddenly stepped up from behind, shouting irritably. Hey, that's a record-breaking score. Shouldn't you be happy? Don't you agree? Unexpectedly, So-yina fell into a similar state, her face pale, complaining with deep regret. Just one more hour. If I had just one more hour, I could have reached 160,000 points. Eventually, she had to give up. You two are so strange. But we'll be able to live comfortably with this many points. Suddenly remembering something, Jae-hoon spoke up excitedly. If you multiply the points by 10, that's the money we get. That means we've earned 1,050,000 won. So-yina couldn't believe her ears, stammering as she asked. That much? He slowly explained. I came in first. You two tied for second with 180,000 points, so there will definitely be bonus points. Hearing this news, Kim Yoo-jung suddenly screamed with excitement. There's bonus points too? Jae-hoon said uncomfortably, his face showing clear annoyance. Probably like 1,000,000 or something. Move aside. He tried to push her away, but Kim Yoo-jung was already lost in joy, with no mind to pay attention to petty things around her. Hugging Yina, she cheered incessantly. 1,000,000? So-yina, did I hear that right? 1,000,000? 1,000,000. She also asked in confusion. 280,000 points. That's 24.8 million won in just 3 days? Their over-the-top reaction caught the crowd's attention. Everyone shot jealous glares at them. You arrogant idiots. Min Jae-hoon was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Oh my god, this is so shameful. Look at how people are staring. He covered his face in embarrassment, his feet instinctively moving away from the rowdy pair. While they were chatting loudly, the crowd suddenly went silent at the appearance of the instructor, Kim Sok-jae. He spoke sternly. Hello everyone. I am instructor Kim Sok-jae. Kim Yoo-jung jumped in surprise, quickly speaking up. Yes, instructor. Yina also spoke politely. Hello, sir. Casting a glance toward the three of them, Kim Sok-jae said in a deep voice, I have something to discuss with you three, but not here. Can we go somewhere else? Min Jae-hoon reacted immediately, cautiously asking, Does the conversation have anything to do with our performance during the event? Understanding the subtext in the other's reminder, the instructor could only bow his head and sigh. Min Jae-hoon walked past Kim Sok-jae and raised his voice. Fine. So-yina curiously leaned in to ask, Where are we going? Without waiting for the instructor to speak, Jae-hoon replied softly, The director's office, right? Meeting the displeased look from him, Kim Sok-jae turned his head back as if to confirm. A long moment later, he finally spoke. That's right. Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and So-yina, Director Gu Ja-in wants to see you. A while later, the group was in Director Gu Ja-in's office. Sitting in a chair, Jae-hoon spoke coldly. So, where is the director? We came because he said he wanted to see us, yet he's not even here? Hearing his arrogant tone, as if he didn't care about anyone, Kim Sok-jae frowned in anger, but tried to hold back his emotions. The tense atmosphere made the two girls uneasy. Kim Yoo-jung whispered nervously. What's wrong? What's happening to him? So-yina looked over and gestured back. I don't know either. Seeing the two still standing there, Kim Sok-jae spoke up. You two, go ahead and sit down. Hearing the order, the girls sat down obediently, not daring to say another word. 10 minutes later, the office door gently creaked open. The person who walked in was none other than Gu Ja-in. He greeted them half-heartedly. Is everyone here? Sorry, I'm a bit late. Seeing him, the two girls immediately stood up to greet him. Hello, I am magic class student Kim Yoo-jung. I am So-yina. Gu Ja-in maintained a gentle expression as he replied. All right, I know. Kim Yoo-jung and So-yina Jae-hoon just sat there lazily and questioned him. You really are late. I was so bored waiting for you that I almost fell asleep. The words caused the temperature in the room to drop to freezing. Kim Yoo-jung turned pale with fear, while So-yina was deeply worried. Kim Sok-jae was furious at this disrespectful attitude, wishing he could discipline him right then and there. Is he crazy? The space around them grew gray and heavy. Not a single sound was made. Everyone stood frozen, silently watching the changes in Jae-hoon's face. When Gu Ja-in heard the student openly criticizing him, he didn't know where to hide his face, and his fake smile began to stiffen. Regaining his composure, he tried to save face. How embarrassing. I needed some time to prepare for today's meeting. Yet, Jae-hoon complained bluntly. Actually, no. We are the ones who are embarrassed. For the past 4 days, we've been struggling in the subspace, so we haven't had time to wash up at all. We didn't have time to prepare anything either. Hearing this, Gu Ja-in just laughed it off, saying, I don't really mind that. Min Jae-hoon said nothing more, just quietly watching him act. It was clear he was just pretending to be kind, probably because he still valued talented students. Getting back to the point, Gu Ja-in spoke enthusiastically. But I have prepared a very attractive offer to compensate you all. So don't hate me, okay? First of all, I would like to congratulate you. You are exceptionally brilliant students for taking the top 3 spots in the new recruit hunt. And Min Jae-hoon, you took first place. He spoke politely. It's all thanks to my team members. If it weren't for them, I couldn't have done it. Hearing this, Gu Ja-in understood the issue, so he doesn't want to show off his talent. Thinking this, Gu Ja-in laughed. That's true. I observed your performance, but did you really give it your all? You easily broke the record. 140,000 points, very impressive, a score that is hard to believe. Seo Yina spoke up wearily. Thank you. Losing patience, Min Jae-hoon urged, can you get straight to the point? Hearing that, the director paused for a few seconds, but quickly regained his fake composure and spoke up. We, Milet Academy, want to give you some special rewards. First, you will get free stays in Milet's high-class dormitories. Second, you will have exclusive rights to use Milet's facilities. Third, when your test results at Milet are not satisfactory, you will have the opportunity to retake them, to change your results. A series of privileges were listed, but none of them showed the slightest interest. At this point, Gu Ja-in added, what do you think? To receive the 3 special rewards I just proposed, you must sign an official cooperation contract with Milet. Before he could even finish, Min Jae-hoon flatly rejected him. I refuse. The stack of documents in the director's hands fell short in mid-air. Jae-hoon leaned back, directly exposing Milet's hypocrisy. It sounds attractive, but with these rewards, if we just work hard for a month, we'll be able to enjoy those same privileges anyway. Above all, Milet always prioritizes skills. So why should I sign a contract and pay a commission fee? After saying this, Jae-hoon snatched the contract from Gu Ja-in's hand. Let's see. His sharp eyes slowly scanned the terms. While flipping through the documents, he questioned him. After signing a contract with Milet, while working as a subjugator, oh my god, 5 whole years? And 30% of earnings go to the school? Director Gu Ja-in, this isn't a reward for us. This looks more like you're exploiting us. Or did I misunderstand? The manipulation plan was exposed bluntly, but he still tried to act, saying with a resentful face, if you think so, there's nothing I can do. This contract isn't mandatory. I'll let the 3 of you decide. It was their turn to voice their opinions. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yina looked at each other in silence. 10 minutes later, they finally dared to refuse. I will also refuse. Me too. Unable to lure anyone into the trap, Gu Ja-in was so angry he wanted to explode, but he tried to keep his voice polite to avoid exposing his true character. What a pity. Truly a pity. These are the best offers I can provide. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon felt a sense of unease. Unable to persuade them with words, Gu Ja-in launched his final trump card. Control magic. I'm afraid you haven't thought this through carefully, so I'll give you another chance. Min Jae-hoon asked. You still won't change your mind? He kept staring right into the man's eyes, ignoring his attempts at psychological manipulation. Just then, the system alarm blared, warning that someone was invading the user's mind. Instead of flinching, Min Jae-hoon just smirked. He thought to himself, I knew it, and immediately copied Gu Ja-in's manipulation skill into an empty card. The passive skill, Pig's Blessing, neutralized the abnormal status. No, honestly, annoying him like this is actually fun. Gu Ja-in's mind control spell was broken in an instant, leaving him stunned, not understanding what was happening. Everything was settled, so Min Jae-hoon raised his voice to signal the others. All right, we're leaving. Below, a system notification appeared. Confirmed. You have acquired the active skill, Brainwashing. An active skill called Brainwashing, stealing natural skills. It invades the willpower of weaker opponents to control them according to the user's will. If the opponent accepts and becomes increasingly obedient, the skill evolves into dependency. Looking at his 2 friends, he gently reminded them, let's go, everyone. I've been in that subspace for 4 days, so I'm starving. Kim Yoo-jung replied, looking dazed. All right. With that, the 3 of them quickly headed toward the exit, leaving Kim Seok-jae standing there, fuming. As they brushed past him, Kim Yoo-jung politely said, nice to see you again. Seo Yina also obediently said goodbye. Once the kids had completely left, Gu Ja-in gritted his teeth, blaming everything on Kim Seok-jae. Kim Seok-jae responded nervously, sweat pouring down like rain. Well, you'd think he would have erupted in a fit of rage, but Gu Ja-in calmly said, you can leave now. As the door clicked shut, Gu Ja-in dropped his dignified facade, returning to his naturally wicked self. That new student was able to resist a natural skill? Min Jae-hoon, how interesting. Reaching the middle of the schoolyard, Min Jae-hoon suddenly stopped. He asked with concern. Are you both still okay? Kim Yoo-jung asked in surprise. What do you mean? Min Jae-hoon repeated Gu Ja-in's offer. Both of you rejected him too. She thought about it seriously. At first, I liked them. But you're right. He must have seen that we were inexperienced and tried to use sweet talk to take advantage of us. So Yi-na also spoke up, feeling uneasy. That contract didn't sound fair at all. I think refusing was the right decision. Besides, if we have special privileges right from the start, others won't like it. Even if it takes time, we should earn those privileges ourselves. Hearing her honest thoughts, he quietly thought, she's so righteous, a completely different person compared to before I regressed. Min Jae-hoon said with relief, I'm so glad. Honestly, I really wanted both of you to say no. Remembering Gu Ja-in's expression, Kim Yoo-jung offered her take. But that Mr. Gu Ja-in, isn't he very strange? His face soured immediately when we said no. Seo Yi-na also chimed in. I also got the chills when that thing happened in the subspace. Neither instructor Kim Sok-jae nor director Gu Ja-in said anything. Min Jae-hoon didn't join in, but he nodded in agreement. Good intuition. Seo Yi-na turned to him and asked softly, Do you know something about director Gu Ja-in? Min Jae-hoon didn't answer immediately, his footsteps coming to a halt. He curiously asked back, Why would you think that? Seo Yi-na explained that through her observations, even though he was a new student, he was extremely composed. Yet, when he provoked that man, he suddenly acted very strangely. Kim Yoo-jung happily chimed in to support her. Exactly. Hey, Min Jae-hoon, tell us about it. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon gave a vague response. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell you guys, but I need to say this. Don't trust anyone. Not the director, not the instructor, nobody. Seo Yi-na suddenly stepped closer, leaning in to ask, a flash of sadness crossing her eyes. Does that include you too? Min Jae-hoon froze for a few seconds, his mouth hanging open, unable to finish what he was about to say. Kim Yoo-jung suddenly appeared right behind her and whispered, Don't trust him either. He looks selfish, and besides, he once abandoned me halfway before. I don't want to think about it. These words made him snap. Hey, why would you say that? That's just the past. She aggressively lunged at him, grabbing his hair while shouting, The past? You know how hard it was for me after you left? Quickly holding Kim Yoo-jung back, he tried to make peace. Come on, let's go home. The sun is setting. Seeing this, Kim Yoo-jung snapped out of it. It's that fast? You're right, aren't you? So Yi-na said sadly. I guess we part ways here. Then, as soon as she finished, both So Yi-na and Min Jae-hoon awkwardly looked away, leaving Kim Yoo-jung standing in the middle, confused about what was going on. She grabbed both of them in a jealous fit. Hey, what's with this romantic atmosphere? Let me in on it. Pushing Kim Yoo-jung in the opposite direction, he pleaded gently. The female dorm is on the left, the male dorm is on the right. Go inside and get some rest. She stomped her feet in frustration. Fine, I know, I can go by myself. Seo Yi-na quickly said. We'll be going now. You should get some rest too. Tomorrow is the first class. Watching the two of them leave, Min Jae-hoon replied warmly. See you tomorrow. A while later, he lazily made his way back to his room. The space inside made Min Jae-hoon feel nostalgic. It had been a long time since he had been here, with the smell of dampness and the floorboards creaking, long overdue for repairs. The gloomy atmosphere remained, left behind by students who lacked talent and were expelled. It's been a really long time since I came back here. After tomorrow's class, I have to find somewhere else to live. Experiencing hell once is enough. Early the next morning, the air was fresh. Min Jae-hoon was already on the school grounds, going for a run. After running for a while, he stopped to catch his breath. Resting his hands on his knees, he muttered, That should be enough of a warm-up. Then, Min Jae-hoon walked back with small steps. I have to get back and prepare. My first class. Before long, the lesson began. Students gathered one by one. Min Jae-hoon and Kim Yoo-jung were both looking forward to this moment. Just then, the sound of heels echoed along with an authoritative voice. Welcome to the magic class. She slowly introduced herself. I am the instructor for the Mana Regulation 1 course, Kim Ji-yeon. Then, Kim Ji-yeon didn't forget to add politely, I'm very happy to be your instructor. He frowned, thinking, Instructor Kim Ji-yeon? Never heard of her. Even with his memories from before the regression, he remembered there being no such instructor. Perhaps she was one who quit early. The air around them became lively, but Min Jae-hoon was lost in thought. Everyone knew one fact. Becoming a Mana instructor was incredibly difficult. Those who overcame the hardships were just as rotten as Kim Sok-jae, snatching up anything Gu Ja-in dangled in front of them. On the podium, Kim Ji-yeon clenched her fist, signaling the class to be quiet. She slowly walked down. I'm pretty sure you are all very confused. Without hesitation, she continued. As to why we are in such a large facility, instead of a regular classroom. She replied that the reason was very simple. At the same time, the tightly locked doors opened, and a powerful surge of energy poured out from within. This situation left the whole class gaping in amazement. Kim Ji-yeon turned to face them. This is to test your mana sensitivity. The students started whispering and buzzing. Someone asked, is that a mana block? Are we going inside that? Someone else shook their head. No way. While another wondered, is this too much for the very first class? But Min Jae-hoon still calmly raised his head to observe. He silently assessed that it was identical to the mana blocks he had entered before, but the amount of mana seemed to be less. Despite the protests, Kim Ji-yeon stood firm and finally shouted, attention, she began to explain. What you are seeing here is a device called a mana room. We created it by renovating the mana blocks commonly used by guilds. At the same time, Kim Ji-yeon asserted that it was almost impossible for students like them to withstand a full mana block right now. Then, she waved her hand. That is why we prepared this. Kim Ji-yeon gave a brief introduction. As you can see, this mana room has many chambers. The mana density in the first room is similar to the normal atmosphere, but the density increases as you go further in. According to her research, usually, new students only reach level 3, while graduated students reach level 7 at most. She said that today they would experience the mana density they could endure. Seo Yina pondered quietly. A mana room that can test your level? After explaining, Kim Ji-yeon ordered, everyone, line up and follow me. Before they went in, she didn't forget to warn them. If you have any problems, just raise your hand, and a teaching assistant will guide you out. Seeing no one respond, Kim Ji-yeon stepped into the mana block and announced, then, let the test begin. Students entered one by one and came out quite easily. Seeing that, she made a brief assessment. It seems like no students had any issues with the first level. Then Kim Ji-yeon shouted, we will proceed to the second chamber. By this time, several students who couldn't bear the pressure inside the room had already come out earlier than normal. Then, she glanced over and announced, level 3, go in. Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, and So Yi-na's group passed with ease, but hands started going up. She quickly noticed that about half the students had raised their hands, so she spoke up. Looks like about half of you are raising your hands, right? The challenge wasn't over yet. She shouted, level 5, and hands went up again. Next, Kim Ji-yeon announced level 6, and students kept giving up and raising their hands. By now, the room was sparsely populated, and some others couldn't take it anymore, and had to help each other out to rest. Seeing this, Kim Yoo-jung softly called out, hey, isn't this a bit suffocating? Min Jae-hoon shook his head. I'm not sure. So Yi-na turned to look at him, silently appraising him. Min Jae-hoon looks like he's still holding up well, she thought. Lowering her eyes, she whispered to herself that she needed to improve even more. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon was also observing. In total, 4 students had lasted this long. The first was Min Jae-hoon, the second was Kim Yoo-jung, third was So Yi-na, and the last was that guy, Lee Soo-hyuk. She remembered them clearly as the top-scoring students from the entrance exam. First place, Min Jae-hoon. Second, Kim Yoo-jung. Fourth, Seo Yi-na. Fifth, name unclear, likely Anho. Sixth, Lee Soo-hyuk. Seventh, Cha Ju-eon. Kim Ji-yeon couldn't help but fix her gaze on him, especially since Min Jae-hoon wasn't someone Gu Ja-in would order her to keep an eye on and report about for no reason. She pursed her lips. Of course, she wouldn't actually follow orders like that. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Kim Ji-yeon announced, level 7. Let's go in. The 4 of them went inside, then calmly came back out to report to her. The remaining students were still panting, collapsing as they wondered, what kind of monsters are they? Some were confused, thinking only seniors could withstand level 7, but Kim Ji-yeon kept her composure, asking, we're heading into level 8. Does anyone have an issue with that? Hearing this, the 4 didn't say a word. Seeing that, she turned and headed inside. Witnessing the scene, the other students cried out in a panic. Look at that. Are they going all the way to level 8? She led the way. At this point, Kim Yoo-jung felt breathless and clutched her body. Seo Yi-na closed her eyes, enduring it, and Lee Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Only Min Jae-hoon remained calm, without a ripple of emotion. He glanced at the others, silently understanding that from level 8 onwards, the mana density changes by the second, just like being in a real dungeon. Min Jae-hoon knew that even truly elite students would face immense pressure at this level. Seo Yi-na was drenched in sweat, but she still clamped her lips shut, refusing to utter a sound. Even Kim Ji-yeon was surprised by their attitude. A flicker of indescribable worry shone in her eyes. Next, she announced, "Level 9, let's move." Someone's footsteps quickened as they passed through the mana barrier. Seo Yina suddenly stumbled, hurriedly covering her face with her hands. Min Jae-hoon, following behind, shouted out. Seo Yina was anxious and turned around abruptly. As she reached out her hand, someone's voice echoed in her mind. "Remember this." Instructor Kim Ji-yeon herself said that no matter what situation a student falls into, they must never ask for help first. When placing the chess piece, he had also insisted that a crisis is an opportunity for the students. Then Gu Ja-in shook the piece in his hand. If you take that opportunity away from them, looking at his sinister face, Kim Ji-yeon couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't that be too sad? Returning to reality, she bit her lip and cursed inwardly. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Min Jae-hoon caught Yina and asked, "So Yina, are you okay?" She stammered out, I can still continue, but her vision began to blur. She could only see him calling her name in a panic. Her eyes grew dull as she told herself, "I can't lose. Everyone around me has always said, we live in a world where only the strong can survive. No matter how good you are, you'll still be trampled by someone better. There's no future for the weak. There's no place that recognizes me." Min Jae-hoon reached out to support her head, while she muttered, "I've failed again this time." Very quickly, the medical team arrived to take So Yi-na away. Waiting for them to leave, he spoke the word, "failure." As soon as he finished, Min Jae-hoon dashed into the next gate. She gasped in surprise. "Min Jae-hoon!" She hurriedly ran after him, suddenly panting. "Level 10 at this level. It's hard to even breathe." She hesitantly asked, "Min Jae-hoon, are you okay?" Min Jae-hoon's back was steady. Suddenly, he turned his head and smiled, saying, "This place is too hard for you. You should leave." Hearing that, she nodded and replied, "Then let's go together. Follow me." She went first, glancing back and wondering, is it hard for him? Min Jae-hoon's leisurely appearance made her suspicious. He didn't even look like he was struggling in the slightest. A moment later, the students gathered. She took the initiative. "Let's give a round of applause." Min Jae-hoon has reached the level 10 room. The large room echoed with applause. Even she judged that for a freshman to reach that level, it meant he could go even higher. At this moment, Lee Soo-hyuk's gaze landed on Min Jae-hoon. She continued, "I hope everyone does their best." When she said that, So Yi-na bowed her head again. At this point, he asked with concern, "So Yi-na, are you okay?" She looked up and replied, "Don't worry about me." Kim Yoo-jung, standing nearby, explained, "It's just normal mana poisoning. Since it's the first day, she probably pushed herself too hard." Min Jae-hoon seemed to let out a sigh of relief. "That's a relief. I thought she was injured." She nodded. "Are you okay? You look healthy, right?" Hearing that, he laughed. "Take that scarf off your neck. You look like an old man." Immediately, Kim Yoo-jung flared up, steaming, and shouted, "What? I was worried about you. Is that what you call it?" Min Jae-hoon ignored her and asked, "And what about you?" He was still concerned. "Are you okay?" This made her startle and let out a sound. Then, Kim Yoo-jung put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. "I'm fine. You know how strong I am." Jae-hoon didn't expose her, just glanced back and replied, "That's good." At this moment, Yina also smiled gently. "I thought he was just being competitive." Then she realized, but it didn't seem like it. In that mana room, Jae-hoon had used force. Even though her memory was hazy, Yina could feel it. It felt like suppression. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hoon was lost in thought. It was lucky she wasn't seriously injured this time, but if it keeps going like this, she'll lose control. Of course, it's not like I'm going to control her, but I'm being dragged into the lives of these important people. People like An Ho-yeon and Lee Jae-sang. He knew for sure their futures would change. Min Jae-hoon's eyes fell back onto Kim Yoo-jung as well. Feeling that intense gaze, she tossed her hair arrogantly. "What are you looking at? Am I too pretty?" Hearing that, he could only sigh. "Are you sure you're okay? You seem pretty worn out." Immediately, Kim Yoo-jung went mad, wanting to beat him up. Seo Yi-na quickly hugged her to stop her. Min Jae-hoon rubbed his chin, thinking he didn't know how big of an impact his actions would have. He calculated to always be ahead of everything. In a situation where things were constantly changing, he had to be well prepared before saying anything. "I have to reschedule a bit." A white scarf flew onto Min Jae-hoon's head. Next, it easily wrapped around his neck. Kim Yoo-jung stood triumphantly behind him. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Min Jae-hoon smiled, thinking to himself, she's really sensitive. He used the scarf to cover her head, not forgetting to tell himself he couldn't speak aloud. It took a few minutes. Jae-hoon grinned. backing off a little. Kim Yoo-jung's hair was standing straight up now. Her anger was burning bright, hissing through her teeth. "You jerk!" Kim Yoo-jung was so angry she gnashed her teeth, shouting, "Do you know how much time I spent doing my hair this morning? Do you want to die?" Min Jae-hoon jokingly replied, "Sorry, but it doesn't look like it took that much time." As if struck hard, her eyes turned red. "Are you saying I'm ugly?" At that moment, he realized he had spoken out of turn. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yoo-jung lunged forward. "Hey, Min Jae-hoon, stop!" But Min Jae-hoon had already run off. Seeing this, So Yi-na cheered up, covering her mouth to giggle. "I'm the one who went to the infirmary, but it looks like Min Jae-hoon is going to get hit harder." But suddenly, she paused, as if she had something on her mind. So Yi-na stood in the corner, watching the two chasing each other outside and evaluating. They're really close. At the same time, Lee Soo-hyuk was watching them. He narrowed his eyes, unwilling to accept it. That jerk. How did he make it to the 10th floor manor room? Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair shouted, "Hey, Lee Soo-hyuk, why are you so deep in thought?" Lee Soo-hyuk turned around and lowered his voice. "Kim Min-soo, tell me about that guy." On the other side, Jae-hoon had been caught by Kim Yoo-jung, who was pulling his hair and hitting him. He yelled, "I'm sorry." He urged Min-soo to hurry up and tell him right now. Min-soo was dissatisfied, thinking, "Am I your servant or something?" On the surface, he remained calm. "You still don't know who he is?" Next, Min-soo reminded Lee Soo-hyuk, "Don't you have to analyze other people's abilities? That guy is the first mage to reach first rank. He was indifferent. I know that already." Lee Soo-hyuk's eyes widened as he explained, "I mean his background." At this, he just spread his hands to show he didn't know. He could only sigh. Lee Soo-hyuk couldn't help but get frustrated, gnashing his teeth. "It's unreasonable. That Min Jae-hoon guy is suspicious. He's definitely hiding something." In Min-soo's mind, a memory of someone smiling awkwardly flashed. It's impossible to get used to. That skinny kid was Lee Soo-hyuk when he was small. At that time, he asked confusedly, "He already proved himself twice. What more do you want?" Seeing that stubbornness, Min-soo reminded him again. How could he have cheated? "This is name of place." Lee Soo-hyuk wouldn't accept it, replying, "If he didn't cheat, how could he be stronger than me?" This remark made him startle. The atmosphere became awkward. Min-soo silently concluded, "Honestly, I thought you'd lose to So Yi-na or Kim Yoo-jung." He helplessly waved his hand. Yeah, Lee Soo-hyuk, stop overthinking it. Even if you died and regressed, you aren't him." Lee Soo-hyuk turned away, annoyed, and walked off. He gritted his teeth. That bastard. Then he scurried after him. "Lee Soo-hyuk, wait for me." Night gradually fell, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Min Jae-hoon was on the phone with someone. "Hello, Professor. You're calling because you want to know how the hunt went, right?" Yoo Sung-eun replied that hearing it from him would be more interesting. He answered, saying she probably already guessed the result. Min Jae-hoon confidently announced, "I took first place." Suddenly, someone else interjected. "Just as I thought." Hearing her voice, he guessed the northern manager was with her, and she nodded. "Yes, he's very happy for you." Yoo Sung-eun looked around and commented, "Your room is too luxurious for a new student. You must have earned a lot of points, huh?" Before he could answer, she added that she was happy for him. "Congratulations, you've had a great start. The academy is known for being ruthless," she said. "I'm proud of you." Min Jae-hoon humbly replied, "Thank you, Professor. I was even worried I'd only get second place." She asked, "I understand. Is there anyone noteworthy? You already guessed it, didn't you? Are you looking to recruit them?" Yoo Sung-eun didn't hide it. "I'm considering it. Of course, if you provide information, there will be a reward." But Min Jae-hoon thought that was too easy. "Isn't it a bit too generous to give a reward for just that?" At this, she said with confidence, "I know they'll agree to join." Yoo Sung-eun even revealed, "What if I offer them double no, 10 times what I'm giving you now?" After a pause, he helplessly replied, "In that case, I'll tell you." The first person Min Jae-hoon mentioned was magic user So Yi-na. The second was magic user Kim Yoo-jung, and finally, An Ho-yeon. According to him, those three were worth considering. As if she had guessed, Yoo Sung-eun asked about him, and he wasn't surprised. "I also know someone else quite talented." He kept beating around the bush. "Do you want to know?" She tilted her head and smiled. "Of course." After they finished talking, Yoo Sung-eun said, "Well, I'm off then." Min Jae-hoon nodded. "See you later." Once things were quiet and she was alone, she closed her eyes to think. Earlier, he had blurted out a name, and Yoo Sung-eun was satisfied. "I know that name. He's the youngest son of the 5th-rank clan, Lee Chae-sung, right?" Min Jae-hoon replied, "Correct." Then she rubbed her chin, guessing, "I heard he's not as talented as his siblings." so he's ignored at home. Then, she opened her beautiful eyes, confirming, but family is still family. She speculated that if they recruited him, it would cause conflict with Lee Chae-sung's clan. Yoo Song-eun pushed the decision back to Min Jae-hoon. Should we recruit him regardless of the consequences? He didn't hesitate. Yes. At the same time, Min Jae-hoon specifically emphasized that Lee Chae-sung would soon become the best alchemist in the world. Back in reality, she cast her eyes down and smiled, wondering what she was thinking. Just then, Park Yoo Song-eun approached to report, "Guild leader, Chi-hun, is here." Yoo Song-eun smoothed her hair, composed herself, and ordered, "Let her in." The large wooden door slowly creaked open. 2 women walked in, and following them was Hanna. Suddenly, she waved her hand to signal someone. Park Yoo Song-eun received the signal and let out a soft sigh. On this side, Yoo Song-eun took the initiative. "You're right on time," Chi-hun replied. "For a merchant, time is money." She stylishly held out her hand. "Long time no see, Guild leader Yoo Song-eun," but she didn't take the handshake, gently reminding her, "I don't think we're that close." Yoo Song-eun just pointed to a chair. "Have a seat." Chi-hun wasn't embarrassed by the situation and calmly replied, "Thank you." A gentle smile still hung on her face. "So, what does the guild leader want from me?" She scoffed. "Let me be blunt. We aren't close." Then Chi-hun took off her black glasses and stated, "But I don't hate that." She thought it was good because there was no need for small talk. She nodded. "So, what is your purpose?" Hearing that, Chi-hun wore a sinister smile. She went straight to the point. "I'm interested in one of your students. How much?" Once again, Yoo Song-eun tilted her head and smiled. After a few seconds, she let out a sigh. "Oh my, the atmosphere between us is a bit tense." Yoo Song-eun skillfully refused. "That's a shame. We don't treat our guild members like money, so why don't you look somewhere else?" Chi-hun asked. "Does he think like you too?" She kept her gentle attitude. "There are many things in this world that money can't buy. You understand what I mean, right?" But suddenly, her eyes flashed, becoming stern. "I suspect not." Hearing that, she didn't get angry. The two were like a tug of war. Chi-hun closed her eyes and smiled faintly. Finally, she stood up. "I didn't think you'd respond to the offer like that. It's fine." Chi-hun explained. "Coming here to talk to you was just a minimum courtesy." At this, Han-na couldn't help but look over. Park Yoo Song-eun also observed everything tensely. Conversely, Yoo Song-eun didn't see it that way, and evaluated, "That minimum courtesy is quite rude." She nonchalantly replied, "Too bad." By now, Chi-hun was fiddling with her glasses. "Well, I guess I'll be going. It's late. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to talk to me any longer." Yoo Song-eun didn't hide it. "Good thing you're perceptive." This made her quite confident. Naturally, Chi-hun put her black glasses back on and remarked, "A business person has to be." The next day, a huge notice board appeared in the classroom. The students gathered, and this was the day of the physical fitness test. They all looked up at the changes on the board, and even Min Jae-hoon was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The board clearly displayed the text. Physical fitness test results loading. Very quickly, the results appeared. Top was An Ho-yeon, 101. Second was Min Jae-hoon with 99. He seemed a bit disappointed, slumped over, then used his sleeve to wipe his sweat, thinking, "It seems I'm still not capable enough to fight a martial arts genius." Even so, Min Jae-hoon understood that second place wasn't bad. His red eyes lowered slightly. There was no need to be in a rush to prove himself right now. Min Jae-hoon knew clearly, but the truth was, that still wasn't the position he wanted right now. At this moment, he couldn't help but turn to look at An Ho-yeon, who was also panting beside him. Before he knew it, he saw him walking ahead. Hearing the movement, So Yi-na and Kim Yoo-jung also turned their heads to look. Then, she asked, "Hey, how did you manage to get like that?" Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon didn't understand and let out a sound, which only made Kim Yoo-jung snap. "What are you ing at? How can a mage take second place?" She became tense and widened her eyes. "And it's a physical fitness test too. How is that possible?" He calmly replied, "Is it that strange? Didn't I used to be in the warrior class at the beginning?" Kim Yoo-jung gritted her teeth and nodded. "That's true." Min Jae-hoon laughed and patted her head. "Kim Yoo-jung, don't just focus on magic. Haven't you ever heard that power is the strength of the nation?" Her face darkened, and her anger flared up again. Kim Yoo-jung wanted to charge at him. "One day, I'm going to smash that arrogant face of yours. Just you wait." So Yi-na hurriedly held her back. "Calm down." Kim Sok-jae, who knows how long he had been standing there watching, thought, "Min Jae-hoon really is a dangerous guy." Just like the principal said, Min Jae-hoon just sighed and smiled. That's not the kind of strength a mage usually possesses. How did he do that? As if sensing something, So Yi-na glanced in one direction. He also turned his head to look. A deep male voice echoed, I suspect the next class will start soon. Kim Yoo-jung furrowed her brows, confused. Kim Sok-jae stood sternly at the front and announced, Now, we will begin the second physical fitness test. He didn't forget to explain in detail, we will start the room escape test. Min Jae-hoon knitted his brows. That's it. Before the regression, there was a test for the majority of students to test their abilities and push them to their own limits. Next, the instructor pointed in a direction and introduced, This is a place equipped with all the Academy's advanced technology, called the testing room. His gaze swept around, saying that all of you must participate in the escape test here. Kim Yoo-jung, bewildered, blurted out, Escape test? He leaned back, nodding. Yes, the battle measurement system on your backs will enhance your combat abilities through virtual reality battles. As soon as these words were finished, the students there all fell into silence. Min Jae-hoon lowered his eyes, pondering, That's right, they're making things hard for us. Up front, the instructor spoke up again. Usually, I'll leave it to you to analyze the various combat situations against monsters and other entities. But for this physical fitness test, we're only evaluating your escape skills. He added that, naturally, you'll earn higher marks if you manage to defeat the monsters during this exam. Upon hearing this, Min Jae-hoon frowned, his nerves still tight. It was exactly as he thought. Hunters track down monsters to scavenge gear, toxins, and loot. A hunter who can't fight is just dead weight. Kim Sok-jae started handing things out. Kim Yoo-jung and So Yi-na obediently reached out their hands. She picked it up to examine it. Is this a headset? Min Jae-hoon also put one into his ear and explained that it was a receiver used to assist with the system in the virtual reality combat simulator. Of course, the instructor had been watching all along and confirmed it. Student Min Jae-hoon, you're quite knowledgeable. You're correct. Kim Sok-jae added a few more details. This device is a receiver for virtual reality projection. It stimulates the brain to make the monsters generated by the projector feel more realistic. A combat system? It uses drones to project images into three-dimensional space, making the monsters look like the real thing. The key to this device is safety. It replicates the monsters at full strength, but since they are fake, there is no risk of actual injury. Min Jae-hoon looked at the two girls, thinking that, of course, the stimulation from the receiver would simulate about 1/12 of the enemy's damage. As for An Ho-yeon, he understood that it would precisely assist the students. Next was the name Lee Soo-hyuk, whom Min Jae-hoon knew well. Getting used to situations where he had to face monsters would increase his survival rate in real dungeons. Kim Sok-jae said that this system had levels from 1 to 100, but today they would only be stopping at level 10. He opened a file and shouted, Groups of 4 will perform the test, and I will call out each group now. You will take the test in the order I call, Mr. Kim Sok-jae announced. Now, we will begin the test. A flash of light erupted, blindingly bright. This was Group 3, which included Min Jae-hoon, Jo-hoon, and 2 other girls. And these 2 were from the martial arts and warrior class. The long-haired girl waved. It's a pleasure to meet you. He remained silent, along with the 2 from the magic class. Min Jae-hoon glanced over, judging the balance of the team. Suddenly, a voice called out from the opposite side. Hearing it, he looked over. Lee Soo-hyuk asked irritably, Are you Min Jae-hoon? Min Jae-hoon calmly and coldly confirmed it. He continued, I heard you were the top performer in the freshman confrontation a few days ago, right? But Lee Soo-hyuk spoke in a skeptical tone. I still don't understand how someone with a mage class could be at the top. After saying that, he didn't forget to give a smug laugh. He continued, acting like he knew better. I think there must have been some special reason. What do you think? Min Jae-hoon tiredly raised an eyebrow. Could you tell me? What if I didn't have that special reason you're talking about? Lee Soo-hyuk still didn't give up, insisting, I'll find it out. He gestured with his hand, implying he'd use force if he had to. Min Jae-hoon scoffed. Why didn't you just say you wanted to do that from the start? The 2 girls witnessed this tense atmosphere and felt a bit worried. His eyes flashed with delight, thinking, So you want to fight me? Lee Soo-hyuk replied with satisfaction. I like that you're quick on the uptake. The short-haired girl spoke up, confused. We're on the same team, so why are you acting like this? After a few seconds, the long-haired girl nervously glanced around. Is this okay? Then, she stepped between the 2 of them with an awkward smile, trying to mediate. Just then, Kim Sok-jae called out, Next is Group 3, please step up. Immediately, Jo-hoon didn't dwell on it and turned to walk away. This arrogant attitude only made Lee Soo-hyuk grind his teeth in anger. The sound of footsteps from the group echoed one after another. Very quickly, the 4 members of Group 3 presented themselves. The long-haired girl had already put on the receiver. The system announced that the room escape capability test would begin in 5 seconds. The short-haired girl was also serious and ready. The system began the countdown. 5. A strong hand reached out. The time had come. 4. As Lee Soo-hyuk threw his weapon over his shoulder, the system counted down. 3, 2, 1. Bone soldiers were about to appear, and the area in front of them lit up. Bone soldiers carrying shields and swords gradually became visible. Seeing this, Lee Soo-hyuk hurriedly calculated that he needed to retreat immediately. At the same time, someone had already bolted forward, their strength so great it seemed to kick up white smoke, leaving him shocked and wide-eyed. The short-haired girl also looked over in wonder. It was Jae-hoon, rushing forward like the wind. The long-haired girl stared blankly, and the 2 girls screamed in worry. "Jae-hoon, it's dangerous." As for Lee Soo-hyuk, he felt annoyed, mixed with a bit of contempt. What is that bastard doing? What can a mage like him do by rushing straight into combat? Suddenly, his face darkened as if he were plotting something. On this side, he kept charging ahead. I don't think he'll dare to provoke me again if Jae-hoon glanced to the side. He had no other choice now. Mana flared up in his hands. He had already decided he had to show that guy what he was capable of. Then, Jae-hoon swung his hand with a powerful surge of mana. His hand accurately grabbed the head of a bone soldier. Instantly, with a forceful tug, it flew far behind him. Still, Jae-hoon didn't forget to look back to see their expressions. As expected, the 3 teammates were silently watching the bone soldier disappear, and even Kim Sok-jae was taken aback, his mouth hanging open. Of course, that wasn't all. On the screen showing the match, the students present were all amazed, and Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yi-na were no exception. Then the system sounded a warning. Bone soldiers were appearing, and others were summoned one by one. They grinned hideously with glowing eyes. Before the bone soldiers could celebrate, Jae-hoon appeared before them, delivering a kick to the head. His eyes were cold, his lips pressed tightly together, and Jae-hoon's feet slid a long distance across the floor due to momentum. Suddenly, a massive source of mana erupted, engulfing everything. At the same time, the system sounded, "Mana weapon active skill triggered." He understood that mana weapon was a special skill not every mage could use, and it was also a skill that could increase physical damage. Jae-hoon threw another powerful punch. This skill would be useless for most mages. He stood in a ready stance, his eyes determined. But for him, it was different. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Lee Soo-hyuk couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What the hell? This bastard is crazy." The long-haired girl was stunned. Finally, the system sounded a notification. You have completed the Level 1 room escape capability test without injury. You have eliminated all enemies. You have been awarded extra points. Contribution rate of student Jae-hoon, 100%. Without stopping, the system sounded again, starting Level 2. Another monster with immense strength was summoned. This was a dagger monster. Seeing it, he smiled and greeted it. "Hey, long time no see, huh?" A moment later, the inside of the room had become desolate. The floor was cracked, and deep holes were scattered everywhere. Jae-hoon stood silently in the middle of the room, listening to the system notification. You have completed the Level 10 room escape capability test without injury. Congratulations, you have set a record. By this point, Lee Soo-hyuk was still deceiving himself, gritting his teeth, and thinking, no way, how can I believe what just happened? But he didn't care, quietly spreading his hand to examine it. Then he secretly judged, not bad. After changing his combat style to the things Yo Song-eun taught him, his body felt much lighter, and he smiled happily, satisfied. Suddenly, Jae-hoon remembered Yoo Song-eun, but every time she taught him, she seemed strangely enthusiastic. Although it was a bit scary, those lessons were absolutely amazing. Suddenly, Lee Soo-hyuk spoke up from behind. You heard. His expression changed instantly as he turned back. The guy was curious. How did you do that? He calmly replied, You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? Lee Soo-hyuk raised his voice. You want me to believe a mage dared to jump into the fight and wipe out the enemies alone? Then he shouted, It's impossible, you definitely cheated. Jae-hoon turned away. Regardless of what you think, I have nothing more to say. What you saw is the absolute truth. Seeing that, Lee Soo-hyuk laughed mockingly. At this, he spoke in a cold tone. Don't make me repeat what I just said. Jae-hoon leaned into his face, hissing each word. If you don't believe it, why don't you verify it yourself? Feeling the killing intent spreading, the guy gritted his teeth and cursed, Bastard. Just then, Kim Sok-jae shouted from afar, You two, what is your problem? Lee Soo-hyuk became even angrier, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He clenched his fists. If it weren't for the instructor, Min Jae-hoon wouldn't have hesitated to walk away. Lee Soo-hyuk hurried to say, "Don't think you've won." His footsteps suddenly halted. Min Jae-hoon replied softly, "But I certainly didn't lose." The guy was competitive and proposed, "At the Milet Academy Festival, you and I should have a real match." Without hesitation, he refused. No. Lee Soo-hyuk's face became distorted, his brow furrowed. Min Jae-hoon laughed and replied, "I have other plans." The afternoon arrived, and the sunset covered the large building. An Ho-yeon was lying on his bed. In his mind, he remembered Min Jae-hoon's words earlier, "No, I have other plans." An Ho-yeon felt that Min Jae-hoon also considered him an enemy. At that time, he had also said that on the day of the Milet Academy Festival, he would beat him up properly and regain his honor. Back to the present, An Ho-yeon just stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright. This was no time to dwell on the past. An Ho-yeon grabbed his gear, urging himself on. He had to reach the training center. Pulling on his jacket, he muttered with a smirk, "I can't let him down." Above, dark clouds slowly began to gather. The long hallway was empty. Kim Suk-jae appeared with two fully equipped individuals. One of them, face covered, spoke up. "Has everyone seen the results of the physical fitness test?" The person beside him nodded. "I have. This year's freshmen are truly impressive." That person reached out and added, "I heard there's a new record too. Is it the magic class student, Min Jae-hoon? How is that even possible?" Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Min Jae-hoon wasn't just talented. Kim Suk-jae remembered every detail of Min Jae-hoon's performance that day, reflecting on his courage, his readiness to charge into battle, even as a mage. The three of them stopped before a large door, and he opened it to step inside. Within, someone sat in a swivel chair with their back to them. Hearing their arrival, the person spoke. "Thank you all for your hard work." So it was Gu Ja-in. He turned around with a sinister smile. "Now, tell me the results of the physical test." The white light from the ceiling fixtures was blinding. Kim Suk-jae reported clearly. Only 3 students achieved a perfect score, An Ho-yeon, Chaku, and Min Jae-hoon. Among them, Min Jae-hoon's score had far exceeded the maximum. Hearing this, the man responded politely, thanking him. "Instructor Kim, you've done well." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with a calculating glint. On the large screen, images of Min Jae-hoon from that day appeared. Even his smallest movements were recorded. After looking them over, Gu Ja-in grinned with glee. He then ordered them to keep sending reports on Min Jae-hoon's scores and activities. "If he makes any strange moves, report it to me immediately." Kim Suk-jae bowed his head to answer. "Understood, Director Gu." Gu Ja-in didn't forget to flatter him. "I am lucky to rely on you, Instructor Kim." Then he addressed the 2 masked men. "My report ends here. Please prepare for the event with the next instructor." One of them bowed and replied, "Yes, Director Gu." They then left one by one, while Gu Ja-in continued to lean back, examining the images on the big screen. A blue light from the system appeared. System notification. You have successfully completed the Level 27 survival test. Min Jae-hoon was gasping for air, cold sweat soaking his body. He stood up, assessing himself. With his current abilities, Level 27 was his limit. He stretched his limbs. It might be tough, but at this level, he could take down 6 C-rank scouts. Leveling up means I've reached his level. The next dungeon might be the simulated dungeon practice. It was best to be prepared. The dungeon practice incident was one of the most disgraceful stains on the Millet Academy. A tragedy that cost the lives of hundreds of students. His own team had been at the center of it, and he was the only survivor. He was constantly tormented by questions of why he wasn't the one who died, but he couldn't leave the academy. Back then, Min Jae-hoon had to walk that path alone, and now, he felt that he didn't want to let those who trusted him down. Returning to reality, Min Jae-hoon's red eyes drifted down to look at something. Items were laid out on the table. The shopkeeper spoke cheerfully. "Thank you for stopping by. Have a great day." He stepped outside into the chaos. Would everything be different in this life? He hadn't been able to protect anyone and had only shouldered all the blame. He had once been an ignorant, shallow person, but he didn't intend to live that life anymore. He had enough regrets. The first day of simulated dungeon practice arrived, and he returned to a familiar place. Students sat neatly below. The teacher announced that the lesson was over. As Min Jae-hoon sat dejectedly, someone called out to him. Kim Yoo-jung grabbed So Yi-na by the ear and waved. "Come with us." Seeing that, he let out a helpless sigh. Then she slumped. "What are we going to do tomorrow?" "It's the first simulated dungeon practice," she added. I haven't been able to sleep since yesterday. Min Jae-hoon reassured her slightly. It's normal to be nervous before your first dungeon. Kim Yoo-jung immediately laughed. So experienced. Is this not your first time? Have you been in before or something? He teased her again. Not exactly. But I've met a few monsters, so I know a thing or two that one beside me, for instance. Instantly, her killing intent flared. She ran over and started pummeling Min Jae-hoon, scolding him. You jerk! So Yina stood in the corner as always, watching them. Min Jae-hoon looked down at Kim Yoo-jung with affection, which only made her more certain of herself. She angrily looked away. Finally, they stopped. Min Jae-hoon took something out. If you guys are that worried, take this. Both of them accepted a pink bottle. Kim Yoo-jung shook it, curious. What's this? A magic potion? He explained. I went shopping and just picked it up. Don't be shy. Use it if you need to. At this, she gave a cold huff. I'll let it slide this time. So Yina just spoke softly. Thank you. Min Jae-hoon affirmed that his survival last time was pure luck, but this time, it would be thanks to his own strength. On the first day of simulated dungeon practice, the air outside the window was hazy. Min Jae-hoon seemed to be preparing for something, taking a deep breath as mana surged, enveloping his body. Deep inside him, the core was constantly radiating that energy. Min Jae-hoon closed his eyes to focus. Warming up, before entering a dungeon, was crucial. No matter how talented a mage was, if they used high-level magic suddenly, mana backlash was inevitable. When mana backfired during use, the user's body would be severely damaged. Mages who relied too much on high-level magic were more sensitive to backlash. Light Chain and Sacrifice were both high-level spells. Min Jae-hoon knitted his brows, thinking that if he didn't prepare carefully, he wouldn't be an exception. Moreover, he was extremely vigilant who knew how dangerous today's practice would be. The mana on the core seemed to stabilize. Min Jae-hoon exhaled. When he opened his eyes, they were serious. The person who could die today might be him or his friends. He moved to sit on his soft bed. Above all, Min Jae-hoon reached out to feel it. If he gathered mana in the core beforehand, he could enhance his body or magic at any time. It was quite useful. Suddenly, he remembered something, and froze. Once the new system was activated, time would regress to the period the user longed for the most. Min Jae-hoon understood well which time he longed for. An orange screen suddenly appeared before him. Min Jae-hoon's eyes flashed, confused. A new notification panel slowly displayed the main quest. First step. You have successfully returned to the time you yearned for most. From now on, when you encounter a turning point that caused you regret in the past, you have the right to make the same decision or choose a different path. The decision can save lives but also destroy them. The choice is in your hands. Difficulty. Reward. Route A. Choose the same as the past. Route B. Choose differently from the past. Time remaining. 11:59. Penalty for failure. Death. Min Jae-hoon gritted his teeth. Another strange thing had appeared. The system showed several different options. He scanned them quickly. Min Jae-hoon thought to himself, the system surely hoped he would become stronger because it needed him. But he crossed his arms, muttering, You want me to choose a route? What is your goal? The hidden simulated dungeon of Millet Academy. Those doors were locked tight. This time, it was Kim Ji-yeon, leading them through this simulated dungeon practice. She announced they would draw lots to form teams and act together. In the crowd, Min Jae-hoon quietly observed that it was reasonable, but not fair. He figured that real monsters would appear. If you were lucky enough to have a strong person in your team, you could clear the dungeon easily. But if not, students at a low level, put in the same team, would have to clear it together. The murmurs didn't stop. Kim Ji-yeon raised her hand to signal, and the class instantly went silent. Everyone was serious. She reminded them that this practice was one of the criteria for grading, and in the dungeon, there were only monsters they were capable of defeating. Finally, Kim Ji-yeon urged them to do their best. Min Jae-hoon listened seriously. In his heart, he knew that, of course, her words were just a ruse by Gu Ja-in. According to instructor Kim, indeed, most of the monsters appearing were low level, but based on what he had experienced before the regression, there were boss-rank monsters mixed into that dungeon. Min Jae-hoon's expression became tense. A boss-rank beast king, level D. Of course, dealing with it wasn't difficult for him, but his gaze shifted to Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yina. I don't intend to do what Gu Ja-in wants. An Ho-yeon was also incredibly serious. Min Jae-hoon looked cool, stuffing both hands into his pockets. His red eyes narrowed. During this practice, Gu Ja-in would reveal a small weakness, and it Min Jae-hoon calculated could be the opportunity to destroy him. He glanced back at Kim Ji-yeon, who was standing on an elevated platform. She raised her arm, showing off her watch. Then, Kim Ji-yeon clasped her hands behind her back and called out, "All right, let's draw lots first." She didn't forget to explain the rules. When I call your name, step up and pick a lot. The students, waiting in line, took the chance to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, So Yi-na and Min Jae-hoon walked side by side. He took the initiative, saying, "It's such a relief to see someone I know on the team." She replied with a hint of shyness. Min Jae-hoon felt glad, thinking, "It's lucky to have someone I can talk to comfortably on the team, and I'm pretty confident in her abilities too." Still, he kept scanning his surroundings, hoping that by doing so, that tragedy wouldn't happen. Suddenly, someone approached them. Hearing Min Jae-hoon's voice, the person turned around. Min Jae-hoon's eyes widened in shock at the sight of them. The orange-haired girl waved, "Hey, I'm a warrior." Kim China, the blonde guy, added cheerfully, "I'm a warrior too, Song-kyu," he suggested. "You guys are in group 3, right? Let's work well together." In Min Jae-hoon's mind, the image of those two desperately trying to protect him flashed before his eyes. "Run, we'll hold them off." He stood frozen, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Why did Min Jae-hoon remember yesterday, staring at the system screen asking him to choose a path? The choice was in his hands. That decision could save lives or lead to death. Only now did he realize he finally understood what that choice meant. The four of them stood there, looking quite happy, while Min Jae-hoon remained deeply silent. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed as he thought, "The system has been aiming for this from the very start." Finally, Min Jae-hoon let out a sigh and reached out to shake Song-kyu's hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Min Jae-hoon, a mage." He then gestured to the person beside him and introduced, "This is Seo Yi-na, also a mage. She's a bit shy around strangers, so I'll be speaking for her. Nice to work with you." Seo Yi-na hid behind Min Jae-hoon. Hearing this, the guy laughed and scratched his head. "No worries, we'll get used to each other once we start moving." China stepped forward to reassure her. "Yeah, don't worry. We aren't the type to be awkward." Min Jae-hoon inwardly assessed them. They were exactly the same as before he regressed. As the two chatted incessantly with her, he felt a wave of helplessness and sighed. Min Jae-hoon said slowly, "Now that introductions are over, shall we discuss our strategy?" They nodded. "Sure, let's pick a leader first." Someone declined. "I don't want to do it." "How about Min Jae-hoon?" He couldn't help but remember the notification screen from the other day, falling into a silent trance. A moment later, he drew a diagram on the cave floor and said, "That's the entire plan." Min Jae-hoon said firmly, "You must remember this well. No matter what appears in the dungeon, do not flinch." His gaze locked onto China and Song-kyu, his voice dropping. "Especially the vanguard warrior. If that person flinches, the whole team will be wiped out." Hearing this, the guy shouted in surprise, "You're truly fit to handle the newcomer hunt. Your strategy is perfect." Song-kyu calculated and added, 6 points in total, right? "I've memorized them all." Seo Yi-na nodded. "Me too." Just then, applause echoed from somewhere. A voice announced that the discussion time was over, and they would begin the dungeon training immediately. Team leaders stepped forward. Seeing Min Jae-hoon standing there, Song-kyu suggested they get going. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon stopped, noticing something. It was Kim Yoo-jung, pouting while being in the same group as An Ho-yeon. Even so, Min Jae-hoon felt reassured. An Ho-yeon was the leader of Team 4, right? At least Kim Yoo-jung wouldn't get hurt. After waiting a few more minutes, Kim Ji-yeon announced that the teams ready could head to their respective dungeons. An Ho-yeon's team was prepared and looked very serious. She didn't forget to say, "Good luck, everyone." On this side, Min Jae-hoon's team was also very confident. He closed his eyes briefly, as if preparing for something, but after just a second, he pivoted and spoke up. "All right, shall we go?" He smiled and asked for their thoughts. They moved deeper inside, the ground scattered with pebbles. The cave also had large, jagged quartz formations. An Ho-yeon led the way, with the other members following closely. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl spoke up. "It's so dark and damp, and it smells moldy. Is this really a dungeon?" Kim Yoo-jung looked around and guessed, "Maybe those kobolds will show up here. It is a mine dungeon, after all." The brown-haired guy nodded. "Probably. I heard mine dungeons are full of ore." She snapped her fingers playfully. "We might even find diamonds here," the guy said naively. "How is that possible?" Kim Yoo-jung grinned. "Who knows? It'd be great if we did. If we look carefully, we might just find them." Just then, she sensed something, stopped, and fell silent. An Ho-yeon shouted, "Something's coming! Get into position!" Kim Yoo-jung gripped her staff tightly and stood in her prearranged spot. The purple-haired girl and the brown-haired young man stood back to back. Aggressive wolves with glowing blue eyes appeared, their claws serving as sharp weapons. There were so many of them, surrounding the four. An Ho-yeon quickly assessed the situation. They might be weak, but if they swarm us, it'll be hard to handle. As soon as she finished, she charged forward. Let's end this quickly. Kim Yoo-jung controlled her staff and shouted, firing a beam of light. The system immediately notified that the active skill Lightning Burst had been activated. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The wolves caught in the flames cried out in agony. Not stopping there, a streak of sword energy sliced through the air, cutting directly into their bare, tough backs. Hearing a strange sound, An Ho-yeon glanced over. It turned out the brown-haired youth was struggling immensely against a large wolf. The purple-haired girl could barely hold on and urged, "Hurry!" A faint green mana aura appeared, surrounding her small body. Summer breeze, the system chimed, activating the active skill Airburst, forming a tornado. She jumped up. As she swung her staff, sharp blades of wind descended, piercing directly into the bodies of the remaining large wolves. Now, there were no wolves left on the ground. Don't worry. Only then did An Ho-yeon close her eyes and breathe a sigh of relief. She turned back anxiously. Is anyone hurt? The purple-haired girl panted. I'm fine. Kim Yoo-jung followed up. Me too. On the other side, the brown-haired youth was still gasping for air, unable to reply. He pulled at his collar, tears welling up as he knelt on the ground. Seeing that, Kim Yoo-jung shouted in panic and rushed over to support him. What is it? Why did no one say kobolds could use poison? An Ho-yeon quickly reassured him. Stay calm first. Just then, a giant, hairy foot appeared. Feeling that surge of energy, Kim Yoo-jung turned pale. She realized something. It wasn't poison. Kim Yoo-jung affirmed, it's a massive amount of magical energy. By then, the creature stood tall in front of them. Its identity was quickly recognized by An Ho-yeon. Why is a kobold lord here? Meanwhile, Min Jae-hoon's Group 3 was still moving. Kim China said proudly, Min Jae-hoon, I know you're strong, but you're truly amazing. How many monsters did you take down on your own? He humbly replied, it's nothing big, things just happen that way. Hearing that, she laughed. How is that nothing? If we keep going like this, we can complete the mission without anyone getting hurt. In contrast, So Yi-na remained silent. Min Jae-hoon noticed her awkwardness and looked over. Her hands were still clasped together, a posture showing she didn't want anyone to touch her. He smiled and asked, are you still feeling shy around everyone? She nodded shyly. Min Jae-hoon thought to himself that she really was timid. In his mind, he involuntarily remembered her back even before he regressed. He had never seen her speak more than 3 sentences a day. Just then, Song-kyu discovered something and gasped. Before them lay total darkness, with quartz fragments scattered everywhere. Min Jae-hoon scanned the area and realized this place was different from what he remembered. He guessed it must have been Gu Jia-in's doing. So, that means my existence has become a huge variable for Gu Jia-in. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon became tense, confirming, it's here. He looked down and announced to everyone, something will appear soon. Plan C. We counterattack after defending. Kim China instinctively gripped her sword hilt. Min Jae-hoon reminded them, be careful. This one will be completely different from anything we've faced before. Song-kyu held up his shield, his eyes alert. He asked in disbelief, a stronger monster is appearing? But I heard only weak ones appear here. Next, an explosion echoed, and mana flared violently. The kobold lord growled in anger, never ceasing. By now, Kim China was a bit panicked. A kobold lord? Song-kyu asked, confused. Why would a boss monster appear here? Seo Yi-na was so worried she bit her lip, unable to say a word. Involuntarily, Min Jae-hoon's words echoed in her mind, especially the vanguard warrior. If one person falters, the entire squad gets wiped out. At this point, So Yi-na gritted her teeth, as if caught in a fierce internal struggle. As everyone watched in shock, someone shouted, Magic barrier! A layer of grid-like energy materialized, shielding Song-kyu and China. He helplessly realized he'd let his guard down. The system chimed with a notification that the active provocation skill had been triggered. He raised his shield to parry the spear strike from the kobold lord and yelled for Min Jae-hoon. By now, he was already lunging forward like a gale. His sharp, intense eyes flashed with danger. His hand was already clenched into a fist, overflowing with mana. Sensing the pressure, the beast instinctively parted its jaws and tilted its body back. A punch from Min Jae-hoon connected, the surging mana completely enveloping the kobold lord's massive frame. Watching this, So Yi-na silently calculated, that's incredible power. At this level, I should be able to. The white smoke gradually cleared, revealing the beast's glowing blue eyes, still staring back clearly. At first, Min Jae-hoon was momentarily stunned, but he quickly let out a cynical chuckle. Drops of blood hit the ground. He had thought there wouldn't be any unexpected variables. Some red flames flickered, but the Kobold Lord stood there without a single scratch. Even having lived through 2 lives, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but be amazed. To think a Kobold Lord with healing abilities would appear. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "This has gone too far." Suddenly, the system notifications began to flood in. The culprit behind the Kobold Lord had been revealed. The perpetrator was identified as Odin's ravens. "You have been assigned a special quest, Raven Hunter." A hooded figure appeared in his line of sight. Their red eyes flashed, and the system pinged again. "Special quest, Raven Hunter. Odin's ravens are suppressing the AIA alongside you. Eliminate all of Odin's ravens. Target 0-5. Difficulty Grade 5. Reward 1 blank card x1. Completion reward. Level up. Remaining time for penalty death. All the rooms were locked from the outside, giving off an eerie sense of calm. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon stood waiting, checking a tablet in her hand. It displayed a live feed of Min Jae-hoon's battle, her face darkening. She stroked her chin, wondering, how can a student in the mage class be this talented? I'm an A-rank mage myself, and even I couldn't do what they just did. Kim Ji-yeon locked eyes on the monitor and speculated, I think Squad 3 has a high chance of clearing this practical exam. Seconds later, the door slowly creaked open, and a wave of mana poured out. She put away her tablet and turned her head to ask, did those kids come out? Suddenly, her eyes widened in pure terror. Kim Yoo-jung was so worried she shouted, Instructor Kim Ji-yeon, something has happened. Behind her, Ho-jeon was supporting the young man with brown hair. She asked anxiously, What? What happened? Seeing the scratches on his face, he reported, Instructor, a Kobold Lord has appeared in the dungeon. She couldn't believe it and gasped, What? A Kobold Lord? That's impossible. A warning bell rang in Kim Ji-yeon's heart. What is going on here? 2 masked figures quickly appeared to examine the brown-haired young man. It's just mild mana poisoning. Deep breaths. Now. Next, someone called out from behind Kim Ji-yeon. Instructor, Kim Yoo-jung, reported with a worried look. Squad 3 hasn't returned yet. After a brief hesitation, she closed her eyes and replied, No, there's no word yet. An Ho-yeon slumped, his eyes vacant as he muttered, No way. He stared at the sealed door, insisting that those 2 should have easily accomplished their objective. Hearing this, Kim Ji-yeon remained silent, not daring to show too much emotion. At that same moment, in a dark, secluded room, a phone on the desk suddenly began to buzz incessantly. Hearing it, the man finally picked it up slowly. He sat back in his familiar swivel chair. Yes, Gu Ja-in speaking. A slightly urgent voice came from the other end. Principal, this is Instructor Kim Ji-yeon. Ja-in replied with a sinister smile. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon, what is it? She proposed. There is a named monster in the dungeon practical. Please send a support team immediately. This is an emergency. He nodded. I understand. Gu Ja-in quickly reassured her. Don't worry about a thing. I will send a support team right away. Just wait there. As if he had predicted it, he smiled and paused for a few seconds. She replied, Yes, sir. With that, Gu Ja-in hung up. Kim Ji-yeon slowly lowered the phone. Sensing something wrong, she stared at the device and frowned deeply. What's going on? Elsewhere, Gu Ja-in covered his mouth and let out a cunning laugh. The emblem on the ring he was wearing flashed briefly. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon remained on guard, feeling deeply uneasy. Back inside the old dungeon, with quartz crystals scattered on the ceiling, another explosion erupted. Mana flared up, and dust obscured everything. Gu Ja-in and So Yi-na sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Song Kyu was also collapsed nearby, letting out a pained cry. Only Min Jae-hoon remained standing firm, though his eyes held a glimmer of shock. The Kobold Lord was turning its head toward something, its hand still gripping a massive club filled with sharp fangs. Just then, the system pinged. The culprit has been identified as Odin's raven. His eyes grew even colder. Inside, Min Jae-hoon recalled the legend of Odin's ravens. Odin used 2 ravens, one named Hugin, representing thought and emotion, and the other named Munin, tasked with gathering knowledge from across the world to rule over Asgard. At that moment, he understood part of it. He looked toward the Kobold Lord, which was grinning smugly, and spoke. You playing along with Odin's command? Instantly, the red eye of Odin's raven flashed with light. His gaze fell upon the weapon, and he speculated, the amount of mana I'm sensing is at least B rank. Next, Min Jae-hoon reflected on the situation and realized it could even regenerate. No matter how strong he was, this wouldn't be an easy fight. He fell into a deep silence, wondering if he should run. A streak of white light flashed past. At the same time, Min Jae-hoon thought, yeah, that would be the most logical choice. A defensive grid manifested where Min Jae-hoon's arm reached out. He was shielding So Yina. That was what he did most often in his past life. Like a coward hiding behind justifications that he just needed to survive. Min Jae-hoon said nothing, his mind in turmoil, but his life was filled with regrets. Quickly, he made a decision regarding his second chance. I don't care if this is just a test. Min Jae-hoon stood up, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. This time, I will fight. Then, he finally spoke up. Everyone, listen to me, Min Jae-hoon announced sternly. Get out of the dungeon while I hold it back. Hurry. Hearing this, Song Kyu was stunned. What are you talking about? How can you handle that thing by yourself? Before he could finish, 2 bursts of mana flew past him and struck 2 wolves that had appeared out of nowhere behind him. His face was icy, his fighting stance still locked. Min Jae-hoon furrowed his brows and suddenly shouted, "Shut up and run. I can't fight and protect you all at the same time." Just then, the Kobold Lord raised its weapon to strike Min Jae-hoon from behind. Seeing this, the other 3 screamed in alarm. Min Jae-hoon. He turned his head immediately, but the blow slammed directly into his barrier. He felt something and turned his head slowly. The beast frowned in annoyance, not expecting that. It turned out the one who had acted was Seo Yina. Her face was cold, her eyes incredibly serious. I can help. Even Min Jae-hoon was surprised and faltered for a moment, her gaze filled with determination. He bit his lip, inwardly suspicious. Is this another variable I've created? Min Jae-hoon looked at the other 2. Then you stay and help me, and you 2 go back and report the situation to the instructor. Song Soo intended to object, but before he could, Min Jae-hoon's expression turned cold, bordering on a command. Please. This time, Guja-in didn't know what to do and lowered her eyes. After a few seconds, she nodded. All right, we will bring the instructor back as soon as possible, so please try to hold on until then. Instantly, the 2 ran off side by side. Min Jae-hoon and So Yi-na watched their retreating backs in silence. He turned his head again. So, what's next? Both looked up at the Kobold Lord, waiting aggressively. After calculating, Min Jae-hoon called out softly, Seo Yina. She didn't turn around or reply. But as if they understood each other perfectly, he announced, I'll provide cover for you. As she stepped forward with her sword, 2 flashes of sword aura appeared above it. Stopping, she swung her sword in a circle. Seo Yina performed a hand gesture and gave a quiet command. Summon. Sword. A brilliant flash of sword chi surged toward the pack of wolf cubs, slicing even a massive boulder into pieces. A glint of light flashed in the yellow eyes of Min Jae-hoon. Seeing the tide turn, the Kobold Lord quickly drew his weapon. Jae-hoon leaped forward, covering a vast distance in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon stopped short. He had spotted something. The beast was gritting its teeth, swinging its club to attack. That was when he realized the Kobold Lord was bleeding. Jae-hoon stood still, calculating the amount of mana a body could hold. He smiled smugly, realizing the truth. Some bastard was controlling it. That bastard was absorbing mana beyond the limit. Min Jae-hoon reached out, and golden rings materialized around his wrists. Odin's Raven, you must be having a great time hiding behind the scenes, huh? The system chimed, announcing the equipment item, M-Titan. Thanks to the M-Titan's effect, the user's vision was greatly enhanced. You have acquired the detection magic skill. A glowing gold bracelet locked onto his wrist. Simultaneously, the system explained, you will now be able to detect energy movements from mana users. Min Jae-hoon said with satisfaction, that's more than enough. A massive, sinewy hand reached out. It turned out that was what was controlling the Kobold Lord. He quickly spotted it and let out a smug chuckle. Found you. Hearing that, one of the Odin Raven's fingers twitched. Instantly, the Kobold Lord swung its club, opening its maw and letting out a roar that shook the very space around them. Jae-hoon didn't budge, his killing intent surging. All chains of light hovered around him. He stated coldly, I'll make sure you're torn to shreds. At that same moment, in the beautiful, pale, pink sky, someone muttered, all right. In that exquisite space, a divine wall lit up along with a question, what's going on? Odin looked down with a stern face, waiting patiently. Hoojin reported, my lord, I have found traces of the item that vanished from the sanctuary. He knelt below, black feathers scattering everywhere. Frey frowned and immediately asked, where is it? Hoojin bowed his head and replied, it seems to be on Earth, along with the prophesied enemy. Hearing this, she panicked and bit her lip. The enemy is it Min Jae-hoon? That silver-haired bastard? Thor suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh from the side. You're overthinking it. Don't you have a treaty with those bastards opposing Asgard? Frey couldn't help but retort, you're just lazy. Thor, Don't you remember we lost to him in the previous battle? The one who destroyed him was M-Titan. Conversely, Odin remained silent, slowly stroking his white beard in thought. Then, he ordered, Hu-jin, go find out if the prophesied enemy has contacted those opposing Asgard yet. Dark energy radiated from Hu-jin, filling the grand hall. He quickly understood the implication and replied, as you command. The familiar, luxurious workspace appeared in view. Gu Jae-in was using a handkerchief to wipe the ring with the symbol on his hand. He asked, looking puzzled, Sojin, how are things going? He bowed and replied, no one has noticed anything yet. The image of Min Jae-hoon, with magical chains still swirling around his body, appeared. Gu Jae-in breathed a sigh of relief as if he were happy for him. It was good news, but a sinister smile bloomed in his heart. Gu Jae-in thought of the Kobold Lord and felt triumphant. It's a good thing I accounted for your power beforehand. No matter how arrogant you act, you will still fall before me. After finishing, he slowly put the ring on his index finger. Gu Jae-in lowered his eyes and affirmed, all of this belongs to Odin. Returning to the battle, the golden chains carrying powerful mana had tightened around the massive body of the Kobold Lord, rendering it unable to move. But very quickly, the Kobold Lord began to struggle, using its bare hands to grip the chains. Then, it used its strength to whip the chains back at Min Jae-hoon. Luckily, he managed to tilt his body and dodge in time. Throughout this, Min Jae-hoon didn't stop observing his opponent's actions. Upon landing, he hurried to perform a backflip. Jae-hoon returned to So Yina's side and proposed, So Yina, can you support me for a moment? I need to understand its attack pattern. She was exhausted to the point of panting, her face pale, but she still responded, I'll try. Hearing that, he glanced over and immediately realized that Yina seemed weak. Min Jae-hoon knew one thing for sure. Her mana was backfiring. Even if he defeated the Kobold Lord, there was a high chance she would die from the mana backlash. Seeing her determined attitude, he was suspicious. Why are you still willing to help me? Why? After this second chance, he couldn't trust anyone again. After all, this world was completely unjust and cruel to the weak. But returning to reality, a cut on Min Jae-hoon's face was already bleeding. Let's end this. His bright eyes narrowed as he secretly calculated a plan. Min Jae-hoon looked at the Kobold Lord gripping his magic, certain there was only one chance. Then, his spells appeared one after another, and from within them, a sharp point emerged, carrying potent mana. Countless magic chains shot out, whistling through the air toward the front. Suddenly, a streak of white light flashed past the Kobold Lord, forcing it to tilt its body and dodge. Seo Yina stretched both hands forward, biting her lip as she struggled to hold everything up. The system chimed at the right moment. Mana shield activated. Mana shield activated. Mana shield activated. Following that, Min Jae-hoon took long strides in that direction. Her complexion deteriorated, and she bit her lip hard to stay alert. But So Yina's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thanks to the protection of the shield, he successfully dodged many attacks. This made the Kobold Lord furious, as it swung its large club down heavily. Even so, he remained unharmed. Someone once told him back then, Min Myung-ho said there was nothing more painful than dying because you didn't trust your teammates. From now on, Min Jae-hoon stomped his feet hard on the ground, dirt and rocks sprang up. He launched himself high into the air. He shouted with great intensity, moving forward will prove that was wrong. Min Jae-hoon ran along the chains, and it seized the opportunity to attack. His face was cold, his eyes shining with absolute determination. Below, So Yina thought to herself, surprised, he's using that move to move around? She wondered, how skilled have you become to be able to do that? Very quickly, Min Jae-hoon was right in front of the Kobold Lord. It opened its maw, tilting its head to follow its opponent's movements. He seemed to be observing a specific point on that massive body. Min Jae-hoon's eyes narrowed, searching. Very quickly, he spotted a part of its arm where muscles were bulging and veins were popping out. The Kobold Lord's large clawed club dragged on the ground, leaving deep furrows. It was extremely alert, swinging the club back forcefully. Seeing this tense situation, Yina gasped in horror. Min Jae-hoon, however, stood still, waiting for the Kobold Lord's strike to approach. Then, he spotted something and let out a smug laugh. At the perfect moment, Min Jae-hoon leaped high, the ground beneath him shattering. Upon landing firmly, he opened his hand, and a wooden sword box appeared. Jae-hoon stood ready to fight, but he didn't forget to spin and draw the sword. Min Jae-hoon gripped the hilt with both hands and swung. Next, he launched himself into the air, his eyes incredibly sharp. Looking closely, one could see one of his hands gripping the sword in a standard grip and the other in a reverse grip. He shouted with intensity. Min Jae-hoon jumped high, the sword rotating in midair. He He twisted his wrist, pointing the sword straight down. His target was the giant, growling kobold lord. At this moment, Min Jae-hoon's sword shattered into pieces and fell away. He glanced over, but seemed not to care. Conversely, Yina below was deeply worried, her brows furrowed. Just then, the system announced, the connection string between the kobold lord and Odin's raven has been severed. Simultaneously, Jae-hoon landed gently on the ground. Then he slowly stood straight up. The massive body of the kobold lord crashed to the ground with a terrifying thud, while Min Jae-hoon just scratched his head. Now, as he looked up, his eyes were sharp. It's your turn. The earth and stone cave walls seemed to tremble, and angry roars echoed through the space. Min Jae-hoon remained nonchalant. On the ground, Odin's raven lay prostrate in pain, blood pouring from its body. Seeing this, he wasn't surprised and walked over step by step. Then, Jae-hoon slowly spoke. What is Odin's goal? Furthermore, he stepped on the creature's body. From within it, a necklace flew out, marked with a symbol of several triangles overlapping each other. As soon as he saw it, Min Jae-hoon's face darkened, his eyes narrowing with killing intent. Immediately, he snatched it away. Odin's raven could only reach out to stop him in vain. Once again, Jae-hoon stepped on it and questioned, what is the connection between Odin and Guin? Suddenly, the red eyes of Odin's raven widened, then went blank, devoid of any soul. At that moment, he realized something. It had no individual consciousness, so it was truly pointless to keep asking it questions. Perhaps that's why Min Jae-hoon pulled his foot back, his eyes still coldly fixed on the dying Odin crow. Then, Min Jae-hoon turned away, stood at the cave entrance and muttered, and now, with everyone outside worriedly calling out his name, Min Jae-hoon. Hearing the commotion, he suddenly remembered something and became tense. Min Jae-hoon immediately shouted a warning, it's not over yet, watch out, or the mana backlash will hurt you. As soon as he finished, she froze in confusion. Suddenly, the system chimed, toxic mana is accumulating in your body. He gritted his teeth in pain and instantly clutched his chest. Not stopping there, Seo Yina couldn't help but scream out. But very quickly the system sounded again. Due to your pure mana, the toxic mana has been purified. The energy core returned to its original color. Min Jae-hoon's expression didn't improve much, as the pain still lingered. A few minutes later, the system notified him that his mana had increased by 5%. He finally let out a sigh of relief, braced himself, and muttered, it worked. When Min Jae-hoon opened his eyes slightly, a system notification appeared. The screen clearly displayed, you have successfully hunted your first target for the special quest. Hunt. Crow. Rewards, 5 stat points, 1 white card, and you have leveled up. User has fully recovered. After reading, Min Jae-hoon sighed and replied, what a letdown. But before he could even finish his sentence, he sensed something was wrong and snapped his head around. The system kept ringing, alerting him. Your teammate is in critical condition. At that moment, she had fainted on the ground. Min Jae-hoon shouted in alarm, So Yina. At the same time, the system reminded him, if not treated in time, your companion will die. It's unknown how much time passed before she slowly opened her eyes. In pain, she collapsed, using her hand to prop herself up while rubbing her aching head. Seo Yina tilted her head, wondering, what just happened? Seeing Min Jae-hoon motionless, she worriedly called out, Min Jae-hoon? He covered his mouth to yawn and replied, ah, you're awake? Min Jae-hoon stretched his limbs. How do you feel? She opened the system interface. Wait a minute. But as she looked at the information, her expression turned grim. Seo Yina was incredibly shocked, thinking to herself, my magic power and mana are fully recovered. What is this? I definitely should have suffered a mana backlash. Pausing for a few seconds, she hesitated. I think I'm okay. How about you? He slowly stood up and answered, I'm fine too. Sorry, I think I fell asleep. Just then, as if remembering something, she glanced in one direction. The Odin crow's corpse lay there, covered in wounds. She followed Min Jae-hoon and asked, the Odin crow is dead, so why haven't you left yet? He didn't turn around, explaining seriously, I was waiting for you to wake up. Without hesitation, Min Jae-hoon continued, I have something I want to tell you. Seo Yina was surprised. Something to tell me? Seeming to understand her mood, he nodded in confirmation. Seo Yina's expression turned serious as she blurted out, what is it? The atmosphere became slightly awkward. As the two stared at each other, Min Jae-hoon said, I want us to be honest with each other. At first, this took her by surprise. But then, Seo Yina misunderstood something. Her face flushed red, and she let out a sound. Huh? Outside the large door, someone's angry voice rang out. Tell me, Kim Yoo-jung questioned furiously. Why did only the two of you make it out? Seeing this, Kim Ji-yeon quickly grabbed her arm to stop her. She tried to persuade her, student Kim Yoo-jung, that's enough. I understand that you're worried about your friends. Even so, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but scream, but Song-koo's expression wasn't any better. An Ho-yeon stood in the distance, silently asking himself what he should do. He felt helpless about getting Min Jae-hoon and So Yi-na back. Just then, a white light burst from the door, surprising An Ho-yeon. So, he quickly walked over and called out, "Wait." Kim Yoo-jung struggled and yelled, "Don't stop me." An Ho-yeon tried to intervene, both of them. Before he could finish, two figures appeared. He looked at Min Jae-hoon and Seo Yi-na and announced, "Both of them are back." Seeing the tense situation, Min Jae-hoon awkwardly scratched his head. "Are you guys arguing because of us?" Even Kim Ji-yeon gritted her teeth in shock, thinking, no way. The patrol team said those two were definitely dead. The remaining students were also stunned, their jaws dropping. She remembered the Odin crow and affirmed that the monster was at least at a higher rank. Kim Yoo-jung, for her part, was crying, her face covered in tears. She rushed forward and hugged both of them. Kim Yoo-jung didn't stop sobbing. Both the instructor and the patrol team said you were dead. The two smiled slightly as they heard her whisper, "I'm so glad you're both alive." Meanwhile, Min Jae-hoon frowned and suggested, "I get it. Let go of us now." Witnessing this scene, Song-kyu felt even more ashamed and bowed his head, and China bit her lip to hold back her tears. Min Jae-hoon sensitively noticed the low mood of the two of them. Then, he suddenly called out, "Song-kyu, Kim China." The two didn't dare to look up. Under everyone's amazement, Min Jae-hoon said, "Thank you for trusting us." Even Song-kyu was surprised and looked up. "Us?" Kim China couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. He explained very seriously, "They left because of me. I told them to go ask the instructor for help." Min Jae-hoon insisted, "They don't deserve to be blamed, and they did nothing wrong." Even so, Kim Yoo-jung still couldn't accept it, frowning and shouting, "But how could you abandon your teammates like that?" Pausing for a few seconds, he replied, "I would have done the same thing." Images of the two of them sacrificing themselves to protect him in his past life flashed through his mind. Min Jae-hoon advised her to stop acting like that, though he whispered to himself, "Not everyone is as brave as you." Very quickly, he returned to his mocking attitude. "And stop being angry at me." She was so mad her hair practically stood on end. What? Kim Yoo-jung hugged Seo Yi-na tightly and retorted, "I'm angry at that. You misunderstood." Min Jae-hoon smirked. "Oh, all right." Then, he didn't forget to make a funny face to tease her. From afar, Kim Ji-yeon was still sternly observing. At this moment, Min Jae-hoon fell silent. Memories surfaced. Seo Yi-na had asked, "Was it you who healed my body back then?" He confirmed it but carefully explained, "I know you'll be a bit confused, but it's very hard for me to explain everything. I just don't want people to know about this ability." Hearing that, she realized something and looked away, muttering, "I misunderstood." Then she asked, "Why do you want to hide it?" Min Jae-hoon didn't answer directly, instead asking another question. "Aren't you curious? Why did the Odin crow appear here and attack the students?" At this point, So Yi-na nodded slightly. His face was extremely serious as he answered, "It's because of Gu Ja-in." Min Jae-hoon bluntly remarked that he was a bastard who treated students like tools. This harsh attitude also left So Yi-na stunned. He affirmed that he was completely different from the image he built for the public and the media. To him, students being useless wasn't a big deal at all. Only then did she understand. "So that's why you went against him and hid your abilities." Min Jae-hoon nodded in confirmation. Suddenly, So Yi-na became quiet, as if thinking about something. She then brought up, "The day we went to his office together, you said something to me, didn't you?" She remembered every word clearly. He had said, "Don't trust anyone, not even the director or the instructors." She didn't stop there, questioning, "How much do you know about him?" This time, Min Jae-hoon paused. Seeing that, So Yi-na realized he had known he was a bad person from the very beginning, and he acted as if he had predicted what would happen. So Yi-na was deeply confused. "How did you know these things?" Running out of patience, she urged, "Please, tell me." Min Jae-hoon didn't expect her to react this way. He furrowed his brows, calculating, if she gets any deeper, it will be very dangerous. Should I try to brainwash her? But that thought was quickly dismissed by Min Jae-hoon. No. She has strong magical abilities and a strong spirit, so it probably won't work. His hand at his side quietly clenched. Besides, that wasn't a reasonable choice from the start. I can't find allies like this. Finally, Min Jae-hoon said, "I'm sorry. I can't say anything more." Seo Yi-na asked, confused, "Why?" he explained sternly. If I tell you any more, you will be in danger yourself. Can you live with that? In reality, Min Jae-hoon was standing in a corner, and someone was stepping closer. Kim Ji-yeon sincerely bowed her head and said, I'm sorry for not being able to save you from the dungeon. I'm truly sorry. She didn't dare look up, her voice raspy. It's a good thing you're both okay. He was a bit surprised but quickly replied, It's fine. Min Jae-hoon understood that she didn't know about it and still intentionally sent them there. At this moment, Kim Ji-yeon looked up and called out, Student Min Jae-hoon. In contrast, he didn't want to talk much, saying, I'm leaving now. I'm very tired. Watching Min Jae-hoon's back as he walked away, So Yi-na quickly followed. Min Jae-hoon, she pressed close to him and whispered, Can you really not tell me? So Yi-na brought up a point. Who knows if something like this will happen again? Jae-hoon cut her off before she could finish. Forgive me, he smiled. I trust that you'll keep our promise. With that, Jae-hoon left without further hesitation, leaving her standing there, bewildered. A moment later, a system notification chimed. You have completed the main quest, the first turning point. Rewards depend on the path you chose. You selected Route B, which differs from your choice in the past. You have received the Golden Apple of Eden. At the same time, in another location, blinding light poured down from the ceiling fixtures. Gu Ja-in, sitting in his chair, began to speak. Instructor Kim Sok-jae, you've disappointed me. Drenched in cold sweat, Kim Sok-jae lowered his head and stammered, I apologize, Director. Gu Ja-in replied, I'll let it slide this time. But even as the man trembled in terror, Gu Ja-in emphasized, I despise having useless subordinates. When he turned back, his expression was fearsome, and he barked, Do you understand? Immediately, Kim Sok-jae bowed deeply. I won't let you down again, sir. After watching him for a long time, Gu Ja-in replied, That better be the case, which only caused the unease in Kim Sok-jae's heart to grow. Next, a stack of documents appeared at his feet. He ordered that Min Jae-hoon must be tamed during the upcoming event. Finally, Gu Ja-in didn't forget to issue a threat. My patience is limited. In a comfortable, pristine room, sunlight gently streamed in. Min Jae-hoon, having just finished showering, stepped out and dried his hair with a towel. Suddenly, he stopped, noticing something. At Min Jae-hoon's feet lay an outer coat covered in blood and stains. The image of Seo Yi-na's stubbornness flashed in his mind, along with her disappointment when he had kept secrets from her. Back in reality, he lowered his gaze as if lost in thought, then couldn't help but let out a sigh. Min Jae-hoon bent down to pick up the coat. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung had died. He tossed the garment into the trash bin, thinking to himself that An Ho-yeon hadn't even unleashed half of his potential yet, and he needed to intervene to change the future. But not with So Yi-na, she could still do well without his interference. Sitting down, Min Jae-hoon resolved to be more careful when interacting with her, as he wasn't sure how it would affect the future. He grabbed the remote. Was there anything worth watching on TV? On the screen, a discussion between three men was playing. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was still pondering that he needed to clarify the relationship between Gu Ja-in and the association as soon as possible. He knew this dungeon was just the beginning. There would certainly be more dangerous situations ahead. I need to become stronger to handle anything, he thought. On screen, the host spoke. You mentioned that there are many types of dungeons yet to be discovered. He leaned forward and asked, What kind are they? The guest scratched his head before answering. For example, there are theme dungeons. Usually, you just need to kill the boss to clear them, but theme dungeons are different. This news left Jae-hoon stunned. The host asked, Then what are their characteristics? The guest replied, The biggest difference is that challengers cannot leave until they have cleared the dungeon. Jae-hoon instinctively stood up, his bare feet moving quickly across the warm carpet. Min Jae-hoon suddenly slammed his hands onto the table, staring at the calendar, then let out a triumphant smile. That's it. On the screen, the guest continued to explain. Those who want to raid a theme dungeon must become a character within it and complete specific requirements. It's similar to a role-playing game. The rewards challengers seek in these dungeons are rare items. At this, Min Jae-hoon leaned in. Hidden items. Obtainable items. Challengers called them divine providence, and they were the reason people were desperate to clear dungeons regardless of the difficulty. He happily thought this was his chance to find what he needed most. The next day, in a high-rise apartment, inside a clean kitchen, someone was gripping a hot cup of tea. Hesitating for a moment, So Yi-na spoke. Sorry for making you worry. Kim Yoo-jung waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. It's just a relief that you two are okay. Then she laughed. You know Min Jae-hoon can be a bit grumpy. I was worried he'd treat you badly. Fearing that Seo Yi-na wouldn't believe her, she added, He's always like that. But hearing this, Seo Yina felt unhappy and quietly lowered her eyes. Noticing her friend's mood dip, Kim Yoo-jung paused, then exclaimed, "Don't tell me he was actually mean to you?" Which made Seo Yina quickly wave her hands. No, it's not like that. It's just that after thinking about it, I realized Min Jae-hoon seems to trust you a lot. Instinctively, she bowed her head even lower. I would be so happy if she couldn't help but think about Min Jae-hoon, if he could trust me a little more. Her hand tightened around the teacup. After a few seconds, Seo Yina thought that perhaps if she became stronger, seeing her friend like this, Kim Yoo-jung didn't know how to comfort her. Suddenly, she slowly stood up, and Seo Yina looked up. Kim Yoo-jung reached out a hand toward her. She smiled brightly. "Forget about him. Let's go find something delicious to eat instead. There's a place I've been dying to try." This unexpected action left Seo Yina flustered. But in the end, she placed her hand into the warm palm offered to her. Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed excitedly, "Let's go. I'll help you clear your head." At first, Seo Yina was surprised and gaped, but then she laughed happily. All right. At that same moment, someone was clutching a golden apple. The system chimed. Consumable item, golden apple of Eden, legendary grade. An apple, grown and harvested by the entity responsible for eternal youth and the immortality of the gods. It slows aging instantly and increases recovery speed. Permanently increases magic talent. Aging speed reduced by 50%. Recovery speed increased by 50%. Stamina plus 20. Mana plus 20. This item cannot be traded or exchanged. Min Jae-hoon stared at it, thinking, preventing aging and increasing recovery? These are ultra-rare stats. This must be worth at least millions. The system quickly replied that the item could not be traded or exchanged. He laughed shyly. Of course, he couldn't just give away an item like this. Min Jae-hoon shook his head and made a decision. Might as well taste the loot. Suddenly he became pensive. If he remembered correctly, the image surfaced from deep within Min Jae-hoon's memory. An A-rank theme dungeon would soon open at the amusement park. It was none other than Cha Fai's Thunderous Footsteps. It was where he could obtain the speed-boosting boots that Cha Fai, a servant of the gods, once used. They significantly increased agility. So many high-level players wanted to own them. He wiped the apple with his shirt. It would allow him to balance mana and stamina with agility. Right after, he opened his mouth wide to bite into the golden apple. The moment he took the first bite, it felt like fireworks were going off. Even Min Jae-hoon was stunned. He was then disappointed, judging the taste as very ordinary. It was just like any other apple, but the system chimed again. The golden apple of Eden is taking effect. Stamina increased by 20 points permanently, mana increased by 20 points permanently, aging speed reduced by 50%, recovery speed increased by 50%, magic talent increased permanently. Min Jae-hoon paused, feeling the power surge within his body. Suddenly, he chuckled in surprise. Its effects were far from ordinary. Min Jae-hoon stood up and stretched his limbs. He could move more lightly, and his physical state was excellent. Next, he reached for the phone on the table. Min Jae-hoon smiled and called someone. Yes, this is Min Jae-hoon. A beautiful amusement park scene appeared before his eyes. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, crowded with families enjoying themselves. Min Jae-hoon looked around helplessly. Looking at this place after the regression, it looks a bit messy. Even so, he stepped inside. When he reached the gate, the girl at the counter proactively spoke, "Hello, what kind of ticket would you like to purchase?" Without rushing to answer, he pushed something forward, a black card with a strange symbol. Only then did Min Jae-hoon introduce himself. "I am Min Jae-hoon, a challenger from the Yokwaa Guild." His eyes flashed, and he lowered his voice. "A theme dungeon will open here shortly." In the academy lobby, several students were standing by the pillars talking. Kim Ji-yeon walked over and asked, "Has the student Min Jae-hoon already left?" The receptionist nodded. "Yes, he stopped by yesterday and told me he had some business to take care of today." "Is there a problem?" Hearing that, she waved her hands. "Oh, no problem at all." She fell silent, pondering to herself. Has he recovered from such a major injury already? And he's just a freshman too. Remembering his back, Kim Ji-yeon knew he was very skilled and could recover incredibly quickly from psychological trauma. She smiled to herself, thinking, it seems he's truly very brave. While the receptionist was still confused, Kim Ji-yeon asked, "If he returns, could you tell him to come see me?" She smiled and replied, "Of course, I'll be sure to do that." Kim Ji-yeon replied politely, "Thank you." Then she started to walk away. Skyscrapers surrounded her, and next to her was a high-rise building that seemed somewhat familiar. She stood frozen, staring at it for a long time, then took out her earphones and turned her head to look at the building once more. Finally, she put the earphones in, and a faint blue light flickered. After making a few adjustments, she spoke up. "This is Kim Ji-yeon. I'm done managing the shock dungeon. Can you hear me?" On the other side, Chi-hun quickly replied, "I hear you loud and clear. So, how is the investigation going?" She reported, "After a thorough investigation, I've found out that the person behind this incident is Gu Ja-in." He pondered for a moment before giving his orders. "Are you talking about Kim Sok-jae, the person in charge of the dungeon simulation exercise? He must be in a tough spot right now. Keep a close eye on both of them, and remember to call me if you notice anything." Kim Ji-yeon nodded in understanding. "Understood. Also, there's one more thing." "What is it, Chi-hun?" She replied. "Regarding the student Min Jae-hoon I mentioned earlier, I think he knows something." At the same time, in another location, the sky above remained clear, while the area below the game zone was incredibly crowded. Just then, an announcement blared from the speakers. "This is an emergency situation. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. All guests remaining in the park must listen." Min Jae-hoon smiled and whispered to himself, "That's fast. The Joa Guild really has influence." He took out his phone to check it and muttered, "It's going to start soon." But his eyes narrowed, staring intensely into the distance, recalling the conversation from earlier. "All right, if you're that sure, I'll let you mention our guild." When Jae-hoon was about to finish and say thanks, the other person interrupted. "But there is one condition." It turned out Yoo Song-eun had warned him to prioritize his safety above all else if the situation turned sour. Even he was surprised. "That's the condition?" She set her teacup down and replied, "It's not that I don't trust your ability." Yoo Song-eun explained that no teacher wants their student to be in danger. Anything can happen in a dungeon. This time, Jae-hoon just listened in silence. Back in reality, the system chimed. The Neverland Ruins dungeon theme has appeared. Black mana began to envelop the park from out of nowhere. The system didn't stop there. It rang continuously. A special item will be awarded if 3 consecutive missions are completed. Big 3 special missions have been added. Big 3 special missions. This is a dungeon themed after the Neverland Ruins. Find the 3 missions scattered throughout the dungeon and complete them all. Difficulty, B. Reward, Beast's Lightning Step skill. Failure penalty, constant overflow of chaotic mana. Min Jae-hoon looked up and scanned the area, confirming it was exactly as he remembered from his previous life. Back then, a pink-haired girl had stroked her chin and said, "Therefore, I can easily see that the Viking territory is a mission location. That's also how I found the haunted house and the parade." This was Ah-hoon, the one who raided the themed dungeons. She continued slyly, "And as you all know, my cognitive acceleration skill is quite impressive." At the same time, Ah-hoon also asserted that nothing was impossible if he just racked his brain a little. "I was quite excited when I heard it was a themed dungeon, but honestly, I'm quite disappointed." Ending that memory, he let out a helpless sigh. A self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was too excited about her abilities and bragged about them. But in the end, she was destroyed by those jealous of her talent. Because of that, the lightning step skill had fallen into the hands of someone else. But Min Jae-hoon wasn't pessimistic. He stepped forward, determined that things would be better this time. In the sky, something was slowly taking shape. Red light shifted and flickered, and red and black magical bolts overlapped. It slowly began to envelop everything around it. The dungeon was gradually being completed. His footsteps crunched as he walked inside. Min Jae-hoon's whole body seemed to glow in this dark place. "If only I were the one to get that skill." On the large wall, the words "entrance" appeared clearly. The system displayed a notification. "You have found the first of the big 3 missions. Do you want to start the Viking mission now?" Glancing at it, he confidently muttered, "Fine, let's go in now, shall we?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Teleporting player to the Viking dungeon, changing the ending of the story." A pitch-black vortex appeared in midair, and a blue light hit Min Jae-hoon's stern face head-on. As it began to shrink, he was sucked inside. Very quickly, the vortex slowly dissipated. By then, someone had been watching from a corner for who knows how long. As Min Jae-hoon entered, the system kept updating, loading 7%, 20%, 97%, 100%. Synchronization with the character complete. You are entering F, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. Finally, the system rang out. The first Big 3 mission, Jae-hee's Resentment, has been added. He slowly opened his eyes. On the system screen, the themed mission was explained in detail. Jae-hee's Resentment. The god of death was jealous of Jae-hee's swift feet and kidnapped Jae-hee's younger sister as a hostage to force Jae-hee to work for him. Play as Jae-hee, save your sister, and resolve his resentment. Difficulty, B. Reward, Active skill. Commander's shout. Failure conditions. 1. Jae dies. 2. The sister dies. Penalty if failed. Death. In this place, everything is sinking into a sea of fire. Bandits are constantly hacking and slashing. In a quiet corner, two siblings are hugging each other. Jae is one of those who served the god of death and is the fastest in the world. Originating as a mortal, he began to hate the Norse gods. He had lost his family because of the Vikings, the ones who worshipped the Norse gods, the Aesir. This time, it was Min Jae-hoon's turn to be terrified. What? Jae hates the Norse gods? He was sure that wasn't the original plot. Could this be another rift between the Aesir gods and the other gods? Right at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Jae! The man was still yelling. Wake up and get to work. Jae jerked awake, eyes snapping open. He clutched his head in discomfort. This is my head. Jae's gaze shifted. On this side, strong men were pulling oars, while others were tied up and kneeling on the deck. He realized this was the boat he had stolen to set sail in search of his sister. Jae looked over at the blue-haired man. This was Fezzik, who had come up with the idea to steal the boat. Fezzik asked anxiously, Are you okay? He seemed to snap back to reality, hesitating. Yeah. Then, two ships collided with great force, causing those on the boat to stumble and slide down a bit. It didn't stop there. Consecutive ships squeezed in against theirs. Then, a bunch of bandits from out of nowhere jumped onto the deck with sharp weapons and a fierce momentum. Fezzik cursed angrily. Damn it. As for Jae, he remained silent, calculating. I don't know what's happening, but I'll have to put the search for my sister on hold for a moment. Having decided, he rushed forward. I'll leave this to you. Seeing that, Fezzik didn't understand what was going on and shouted, Wait! By now, Jae had already bent his knees, ready to leap. As he launched himself into the air, Fezzik was still calling after him. Wait, Jae. Just like that, Jae leaped across the wide gap between the two ships, but his eyes were still focused downward to assess the situation. The battle was still raging fiercely. One of the guys noticed Jae's presence and looked up. By now, he had landed on the ship's mast. The bandit leader laughed loudly, pointing at Jae. You jumped onto the enemy's ship in a situation where you should have been running away? Next came the mocking taunts. You idiot. There are people threatening you. I'll kill you right now. But Jae didn't react. Suddenly, he realized something and was surprised. Wait. His gaze fell on his sister, who was tied to the main mast, and he was confused. At this moment, she seemed to have lost consciousness. In Jae's mind, images from his memories of Jae-hoon kept flashing a mischievous girl with bright, enthusiastic eyes who would laugh slyly. He couldn't understand why she was here. At the same time, the system chimed. You have found Jae's younger sister, Josva. I am the owner of a genius brain. I am also a great conqueror. Back then, Jae-hoon had confidently flipped her hair. After all, I am an amazing person. Then she slumped down, her face turning dark. Jae-hoon clutched her head, remembering, and then screamed in anger. Why am I locked up here? She remembered that she had said, I want to go to the bathroom, but they realized her true intentions and retorted, You could have just said you didn't want to go to the haunted house. This was 3 minutes before the emergency announcement. Jae-hoon curled up, her killing intent flaring as she muttered, There's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where I am, and the chance of being locked in a themed dungeon is 0.3%. Why is my luck? She resigned herself to her fate and started bawling. Damn it, stop thinking about it. Very quickly, she regained her composure. All right, I have to find a way to get out of here. I don't want to die here. Jae-hoon looked around, guessing, the raid team must be here by now. Please, someone. Right at that moment, she saw the back of Min Jae-hoon and was suspicious. Jae-hoon sneaked up to him, wondering, What? She kept wondering. He doesn't look like he's from the raid team. Who is he? Finally, Jae-hoon narrowed her eyes and decided she had to follow him. Returning to the place where Cha-fi and Jo were tied to a large pillar, she cursed under her breath. Damn it. Cha-fi hung his head helplessly, rubbing his forehead as he thought, We announced the evacuation for everyone, so why is it her who had to be here? Seeing this reaction, the pirates became even more excited, cheering loudly, Turn him into a pincushion. Instantly, countless arrows were fired toward him simultaneously. Despite this, Cha-fi didn't flinch. As he looked up, a shield was already deployed. His hand opened, and the magic orb appeared with powerful force. Why is it always me? Cha-fi clenched his fist, the suffocating aura of pressure swirling around him. Now truly enraged, he unleashed a magic-infused punch with a loud shout, hitting several of them. The entire group of pirates took the full force of the blow, flying backward as sprays of blood erupted everywhere. Cha-fi remained in his stance, energy still crackling around him. He lowered his head, whispering to encourage himself. No, I have to push through this. Even if Jae-hoon was troublesome, she could still be useful for the conquest. Just then, a bald man with a large axe appeared behind Cha-Fi. Without turning around, he easily sidestepped to dodge the attack. The axe slammed into the floor. Cha-Fi's eyes flashed with calculation. I can't just get rid of her, so I might as well make good use of her. He quickly stepped forward and delivered a punch to the face of the aggressive bald man, making him cry out in pain. As the bald man collapsed heavily to the floor, Cha-Fi decided he had to handle this situation first before figuring out what to do with her. With that settled, he turned to look at the remaining pirates, but they instinctively recoiled in fear. Cha-Fi tiredly rubbed his neck. I don't have time for this right now. His golden eyes sharpened, and he commanded confidently, all of you, come at me at once. A moment later, the ship returned to silence. Now, only Cha-Fi stood among the scattered, defeated pirates. Once everything was settled, he slowly walked over to the bound Jae-hoon. Cha-Fi bluntly confronted her. Are you only capable of pretending to be asleep? She tried to hold it in until her face turned beet red. He wasn't even angry, just continued to ask. Finally, when her act was up, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. Jae-hoon then looked up and replied, You guessed right. I assume you're Cha-Fi. Hearing that, Fi smiled and crouched down. That's right. But did you know? He threw a punch right into the pillar she was tied to, scaring her until she turned pale. Cha-Fi's expression darkened as he warned, I can see right through you, so you'd better drop those stupid thoughts and start acting smart. This time, Jae-hoon's face went purple, and she gritted her teeth in a nod. Suddenly, the system chimed in. You have completed the first mission of the Big Three. Cha-Fi's rewards are being calculated. A moment later, in that gaming area, an eerie purple mana coiled around the space. In a deserted store, only Min Jae-hoon and Jae-hoon were there. He looked grave, arms crossed as he stared at the other person. She kept her head bowed, lips pursed as if deep in thought. Min Jae-hoon spoke slowly. A professional conqueror who fights like a combat class professional, roughly his age, but with a terrible personality. After hearing that, Jae-hoon's mood sank. She wondered why she was involved with such a strange person. Who is he? Seeing that expression, he raised his voice. Hey, what kind of skills did you say you could use? At this, she started to giggle foolishly. Oh, right. It helps me use swordsmanship better. Deep down, Jae-hoon cunningly thought this would deceive him. Not many students at the academy understood these things. He has a terrible personality, so I'll use him for my own benefit. And then, but immediately, Jae-hoon shook his head firmly. That's not all. I hate being lied to. She smiled and explained, I'm not lying. It's a basic rank skill called Basic Swordsmanship Review. He repeated it coldly. Cognitive acceleration. As soon as he finished, Jae-hoon froze, looking terrified and pale. Min Jae-hoon explained it clearly. It slows down time and speeds up the user's thought process. It's usually used by leaders and is also effective for analyzing and predicting an opponent's mind. He didn't forget to sigh and ask, Did I say something wrong? She truly hadn't expected this, sweating bullets and stuttering. How did you? Before she could finish, Jae-hoon stood up abruptly, stating, I can't take you with me regardless. You were planning to lie to me and use me. Jae-hoon's heart skipped a beat. His expression turned icy, and he warned in a low voice, I'm not that stupid. As Jae-hoon watched his back, she quickly shouted, Wait. With tears welling in her eyes, she grabbed Jae-hoon's sleeve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Please don't leave me alone. I'll die if you leave me behind. His attitude remained indifferent. How can I trust you? Jae-hoon didn't hesitate to reply, I'll prove it. As if he had planned it all along, Min Jae-hoon smiled deviously. Really? Then sign a contract. She hadn't expected this, her expression stiffening before she uttered, Okay. The sky above had yet to return to normal. Down below, Jae-hoon was anxious, cold sweat pouring down constantly. On the system screen, the contract was clearly displayed. So Jae-hoon cannot harm Min Jae-hoon. Jae-hoon will follow Min Jae-hoon's orders. Min Jae-hoon will ensure Jae-hoon's safety until the Neverland-themed dungeon is completed. Jae-hoon must not speak of this contract. After reading it, she could only pull at her hair and curse, You bastard. Min Jae-hoon, meanwhile, carried a hard-to-read, serious expression. Subjugation is a brainwashing skill. I can hold the upper hand through this contract. He then laughed to himself, thinking this was the best way to keep her from betraying him. Even though she really was quite terrible, Jae-hoon had no choice but to begrudgingly agree. All right, I'll sign it. Immediately, a golden magic chain appeared around her neck. It didn't stop there. It also appeared on her wrists. The system did not forget to announce that Jae-hoon had become a subordinate. The subjugation would not be broken even after the mission was completed, as it was a contract-based bond. Seeing this, Jae-hoon couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Isn't this a great deal? It's not like I'm controlling your mind or anything. She, however, gnashed her teeth. There was no way she could be comfortable knowing someone was always in her head. Hearing that, he threatened her again. Then break the contract. I'm not forcing you to sign it. I can just leave you here. The next second, Jae-hoon became enthusiastically compliant. I'll do a good job. Jae-hoon sighed, thinking she was truly simple-minded. The scenery changed. They arrived at the entrance to hell, where a large beast was lying, its fur a blinding red. A hand with sharp claws reached out to touch the snowy white fur. So it's a pig. It seems our little enemy is working hard. It appeared the eyes of the god Asia had grown sharper. Thinking of this, a devious smile spread across her face. The pig leaned against the large beast and muttered, "They'll be furious if I leave now. What should I do?" She just smiled and played along. A shadow of black fur slowly moved closer. Then, the Aya system offered a suggestion. "Well then, pig, be my eyes." It said I need some time until he's ready to come back here. Jae-hoon asked, "Where are we going now?" Jae-hoon replied, "The haunted house. We're going there first." As soon as he finished, she jumped in shock and shouted, "A haunted house?" He turned to her, confused. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Jae-hoon angrily jumped up. "You think I'm scared of that kind of thing?" Despite her face turning pale, she stubbornly insisted, "What kind of high school student is scared of stuff like that?" Jae-hoon knew better and smirked mockingly. "Someone like you, that's who." She still tried to refute it. "I told you, I'm not." To the point where her eyes were watering, he added, "If you say so." Before they knew it, they had arrived, and Jae-hoon announced they were going in. This time, Jae-hoon was truly terrified, losing all her strength. When he took a step forward, she shouted, "Wait, I need to take a deep breath." But the system didn't wait, announcing the start of the second mission of the Big Three at the haunted house. Once they passed through the teleportation gate, they arrived. Jae-hoon was still holding the camera. This place looked nostalgic. The doors had some stains, and the atmosphere was filled with an indescribable gloom. This place was a cursed house, the system displayed. "You have arrived at the haunted house. Escape this place without violating 3 rules. Some skills will be locked." He then turned to ask what her role was. Jae-hoon held up the camera in her hand and replied, "Obviously, the cameraman." "What about you?" Jae-hoon turned and reminded her, "Obviously, I'm a horror streamer." Just then, someone in a neat suit appeared. "It's been a long time since we've had guests," he said in a deep, gravelly voice. "Welcome, the two of you." Both of them were stunned, and when they turned back, her face was completely pale. The man didn't forget to introduce himself. "I am A, the butler of this mansion, serving Countess Fia. I have come to welcome you as the Countess requested." The system announced that you had received the second mission of the Big Three, the Fandia Mansion theme. You have been invited by Countess Flandia, the owner of Flandia Mansion. But this place is dangerous and hides a terrible secret. Use your camera to expose the secrets of this mansion and escape. Difficulty: A. Reward: active skill, illusion, failure conditions. 1. Fail to escape within the time limit. 2. Fail to discover the truth behind the mansion. Failure penalty: death. The purple sky outside seemed to move, cutting through the bare trees. A's white-gloved hand gripped the doorknob and pushed it open. He gestured politely. "Please, come in." Jae-hoon stared inside with caution. Seeing this, A spoke again. "The Countess emphasized that I must provide the best hospitality to the two of you." Jae-hoon trembled non-stop, cold sweat on her forehead. As they entered the main hall, he continued, "I will lead you to the dining room first. You must be exhausted from your journey." She couldn't help but observe everything. While Jae-hoon was busy looking around aimlessly, Jae-hoon's gaze caught something else. It was a painting of a vase with a label that clearly read, "For the most beautiful and foolish girl." He stared at it as if he could see right through it. Watching this, Jae-hoon behind him remarked in awe, "What a beautiful painting, a blonde girl with her dog." Jae-hoon looked on suspiciously. "And this," added without hesitation, "is a portrait of the owner and their child." He turned to observe it again, guessing the girl was about 12 or 13. Then Jae-hoon spoke up. She must have cherished her childhood a lot, given how she placed this portrait here. Following his gaze, the other man nodded at the painting. Of course, when he turned back, Aoze's entire face had turned bright red, and his eyes had become vacant. She had so many happy memories, just like in a dream. Seeing this, he just frowned slightly. while Seo Ah-hun was scared out of her wits. The man didn't seem to care, moving ahead and saying, "Please, this way." The two of them had no choice but to follow. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Min Jae-hoon told himself to stay alert. The system had given him the background for the first mission, but not this time. He had to solve all the mysteries himself. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed around them. Seo Ah-hun grew terrified, her eyes welling up. Seeing this, he immediately frowned. "Are you okay?" So, she had been lying when she said she wasn't scared. She held back her tears and replied in a shaky voice, "It's just because I'm not used to this place yet. I'll be fine once I stay here a bit longer." Just then, the large door in front of them creaked open, and Seo Ah-hun jumped in fright. Aoze's face darkened as he announced, "We have arrived." It was a large banquet hall, with food already prepared and candles lit. He explained that this was a feast the Countess of Flan had prepared for the two of them. Before closing the door, didn't forget to say, "Please, enjoy your meal," followed by a promise, "I will return once you have finished." As they turned around, the door slammed shut. The two of them stood in silence, staring at it for a long time. Finally, Seo Ah-hun cast a glance at the table. She scrutinized the food and frowned, thinking, it would be a bad idea to eat this. Min Jae-hoon quickly calculated their options. "We should investigate the surroundings while the butler is gone." But Seo Ah-hun suggested, "Wait, let's gather information here first before we leave." As she spoke, Seo Ah-hun closed her eyes to focus. Very quickly, the system prompt appeared. Active skill, family perception. Her entire body was enveloped in a faint blue mana. The table, the flower vase, the chairs, and even the set of cutlery suddenly transformed into gold. The blue light lingered, and Seo Ah-hun's eyes took everything in. Slowly, she withdrew her mana, and her eyes returned to normal. "Excited," Seo Ah-hun exclaimed. "I've discovered a few things about this mansion." Internally, Min Jae-hoon praised her. "That was quick. I assumed it was just an innate skill, but I'll keep a cold front for now." He asked, "What is it?" She replied, "I think the owner of this mansion is a child around 12 years old." He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why do you think that?" Seo Ah-hun walked over and pulled out a chair. "The chairs in the hall are the evidence." She compared the owner's chair to the others, noting it was much higher. That means she is much smaller than the others sitting in the other chairs. Next were the shelves in the hall, which were quite low. Seo Ah-hun also noticed the detail that only the lower handles showed signs of use. Min Jae-hoon nodded in his head. "I see. The furniture is indeed quite low." Satisfied, he announced, "All right, let's go somewhere else." She replied happily, "Okay." Then, Seo Ah-hun remarked, "This camera is really expensive." While she was muttering, "I wish I could take it with me." Min Jae-hoon suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Seo Ah-hun asked, "What's wrong?" His face went cold, and he warned her, "This isn't the time for jokes." Min Jae-hoon announced gravely, "We've been locked in." At the same time, he realized that the theme dungeon had been active for 2 hours. Helicopters had appeared at the scene, and a reporter was broadcasting live, stating that a scout from the Yo-Kwa Guild and a high school student named Seo Ah-hun were trapped inside the dungeon. "We are all very worried about whether they can get out safely," she said. Nearby, Chi-sok and Ji-young-hoon were leaning against a wall. He angrily cracked his neck and cursed, "Damn it! We were supposed to get promoted soon. What the hell is this?" Correction. The text refers to the reporter mentioning Seo Ah-hun. Hearing that, the other man sighed and said, "Right? Who would have thought a theme dungeon would appear at a theme park?" Even so, Chi-sok knew that if the civil council's assessment of them failed, Jong-hoon understood and replied that he might be demoted even after being promoted during the Goblin incident, "And my promotion will naturally be voided." "Thanks for the positive words, senior." Chi-sok lit a cigarette. "We're going to be blamed for everything. Check on those two inside." Very quickly, he gave his report. Note: merged clarified context for flow. However, Ji-young-hoon seemed to discover something and looked startled. On the file was information about Min Jae-hoon. He quickly scanned the details. Suddenly, Jong-hoon's expression went blank. "It's him." Information flooded his mind. "I heard he enrolled in the Milet Academy. Could the Jo-Kwa Guild have recruited him?" Chi-sok was so shocked he dropped his cigarette. "What? What the hell? There were 3, not 2? He glanced over. "That's not right." Ji-young-hoon looked up, the image of Min Jae-hoon appearing in his mind. He then said confidently, "I think he'll handle it." The large door in front of them remained shut, and Seo Ah-hun looked like she was about to cry, her face deathly pale. Min Jae-hoon looked down. They were clearly following the old path. He stared at the lock, thinking, "This is frustrating. She won't stop shaking." If we're trapped here and can never get out. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon spoke up to reassure her. Calm down, this is a dungeon. I'm sure there's an exit. Seo Ah-hoon struggled to compose herself, offering a forced smile. You're right. There's no dungeon you can't escape from. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran off. I'll go look around a bit more. He turned in the opposite direction first. Min Jae-hoon shifted his gaze to the door, guessing, the owner of this villa doesn't seem to like us. There's no way I can open this flimsy door with my current stats. He couldn't help but look at Seo Ah-hoon. Before I regressed, she had escaped from this place by herself. So, I assume the physical stats required to conquer this dungeon are quite low. At this, Min Jae-hoon concluded there must be another variable involved. Right then, she shouted from behind, "Hey, come look at this!" He turned and asked, "What is it?" So Ah-hoon started stuttering. "This camera, what's wrong with it?" Min Jae-hoon leaned over to look, thinking she was just role-playing, but when he saw what was inside, he fell silent, then gasped in total disbelief. Through the camera, he could see a large chair for the master on the high platform. Below, Ao-zae had been murdered, his body lying in a pool of blood, and the prepared dishes were scattered about. After seeing it, Seo Ah-hoon spoke up. The person who led us here. Min Jae-hoon's face tightened, frowning as he confirmed, he's a fake. The moment he finished, the system sounded a notification. You have uncovered 70% of the secret of, the first mystery of the mansion. He glanced away, wondering, is this just the beginning? Min Jae-hoon now knew that this camera allowed them to see things invisible to the naked eye. Seo Ah-hoon quickly realized and exclaimed, so that's why I'm the camera woman, and this camera is the key to solving the mystery. Min Jae-hoon chuckled and praised her. Right, you're pretty good. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder how she managed to beat this dungeon when she was this scared. She was still happily self-admiring. I'm pretty smart, aren't I? Min Jae-hoon guessed. She must be calm only when she has to think. He reached for the camera. Now the issue is what the camera is showing us. Min Jae-hoon moved it around, still analyzing. Assuming the we met is a fake, this screen shows us either the present or the past. Hearing this, Seo Ah-hoon clapped her hands together. That makes sense. She understood that this was a dungeon, and they had to solve the mansion's mystery. But Seo Ah-hoon became worried. But it won't show us the future. Looking through the camera again, they discovered a bloody hand hanging down. Min Jae-hoon observed everything as he spoke. The past, the mystery of this mansion is exactly what the camera is showing us. On the table sat a delicious plate of beefsteak, with another plate of beef prepared differently right next to it. At this, tears welled up in Ah-hoon's eyes as she realized something. She spoke slowly. So, Min Jae-hoon is saying that all this food, it's definitely not meant to be eaten. The image of Ah-hoon dying flashed through his mind, making Min Jae-hoon even more vigilant. Suddenly, he called out. Ah-hoon felt uneasy and muttered, I have a bad feeling about this. Min Jae-hoon pointed the camera and said, Take this. You need to be careful with it. He turned serious, adding, I can sense a bit of mana. I knew it felt strange, because this is all just an illusion. An illusion, a type of magic that only appears in dungeon traps. Min Jae-hoon silently reached out, and a brilliant golden magic flared up. You seem to have made up your mind. Magic circles appeared one after another, and the system prompt flickered on, activating the active skill, Absolute Calculation. Then, it immediately triggered a failed Absolute Calculation skill, as if a wild beast were lurking nearby, watching them. The system then warned again that this skill could not be used here. Min Jae-hoon nodded, finally understanding. Noticing Ah-hoon at the end of the frame, he asked, What are you doing? She explained, I felt some items to open the door might be around here, finding nothing. Ah-hoon stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and continued. In the camera feed, the only difference was that A was lying on the table instead of the food that had been there before. She pointed in a direction, saying the key to escaping must be there. Her words stunned Min Jae-hoon, but he then chuckled craftily. Well, there's a way to break this. The system sounded, activating the mana detection toggle skill. Min Jae-hoon's eyes flashed, his gaze landing on the head of the host's table, specifically at a dessert plate. As if he had predicted it, Min Jae-hoon thought to himself, I knew it. He understood one thing. Fundamentally, magic locks were tied to other objects or incantations. So, there were two ways to break the magic. One was to destroy the object, or two, to dispel the incantation. Min Jae-hoon became certain. The key must be inside that heap of dust. Ah-hoon stared at it, dumbfounded, her eyes narrowing with a hint of struggle. When Ah-hoon looked at the camera, she became hesitant about the heap of dust again. The terrifying image of A from before reappeared, making her break out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, he teased her. What? Are you scared? Ahun shouted back, acting tough. I am not. She rolled up her sleeves as if heading into battle and declared, I'll get it. Ahun pursed her lips and reached into the dust. After searching for a moment and realizing it was actually A's remains, she suddenly froze in shock. Finally, Ahun grabbed the key and cheered joyfully. I found it. Immediately, the system chimed in repeatedly. You have successfully solved the second secret of the Phantom Villa's magic seal. You will receive bonus rewards once the dungeon is completely conquered. In the dark night, A's straight-backed figure appeared. Through the lens, it seemed A had been observing everything, and remarked with emotion, Oh no. He thinks our guests didn't like the meal. A kept telling himself they couldn't have any flaws when hosting guests. No, not at this moment. Someone called for the butler. A. He replied, I am here. I will never disappoint the Countess. Following A's retreating back were echoes of wailing. Over here, things were a bit easier. The light from the ceiling illuminated the area. Jae-hoon and Ahun walked side by side, though she still vigilantly watched their surroundings through the camera. The place was cluttered with teddy bears and stuffed rabbits still stained with dried blood. Suddenly, their footsteps halted in front of a room. He speculated, I guess this is the guest bedroom? Ahun lowered the camera and nodded. That's right. They said we were guests, so we'd come to the bedroom after dinner. And since there's blood here, we don't really have a choice. Through the camera, she saw blood smeared all over the door. Jae-hoon grew curious. Let's go inside and see if there's anything strange. Ahun jumped in fright. We have to go in? He explained. We have to get out of here. Do you want to stay in this villa forever? She could only cry. I don't want that. Hearing this, Jae-hoon warned her. Then shut your mouth and keep an eye on your surroundings. Remember to call me if you see anything. Ahun nodded weakly. Okay. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The only light came from the moonlight filtering through the window. Jae-hoon announced, I'll look around for clues. Just then, a breeze blew, causing the curtains to sway. Suddenly, a heavy rain began outside, and that white fabric brushed against his leg. Jae-hoon glanced behind him. His gaze fell on a little girl in a white dress, now stained with patches of dark red blood. Not only that, but her body was also covered in bruises. Her tiny hand reached out, using her finger to point forward. And the person standing in that direction was A. The scene was somewhat dark. A small torch illuminated a corner of the room. A faceless figure with glowing red eyes lingered before them. Ahun was extremely anxious and shouted, Are you okay? When Jae-hoon sat up holding his head, she finally let out a sigh. Goodness. Are you all right? He replied. My head hurts so much. Stop screaming. Jae-hoon cursed under his breath. Damn it. His eyes scanned the room. I knew this would happen, yet is this what must happen for this dungeon to progress? Seeing Jae-hoon start to inspect the area, Ahun spoke up. I used cognitive acceleration to guess what situation we're in. She announced, Based on the moss, mold, and humidity, it seems we're locked in an underground prison, and there are even signs of torture here. An iron lock, showing signs of age, lay on the ground. Ahun muttered uncomfortably, It really gives me the creeps. Why would they have a prison in a mansion? Jae-hoon was still examining the area, gripping the iron bars with his hands. He swung his hand back, and mana flickered slightly. Then he must have a key around here. The system sounded, activating silent strike. Jae-hoon clenched his fist with great energy. Then, he punched the iron bars with all his might. An explosion echoed, filling the room with dust. Witnessing this, Ahun's jaw dropped. The structure before them shook, debris fell down, and then the iron bars vanished, and even the wall collapsed. Yet, as they walked out, Jae-hoon cautioned, Try to stay as quiet as possible. Nothing good will come of it if A, whoever that may be, finds us. Ahun squinted and questioned, You call breaking that wall quiet? He responded irritably, Shut up. Just then, Jae-hoon turned back, looking for a way to escape, when a strange sound rang out, followed by something jumping out. He immediately spun around, taking a defensive stance, but the object just lunged straight into Jae-hoon's arms. He frowned, looking down and muttering, What the hell is this? Jae-hoon picked it up, still suspicious about why there was a puppy here. Ahun's face darkened, her mouth still agape. She clenched her fists and shouted, Drop that puppy right now. Jae-hoon, still shaking it, replied, Why? Judging by its appearance and mana, it's just a normal puppy. Look, it's holding a key in its mouth. It must have been locked down here too. Ahun lowered her voice to retort, No way. The dungeon wouldn't give us the key that easily. What if this puppy is a trap? Hearing that, the puppy became instantly angry, its face turning red, teeth gritting and growling. No one noticed it was holding a gold key. Seeing this, Ahun's vigilance grew even more. The system chimed in several times, received a new quest. Obtain Flania's diary. Subquest. Enter the Countess Flania's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. Difficulty B. Reward. Reversal of the dungeon's silence lock theme. Failure condition. Die before time runs out or fail to complete the quest within the time limit. Time remaining. 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Min Jae-hoon glanced over. That's not a bad reward, he chuckled smugly, thinking, this means this place is linked to the secrets of this mansion. A moment later, they arrived at another place, and the wooden door opened. Both of them instinctively looked in different directions to observe the surroundings. Even the puppy did, Min Jae-hoon reported. We've reached the 3rd floor. Standing in the middle of the large room, he said, but now I don't know which way to go. Hearing that, Ahun sighed. We don't have the camera anymore, so we have no choice but to search around. Min Jae-hoon suddenly went stiff, not saying a word, which left her confused as she called out to him. It took a few seconds for him to snap out of it. Ahun asked anxiously, is something wrong? You're making me. Just as she said, she was worried. In the distance, she saw the little girl again, still in the white dress with her bloody face and body. Min Jae-hoon didn't hesitate to question her. Who are you? Immediately, a hand grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Ahun, pale-faced, advised, let's just go. We don't have time to talk to a spirit. But he stubbornly shook her hand off. Why are you still here? Min Jae-hoon continued. Do you still have some grudge related to this mansion? The blonde girl shook her head slightly. Seeing this, he asked again, then are you here to help us? This time, the little girl nodded in agreement. Min Jae-hoon was now certain of his deduction and asked directly, then I'll ask you one thing. Where is Countess Plania's room on the 4th floor? The blonde girl's bloody arm reached out and pointed in a direction. The two of them looked where she pointed, confused. He guessed, is she pointing to the end of the hall over there? Then Min Jae-hoon replied, all right. Thank you. The little girl seemed to smile. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to promise, I will help you move on as soon as I get the chance. So please wait for me. At this, Min Jae-hoon turned to urge him, let's go. Even so, Min Jae-hoon turned his head to take one last look at the little girl. They followed the directions to a dark, menacing room, thick with killing intent. At the same time, in a more luxurious mansion, 2 men sat across from each other at a table. Chi-seok spoke first. So, you're saying it again? The Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this themed dungeon. Is that what you're trying to explain? Park Yoo-sung-jae nodded without hesitation. Yes. Not stopping there, he added, you can blunt the spearhead of the National Punisher Agency and the public, directed at the Lotus Guild. But in exchange, he paused, emphasizing, Guildmaster Yoo-sung-eun requested that you reveal no information about Min Jae-hoon. Hearing this, Chi-seok leaned back, slightly surprised. That's hard to understand. Why would the Lotus Guild risk so much just for a student? This time, Park Yoo-sung-jae shook his head. I cannot tell you the reason. He grew silent, seemingly hesitant about something. Finally, Chi-seok felt helpless. Well, we lose nothing from this proposal. So, we will do as you say. But what if he fails the dungeon raid? Hearing this, Park Yoo-sung-jae seemed to have anticipated the question and reassured him. Don't worry, he stated firmly. If he were the type of person to fail at things like this, the Lotus Guild wouldn't have gone this far for him. In the dark room, a flash of sword aura cut through the air, followed by a construct having its head lopped off. Min Jae-hoon, still shaken, stammered, no way. She looked at Min Jae-hoon standing among the monsters and questioned herself. I thought these constructs were C-rank monsters. Min Jae-hoon took a step, assuming this was the shortest path, dismissively saying, this is nothing. The two, along with the puppy, opened another room. The system announced they were entering Flandia's room. Taking a look around, Min Jae-hoon exclaimed, it's terrifyingly quiet. She then offered, I'll check the table area. But before she could take a step, Min Jae-hoon grabbed her shoulder. He had figured it out and said it was obvious that there would be items on the table. Check places where you wouldn't expect to find clues. Min Jae-hoon scratched her head in response. Fine. Suddenly, the puppy started clawing at the table, while Min Jae-hoon stared at it. He slowly reached out to take the book, and the system immediately chimed in. Item cannot be equipped. Flandia's diary. This is the diary of Flandia, the owner of this mansion, Countess Flandia. The diary is written daily. It contains the terrible and evil secrets of Flandia's mansion. At this, Min Jae-hoon laughed with satisfaction. Found it. He flipped through the pages like the wind. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon stopped at a page where the little girl with blonde hair had written, "The 5th of May, 1474. My skin is becoming paler by the day. The doctors have come many times to care for me and check my health, but it has no effect. Will I leave this world right here, without ever seeing the outside world?" The next page was also recorded. The 10th of May, 1474. My parents said they would buy me the doll I always wanted. My parents are the best. I really look forward to the day they return home from the city. The next day, the 12th of May, 1474. I received a death notice saying my parents died after an attack by bandits. My tears won't stop falling. Would they still be alive if I hadn't asked for that doll? The scene of that rainy day seemed to replay. The little girl quietly hugged her doll, her eyes glancing backward. There was a stain on this page. The 15th of May, 1474. The funeral is over. I have become the master of this mansion as I am the last of the Flandia line. But I don't feel happy at all. I am so lonely, from now and forevermore. The events were recorded. The 4th of May, 1474. A girl was taken. It seems she picked a flower from my garden. She is about my age and looks quite like my doll. So, I have grown a bit fond of her. I will ask if she wants to live in this mansion with me. It didn't stop there. The 20th of July, 1474. She said she had no name. So, I named her Sally. We played together every day in the mansion. I am so happy to have made a friend. I hope it stays like this forever. Suddenly, a gloomy day, the little girl wrote, the 8th of August, 1474. I left here without saying a word. Sally told me that he must have been in a hurry, that he went to the neighboring city. I don't know why, but I feel worried. Then, as if she felt something strange, she hugged her doll tightly. The 10th of August, 1474. He is back, but something is strange. Sally also seems to be hiding something. Something must have happened. At this point, the page was stained with dried ink. The 9th of October, 1474. I keep hearing screams from inside the mansion. The kitchen maid, Sally, and my maid. They keep screaming. It sounds like their throats are being torn apart. Is this just a dream? No, it can't be. This is definitely real. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. What is happening? Sally and A are knocking on my bedroom door. I'm sure they want to destroy me. What should I do now? Finally, Min Jae-hoon closed the thick diary. The system immediately announced, restrictions broken. The stealth restrictions are no longer in effect. Min Jae-hoon's face darkened. I see. Min Jae-hoon confirmed that Flandia had been destroyed. This must have been the work of the monster that occupied this mansion. At this moment, Min Jae-hoon spoke up from behind. It's a doppelganger. He was slightly surprised and turned his head. A eerie voice echoed. It seemed to be slowly forming behind Min Jae-hoon. A grotesque face emerged. This is the work of a doppelganger, isn't it? Beside him, the figure of A also suddenly appeared. And not just one, but many. Looking back again, Min Jae-hoon saw countless versions of him, and a monster. The system assigned a task. First secret. The identity of A has been discovered. Side quest. Flandia's diary completed. You have successfully discovered all the secrets of the mansion. Escape the mansion safely. The monster reached out with sharp-clawed hands, then crazily swung its limbs to attack Min Jae-hoon. He hurriedly hugged the puppy and dodged. As one strike came, he tilted his body and sprang away. The puppy in his arms was on the verge of tears. Min Jae-hoon stopped, his feet scraping the floor, leaving 2 large marks. Then Min Jae-hoon spoke. So, you finally reveal your true form. He smiled mockingly. I was getting a little impatient watching you act so fake. The monster offered praise. You're quite fast for a human. Min Jae-hoon didn't humble himself, replying that it wasn't difficult. He remembered the moment in the prison cell. Min Jae-hoon had sensed something and said, "It's just that I'm smart." Suddenly, he changed his tone. Probably not. Maybe it's because you're stupid. This made the monster furious. It roared, lunging forward. How dare you insult me? In the cursed mansion, a strange red hue lingered. On the ceiling, the chandelier still shone brightly. An explosion rang out, and a wave of power descended from above. Min Jae-hoon grabbed the puppy and leaped backward to dodge. The monster was also startled, eyes widening as it watched. Min Jae-hoon summoned his magic, bright circles of fire appearing behind him. He then waved his hand. Golden chains shot out, aiming straight for the target. Each of the monster's heads was hit by an orb and chains. A second later, another explosion occurred. Dust billowed everywhere, and he landed gently on the ground. The puppy was dizzy from all the shaking. Min Jae-hoon's eyes were sharp, waiting. B-rank monster. Doppelganger. It's dangerous with its ability to copy the skills and appearance of others, but when it comes to melee skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. On the other side, It had stood up in extreme rage. Your body, I will devour it all. Give it to me. He just looked at it silently. Lips pressed together. Unhappy. The monster sagged but still screamed. Give it to me. Give it to me. Just as it finished speaking, its sharp pincers lunged toward where Min Jae-hoon was standing. But before it could get close, the monster was blocked by some invisible force. Min Jae-hoon instinctively spoke. How does it feel? It shouted, confused. Huh? At this moment, magical chains wrapped around that hideous body. As the monster writhed, Min Jae-hoon explained. After being toyed with by others for so long, it was slammed to the ground, emitting a chilling scream. Then, once again, Min Jae-hoon caused it to explode, shattering the floor. He watched the scene with a cold face. Even though it had nothing left, the monster struggled to scream. I'm not envious. Finally, its eyes became dull with jealousy. In the monster's mind, the beautiful image of the blonde girl appeared as it uttered, I want to be human too, or maybe a cute girl with shoulder-length brown hair. Another explosion roared, and thick black smoke billowed out, obscuring everything. Seo Ah-hoon stood there, waiting for the smoke to clear. He suddenly leaned down and praised his puppy. You're a good barker. You really have a knack for that. But the puppy just growled in annoyance. Then, the puppy kept barking non-stop, leaving Min Jae-hoon to helplessly scratch his head. All right, you did a good job, so I'll let you go. He reached out to touch the light on the wooden door, but didn't forget to look back one last time. At the end of the path, a girl with blonde hair was waiting. She was wearing clean clothes, free from those bloodstains, and she was smiling while waving goodbye to Min Jae-hoon. Seeing that, he happily replied, goodbye. With that, the door glowed and began to teleport him. At the same time, the system chimed in. You have completed the second mission, Flania's Mansion. You have cleared all hidden scenarios within the quest. Bonus rewards will be granted as you are teleported to the real world. A scene in a strange new place appeared before his eyes. Min Jae-hoon and Seo Ah-hoon stepped inside. She bent over, panting heavily. Is this a parade? I'm going to die. He nodded. Exactly. We should be careful. We have no idea what's coming next. Just then, a loudspeaker crackled to life. Welcome to Neverland, everyone. It startled both of them. A man wearing a tuxedo spoke up. I am Duian, your host. As soon as he finished, preset fireworks exploded into the sky. Next, beautiful dancers wearing masks began to dance. Rune shouted excitedly, I invite you all to my parade. He lunged in front of the two. Welcome, Min Jae-hoon and Sister Seo Ah-hoon. You've successfully completed 2 missions. Well done. He didn't hesitate to ask, what will the final mission be? Rune laughed. The final mission is Tag. She frowned, confused. Tag? He nodded. That's right. Do you see that gate? Rune explained. You two must escape from the monsters coming out of that gate and reach the final destination. Seeming to know each other too well, Min Jae-hoon crossed his arms, asserting, I bet there's more to it than that. Hearing this, he clapped loudly in approval. You're so smart. Rune reached forward. You're right. In this game of tag, the monsters depend on the number of challengers and their strength. As soon as he said that, he gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad. Min Jae-hoon glanced at the person beside him. Considering his own skills, there would be stronger monsters than before. Fighting while protecting Sister Seo Ah-hoon would be a bit. At this point, Rune announced, I need to understand your skills better. Before anyone could answer, his hand reached out. Excuse me. Rune looked incredibly serious as he examined them. Very quickly, he shouted excitedly, Congratulations, you are both S rank. Both of them immediately gasped. Huh? Rune was so happy he could cry. I've never hosted such high-level players. It's truly impressive. So Ah-hoon shouted, Wait, that doesn't make sense. But he didn't seem to care, turning away with a smile. Then, a massive flame erupted, accompanied by Rune's message, Good luck. Seo Ah-hoon stood stunned, unable to believe it. The system chimed in one after another. You have received the final festival mission. Escape from the Sutio to the final destination, or defeat him. The form of a monster began to take shape. The system announced the final festival theme. Final Festival. Enjoy the last event of Neverland. Final Festival. Escape the Suteo to the destination, or defeat him. Difficulty level increased. Reward. Chafi's equipment. Failure conditions. 1. Being killed by Suteo. 2. Being destroyed by Suteo's flames. Member 33. Hidden mission. Defeat Suteo and eliminate the hidden threat. Rewards undetermined. You may receive superior performance. Min Jae-hoon stared at the Member 33 information. He gritted his teeth. Wait, member? That's impossible. Min Jae-hoon looked at the monster, guarding against something that didn't feel right. Su-teo has the intention of drowning the world in a sea of flames. The entity planned to burn the whole world before the first giant appeared. The fire sword in his hand was so hot it could turn everything into ash without much effort. Feeling the heat behind him, Jae-hoon cursed and started running. Damn it. Even so, he didn't forget to grab So-ah-hoon to run with him. She was scared to the point of tears. How can we run away from that thing? Jae-hoon replied loudly. I'm thinking about it. If you don't want to die, stop talking and just run. The beautiful sights in the park were already sinking into a sea of fire. Just then, a cat sitting on a monosphere watched the situation. I think I went a bit too far. It turned out to be Hella, licking her fur. Should I help them? Then she muttered, You're terrible. You don't intend to help them at all. On the other side, Hella wore a devious smile. Just leave them be. I'm a bit curious. I want to see how he survives. The flames from Su-teo's sword put even more pressure on them. A sword with devastating power that punched a hole right through a mountain. Jae-hoon glanced back, horrified by every move. He understood that it was dangerous to confront him directly. He needed to avoid head-on combat and reach the destination. Suddenly, So-ah-hoon discovered something and shouted, Over there, there's a signpost set up. I think that's our destination. Jae-hoon nodded. All right, hang in there a little longer. The system rang. Active skill activated. Mana acceleration. Energy flared up around him, and he began to move faster. So-ah-hoon was pulled by Jae-hoon as they ran like crazy toward the signpost. He had guessed the rules. It was a simple event. They just needed to reach the destination. Jae-hoon started calculating. He would distract the monster. He looked back at the gasping girl and thought, Su-teo So-ah-hoon just needs to reach the finish line. On the other side, Su-teo started getting angry. Who summoned me? He threw a fireball, preparing to attack his opponent. The fireball was launched, and the blast radius reached both of them as they were fleeing. Jae-hoon couldn't help but gritted his teeth and scolded. Damn it, stay sharp and listen to me. Even So-ah-hoon was panting non-stop. Finally, he suggested, let's split up, okay? Run straight to the Ferris wheel. She quickly understood his intention. You're going to lure that monster? Jae-hoon asked back. Do you want me to use you as bait? Without explaining more, he pushed So-ah-hoon away. Just run. Immediately, Jae-hoon gritted his teeth and turned back. Facing him was the giant Su-teo. Jae-hoon yelled with all his might to grab its attention. Over here, you bastard. And naturally, it succeeded in making him angry. Another blow came down. He quickly jumped up to dodge it. Then, Jae-hoon landed on top of a large clock tower, one hand in his pocket. He didn't forget to provoke him. With that turtle speed, you think you can catch me? This time, Su-teo was truly furious. Even its mouth began to spew fire. It used its flaming hand to strike the clock tower, shattering it. Jae-hoon quickly ran away, but just then, Su-teo noticed something. Its eyes were locked onto So-ah-hoon, who was running away. She was still unaware, trying her best, whispering to herself, I'm almost there. Suddenly, a fireball landed right in front of her. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere, forcing So-ah-hoon to stop in her tracks. Cold sweat broke out on her face. At that moment, he also noticed it and yelled in shock. What? The system simultaneously announced, Target has been destroyed. The condition to complete the mission, besides the hidden mission, had changed to impossible. In front of her, it was now filled with large flames that had incinerated the Ferris wheel. And Su-teo laughed triumphantly. You trivial beings, you thought you could fight me? Jae-hoon cast his eyes down, his face darkening. His expression was unreadable. Instinctively, he gritted his teeth, thinking, at this point, there's only one way left. Jae-hoon returned to a cold demeanor, determined. I have to destroy him. Before he knew it, another fireball was thrown with powerful force. But this time, he caught it with just one hand. Because of that, Su-teo was a bit surprised and applauded. Until now, only a few people have been able to block my attack. Impressive. Then, he drew his fire sword and unleashed a sword aura with terrifying destructive power. Try blocking this. On his side, Jae-hoon calmly reached out, his mana energy flaring up, ready to catch it. Meanwhile, So-ah-hoon hid in a corner, witnessing this terrifying scene. She was almost desperate, looking up and thinking, is this really how we end? But So-ah-hoon didn't give up, gritting her teeth and telling herself, think, there must be something I can do. At this moment, he was using a shield to block the attack from Su-teo. Suddenly, from the shadows, she whispered, Hey! So-ah-hoon looked very happy and shouted, I know now, the way to defeat that giant. Now, the entire amusement park was engulfed in a sea of flames and smoke. He kicked off and sprinted away like a madman. Seeing this, Suteo was not pleased. Are you running away from me? Seo Ahun took a deep breath, ready to go, and followed Min Jae-hoon's footsteps, not forgetting to shout, 5 steps to the left. He drifted a long way, leaving smoke trails on the ground. Slowly, Min Jae-hoon retreated further, and the fire spread quickly to this area. During that time, he remembered what she said about the water tank. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The water tank? Seo Ahun pointed to the back, explaining, there is a water tank outside. We have to lure the monster there. Min Jae-hoon listened very seriously. We can use the water to put out his flames like his head or his heart. He must know it inside. Even if it's a giant from myth, it's just a clone, not the original. He will die if we strike his weakness. She also said, I will use my skill to predict S's path and signal you, so lure him to the water tank. Back in reality, the sound of run is still echoing. 3 steps to the left. Duck down. Suddenly, his footsteps freeze instantly, and Min Jae-hoon stands there. Even the feverish guy is surprised. You humans have given up. Only then does Min Jae-hoon lift his head and glance back, running away. And he suddenly bursts into a smug laugh. You? Min Jae-hoon suddenly quips mockingly. I heard you're no match for the gods. He bluntly exposes him. You're just a gatekeeper. I didn't think you'd dare call me weak. These words make him tremble with rage as he blurts out, What? Min Jae-hoon's face remains calm, carrying a mocking look. What? You're afraid of me? A human? At this moment, the creature is truly furious, the flames on his body boiling over, his eyes turning blindingly bright. Foolish human. But just then, overlapping colorful magical lines appear, catching him by surprise. Simultaneously, the system chimes with a notification that the active skill has been triggered. An illusion, and water gushes out from the storage tank. The powerful torrent slams directly into the creature's massive body. At this point, he shouts loudly. Now, Min Jae-hoon takes his sword, leaps up, and charges straight toward where the creature is struggling. And just like that, he stabs straight into its weak point. The creature cries out in frustration, playing dirty. But Min Jae-hoon doesn't care, retorting, so what? Winning is all that matters. Its eyes flash with a dangerous gleam as it warns, don't get cocky. I am. At this point, the entity reveals that he was only fighting him with a clone, but when you meet my true form, it won't be this easy. Finally, the entity is destroyed and vanishes. The system notifications chime repeatedly. You have completed the final quest of the Big Three, Final Festival. You have completed the quest via the hidden route. Additional rewards are being calculated. An incredible performance. You have received the item, Immortal Flame of the Serpent. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon stands in a hidden corner, watching. She rests her arm against the wall, wondering, it's really over. The night sky is falling. Hel-ra is still sitting up high, observing the situation below. She flicks her tail slightly and says, in the end, I guess he didn't need the help. Hel-ra is looking down at the two people, Min Jae-hoon and Ah-hoon. They are talking and laughing, confirming that he has truly made his choice. Next, she briefly evaluates that Min Jae-hoon character. He is certainly very interesting. It looks like he is hungry to become stronger. Then, Hel-ra quietly bows her head and asks in return, don't you think so? Heng. The energy ring behind her echoes the response of a god. He is nothing more than a mediocre creature. Hearing this, she cannot help but tilt her head and mock him. But you're the one most curious about what he's doing. Even so, Hel-ra knows deep down that A should not discover the existence of this exceptional enemy. His eyes below are looking around with extreme vigilance, and she is still worried. Even if destiny says war might happen, it is still too early. Hel-ra's dark eyes glow brightly, one side red and one side purple, looking somewhat eerie. Odin, the supreme deity of Asia, is the enemy we need to take down. That young man needs to become stronger. The system chimes with multiple notifications. Item equipped. Hermes' Lightning Boots S rank. You have stepped into the position of the God of Light as a human. Once equipped, it will enhance strength and agility, and you will gain the skill, Light Footsteps. Effects. 1. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 150. 2. Active skill, Light Footsteps. The temporary active skill, Light Footsteps, helps the user reach explosive speed. Agility stat will be doubled for 5 minutes. 2. Can be used on others. He looks at the system screen with anticipation. A pair of golden sneakers appears in his vision, and he is extremely satisfied. Even though he knew about this item is truly very interesting. An S-rank item this powerful is very rare. At this moment, suddenly sensing someone's gaze, Min Jae-hoon looks up. It turns out to be Jae-hoon, who is pursing her lips as if waiting for something, cold sweat breaking out on her. He seems to sense something, lets out a sigh, and thinks to himself, is she pulling something? Probably not. Hey, fool, she calls out. Being a subordinate, she instantly transforms into a machine-like responder. The item I received is the Seal of Yova. It increases strength by 50 and gives me a skill called Courage. He asks, confused, Courage? Jae-hoon is so angry she's trembling as she replies. It completely resists abnormal status effects and increases strength and agility. At this, Min Jae-hoon just strokes his chin, thinking that he doesn't need status resistance. An acceleration skill would have been more useful. Behind him, she has completely lost it, pulling at her hair. He is so annoying. He continues to calculate, I'll wait here for now. I can call her whenever I want. Suddenly, Run appears. I guess you like this reward. Seeing this, he turns his head and nods to confirm. Yeah, I had a hard time because of it. Let's go. But Run purses his lips, becoming silent. Then, Run slowly takes a step forward. He places a hand on Min Jae-hoon's shoulder and whispers, I wish you a safe return, you fated enemy of the elite. These words make him a bit surprised, and he glances over. Instantly, Min Jae-hoon realizes something and jolts up. Wait, the only response he gets is a faint smile from Run. The dungeon space in the amusement park hasn't retracted at all. An eerie red color blankets the place. A crowd is waiting seriously, including Chi-seok and Ji-young-hoon. Suddenly, parts of the dungeon's barrier show cracks. Then, it collapses in an instant. The debris falls away. The live broadcast host is extremely excited and says, there, the survivors are about to come out. At this moment, the sky lights up again, and from within, two people, Min Jae-hoon and Jae-hoon, calmly walk out. The host screams, it's two of them. Someone joyfully cheers, they're okay. Witnessing this scene, both are a bit startled. Just then, Chi-seok hurriedly pushes forward and shouts, make way. There are a few things I need to discuss with the survivors. But when he sees the situation clearly, he is quite surprised. It turns out Min Jae-hoon has disappeared at some point, right before everyone's horrified eyes. Someone wonders, did he leave? He was right there a second ago, wasn't he? So, all the camera lenses zoom in on Jae-hoon. Someone suggests, then let's interview the other person immediately. Then someone else shoves in, we need to check her status first. Hurry up and clear the way, making her feel the pressure. Ji-young-hoon looks around, confused, searching. Has he gone invisible? Possible if he belongs to the assassin class, but Chi-seok clearly understands one thing and frowns, blurting out, no, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim Ji-yeon, Min-eun belongs to the mage class. He sighs, still unable to understand. He's a mage, yet he can move like that without an invisibility skill? He explains briefly, battle mage. This makes Ji-young-hoon exclaim in surprise. Huh? Hearing this, Chi-seok just laughs, certain that that guy is a battle mage. Returning to the familiar skyscraper of Seong-eun, she listens to a phone call and replies with satisfaction. Well done. You can come back now. Not knowing what was said on the other end, Seong-eun happily replies, yeah, we'll see each other soon. After ending the call, Yoo Sung-eun still looks at the screen with lingering attachment. Next, she rests her chin on her hand, pondering. He disappeared after achieving such a miracle. He is certainly not an ordinary kid. Then, Yoo Sung-eun slowly spins her chair around, her beautiful blue eyes understanding that he will never tell me unless I take the initiative to ask first. A guidebook is already placed on the desk, so at some point, I will have to meet him. Millet Academy Guidance Notes. The head of the Majade Academy Guild returns to the familiar room of Chun. By now, he has finished showering and is sitting in front of the computer screen. It turns out Min Jae-hoon is searching for information related to himself and is quite surprised. Thank God, there are no articles about me. Mythical Land. The dungeon theme has been cleared without any casualties. The dungeon appeared in the city for unknown reasons, only leaving survivors who returned safely. They are currently in the recovery phase. He thinks to himself, I guess Jo-hwa meddled in this. Min Jae-hoon holds high regard for this. A large guild is surely very powerful. With a cold expression, he can't help but think to himself, I didn't expect so many people to show up after I got out, but at least I truly saw how good Hermes's lightning boots are. Recalling the scene of himself facing those crowds before, Min Jae-hoon suddenly dashes off, knowing clearly that just by equipping them, my speed has increased fourfold. With this speed, I took down the opponent in the blink of an eye. I wonder how much faster I will move if I add an acceleration skill. Back in reality, he stretched his arms to loosen up, sighing, that was exhausting, but it wasn't half bad this time. Min Jae-hoon pushed his swivel chair toward the desk. He tapped on the system interface. Realizing he'd made some unexpected gains, the screen instantly displayed the essential information he needed. Consumable item. Eternal Flame of S. A fragment of the heart representing She has been consumed. It will enhance a weapon to its maximum potential and imbue it with a flame effect. Suddenly, he clenched his fist. His eyes grew sharp. This incident made me realize how weak I still am. He thought about his magic chains. I need to be strong enough to defeat enemies without resorting to dirty tricks, strong enough to crush them head on. Next, a cloaked figure appeared. Min Jae-hoon steeled his resolve, radiating an aura so intimidating that others wouldn't dare approach him. Breaking his train of thought, he bit his lip, determined to leave his weak past behind and protect his family and friends. Those were his priorities. As he thought of his loved ones again, his golden eyes turned serious. I have to become stronger, starting right now. A familiar black gate appeared in his vision. Meanwhile, Gu Ja-in sat in his chair, giving orders. I'll leave this to you. Below him stood a short-haired girl with a cold, sharp expression. He called out, Instructor So Yi-na. As he finished speaking, So Yi-na bowed respectfully. You won't be disappointed, sir. From now on, as you instructed, I will report every detail regarding the student, Min Jae-hoon. With that, she turned and left, leaving him alone with his schemes. Gu Ja-in glanced at the large glowing screen. He watched everything, muttering. One must trim the grass to maintain a beautiful garden. The ring with the familiar symbol on Gu Ja-in's finger glowed. He stared at it and replied, I am looking forward to this event, and I assure you, I will eliminate everything filthy that stands in my path. A burst of light flared in the room. Papers scattered across the floor, including student files, one of which was marked in red. Not just one, but many. The next morning, upon hearing the news in class, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't believe it. She shouted, Is that really true? Then, she seemed to realize something. I was wondering why you weren't answering my calls or texts. Min Jae-hoon felt helpless as he explained. I wasn't ignoring your calls. His mood dampened. He sighed. So, please, stop being angry. Kim Yoo-jung still looked annoyed with her arms crossed, but she quickly softened her gaze and said, You know your mother is incredibly worried about you, right? At this, Kim Yoo-jung smirked. I made excuses for you, so you owe me something delicious. That only made Min Jae-hoon frown. Meanwhile, So Yi-na asked with genuine concern, Min Jae-hoon, are you okay? Are you hurt? He smiled and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Kim Yoo-jung chimed in, You're just naturally unlucky. Maybe God hates you or something. His eyes flickered to the side, thinking of Odin. God hates me? No. If anything, I've been blessed. Just then, a pair of sneakers stomped onto the floor. What's this? Lee Soo-hyuk said with a sneer. I thought I saw a nuisance. Is that you? Min Jae-hoon turned, confused. Both girls also turned to look at the newcomer. A boy with familiar red hair and a mocking tone stepped forward. If you're planning to mess with someone again, you'd better prepare yourself. Kim Yoo-jung tilted her head and asked, Do you know who that is? Even Min Jae-hoon shook his head. No, I have no idea. This made the boy snap, shouting, I'm Lee Soo-hyuk. It's Lee Soo-hyuk. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Student Lee Soo-hyuk, keep your voice down in the classroom. He jumped and turned around. It was Seo Yi-na with a stern face. She was the one from the office the other day, looking just as displeased. Before leaving, Lee Soo-hyuk couldn't help but glare at Min Jae-hoon, gritting his teeth. Min Jae-hoon just sighed, feeling helpless. Seo Yi-na stood on the podium, scanning the room of students. Then, she slowly introduced herself. Nice to meet you all. I am Seo Yi-na. From now on, I will be teaching you the calculation and understanding of magic. She swept her gaze across the room again. I will do my best to improve your skills, so please, do your best as well. Sitting below, Min Jae-hoon mused to himself, she looks so young for an instructor. I wonder how she could possibly have enough experience to teach at Milet. So Yi-na held out her hand, saying, My class will teach you the basics of magic and the calculations that go with it. On the large screen, clear diagrams and descriptions appeared. Suddenly, she asked, How much do you know about magic? Lee Soo-hyuk confidently raised his hand. Magic uses necessary calculations to allow mana to create supernatural effects. She commented dryly, Correct. Magic is the study of creating phenomena through the execution of these calculations. Everyone could feel the smugness radiating off him. Then, two people walked in, carrying thick stacks of books. Seo Yi-na announced, I will now distribute the books. On the podium, she added, These books contain the basic magic calculations, intended for those who will learn the structure of higher-level magic. Understanding this entire book is the task for this semester. But as they opened them, someone cried out in alarm. What? There's nothing but covers. Lee Jae-sang looked confused too. Look, it's empty inside. Someone speculated. Is this a mistake? When the book reached Min Jae-hoon, he froze for a moment, then couldn't help but smile smugly. His expression made So Yina frown in confusion. She quickly thought of a new plan. Now, I will ask you all a question. Seo Yina's gaze landed directly on him. Student Min Jae-hoon, she asked sharply, can you tell me what this book says? Min Jae-hoon remained calm and replied concisely, ancient script. It took her a few seconds to respond. Exactly. Seeing this, Lee Soo-hyuk was so jealous he ground his teeth. On the podium, she frowned, feeling unwilling to accept this. This book requires solving magic calculations just to read it. Most new students take a week to decipher it, yet he solved it on the first try. He's even more talented than Headmaster Gu Ja-in described. Suddenly, So Yi-na spoke up again. I will ask one more thing. Her face darkened, her eyes narrowing intensely. The ancient script on the cover, do you know what it means? He didn't answer immediately, remaining silent with a stern face, though a faint smile touched his lips. Is the system teasing me, or is this just my destiny with Aya? Min Jae-hoon then slowly replied, The life of Odin and basic ancient runes. After speaking, he maintained an indescribable, smug look. At that same moment, in a beautiful, tidy room, a loud scream echoed. A Hun sat on her bed, clutching her swollen, painful thighs. It's all because of that jerk. My legs hurt so much from walking. She gritted her teeth in frustration. I was dragged everywhere just because he disappeared on his own. Back then, a Hun had to face hundreds of cameras alone, answering a barrage of questions about the inside of the dungeon. Not only that, she was summoned to the office, forced to explain everything and disclose the items she received. A Hun remembered clearly how he had just coldly told her, I need to leave now, so handle the press yourself, she had asked in confusion. Huh? Before he left, he had warned her, and never mention my skills. That sentence felt like a shackle binding her. Never mention anything related to his skills. Recalling that scene, she couldn't help but cry out of anger, punching her soft bed repeatedly. Min Jae-hoon, when will you break this hold over me? Suddenly, a Hun stopped, thinking of something. Wait, her eyes glinted with a sharp spark. That's it. I'll just go find him. Meanwhile, in the library, where books were neatly arranged, Min Jae-hoon focused on reading the book he had chosen. This is more interesting than I thought. A magic circle appeared in his mind. All these calculation patterns change their properties based on how they are used. He thought of the golden mana strings, like his light chains. My own magic chains can be understood as a combination of mana chains, but now they've shifted into the blue of lightning and thunder magic. He closed the thick book. Min Jae-hoon sat deep in thought. A deep understanding of the basics allows the user to utilize a wider range of low-level magic. Just as masters achieve the rank of swordmaster once their basic swordsmanship improves, mages can reach higher levels by gaining a better grasp of calculation patterns. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up. Across from him, Kim Yoo-jung had already fallen asleep on her books, while Seo Yi-na remained focused, reading the book in her hands. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon teased her, Well, at least you successfully managed to read the cover. You two are really talented. She glanced over and whined, I'm so sad I'm the one who taught Min Jae-hoon magic. He didn't take the bait, and sarcastically replied, That's how it goes. You know, students often surpass their teachers. Kim Yoo-jung flew into a rage. Suddenly, So Yi-na exclaimed in joy, I read it! I read it! As both of them looked over, she happily pointed to the book. Right here! I finally managed to read the first page. Min Jae-hoon praised her. You did it because you worked so hard. Congratulations. This made So Yi-na blush, and she quickly used her book to cover her face. Min Jae-hoon sensed that something felt off and thought, She's acting so differently toward me. Is it because of the boundary I drew that day? Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Why am I the only one who can't read it? Everyone looked over at her. As her anger flared, the librarian appeared, frowning, which made Min Jae-hoon smile awkwardly. It's not my fault. Outside the window, a crow perched on a branch. Its eyes glowed red as if it were watching something. It spread its wings and flew away, leaving feathers scattered in its wake. The competition to name the first pharmacy offered a top-tier medicine box as a prize. On the table were some medicinal supplies and a timer. An Ho-yeon, Kim Yoo-jung, and Lee Jae-sang were all there. Even Min Jae-hoon frowned, not knowing what to say at the sight. Seeing this, he spoke up. This is actually much harder than I thought. Seo Yi-na chimed in. Well, that's because there are barely any pharmacies around. Kim Yoo-jung worried. What if the business doesn't succeed? An Ho-yeon explained, survival is the most important thing for an explorer. So, there's no way the pharmacy business will fail. He became serious and reminded them, you all tried it earlier, didn't you? Hearing that, the two women looked over instinctively. An Ho-yeon still believed that what they had could change everything. Flashback to a few days ago in Min Jae-hoon's familiar room. He put down his pen, extremely satisfied, and muttered, done. The theoretical magic exam was easy. I won't have to worry about tests for a while. He twirled the pen in his hand, thinking, let's see. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon's expression darkened, and he cast a sharp, unfocused gaze forward. On the screen were countless notifications, an explorer always ready to do anything to become stronger. The current auction status: Shadow Essence at 170 million, Shadow Core at 315 million. To get stronger, while effort is important, Magic Scythe at 3.1 million. Magic Sword at 1 million money is still the most important thing. He tilted his head and replied, of course, an explorer's essence doesn't depend on money. But as a regressor, there's no way I'm missing this opportunity. The pen in Min Jae-hoon's hand spun again, business and investment. He remembered Lee Jae-sang, claiming that it's the easiest way to make money for those who know the future. Back in that room with the strange atmosphere, the others seemed a bit worried. Min Jae-hoon was still calculating. You will be responsible for half of the global pharmaceutical business in the future. To get rich, I need you on my side. Just then, Ah-hun appeared, looking aggressive. She kicked the door open, her expression dark. Ah-hun looked straight at him and gritted her teeth. You! At least keep your word. You surprised everyone. Even Min Jae-hoon didn't expect her to come. She indignantly put her hands on her hips and accused him. Because of that weird skill you used, I couldn't do anything. He remembered the past. The user and the dependent target could track each other's location. The effect couldn't be removed. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung's face turned sour. You actually blackmailed a child like that? Seo Yi-na refused to comment. Min Jae-hoon's face darkened with frustration, but he waved a hand, saying, since you're already here, sit down. Let me borrow that brain of yours. Hearing this, Ah-hun couldn't understand, her head full of question marks. A while later, a familiar hand kept going up. She excitedly declared, how about Divine Demon Pharmacy? Someone praised that as the strongest title in the martial arts world, right? That would be cool. But Min Jae-hoon's patience had run out. He rubbed his temples and shouted, dependency. Immediately, Ah-hun was silenced. Seeing this, An Ho-yeon quietly lowered his head. Lee Jae-sang Pharmacy. Seo Yi-na followed suit. Alice Pharmacy. Because Alice is cute. At this point, Min Jae-hoon was helpless, covering his face with his hand and thinking, they're so useless. Is this a gathering of useless people? Even dungeon monsters could think of better names. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung became angry and shouted, hey Min Jae-hoon, why didn't you ask me? He sighed. With your intelligence, it's probably better if we just forget about your suggestions. Suddenly, she blurted out an answer. Divine Medicine Workshop. Even Min Jae-hoon was startled. Ah-hun looked expectant. What do you think? He thought to himself. Divine Medicine, another name for the Philosopher's Stone, something that can revive the dead and heal all wounds. Hearing that, the others became excited. If we use that name, we can promote the medicine and increase the brand's value at the same time. Min Jae-hoon walked over and gripped Kim Yoo-jung's shoulders. You saved us. She blushed furiously. What are you doing all of a sudden? Then he stood up and shouted, all right. Min Jae-hoon, full of determination, clenched his fist and announced, the official name of the shop will be Divine Medicine Workshop. Back in class, Min Jae-hoon replied calmly, ancient language, the language of magic. He added a clear explanation. By analyzing this phrase, we can see that the ancient language is the foundation for magic, and it is used as a medium for algorithmic formulas. At this, even the instructor couldn't say anything else and had to offer praise. Very good, Min Jae-hoon. Finally, the evaluation came a perfect answer. Lee Soo-hyuk gritted her teeth in frustration, and the atmosphere became noisy. She announced, we'll end here for today. Great job, everyone. As people started standing up to leave, someone suddenly called out from behind the instructor. Min Jae-hoon proactively walked up and handed over a document. I have a question about the material I just read. She looked down at the document, cold sweat breaking out as she realized it was a grimoire. Looking at the youth in front of her, she couldn't help but feel an irrational fear. Even instructors had trouble grasping knowledge at that level. Min Jae-hoon, what exactly is this student? The scene shifted back to the library. Min Jae-hoon closed the book. Damn it, I'm stuck. His eyes narrowed in frustration. I didn't get anything out of asking the instructor. He decided he should approach it from a more basic perspective. As Min Jae-hoon walked by, someone had been sitting there watching him for a while. It was a white-haired librarian with sharp eyes. He carefully took notes. Student Min Jae-hoon interested in grimoires. A moment later, in a familiar room filled with beautiful plants, 2 cups of hot tea were already prepared on the table. Yoo Song-eun closed her eyes slightly. You arrived earlier than I thought. Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon smiled awkwardly. I intended to come earlier, but I got tied up with exams and things like that. She slowly lifted her teacup. No need to delay. Let's get to the point. You want my help understanding a grimoire? He didn't hide it, and nodded. Yes. He explained. Creation to produce new magic. Destruction to remove and erase magic. And amplification to reinforce magic. All the algorithmic formulas and theories are at an advanced level, so it's quite difficult for me to figure out on my own. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Until now, I've always relied on Odin's eyes, but I need a deeper understanding of magic. She took a sip of tea. The problem, she stated with a smile, was that I cannot tell you. This left Min Jae-hoon utterly confused, and he blurted out, What? Why? Yoo Song-eun calmly set her teacup down, her eyes half closed. She replied that the concepts in a grimoire needed to be grasped on one's own, otherwise everything would be meaningless. Yoo Song-eun added, At the very least, you need to do it yourself, to set foot into the realm of an A-rank scout. Min Jae-hoon lowered his eyes, lost in thought, an A-rank scout. Seeing this, she glanced over and offered a faint smile. Since a student has come to me for help. Next, a powerful blue aura of mana appeared in the palm of her hand. A long ribbon manifested in her hand. At the very least, I will tell you one rule. Min Jae-hoon looked over, surprised, and asked, A rule? Yoo Song-eun nodded. Yes, a rule that will help you with amplification. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? His golden eyes flickered as if weighing something. But in the end, he accepted. Yes, Min Jae-hoon made up his mind and spoke. Anything to become stronger. Back at the combat simulation chamber, Min Jae-hoon was panting heavily, sweat drenching his body. In front of him stood 2 monsters summoned by the system, and on his wrist, the yellow ribbon from before remained tied. Even through the exhaustion, his eyes remained as sharp as ever. Just then, the system pinged, activating the active skill, Magic Missile. From another dimension, a vast space, countless arrows flew out, aimed directly at the monsters. But this skeleton was clever. It swung its sword, sending out a blade of energy that deflected the arrows. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but grit his teeth in surprise. His face tensed as he thought. Min Jae-hoon had told himself to keep repeating one single skill. While wearing this item, the system provided an explanation. Equipment. Anesthetic brace. A fake item. A ribbon that once sealed a phantom. A replica modeled after the original. All stats will be reduced by 50% when tied around the user. If the ribbon is damaged or torn, stats will return to normal. Min Jae-hoon didn't forget to ask. Just one skill? She held up one finger and replied, yes, and repeat the process of analyzing the formulas for that skill. He guessed, does this type of training have anything to do with amplifying power? This time, Yoo Song-eun didn't answer but said, that is something you must figure out for yourself. You'll see that the harder a skill is, the harder it is to amplify. Hearing that, Min Jae-hoon didn't ask further. Finally, she instructed him to try it with Magic Missile. Returning to this room, the ribbon on his wrist was still glowing with a powerful surge of energy. Min Jae-hoon was soaked in sweat, his teeth clenched tight, thinking to himself that his whole body felt heavy and slow. The system chimed again with a notification. User's stats are temporarily reduced by 50%. He made a hand gesture. This was even worse than he had imagined. Spatial gates appeared behind his back, overflowing with mana. The next day, in class, the seats were empty. Noticing something, Kim Yoo-jung looked annoyed. Are you actually okay? He just rubbed his neck and replied, fine, I think so. She crossed her arms, frustrated. I could smell you from 100 meters away because of those cooling patches. Do you have any idea that you've been in the simulation chamber for a whole week? Even so, Yina couldn't help but chime in. Overworking yourself isn't good. But Min Jae-hoon just wearily put on his backpack to leave. Thanks for worrying about me. His eyes were dark with fatigue as he mentioned. But you guys know there's a test in 2 days, right? Min Jae-hoon looked at Kim Yoo-jung to remind her. You said you haven't finished the decoding yet, he added, making her jump. So Yina didn't escape that fate either. And for you, I heard you have to take remedial classes if you don't pass this exam. Hearing that, Seo Yina quickly turned her head away. Kim Yoo-jung laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off. All right, time to head to the library, right? She quickly dragged Seo-yina away. Seo-yina, let's go. Min Jae-hoon, we're leaving. Seeing them go, he let out a sigh of relief. Returning once more to the simulation chamber. Still wearing his combat gear, he was panting heavily. Min Jae-hoon reached up to wipe the sweat, still clinging to his cheek. At that moment, the simulation chamber system chimed. You have perfectly cleared level 41. His personal system notifications followed. Your understanding of the formula has increased significantly. You have acquired the passive skill, Formula Comprehension. The effectiveness of the magic missile skill has increased significantly. Skill leveled up. You have learned magic missile level 2. Min Jae-hoon smiled with satisfaction. Now I understand. What does amplification in magic missile really mean? It's magnifying the enhancement of a skill. In other words, leveling up an achievement depends on one's proficiency with a certain skill and the depth of understanding of that magic formula. He looked down at the ribbon on his wrist again. The system explained, active skill, magic missile, level 2. Fires arrows made of condensed mana to attack the target. A very basic attack spell. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, is this the peak of a B-rank scout? Or the entry level for an A-rank scout? Min Jae-hoon's lips tightened, his messy hair shading his expression, and he couldn't help but recall Yu Song-eun's words. The concepts in the 4-star magic tome, you have to figure them out for yourself. There's no other way. His gaze uncontrollably fell to the glowing ribbon. He thought to himself that at first, he had approached everyone with the intention of using them. But now, he truly felt like she was a teacher, and he was a student. At the same time, in the familiar headmaster's office, Gu Ja-in was sitting when a knock sounded at the door. Headmaster Gu Ja-in, Kim Suk-jae is here. Hearing that, he nodded and ordered, come in. Kim Suk-jae entered with a cold, sharp expression. Gu Ja-in watched him in silence. At that moment, the headmaster looked down, grinding his teeth. Damn it, my reputation has hit rock bottom because of that fake dungeon incident. I need to restore my honor. Kim Suk-jae bowed to report. The preparations for the Guild Experience event are complete. Seemingly surprised, Gu Ja-in let out a hum, then didn't forget to ask, earlier than I expected, is there anything wrong with that thing? The man bowed and replied, no, I guarantee it. Only then did the headmaster lean back in his chair, satisfied. Good. His expression was sinister, his voice icy. Everything has a way to be utilized, even if that thing currently seems useless. Kim Suk-jae understood exactly what he meant and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Outside the school, it was still quiet. Min Jae-hoon walked while staring at his phone screen. His silhouette from behind looked steady, but it seemed like someone was watching from the trees above. His footsteps suddenly stopped. The branches rustled, and Min Jae-hoon stood there without reacting. A few seconds later, he spoke up. Are you planning on coming out? His expression was cold, his eyes piercing. Or should I come find you? Mana flared within Min Jae-hoon, radiating through the space, and in less than a second, he pinpointed the location of the person following him. They seemed to want to escape, but they were pinned down by his mana. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon smiled triumphantly. A pair of black wings entered his vision as a raven lunged at him. Min Jae-hoon quickly pivoted his feet and dodged. As the attack struck, he slid aside. Min Jae-hoon's eyes flashed with danger. He followed up with a kick straight into the raven's stomach. A loud explosion echoed, leaving a cloud of dust that obscured everything. Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but warn them. You probably haven't heard the news, have you? Your colleagues from before have already gone to hell. Immediately, sounds echoed from the sky. He cursed. A bunch of idiots. Min Jae-hoon planted his feet firmly, standing his ground, realizing they dared to attack him on school grounds. I guess Gu Ja-in has really made his move. Spatial gates appeared around him, and he spoke coldly. One thing is for sure, you messed with the wrong person. The system chimed, activating active skill, magic missile level 2. From the gates, spears made of massive amounts of mana shot out, striking those who had just appeared. When they collided, explosions erupted continuously. His eyes drooped, looking slightly lazy. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon's eyes widened, sensing something dangerous. A strange mana surrounded his body, making him extremely alert. Raven feathers appeared in his vision, scattering everywhere. Upon seeing them, he frowned in annoyance and spat out, "Why are you here?" A figure in a black outfit moved toward him. Min Jae-hoon's eyes blazed with anger. Hu-jin replied, "Long time no see, son." From within Min Jae-hoon's body, mana surged violently. Instantly, magic chains emerged from various spatial gates, attacking Hu-jin. He quickly leaned to dodge. The murderous intent on the man was hard to hide, and he condensed a magic orb in his palm, while the chains attacked the man again. This time, Hoojin gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Without even drawing it, he performed a light spin, knocking away the magic chains wrapping around him. Seeing this, Jae-hoon couldn't help but grit his teeth in shock. As that sword aura flew straight toward him, he hurriedly jumped up to dodge, but Hoojin still got struck, blood spraying from his side. He glared down with a grim face, feeling stunned. He hadn't even been able to track the man's blade. When he looked back, a long, deep scar had been carved into the ground by the sword aura. Hoojin cursed. Damn it. As the dust cloud gradually settled, the two of them fell into a stalemate. Hoojin retracted some of his killing intent and spoke. I've been watching you for a long time, but you seem much more hot-headed lately. He clutched his wounded side in pain and retorted. Shut it. I will never call you father. Upon hearing this, the man didn't get angry at all. It seems my boy is going through a rebellious phase. But Jae-hoon was extremely annoyed. Cut the crap. What are you doing here? Just as Hoojin was about to answer, he sensed something and whispered to himself, how strange. Jae-hoon still couldn't believe it. Even if the man possessed power like in the prophecy, there had to be a limit, right? Then, Hoojin took a step forward. Let me ask you something, he questioned nonchalantly. Has the ice resistance contacted you? This question also caught him off guard. What? The man's violet eyes flashed. I see. Instantly, the tip of his sword flared with a sharp light. A crescent-shaped wave of sword aura appeared in midair and flew toward Jae-hoon once more. Feeling the sheer power of it, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Jae-hoon quickly summoned a protective shield, but cracks appeared immediately, and soon it shattered under the pressure. Both of his arms were singed and covered in scratches. It was just a grazing blow, but it was still terrifyingly strong. Is this the power of a Punisher? Am I not the only one hiding my true strength? Across from him, Hoojin couldn't help but praise. You've gotten much stronger. Deep down, he was extremely confused, but he still feigned a calm smile and asked, How do you know about the resistance? What are you hiding? Are you planning to kill me? This time, the man retorted, No. But inside, Hoojin was thinking and silently assessing. This enemy is becoming stronger at a terrifying rate. At this pace, he could become a major obstacle in the near future. An obstacle to both my plans and the resistance. He then made a decision. I will use divine power to weaken the growth of this enemy. Thus, Hoojin's killing intent surged as he announced, I will only take your legs. Once again, he turned and swung his sword, sending another arc of sword aura flying. Jae-hoon's eyes flashed as he saw a beam of light appear in his vision. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion and sending shockwaves everywhere. Hoojin also looked up in surprise. When he turned back, he saw Hela sitting on a tree branch. He questioned her, puzzled. Has the connection between Asia and the resistance been broken, or are you trying to defy the great Odin yourself? But she started playing dumb. I don't know what you're talking about. Witnessing this, Jae-hoon was a bit shocked. What is this? A talking cat? Hoojin barked angrily. Get lost. Hela didn't listen. She leaped down, her body gradually transforming, revealing fair, shapely legs. Then, her white hair flowed in the wind as she completed her human form. Looking down from above, Hela announced, I have business to discuss with this kid. He was shocked once more. The amount of mana she was emitting was already stronger than Min Song-o's. What on earth was going on? She stood in front of Jae-hoon, making Hoojin frustrated. Are you trying to make everything worse? Hearing that, Hela didn't show any fear and smirked. She used her fingernails to scratch her own skin, and fresh droplets of blood splattered, falling to the ground. Very quickly, they began to boil. Then, the arms of creatures from hell emerged and quickly surrounded Hoojin. He didn't seem surprised, quietly drawing his sword to defend himself. Hela reminded him, I believe you know this is the only choice we have. No sooner had she finished speaking than a giant arm swung from below, but he quickly blocked it with his sword. There, Hoojin kept spinning to escape the grip, causing a large tornado. Affected by the blast, Jae-hoon hurriedly covered his face. At that moment, the man mocked, having to rely on a mortal to end a war between gods. Your power is waning. Hela wasn't angry, asking back, Is a human mortal trying to kill Odin, or are you the exception? Finally, Hoojin agreed to sheath his sword. I'll leave now. But he still issued a warning. But if you interfere in my business again, I ensure you will be punished according to the Asia Treaty. She slowly retracted those creatures as he had asked. But if you have the intention, you need me. At this moment, a sharp clawed hand reached out, but Hoojin didn't react. Then, the claw brushed past, leaving a small scratch on his neck that began to bleed. Hela reminded him, Remember, I can take your head whenever I want. She also emphasized, the treaty only applies to Asia and the resistance. Suddenly, Hela's voice turned cold. There is no law preventing me from destroying that crow of Odin. Hoo-jin's eyes remained calm. He didn't react and eventually turned to leave. The black smoke slowly faded along with its master. Seeing that, Hela smiled with satisfaction. But suddenly Jae-hoon collapsed to the ground behind her. He clutched his stomach and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Hearing it, she turned around and said, "Hello, Jae-hoon." Hela introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. I am your confidant." When Jae-hoon looked up at her, she looked back and revealed, "I am your observer." Images of her flashed in his mind. She reminded him, "And also the one who guided you through the 5 trials." At this, Hela pulled her dress and bowed in a formal gesture. The room with the familiar computer appeared in his sight. Jae-hoon was sitting on the bed using mana to heal the wound on his side. The pain seemed to make him frown. Just then, Hela was there and offered voluntarily, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." She was even sitting on his mana orb playing with it. "I will answer if I can." Jae-hoon immediately asked, "Min-song-oh, who is he really?" At this point, Hela stepped down and countered, "Min-song-oh is not your real father." She said his real name was Hoo-jin and that he was one of Odin's crows. She even revealed that Hoo-jin was a mystical creature capable of controlling and leading the human mind. He borrowed the memory manipulation ability from another crow named Mun to do this, always hovering around, pretending to be his father. Hela said it was for the purpose of tracking the great enemy mentioned in the prophecy. Naturally, he was shocked. "He is not my real father?" Hearing this, she thought it might be easier if she showed him. Then, Hela snapped her fingers. Jae-hoon's eyes widened as the system initiated a memory playback for the player. Suddenly, a scolding voice rang out. "Useless!" He woke up, looking at the layout, and felt suspicious. "Is this my childhood home?" As if realizing something, he jumped in surprise. His father kept scolding, "I don't know why I gave birth to something like you," while he lay on the floor, beaten and bruised. His father questioned, "Do you think anything will change just because you unlocked mana?" Jae-hoon remembered, "That's right. Father didn't like it when I awakened. From the day I unlocked mana, I was beaten and verbally abused every day." Just then, his mother intervened to protect him. "Stop it." But she didn't get through and tearfully questioned, "Why do you hit him?" The arguments flooded his mind. Just then, a door shone brightly as if calling out to him. An incense bowl appeared in his sight, along with words of comfort. "It's okay, Jae-hoon." His mother was hugging him, patting his back to soothe him. She comforted him, her tears falling endlessly. "Everything is okay now." He seemed to realize something, his mouth slightly parted, unable to speak. Jae-hoon's eyes looked up again as if he had noticed something. In the distance was the funeral of his biological father. In the photo, the man was even smiling gently. Jae-hoon's 2 fists had clenched tight at some point. "I can't breathe." It wasn't because the smoke was too thick. His face turned dark, dazed. He felt as if he had forgotten something he shouldn't have. Following the white smoke, a figure appeared with an ice cream cone. He cunningly signaled for silence and handed the ice cream over, but his mother frowned and said, "I told you not to eat sweets anymore." He scratched his head and explained, "But the kid wanted to eat it." Conversely, Jae-hoon laughed happily. The scene of the 3 of them was incredibly happy. A tear fell like the final drop in a full cup. He continued to shed tears uncontrollably. "Why am I?" He still couldn't hold back, slowly reaching out to touch the photo of his father. A beam of light flared up, pulling his body back. The system chimed. All support data has been restored. He had returned to the familiar room. Jae-hoon continued to weep. Hela announced, "You have finally been freed from the controlled memories." His hand on the floor suddenly clenched tight. He gritted his teeth, wondering why. Why would he do that? She replied bluntly, "Because he was born with the destiny of being the great enemy." Hearing this, Jae-hoon looked up and repeated, "The great enemy? The prophecy?" He bit his lip in frustration. "What are those things? Why do they make my life so difficult?" This time, Hela fell silent, unsure how to explain. A moment later, she created a mana circle and spoke. 10,000 years ago, not just one, but many orbs appeared around me. The first apocalypse began. Her eyes lit up as she recounted that this was when it all started. At the end of days, the warriors stood up. The twilight of the gods. And the place where the story ends. Genocide. The Resistance Alliance against the Aesir gods tried to fight back in this genocidal war, but they were defeated by the Aesir and their army, led by Valkyrie Hela. After the war, Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live, provided they signed a covenant. This was the proof that the Resistance Alliance against the Aesir had lost in the apocalypse. From now on, the resistance against the Aesir could not harm the Aesir gods in any way, and had to obey the commands of Odin, the All-Father. Hela's green mana flared up again. That covenant reinforced Odin's power. A silhouette appeared in view. Living beings all across the worlds had been suffering under their rule, weeping in utter despair. Hearing this, Jae-hoon hung his head, his expression cold and distant. Hela continued. But then the three Norns delivered a prophecy. 10,000 years later, when the second genocide occurred, the weakest creature would overthrow Odin and Asgard, opening up a new world. She looked straight at Jae-hoon, revealing that the great enemy in the prophecy was Jae-hoon. As he looked up, Hela reaffirmed, "You are our hope, the one who has finally come." Jae-hoon seemed to understand, the emotions in his handsome eyes gradually stabilizing. Then, he clenched his fist and spoke up. "So, this time, using me to kill Odin, that's your plan, isn't it?" Hela didn't hide it and confirmed, "That's right." Suddenly, he became impatient. "So what is Odin's plan? What does he gain from all this?" She replied immediately, "The pinnacle of the 9 realms." Suddenly, the atmosphere around them turned chaotic. Hela said that Odin wanted to take the 9 realms for himself. She was even certain of it. This made him even more frustrated. Hela's eyes flashed, indicating that this included Midgard, where humans lived. The entire earth was being controlled. At the same time, high above, in a place beautiful and bathed in sunlight, Odin looked out, muttering, "How annoying having to look at these lowly creatures just because of a prophecy." Someone approached to refute him. "With just one human, what could they possibly do against us?" That person believed that if the seed were destroyed, there would be no great tree. Hearing this, he turned and replied, "The resistance against the Aesir is very determined. We cannot show weakness before such an important event." Then, Odin announced, "Heimdall, I will grant you temporary authority. I think you understand what that means, don't you? Come here." Heimdall smiled with satisfaction and confidently stated, "Of course. It's been a long time since I've been able to leave Asgard." Just then, a gym appeared in view. A heavy barbell was slammed back into its rack. Jae-hoon sat on a bench, panting heavily. His golden eyes drooped, and sweat streamed down his face. His mind couldn't help but recall the conversation from the day before. The peak of the 9 realms? Hela nodded in confirmation. That's right. That is Odin's ultimate goal. She also revealed the worlds Odin had already conquered. Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. Even so, Jae-hoon was deeply confused. He wanted to conquer the remaining places through a second apocalypse. Hela closed her eyes for a moment. That's right. Then why hasn't he killed me yet? Suddenly, Hela stood up. That is because of the power of the prophecy. She affirmed that it was something even the gods could not resist. This truly shocked Jae-hoon. Hela explained, "Even the gods cannot resist it? That's right. You are currently being protected by that power. However, no power lasts forever." Her hanging hand suddenly reached out. Once the second apocalypse approaches and all limitations are broken, then Hela touched his chest. "The power protecting you will disappear along with them." An energy current flowed into Jae-hoon. "You will be destroyed by those Nordic gods." Quickly, Hela saw through it. "Actually, that's not quite right. I think it's more accurate to say you've already been destroyed once before, haven't you?" He just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Now I understand. My death before the regression was part of Odin's plan." Even so, Jae-hoon felt immense anger and gritted his teeth. "They've been playing with me from the very beginning. They slaughtered my family, manipulated my memories, and made my life a living hell." Hela's hand slowly pulled back. Seeming to feel the depths of his emotions, she asked, "Do you crave revenge?" This really grabbed his attention, making him look up. "Do you want to take revenge and protect what is important to you?" Hela's eyes didn't waver. The system appeared with a massive surge of mana. She introduced herself. "I am the guide of the 5 trials." Hela waved her hand in front of Jae-hoon. "Now, great enemy of the prophecy." Energy pulses flared. "I will give you a chance." The merchant system appeared, to gain enough strength to become someone capable of killing Odin. Main quest: Godslayer. The player has been born with the fate of the great enemy to oppose Odin and Asgard. Receive the power to withstand the authority of the Nordic throne. This will allow you to prevent Odin from fulfilling his ambition. Trial of Hela. 0-1. Trial level, S1. Difficulty, unknown. Reward, blessing, to resist the power of the god Odin. At this moment, a spark of energy flashed in his eyes. Hela also urged him, "Become strong." Her final words sounded like a reminder before the end approached. Back in reality, in another place, there was a sense of emptiness. Light streamed in through the window. An Ho-yeon was stretching to train, sweat running down the side of his face. He scratched his head and walked to a chair. These special exercises make me so sore. Maybe I should ask Senior Lee Jae-sang for some recovery medicine. An Ho-yeon sat down and opened his large bag. He gripped a water bottle tightly. Thanks to these special exercises, I successfully obtained an S-rank skill, but my body is still having a hard time handling it. An Ho-yeon seemed to be lost in thought. Images of Min Jae-hoon flashed in his mind. An Ho-yeon understood clearly that Min Jae-hoon's level was already higher than his, and there was still a long way to go before he could defeat him at the Millet Academy Festival. Still, he let out a sigh and smiled. An Ho-yeon quickly regained his spirit, stood up abruptly, and clenched his fist. All right, then I'll train a bit more. Just then, a sound rang out, grabbing his attention. The loudspeaker blared. Principal Gu Ja-in would like to see student An Ho-yeon. Please come to the principal's office. He looked up, confused. The principal? Arriving at the familiar office, someone's voice could be heard. Don't worry too much. Gu Ja-in was on the phone, looking very happy. Once we have weeded out the low-ranking students, support will naturally go to the high-ranking ones. The sinister look on his face had not faded. I'm sure you can handle the rest as a National Assembly member. On the other end of the line, the man was also pulling his hair out. Everything spiraled out of control in the simulation dungeon, and there's nothing I can do. The National Punishment Bureau headquarters will move soon. Hearing this, Gu Ja-in realized something the man didn't understand. Is it time to get rid of him? He reminded the man. They are just the state's hunting dogs. Not only that, he announced, and I have already finished the preparations, making the person on the other end jump in surprise. Preparations? Gu Ja-in smiled slightly. It's very simple, he said. In the guild trial that I will organize in a few days, I will open a gate myself, he asserted. The man was satisfied. I will handle everything without you needing to lift a finger. Then he continued. You catch on quickly. So, what do you think about that idea? The other side nodded. I understand, the man announced. Then I will send the state support funds to Millet, as we discussed. Now, I want to discuss the detailed plan. Gu Ja-in agreed contentedly. Of course, just as you wish. At that moment, a hand reached out toward the doorknob. It turned out that An Ho-yeon had arrived, and it seemed he had heard the entire conversation. What is this? An Ho-yeon remembered Min Jae-hoon's words. Maybe something just happened with the dark space. Then, Gu Ja-in's sinister eyes surfaced in his memory. The voice still rang in his ears, or perhaps someone had interfered. An Ho-yeon instinctively covered his mouth, terrified as he thought, I see. I know who it was that invaded my mind during the trial when I first entered the academy. An Ho-yeon also clearly understood who had caused the incident in the simulation dungeon. Instinctively, he grew angry and gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but grab the office doorknob tightly, but he quickly calmed down. He closed his eyes briefly to compose himself. Then, An Ho-yeon reminded himself, no, acting recklessly right now is too dangerous. I've made my decision. I have to solve this problem myself. A few seconds later, An Ho-yeon finally spoke up. Headmaster, it's An Ho-yeon here. Upon hearing Gu Ja-in's order to enter, Ho-yeon didn't hesitate. She stepped inside, thinking to herself that she needed someone she could trust. Back in the classroom, there were still plenty of empty seats. Kim Yoo-jung sat with her head down, focused on the lecture, while Na had already drifted off to sleep. Even Lee Soo-hyuk was unusually quiet, and Min Jae-hoon sat there looking bored, spinning a pen in his hand. His gaze was unfocused, lost in thought about their previous conversation. Hel-la looked worried, saying that by now, Odin would surely know that he had been in contact with the Northern European resistance. She explained, that means the end of the world is coming sooner than we anticipated. Suddenly, the sound of books closing echoed from the podium, followed by Yu's announcement. All right, that concludes our lesson for today, she said with a cold expression. I have a message. Students who are sleeping, wake up. The students began whispering and waking each other up. Min Jae-hoon realized something. He guessed it was time for a new event. Seeing this, Yu spoke up quietly. As previously announced, the guild challenge will take place within the next few days. Her eyes flickered away slightly. This event is a golden opportunity for you to see how conquest guilds operate and hunt monsters. Yu even added that it had been personally prepared for them by Headmaster Gu Ja-in. Hearing this, he let out a smug smile, thinking to himself that if he had just joined an E-rank guild before his regression and patiently sat on a moldy bench a little longer, he would have gained some experience before leaving. But Min Jae-hoon grew somber, lost in thought. Now, thanks to his achievements, he could go anywhere. A certain skyscraper appeared in his mind. He figured the Poseidon Guild was the best choice. Min Jae-hoon felt a flicker of greed. He wanted to see the guild he had ranked first in Korea before his regression. Returning to reality, So Yina continued speaking, mentioning a list of students who were on the priority list. Being on a guild's priority list meant accepting their guidance and having the opportunity to join their ranks later on. Guilds used this method to secure students they wanted as future members. However, Jae-hoon gave a forced smile, his heart heavy with concern. That couldn't be right, could it? But as expected, So Yina began calling out the familiar names. Students like Min Jae-hoon, So Yina, Kim Yoo-jung, and 3 others had been selected by the Red Lotus Guild. She then announced that Lee Soo-hyuk had been chosen by the Poseidon Guild. Naturally, Soo-hyuk wasn't pleased and gritted his teeth. Kim Yoo-jung stood up in shock, shouting, "Me? From the Red Lotus Guild?" In contrast, Jae-hoon was quite calm, recalling what he had been told back then. Recognizing a student's potential is crucial for any guild, which was why she had asked who had the most skills. At the front, Seo Yina continued reading the names: Kim Yoo-jung, Seo Yina, An Ho-yeon, and so on. The 4 of them ignored the whispers around them. She simply announced, "Please make your own choices by midnight tonight and submit your applications to me. That is all." After So Yina left, the buzzing in the room wouldn't stop. Kim Yoo-jung was so excited she was practically crying while hugging Yina. "I'm going to meet Guildmaster Yu Song-eun. I never dared to even dream of this." Seeing the scene, he could only sigh in defeat. As he pulled out his chair to stand, Jae-hoon guessed that An Ho-yeon must have been called as well. Suddenly, Seo Yina froze. Kim Yoo-jung went still, and Min Jae-hoon stopped in his tracks. All 3 immediately pulled out their phones. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but wonder, "What is this? A message for the 3 of us at the same time?" After checking, she hesitated. The message on the glowing screen was from An Ho-yeon. "An Ho-yeon needs to see you all urgently. Come to Senior Lee Jae-sang's workshop right now." Back in that familiar room, 5 people sat around a table in a tense atmosphere, waiting a long while before someone finally spoke up. So, in other words, Kim Yoo-jung's brows furrowed. Headmaster Gu Ja-in is trying to eliminate low-ranked students during the Guild Experience event for the benefit of the reawakened students? An Ho-yeon nodded, confirming, "Yes, that's right." Jae-sang looked so worried he was constantly biting his nails. His corrupt deeds have been covered up every single year. But this is just too much, Yina said with emotion. It's playing with other people's lives. Min Jae-hoon remained silent, lost in thought, but his expression darkened as he thought. The guild experienced this event is even more terrifying than I expected. In his previous life, he had only heard that some students had passed away in an accident. Then, An Ho-yeon announced, "We are the only ones who know about this." She looked incredibly serious, which means we are also the only ones who can stop it. Min Jae-hoon remained with his arms crossed, silent, though he felt deeply anxious. "I can't jump to conclusions yet. We might all lose our lives if we are reckless." An Ho-yeon's hand, resting on her leg, clenched tightly. "Please, I can't just pretend I don't know anything while seeing the lives of other students being threatened." Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but furrow his brow, thinking, wanting to help others is a noble mindset, but we need to distinguish clearly between bravery and recklessness. Even Kim Yoo-jung lowered her head, seemingly hesitant about something, until she suddenly stood up and shouted, "Is this really the time for hesitation?" Seeing no one reply, Kim Yoo-jung added, "The lives of other students are in danger." Jae-sang raised his hand. "I agree. This is terrifying. But if there's anything I can do, I'm ready." Seo Yina agreed as well. "If we can prevent this, then I don't want to just sit by and do nothing either." This time, even Jae-hoon was genuinely surprised, his eyes widening. Yet, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Right. These people are all punishers. In Min Jae-hoon's mind, memories of his previous life surfaced images of punishers hunting treasures and monsters while struggling to protect others. The system notification rang out again. Main quest. Second turning point has been added. Main quest. Second turning point. Stop Gu Ja-in's greedy plan and save the students. Difficulty. A+ rewards. Blank card X1. Sealed grimoire. Failure condition. Students perish. The Asia Resistance is watching to see how you decide. Now, Min Jae-hoon slowly stood up and announced, "Then let's make a plan." Hearing this, Jae-sang and An Ho-yeon couldn't help but smile. Even So Yina and Kim Yoo-jung couldn't hold back their beautiful smiles. He also gave a cunning smirk, a plan to get rid of that scumbag Gu Ja-in. The next day, in the familiar classroom, So Yina's expression darkened, looking perplexed. "You've mastered the grimoire? You want me to believe that? That's impossible. It can't be done." Min Jae-hoon asked coldly, "Why not?" Suddenly, she went silent. Yu felt as if a sword had been thrust into her own game board. This student is terrifying. Something is wrong with him. The headmaster had planned to use him as a pawn, but Min Jae-hoon wasn't someone who could be manipulated that easily. Sensing this, Min Jae-hoon coldly exposed her. You look very sad. A teacher who has taught me so much knowledge shouldn't look like that, right? He dragged out the words. Is it because you? Hearing this, a sense of panic rose within her. In contrast, he smiled slightly and said, Were you planning to seize all of this and hand it over to that scum Gu Jia-in again? As soon as he finished, So Yina's eyes widened in shock once more. Then, she couldn't help but shout, How do you know that? Suddenly, he reached out and touched her forehead. Actually, I have a few things I want to ask you. Min Jae-hoon's violet eyes flashed. Can you listen? Instantly, her eyes went blank. The system simultaneously displayed. Active skill. Brainwashing is invading the target's mind. As he pulled his hand away, Min Jae-hoon thought with satisfaction. As expected, I'm stronger than her now. He smiled smugly, his eyes falling on the brainwashed So Yina. The most effective way to win a war like this and take control from the inside. After a brief pause, Min Jae-hoon stared at her. First, he held up one finger. In the next few days, you will be my ally. She repeated mechanically. Ally. He nodded. Yes. Finally, we can have a conversation. Jae-hoon reached out and placed a hand on Yu's shoulder. So, why don't you tell me? His eyes glowed, but his face remained cold. About what kind of dirty things Gu Jia-in is planning during this guild experience. 3 days later, during the guild experience, Kim Yoo-jung's eyes sparkled, her face flushed as she stammered. Suddenly, she shouted, I'm actually going on a tour of the Poseidon Guild's headquarters. While the four of them were dazed, a voice echoed, Welcome, students. Park Yu Song-eun-jae walked over, bowing to introduce himself. I am manager Park Yu Song-eun-jae of the Poseidon Guild. I will be your guide for today's experience tour. Without hesitation, he began walking forward. Then, please, follow me this way. The group immediately replied obediently, Yes, sir. They walked through a long corridor, with Park Yu Song-eun-jae introducing things as they went. They didn't stop, but continued on. Then, he opened the door to a room. Park Yu Song-eun-jae stepped inside. Reaching out his hand, he exclaimed, So, this is the place. At that moment, Yu Song-eun slowly approached. It's a pleasure to meet you both. She stood by the door like an angel. I am Yu Song-eun, the guildmaster of the Yohua Guild. The long table had already been beautifully set with pastries. Yu Song-eun gestured to her chest, signaling them to take a seat. As they sat down, Kim Yoo-jung kept bowing her head and smiling. Finally, she pulled out a piece of paper and shouted, I've finally been able to see you this close. I'm such a huge fan. Please, could I have your autograph? Which made her blush with shyness. Without hesitation, she accepted. Thank you. My motivation comes from people like you. Even Min Jae-hoon felt helpless, thinking to himself, Right, she's a die-hard fan of Yu Song-eun. Then, she looked at him. You really have made a lot of friends, haven't you? Min Jae-hoon waved his hand. It's nothing, really. Seeing this, John asked curiously, Min Jae-hoon, do you two know each other? Before he could answer, Yu Song-eun replied, Of course. He's my apprentice. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon froze, a giant question mark appearing over his head. She stood up abruptly and shouted, Apprentice? Then, she softened her voice. I have also heard a lot about all of you from Min Jae-hoon. At the same time, Yu Song-eun affirmed, And I called everyone here because of him. She got straight to the point. To be honest, the Yohua Guild and several other guilds are already aware of Gin's wrongdoings. Yu Song-eun also announced, It's just that we haven't been able to do anything yet because of the power he currently holds. Min Jae-hoon continued. Besides, his items aren't clearly accounted for. It seems like he even has the ability to open dungeons. This time, she shook her head. Most of his skills are kept secret. I don't know much about them. So for this, we need a meticulous plan. Salai waved her hand forward. This is a display showing the mana fields surrounding the guilds participating in the guild experience event this time. A system screen gradually formed, continuously scanning for something, showing 2 red circles. He spoke up. They seem to have a higher concentration of mana compared to other areas. Song Park Yu Song-eun-jae also announced, If a dungeon appears, it's highly likely to be at one of these locations. Yu Song-eun added, All right, I will send a few people from the Yohua Guild to surround these areas. If anything happens, we will evacuate everyone and clear the surrounding area. Min Jae-hoon stroked his chin in thought. That's a good plan, but if it's Gu Jia-in, he will certainly prepare a meticulous plan as well. He speculated that he would be even more ruthless if he discovered that the Yohua Guild was involved in this. Seeming to understand, she asked. Do you have a plan? After a few seconds, Min Jae-hoon replied, Yes. He announced with utmost seriousness. Those students, we will rescue them ourselves. After exiting the elevator, a long hallway opened up, the sound of footsteps echoing in the quiet space. A group of people was being led by someone. Song Chan didn't know what to think, but he smiled slightly, then laughed in contempt, thinking to himself, Trash. All of them used to look down on me, saying I had no talent. But things are different now. Song Chan's gaze fixed straight ahead. The reason the headmaster personally chose him for this was because he finally saw his potential as a conqueror. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder and called out, Song Chan, wait. Confused, he turned around. Huh? What's the matter? She glanced around and spoke up. Doesn't this place feel a bit strange? Song Chan didn't understand, so he asked back, What do you mean? The purple-haired girl continued, Well, you know. She explained that the Conqueror Guild should have plenty of equipment, but doesn't this place look like it has been abandoned for a while? While Song Chan was still dazed, the purple-haired girl mentioned again that it looked like an abandoned building. His gaze began to scan the surroundings, seeing boxes full of dirt piled up. Song Chan's eyes were now filled with wariness. The walls were covered in cobwebs. It wasn't just them. Others were beginning to feel anxious too. At this point, the mushroom-headed guy announced, We've arrived. For some reason, Cho-na jumped in surprise. Before them stood someone familiar. Someone shouted, Instructor Kim Sok-jae! He turned around slowly, his face dark with unpredictable calculations. I didn't expect the effect of the skill to wear off so quickly. Suddenly, Kim Sok-jae clicked his tongue. There was no other way. Although it was a bit early, a purple magic circle suddenly appeared under their feet. This is where we say goodbye, students. The sources of dark energy rising from below made them panic. Song Chan hurriedly shouted, We have to run! Kim Sok-jae stood in a corner, raising his fist. This is the final lesson for you brats. He suddenly laughed again. Devious. But who knows if any of you can survive and leave that hell. At the same time, in another place, An Ho-yeon was pensively looking at his phone. As if to confirm, he looked ahead. According to the map, it should be here. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. You have arrived. Kim Yoo-jung was extremely puzzled. Where is this? It looks more like an abandoned old building than a guild. The three of them put their heads together at the phone again. An Ho-yeon believed they were in the right place. She added, Check it again. Min Jae-hoon was just behind them. His gaze was directed toward a certain direction, and he followed it. In the distance was a forest with large trees. Behind one of the trees was Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae. At this moment, he leaned over and replied, Of course, don't worry. Suddenly, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae asked, By the way, Min Jae-hoon, how did you learn telepathy? Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon laughed and replied, I read some magic texts. It seemed that, in his prediction, he also smiled. You make it sound so simple, but being able to interfere with a person's mind and integrate thoughts into communication magic isn't easy. You're really talented. The other three were still discussing something. An Ho-yeon scratched his neck, smiling awkwardly. Min Jae-hoon is quite confident. I trust that you will step up if things take a turn for the worse. Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae bowed his head in reply. Of course. Back to the room where Yoo-sung-eun's guild was. Now she was muttering incessantly, Jae-hoo, borrowing my personal manager, what a thick-skinned brat. Hearing this, Han-na closed her eyes and said, I hope he is useful to them. Sometimes he just seems so distracted. Involuntarily, Yoo-sung-eun couldn't help but laugh. He is your brother. Treat him well. You two are always bickering. Just then, a tremor occurred. She stared blankly at her teacup. A black color suddenly appeared inside, and Yoo-sung-eun was extremely puzzled. Where did this black aura come from? Immediately, she turned to search, confirming it was nearby. Her gaze turned out the window. Her mind couldn't help but go back to the conversation from the day before. Min Jae-hoon had mentioned that the guild Gu-in joined to explore the dungeon was Kai. She furrowed her brow, repeating it once more. Kai? From what I know, that is the guild Gu-ja-in founded himself. He nodded. That's right. Yoo-sung-eun leaned back in her chair, stroking her chin. But that's strange. As far as she knew, Kai was a guild located in the Middle District. It was quite close to Lotus. Based on her understanding, causing such a blatant incident wasn't something Gu-ja-in would do. But Min Jae-hoon confidently insisted. I'm quite sure. The information came from someone currently working with him. He must be planning something. Returning to the present, Yoo-sung-eun had not yet taken her eyes off the outside. Next, she asked, Han-na, have you investigated the guild that Gu-in founded? Han-na nodded and replied, yes, and began her report. Kai is actually a ghost guild. Yu Song-un exclaimed in slight surprise. A ghost guild? Hanna confirmed, yes. At the same time, she explained, as you know, there are guilds involved in tax evasion or other corrupt behaviors that do not record their operations. At this point, Hanna speculated, it seems like Gu Jia-in also founded the guild for this type of purpose. Hearing this, Yu Song-un agreed. Her eyes were filled with thought, thinking to herself, Gu-in, what are you plotting? Suddenly, Yu Song-un placed her hand on the table and stood up. As she went out, she didn't forget to give instructions. Hanna, please prepare my equipment. We don't know what might happen. Hanna replied, understood. The two quickly stepped out into the hallway. She kept telling herself to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The mark on the back of Yu Song-un's neck was still glowing, but she hoped everything would be all right. The scene changed again, this time to a place that looked a bit desolate. The basement door was pushed open, and the four of them quickly stepped inside. Kim Yoo-jung, still carrying some doubt, asked again, are you sure this is the place? It was just an abandoned building. But Jae-hoon nodded confidently, yes. Next, he gave a smug smile. This is the place. Around the area, black aura was constantly being emitted. Jae-hoon said in a cold voice, that foul-smelling magical aura. Then he shouted, let's go. The three of them followed simultaneously. The four of them continued deeper inside. The place was extremely dark, with miscellaneous items piled up. The deeper they went, the more serious his expression became. This magic, I feel uneasy. I might have to get them out of here and handle this with the manager. It felt as if someone had been watching them from the shadows for a while, and traces of magic still lingered in the corridor. Suddenly, Ia spoke up. I can sense remnants of magic. Jae-hoon knelt to examine them and nodded in agreement. It seemed like some high-level arrays had been activated in this area. Very quickly, he realized something. There must be traces of a magic circle here. Suddenly, Jae-hoon's eyes widened, and dark energy erupted with immense power once more. The four of them instinctively backed away, on high alert. He immediately turned and shouted, everyone, get out of here now. But it was too late. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. An Ho-yeon frowned and announced, I can't move. Just then, a voice echoed. Kim Yoo-jung and Jae-hoon looked around, searching for the source. That voice continued to resonate, reaching all the way from the kingdom of the dark spirits to Vatahem. An Ho-yeon and So Yina were incredibly anxious. At the same time, the system chimed, announcing the player transfer to Vatahem. The dungeon is too dangerous for the player's level. Exit the dungeon immediately. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, the Dark Goblin King had been sitting on his throne for some time. He grinned cunningly. New prey. Suddenly, the Dark Goblin King ordered them to rise. Instantly, blue eyes glowed from deep within the shadows. He looked on with great satisfaction, opening the gate triumphantly. It's time for a feast. Vatahem, the world of the dark spirits, also known as Vatahem, is a place where dark evil dwells. The four of them were quickly transported there. Jae-hoon was furious, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Damn it! Kim Yoo-jung looked around, confused, and asked, is this Vatahem? He fell silent, deep in thought. It was rumored that the dark spirits in Norse mythology possessed power capable of challenging the gods themselves. Of course, their power had diminished once this place turned into a dungeon. Jae-hoon gnashed his teeth again, his rage reaching a breaking point as he hissed. However, Jae-hoon realized something else. He intended to eliminate the students right here. An Ho-yeon looked around, utterly bewildered. Can Academy Principal Gu Jia-in really use high-level teleportation magic like this? What is his true identity? Hearing this, he suddenly realized something. An Ho-yeon was right. In reality, Gu Jia-in was just a human, a mere mortal. How could he interfere with the world's teleportation system? Jae-hoon stroked his chin, pondering. He must have some power backing him. He voiced his suspicion. This situation doesn't look too promising, does it? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, followed by a reply. The person who appeared was none other than Park Yu Song-un-jae. The other three looked on, stunned. Kim Yoo-jung ran over and shouted, Mr. Park Yu Song-un-jae. An Ho-yeon asked anxiously, why are you here? He pointed over and said, Jae-hoon, I came here at your request, just in case something bad happened. We couldn't let the representative go into a situation where a witness might be needed, so I came in his place. Hearing that, she let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad. I thought we were all going to die here. But Park Yu Song-un-jae immediately countered, leaving them even more confused. Not necessarily. The situation really isn't any better just because I'm here. Why? He nodded and explained further. This is the world of the dark evil spirits. Even an A-rank conqueror would struggle to survive here. The expressions on An Ho-yeon and Kim Yoo-jung's faces didn't improve at all. So Yina furrowed her brow. He warned that if they let their guard down for a second, they would be finished. Jae-hoon began observing the surroundings. He said, "Right, there's no perfect way to conquer this dungeon. The quartz rocks here are constantly glowing." Suddenly, he smiled confidently. "But that only applies to this timeline." Jae-hoon looked at his three worried teammates. He had seen all kinds of dungeon-conquering guides before his regression. He then reassured them, "Don't worry, we'll make it out of here in one piece. I'll make sure of it." They were all surprised by his attitude. Park Yoo-seong-eun looked on with a serious expression, then cracked his knuckles. "First things first, Jae-hoon, you're pretty confident about finding the survivors, aren't you?" At the same time, in a luxurious, brightly lit room, someone was tapping his fingers on the table in annoyance. "This is a serious violation of the promise, isn't it? Don't you think so?" An Sok-gu seemed irritated. "I recall you saying you would make An Ho-yeon much stronger." Hearing this, Gu Ja-in laughed loudly to reassure him. "Oh, you don't need to worry at all. He'll easily take first place in the upcoming event." An Seok-gu thought to himself, "He's as venomous as a snake." But outwardly, he asked quite calmly, "Who is the top-ranked student in the freshman hunt? How could my An Ho-yeon possibly lose to a magic class student?" Gu Ja-in lifted his cup to take a sip. "Ah, well, you saw the broadcast, didn't you?" He then quietly set his teacup down. His face darkened as he read a name, Jae-hoon. He's a genius born with a magic adaptability of 97%. Even SK was terrified when they heard that name. Gu Ja-in immediately stood up and shouted, 97% magic adaptability? Gu Ja-in didn't answer this time. He just frowned and looked down at his teacup. Did it go cold? Gu Ja-in looked at An Sok-gu's aged face and asked, "Should I get you a fresh cup of tea?" An Sok-gu's hand on the table trembled with rage, a brat from nowhere whom he had never even heard of. He stood up abruptly. "Forget it. I have to go now." Gu Ja-in kept watching An Sok-gu's departing figure. He knew very well that An Sok-gu used to be a military officer. Gu Ja-in even had information that he had excellent connections with the central government, so he was extremely valuable to him. However, he looked at the teacup across from him. There was no reason for him to get involved in that matter. Gu Ja-in involuntarily wore a cunning smile. He was the only one left. Yet, he didn't feel lonely at all. He stated, "I don't play games that I know I'm going to lose." Returning to Vadahem, the world of the dark spirits. Along the way, they were only able to see the path thanks to the quartz rocks. The five of them walked forward, led by Jae-hoon. "I think it's a bit too dark here. I'll use a light orb." Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. "Wait, it'll be better if I do it." He took the orb from her hand and lifted it high. The system announced, "Active skill, light orb level 3. Powerful rays of light chased away the darkness of the night." The orbs seemed to multiply, creating a bright, glowing sky. Even Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this light?" Jae-hoon nodded, confirming, "Right. I upgraded the light orb from the basic level." Seo Yina was still puzzled. Upgrading skills is only possible once you become an A-rank conqueror, isn't it? Witnessing this, An Ho-yeon's jaw dropped as he thought, "Is this even possible? Jae-hoon has become this skillful?" Seeing that no one was following, Jae-hoon turned back to ask, "What are you doing? Don't you intend to go?" Park Yoo-seong-eun was the first to respond. "All right." He turned to the other three and said, "Let's go." An Ho-yeon replied, "Yes." An Ho-yeon's expression was quite grave. "Is this really possible? I've trained countless rookie conquerors, but I've never seen anything like this." He looked at Jae-hoon's back, unable to stop himself from wondering, just how strong can this kid get? They walked for a while longer past stalactites pointing downward, when Jae-hoon's footsteps suddenly halted. He announced, "Let's take a short break here." Park Yoo-seong didn't hesitate, and agreed. "All right, we should recover our strength here quickly. We've been walking for quite a while now." Jae-hoon then waved his hand, and all the light vanished. The space around them turned dark. Kim Yoo-jung was utterly confused. "Why did you turn the light orb off?" He explained that the dark spirits were creatures accustomed to the night, and they could easily destroy the light orb, so they needed to quickly adapt to the darkness. Hearing this, she nodded. "Ah, well, if you say so. It's a good thing we brought the potion. I was starting to feel out of breath from the mana." Everyone took a bottle. An Ho-yeon said happily, "I'm glad I asked Lee Jae-sang to prepare it beforehand." So Yina added her thanks. The five of them, all in different moods, approached Jae-hoon. An Ho-yeon seemed to sense something. He looked in one direction and suddenly spoke up. "The survivors must be somewhere along this path." Jae-hoon heard him and added, "I have an idea." Mana flared up on him, then radiated all around. Min Jae-hoon closed his eyes slightly to sense the area leading to the boss's room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. An arrow pierced the air, attacking from above. The target must have been Seo Yi-na, who was standing nearby. But as it reached them, Min Jae-hoon caught it with his bare hands. He looked up, the system displayed. Activate skill. Absolute calculation. His fist tightened. Mana surged powerfully. Kim Yoo-jung also pulled out her gauntlets, preparing for battle. Since when had An Ho-yeon drawn his sword? Kim Yoo-jung drew her staff, preparing for battle. An Ho-yeon had already unsheathed his sword. Everyone huddled in a dark corner, their eyes flashing with intensity. Slowly, he emerged, brandishing a sharp spear. An Ho-yeon cast a quick glance. Seo Yi-na and Kim Yoo-jung kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The five of them stood back to back, facing different directions. Min Jae-hoon quickly spotted the dark ghouls. He clenched his fists, and golden mana surged powerfully around him. Seo Yi-na watched in amazement, the sound of shattered glass echoing around them, while An Ho-yeon couldn't help but glance at Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae, who was completely stunned with his mouth agape. Kim Yoo-jung's blonde hair fluttered in the wind. She swung her staff and shouted for a magical field. A surge of mana enveloped them, and the system notified that the magical field skill was being activated. At the same time, Seo Yi-na moved her wand, and the system signaled that she was activating the slow-motion skill. Her green mana spread toward the dark ghouls. Not stopping there, Yi-na shouted, "Oh holy, radiant sword saint!" Streams of energy shot forward, but the creatures used their spears to block them. Witnessing this, An Ho-yeon charged forward, the system announced, and he activated his super extreme martial arts skill. He used his shield and sword to block and shield Seo Yi-na. Seizing the opportunity, An Ho-yeon yelled, "Now!" Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae wasn't idle either. He charged at a ghoul with his knife. A strike of sword energy slashed through, then another, and another. He swung his sword coldly. The target took the full blow and collapsed. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon chuckled and said, "I'm joining in too." By now, the dark ghouls were starting to feel fearful, sweating profusely. Behind him, spatial portals opened, and the mana emanating from them put immense pressure on the creatures. My attributes are their direct opposite. The system chimed, activating the light chain skill. From within the portals, chains with spiked tips lashed out. They didn't just hit one. The chains immediately pierced through several ghouls at once. The purple swords in their hands dropped to the ground. Jae-hoon shoved his hands into his pockets, recalling the guide for completing the dungeon. The dark elves possessed weapons and armor forged from magic. Suddenly, he paused. As Jae-hoon looked up, a spark of mana flashed in his eyes. He realized he could completely wipe them out through absolute calculation. Within the darkness, the dark ghouls were still countless. Suddenly, he shouted, "Everyone, listen up," Min Jae-hoon ordered. "Kim Yoo-jung, just use fire-based spells." Kim Yoo-jung was confused. "Huh? Alright, I don't know why, but okay." Stopping for a few seconds, Seo Yi-na nodded and replied, "Got it." A flash of light appeared as a blade of sword energy flew from afar, attacking Min Jae-hoon. Even then, he made time to call out to An Ho-yeon. Min Jae-hoon used one hand to block the strike, while turning to instruct him to use a provocation skill to simplify the enemy's movement path. An Ho-yeon, who was currently clashing swords with a ghoul, replied, "Got it." The system announced the awakening skill was being activated, and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Immediately, the three ghouls froze, their minds seemingly controlled. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon directed, "Manager Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae, please eliminate the dark elves affected by the provocation skill." He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Understood. Even so, Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae couldn't help but wonder, did he know something about the dark elves? The system signaled again. Level 51 stealth skill activated. The user's presence would be completely masked. His body gradually turned transparent. A ghoul jolted in terror. Suddenly, a knife infused with blue mana appeared. As Park Yoo-sung-eun-jae streaked past, at least 4 slashes were unleashed. While the creature was still stunned, 2 fatal wounds split its body in half. Despite the surrounding chaos, Min Jae-hoon kept his head down, sensing something. He clenched his fist, golden mana erupted again, and the system notified that the fire attack skill was activated and he had defeated a dark elf. Min Jae-hoon widened his stance. A faint glow flared beneath him, and in a flash, he darted away, having already punched through the body of a ghoul. Its body flew straight into a large fire, and the system updated. This horrifying sight made the remaining dark ghouls fearful, and they backed away. Yoo-jung shouted, "Eternal flame." The system announced the activation of the fireball skill. At that moment, In a corner, a ghoul was hiding. It then lunged forward, intending to attack from behind, but she summoned a scorching flame. Suddenly, something seemed to pierce through the fire. As expected, two dark elves appeared, covered in burns. Yina furrowed her brows, holding her wand tightly. As she swung it, countless fire arrows shot forward. So Yina shouted, "Fire arrow!" The two arrows pierced through their bodies, and the ghouls screamed in pain. At this moment, the boss, Lodomitsu, gritted his teeth in anger. How in the hell do those humans know our weakness? Dark energy poured from beneath him. Lodomitsu's eyes glowed fiercely, and his veins bulged. When did An Ho-yun stab his sword through his body? Lodomitsu hissed in frustration. They're just a bunch of lowly humans. Yet they dare. At that exact moment, Jae-hoon's spiked chains tightened around his neck, causing Lodomitsu to cough up blood. Gradually, his body dissipated, leaving only a stream of dark energy floating in the air. Even so, Kim Yoo-jung and So Yina remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. So she asked, "Is it finally over?" Park Yoo-sung-eun replied, "It seems so." Standing in a corner, Min Jae-hoon spoke up. "Let's keep moving. We don't have much time." Seo Yina was puzzled. "Is the path on the left the way?" He explained. "Not all of it, but I can sense the aura of those who are still alive." Min Jae-hoon stared at the black portal, his voice soft. "If we arrive too late," his eyes glowing, "they might die." At that same time, in a familiar principal's office, Gu Ja-in's shouting could be heard from within. "How could you mess things up this badly?" Seok-jae hung his head, looking dejected. "I apologize, sir. I didn't think an outsider would infiltrate the guild's building." He flew into a rage, slamming his fist onto the table. Gu Ja-in hissed, "You think that's a reasonable excuse?" Then he slowly looked up and explained awkwardly, "You don't need to worry too much. It's normal for civilians to die during random portal openings. We can cover this up." Before he could finish, the man roared, "Shut up." Immediately, Kim Sok-jae dropped to his knees. He was terrified and could only stay silent. Ja-in spoke again. "Teleportation magic doesn't work on people without mana, which means someone knew the loophole and took advantage of it to sneak inside." Kim Sok-jae stammered, "I apologize, sir." The man began to threaten him. Everything had better go smoothly. If any student survives and gets out, his face darkened, and cold sweat poured down. Gu Ja-in was ablaze with anger, his voice chilling. "I think you know exactly what the consequences will be, don't you?" Instructor Kim Sok-jae. "What?" The scene shifted to another side. The sound of two pairs of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Han-na asked anxiously, "Are you sure everything will be all right?" Yu Song-eun, dressed in tight-fitting gear, replied, "This is an emergency. Going alone will be more discreet." Turning her head, she became tense. That ominous amount of mana with that much power. It must be at least S-rank magic. The kids and Park Yoo-sung-eun were in danger. Her earring remained silent. Seong-eun understood that since the earring hadn't reacted, it meant no one had died yet. But if she arrived too late, the consequences would be irreversible. The two reached the door, and she urged herself to hurry. Before leaving, Yoo Song-eun instructed, "If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, contact the association to request immediate help and collect all the CCTV footage from the surrounding area." Han-na understood and replied, "Understood." Then, she put on her helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle. Suddenly, she called out, "Guild leader." Han-na still wanted to add, "I know you understand, but please be careful." Song-eun looked at Han-na, "Don't worry." As soon as she finished, she shot off like an arrow. Her heart was impatient. If Gu Ja-in dared to touch a single hair on their heads. On the way, Song-eun was determined not to forgive him. In the dark and gloomy dungeon, the sound of someone gasping for breath echoed. The purple-haired girl was struggling to carry someone on her shoulder, just a little further. She couldn't hold back her tears. She kept whispering, "We have to keep going." Just then, the purple-haired girl tripped, and they both fell flat on the ground. She let out a pained cry, but the purple-haired girl couldn't stand up, reaching her hand forward. "No, please, we have to get out of here." Just then, rain began to fall, accompanied by the girl's sobbing. She was nearly desperate, blaming herself. "If only I weren't so useless, this wouldn't have happened." Suddenly, the purple-haired girl felt something, lifted her head, and a warm hand rested on her shoulder. She turned around to see Min Jae-hoon and his team. He spoke, "You've done well. Leave the rest to us." She was stunned, tears still brimming in her eyes. However, the scene before the girl faded, and she finally lost consciousness. A moment later, back in that dark place, Kim Yoo-jung was giving the girl some medicine. Elsewhere, An Ho-yun was treating Song-chan. Soon enough, he woke up with a soft groan. Song-chan clutched his head and looked around. "Where is this?" Jem heard Min Jae-hoon reply. This is the land of the Dark Elves. They are my comrades. They're here to help me save you all." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired girl nodded. "I see." Min Jae-hoon then asked, "What happened?" Song Chan gritted his teeth. "The others have all been captured. They were with us when we went to the guild." "Damn it." The purple-haired girl stood up and added, "Right after we fell here, we were ambushed by the Dark Elves." She recounted how the others were captured, while she and Song Chan managed to evade their sight and escape. The purple-haired girl lowered her head, but we couldn't handle the mana overload. At this point, both of them looked away, feeling ashamed. Min Jae-hoon quietly thought to herself, she must be thinking she's a coward. He was certain she should have been fighting alongside her comrades. No, that's just arrogance. Images from Min Jae-hoon's past flashed in his mind, fighting an enemy far beyond his level. As a monster growled, threatening them back to reality, he insisted that such things only happen in movies. At that moment, Song Chan was gritting his teeth, breathing heavily. He spoke up. "Those people getting captured isn't your fault." Both of them looked up, surprised. Min Jae-hoon stated firmly, "So tell us, where were they taken?" Song Chan's expression darkened, but Min Jae-hoon's face turned cold. "Or would you rather just let them die?" Seeing this, the purple-haired girl stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke up. "There is a king controlling the Dark Elves." She confirmed that the others had all been taken to that king. Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon rubbed his chin and thought, "So, I guess that's the way to the boss." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "One more thing. Who brought you here?" Suddenly, Song Chan became enraged. He hesitated, then finally clenched his fists and spat out. "The instructor, Kim Suk-jae. He brought us here." As they went deeper, quartz stones were scattered about as before. Ahead of them lay countless branching paths. Min Jae-hoon gave an order. "Wait here," Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed in shock. "What are you talking about? Where are you planning to go?" He pointed in one direction and explained, "I can sense the Dark Elves' presence. This is definitely the path leading to them. The others' life force is fading. I need to rescue them as quickly as I can." She raised her fist and shouted, "Are you crazy? Going alone is too dangerous. You might die." So Yina agreed. "Kim Yoo-jung is right. I know how you feel, but working together is better, isn't it?" An Ho-yeon remained silent, looking hesitant. After a few seconds, he raised his hand. "Fine, I agree with you." Kim Yoo-jung couldn't believe it and yelled, "An Ho-yeon." Min Jae-hoon commented bluntly, "You guys haven't reached the level where you can win a one-on-one fight against a dark elf yet. Furthermore, we need to protect the wounded." He insisted that this was the best course of action they could take for now. Her expression turned serious. "But if that's the case, you could." Before she could finish, Min Jae-hoon cut her off. "Do you have any other ideas?" This left Kim Yoo-jung speechless. Watching this scene, Park Yoo-seong-yoon-jae closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He agreed as well. "All right, but if you find it's too dangerous, you must come back immediately." Min Jae-hoon laughed. "Fine, I'll leave my friends with you then." An Ho-yeon told him not to worry about them and to go. He affirmed, "I will protect them with everything I have." Naturally, he felt reassured and smiled. As he passed by, Kim Yoo-jung didn't forget to pat him on the shoulder. "All right, I'll be back soon." They all stood there, watching his retreating figure fade away. The purple-haired girl voiced her concern. "Will he be okay?" Song Chan was confident. "He's very strong." Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung wiped away her tears in silence. She looked over at the others, who were also deep in thought. The two girls interlaced their fingers. "That's right, he'll be fine." Sensing something, she turned her head, and Kim Yoo-jung smiled again. "Now, let's just do whatever we can." Suddenly, a wave of dark energy appeared from somewhere. Park Yoo-seong-yoon-jae's ears twitched slightly. An Ho-yeon and the two girls looked over at the same time. The purple-haired girl and Song Chan were also anxious. He raised a hand to his mouth, signaling that the enemy was approaching. Park Yoo-seong-yoon-jae drew his sword and shouted to the others. Immediately after, a massive sword aura appeared in their view, cutting through him. Blood splattered instantly. "Park Yoo-seong-yoon-jae!" Kim Yoo-jung screamed in terror. "Mr. Park Yoo-seong-yoon-jae." No sooner had she finished speaking than footsteps echoed. I was wondering where these flies came from. Not only that, but a dark attack followed. Song Chan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stare in horror. "Laudam is here again? So this is where the humans are." At the same time, Min Jae-hoon reached a large gate. He understood that something might happen while he was away, so he had to take care of business here as quickly as possible. Next, Min Jae-hoon pushed the door with his hand. A loud noise rang out, and the door was blown away. Inside, it seemed they had been waiting for a long time. The Dark Elf King spoke. "You've finally arrived." He laughed cunningly. I heard there would be a few guests, so I prepared something very special. Suddenly, the earring on Min Jae-hoon's ear glowed brightly. What is this? Not only that, but it vibrated. Mana surged once again. He jumped in surprise, stunned. Gradually, Min Jae-hoon felt the manager's presence fading away. Just then, the large gate closed again. Hearing the sound, he glanced back. The Dark Elf King said, "What do you think? Do you like it?" He suggested. "You won't be able to escape from here." "Ah, well, there is still one way, that is if you can survive this place." Song Chan was furious, gritting his teeth. "The others are in danger." His hand at his side clenched tightly. "I need to save them. What should I do?" At that moment, An Ho-yeon had promised, "I will protect them with everything I have." Suddenly, Song Chan seemed to calm down. "I need to trust them." His eyes blazed. "That is the only choice right now." The Dark Elf King laughed loudly. "So, what will you do now?" Looking at the flames before him, he spoke up. "You should know this." His words made the villain fearful and cautious. A large flame erupted and circled Min Jae-hoon's body. He tilted his head, his face looking eerie, and affirmed, "You will all die here." Back at the cave intersections where they were waiting, blood was splattered all over the ground. Song Chan lay on the ground in pain, and the others were still in shock. An Ho-yeon quickly jumped over to hold him in his arms. "Manager." He observed Park Yu-sung Eunjae's complexion and grew worried. "This is bad. Is this poison?" That was when he realized the problem. Those monsters knew exactly what the weakness of an assassin-class scout was. Park Yu-sung Eunjae's face had turned black, and cold sweat poured down. Lodam wanted to retrieve his sword. He turned to look at them. "Now that I've gotten rid of the most annoying one." Lodam swung his sword, dark energy surging as he shouted, "Only the small fry are left." An Ho-yeon's expression was grim. "I knew it." He was just waiting for Min Jae-hoon to leave. Seo Yina also stepped up. Since the manager had fallen, she assumed the representative must have realized it too. In her heart, Seo Yina remembered when Yu Song-yoon had told her, "Take this." Min Jae-hoon reached out and took it. He was stunned. "This is," she replied, "my earring." Yu Song-eun didn't forget to explain, "I will get a notification if you are in danger." At the same time, she affirmed, "I will come to your side immediately if there is an emergency." Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon gripped it tightly. Then, goodbye. At this moment, he was fighting, and the earring had a few pieces falling off. Rings of fire swirled around the Dark Elf King. Min Jae-hoon's eyes blazed with a spark of mana. A explosion rang out, and he wanted to run, but he had to stop, his eyes widening. It turned out the dark creatures had appeared, with a glowing light on their chests, licking their lips hungrily. Min Jae-hoon quickly realized, "You will have to vomit up everything you just ate." He had calculated it, but they didn't have enough time. "If only we had 10 more minutes." An Ho-yeon was confused. Just 10 minutes? But when Min Jae-hoon turned back, he himself was surprised. He saw determination in him. This was the face of a madman, someone who had accepted their own decisions. I've seen this expression countless times in my past life. I can't believe those eyes. Min Jae-hoon pursed his lips, the memories still lingering. An Ho-yeon placed a hand on his shoulder with absolute trust. "Go," he said, "to kill the king and save everyone. I'll handle everything here." Returning to the present, Kim Yoo-jung lowered her head to hide her expression. Then she yelled in anger, "Earth magic!" A ring of sword aura appeared, and even Aina drew her wand. An Ho-yeon and the purple-haired girl prepared for battle. He frowned and shouted, "I'd be too ashamed to face the others if we just ran away." Lodem scoffed mockingly. "How pathetic. Seeing you lot struggling like this, but it's all in vain." The swordsman charged forward. "All of you will become part of the great feast offered to the king." An Ho-yeon stepped onto the shield and launched himself into the air. Seeing this move, Seo Yina remarked in astonishment, "He's so fast." His eyes were sharp, locked onto his opponent. Lodem's sharp blade swung down once again. An Ho-yeon moved in to block, shielding himself with his gear. The enemy grinned smugly. An Ho-yeon didn't dare let his guard down for a second. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, and the system announced the activation of his super-strength martial arts skill. He swung his sword, a powerful surge of mana erupting, but Lodem jumped back just in time to dodge. The enemy laughed triumphantly. "I guess you're not entirely useless." An Ho-yeon pressed his lips together, realizing they were stronger than any dark monsters they had encountered before. He demanded, "What are you?" The dark creature carved a circle into the ground with his foot. Lodem introduced himself, claiming he was the captain of the royal guard, guarding the king of the dark elves, and that he carried royal blood. Nearby, Kim Yoo-jung tightened her grip on her staff. A dark elf of royal lineage was surely stronger than mere foot soldiers. An Ho-yeon bowed his head to hide his expression. suddenly remembering the back of Min Jae-hoon and the respect he felt. I can't forget the first time I met you, when you stood at the front to protect me. It was like looking at the embodiment of everything beautiful I had forgotten about being a crusader. You follow your own path, regardless of what others say. That's the dream I wanted to see. Breaking out of his memories, An Ho-yeon swung his sword again, silently resolving, I can't die in a place like this. Min Jae-hoon's figure appeared in his mind once more. I need to catch up to you, no matter what. An Ho-yeon pulled back his sleeve and tossed his shield to the ground. Seeing this, Seo Yi-na couldn't help but be shocked. While Kim Yoo-jung didn't understand what was happening, she screamed in a panic. An Ho-yeon, what are you planning to do? Whatever she saw, Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widened. An Ho-yeon walked on the blue light of the shield, his feet stepping out of the safe zone. An Ho-yeon stood firm, gripping his sword, his body surging with powerful mana. I should have done this from the start. Back then, Min Jae-hoon had told him that a crusader has more than one heart. His eyes flared with intensity. An energy core inside An Ho-yeon began to glow, starting with his upper energy center. Then his lower energy center opened as he gripped his sword tighter. Sensing the pressure, Lo Dem was startled. What the hell is this mana? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion rocked the area, and mana surged like a tidal wave. When the mana flared up again, it was aimed directly at Lo Dem. The enemy watched the sword energy rush toward him. Lo Dem cried out in horror. How can you possess such power? An Ho-yeon's face remained blank. The system sounded, activating active skill, sword body integration. His eyes narrowed, and veins bulged on his forehead. At this point, An Ho-yeon couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Seo Yi-na screamed in worry. No, stop it right now. Despite this, his hand still gripped his sword tightly. The system chimed again. Skill level exceeds user capability. All meridians in the body are being reversed. Warning, deactivate skill immediately. If you ignore this warning, you will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Lo Dem screamed orders. Cut off his limbs if you have to, but bring him back alive. Hearing this, An Ho-yeon struggled to lift his head. Any dark creature that approached was wounded by the surging mana. His body was weakening, and he gritted his teeth in agony. An Ho-yeon remembered his training, where he had successfully acquired a level 5 skill, but his body hadn't been strong enough to use it. Sword body integration. Once you reach the peak of swordsmanship, he snapped out of his memories, his eyes flashing as he whirled around. A dark creature tried to sneak up on them from behind, but as it neared, it was cut down by a wave of sword energy. Now, An Ho-yeon realized his body and blade had become one. He charged forward powerfully toward the leader, standing in the back. An Ho-yeon bit his lip, thinking, this guy said his name is Lo Dem, right? Looking at the enemy's smug face, he knew he couldn't defeat him with this unstable, newly awakened power. The best he could do now was stall for time. A purple arc of sword energy appeared in the air. An Ho-yeon thought, even so, if what I do can help in some way. Their swords clashed and slid past each other, neither landing a hit. Lo Dem jumped backward, creating distance. Immediately, Lo Dem lunged forward again. An Ho-yeon watched his opponent, waiting. He swung his sword behind him, thinking, if I am truly a crusader. The two weapons collided with a deafening sound. Lo Dem mocked him again. Your struggle is truly amusing. Do you think I don't know your current state? An Ho-yeon didn't reply, just thinking he had to keep his promise. An explosion of smoke filled the air as the two separated once more. Before they knew it, the enemy shot forward like an arrow. An Ho-yeon's eyes remained resolute. He knew it had to be him, and no one else. An Ho-yeon's legs wobbled, but he replied, you will never know the reason why I am doing this. He planted his feet firmly, standing his ground. He gripped the hilt again, prepared to fight. A sharp wave of sword energy flew through the air at Lo Dem. His blade came closer and closer, but the enemy easily leaned aside to dodge. Suddenly, Lo Dem's blade pressed right against An Ho-yeon's side. He instantly leaped away to dodge, jumping a long distance. Seeing this, Lo Dem lowered his sword and grumbled, lowlife. An Ho-yeon didn't care about the insult and raised his sword again. Then, An Ho-yeon gathered all his strength and leaped, his entire body suspended in midair. As he came down, An Ho-yeon struck, but Lo Dem managed to block it with his sword just in time. However, An Ho-yeon's blade pushed past the barrier, pressing closer and closer to Lo Dem's face. Then, the enemy swiped, and An Ho-yeon was knocked to the side. A bolt of energy surged through his body, making him freeze. His sword struck the ground hard as he braced himself. An Ho-yeon bit his lip in pain. The system alerted him. User's body is collapsing. Danger. Skill deactivated. All muscles paralyzed. Blood vessels blocked. Taking this opportunity, Lodem swept his blade across, grazing the top of his head. An Hoyon was startled and looked back. Before he could react, Lodem swung his sword again, the energy smashing into a cliff wall, causing rocks to crumble and shatter. It turned out An Hoyon had managed to deflect it just in time. His face was flushed, and he was gasping for air. His body couldn't take it anymore. An Hoyon twisted his hand, switching to a horizontal grip, and the mana flared up again. His eyes blazed with determination. This is the final blow. Instantly, the sword energy surged out like a madman. Anywhere it touched, the ground shattered. Finally, it exploded, and white smoke filled the area. As the smoke cleared, Lodem could be seen gritting his teeth, blood pouring from his mouth and dripping onto the ground. But when An Hoyon looked, his eyes widened in horror. Lodem had used one of his own dark creatures as a shield, leaving himself completely unharmed. The minion couldn't believe it. Commander Lodem laughed softly. "Don't worry. You were very useful." He then absorbed the minion. Out of strength, An Hoyon spat out another mouthful of blood. What a coward. Just as An Hoyon wanted to say something, Lodem pierced right through his body. An Hoyon's expression went dark. Blood splattered back onto his own body, while Lodem smiled insanely. His sword fell to the ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't hold back and covered her mouth in shock. She screamed, "An Hoyon!" Lodem twisted the blade deeper. Back at the dark mansion, everything was shaking. Large pillars showed cracks, and circles of fire appeared, along with magical chains wrapped in flames, snaring the dark creatures. At that moment, Jae-hoon felt something and spun around to look behind him. There was a cage, holding his teammates inside. They were exhausted, heads drooping, energy drained. Just then, a light flared in that spot. In Jae-hoon's mind, he remembered An Hoyon's words. "Only 10 minutes, right? Go. Defeat that boss and save the others. I'll take care of everything here." His eyes flashed with intensity. His patience had finally run out. A spear-wielding enemy charged at him from behind, intent on killing him. But he didn't even bother to turn around. A powerful surge of mana flared from his hand before Jae-hoon pivoted to face his attacker. By the time the guy got close, he was the one who was shocked stiff. When the distance was just right, a powerful, flaming punch slammed into the dark creature. Watching this, his expression remained chillingly cold. The Dark Goblin King, sitting high above, laughed in amusement and taunted with utter confidence. "You fool. You're still surrounded by so many of them." The Dark Goblin King mocked. "Do you really think you can win when facing these numbers?" But Jae-hoon raised his head with confidence. "Why not?" Hearing this, the Dark Goblin King laughed again, jeering. "Even for a useless human, you're quite arrogant." As if repeating his previous words, the Dark Goblin King spat, "You useless piece of trash." And Jae-hoon echoed, "Useless, am I?" Suddenly, his face turned deathly cold, his aura so intense that even the dark creatures trembled. Rocks began falling from above as his energy erupted, radiating in every direction. The surrounding boulders shattered into dust. Jae-hoon remained calm, but his voice was chillingly cold. Enough of that. The Dark Goblin King panicked and jumped to his feet, screaming, "What are you idiots doing? Kill him!" As the dark creatures lunged at him simultaneously, flames flared around him once more. The system notification chimed, activating his active skill, Hellfire Chains. As chains wreathed in flames coiled around his body, the dark creatures growled viciously as more and more magic chains were summoned. They moved with a life of their own, hunting down his enemies. As the chains spread further, Jae-hoon suddenly launched himself off the ground. He landed a crushing blow on a white-haired enemy, creating a thunderous explosion. When Jae-hoon landed, smoke obscured everything inside. He sounded satisfied. "I've been wanting to test this new skill. Thanks for giving me the chance. I'm actually quite grateful." High above, the Dark Goblin King clenched his fists in fury, unable to speak. Amidst the flames, the dark creatures shrieked in agony. Not just one, but all of them were engulfed. The king hissed in rage. "You bastard." He pointed at him and threatened, "Do you think I'll let you live after what you've just done?" His eyes widened as if discovering something, and his gaze shifted to the nearby prison cells as he whispered, "You." Below lay dried bloodstains alongside his fallen comrades. Jae-hoon walked past the corpses of the dark creatures, slowly approaching the king. "Are you being serious right now?" His aura made the Dark Goblin King flinch. Breaking into a cold sweat, the king thought, "No way." The Dark Goblin King couldn't help but look at Jae-hoon in disbelief. "Can an ordinary human really be this strong? I can't beat him." Now, the king could only grit his teeth in frustration. "You'll regret this. Even if you kill me here, the other 7 kings will definitely." Jae-hoon didn't seem to care at all. His body flickered, and he appeared right in front of the king. He shoved the Dark Goblin King backward and summoned flames that swallowed him whole before he finally spoke. As if I care. Min Jae-hoon stated clearly that if they were angry, they could come and find him. Back at the battle, Loam's purple sword was stained with blood, but he hadn't yet pulled it out of An Ho-yeon's body. Dark blood was splattered across the ground. Seo Yi-na stood frozen, feeling completely helpless. Watching him sway, she wanted to scream, but she couldn't even process what was happening. Seeing her friend fall, Seo Yi-na felt despair, wondering, is it just because I'm too weak? Her mind drifted to someone else. She was about to lose another friend. Just then, Loam turned to look at them. By now, he was facing Seo Yi-na. She was the only one left. Loam's large hand gripped her throat, thinking she might make a good dessert. Just then, Kim Yoo-jung let out a loud cry from behind. Seo Yi-na found it hard to breathe, yet she steeled herself, refusing to give up. Right then, an unusual wave of mana rippled through the space. Loam looked back, and even Kim Yoo-jung was stunned. A blast echoed, and amidst a blinding golden light, a beautiful figure appeared at the cave entrance. Loam couldn't believe it, shouting, "What is this amount of mana?" Yoo Sung-eun walked forward. "Did you hurt them?" Her long hair swayed in the intense mana. "You'd better think carefully before you answer, because if it's true," as she fully revealed herself, even Song Chan and the purple-haired girl were stunned by the sheer pressure she exuded. Loam was silently breaking into a cold sweat. Yoo Sung-eun continued to advance, closing her eyes for a moment before snapping them open with a murderous gaze. "Then you're a dead man." An Ho-yeon, lying on the ground, felt something and opened his eyes. He felt relieved, knowing he would be okay. "But my patience has a limit," Yoo Sung-eun said. "I'll ask you one more time." The space shuddered, terrifying Loam. Her voice rang out. He felt like he was being crushed under immense pressure. Yoo Sung-eun spoke coldly. "Did you do that to them?" Loam was sweating profusely, but he bit his lip, unable to speak. Park Yoo Sung-eun also lay on the ground in a pool of blood, while the others were already unconscious. Kim Yoo-jung quickly caught Seo Yi-na, who had just been choked. Loam realized one thing. There was no way he could defeat this woman. Maybe he could use them as hostages? He looked up, defiant. "Yeah, that was my handiwork." Yoo Sung-eun's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed, and she lowered her head. "Is that so?" From a distance, she watched Loam, who was still kneeling on the ground. She flicked her hand, and golden light erupted. "I've never wanted to get involved with a monster." The system notification chimed, triggering the active skill. Sacrifice. Pure energy emerged, and Seo Yi-na felt something, momentarily dazed. Kim Yoo-jung reached out to catch the light. The system explained, "Heals multiple targets simultaneously at the cost of your own vitality." Yoo Sung-eun remained composed. Seeing this, Loam panicked. How can she heal so fast? What the hell is this? Seeing his bewildered look, she kindly remarked, "A healer wouldn't abandon anyone who is injured, even if they are an enemy." As she finished, Loam started to panic. "Wait, She smiled, but it was somewhat terrifying. "I don't like it when others hurt my people." In his eyes, her figure was just a blur. With a wave of her hand, he was sent flying backward. Kim Yoo-jung watched with wide, disbelieving eyes as Loam's body slowly dissolved into black smoke. She realized it wasn't a skill. Yoo Sung-eun was just firing raw mana, but it was incredibly powerful. Then, Yoo Sung-eun rushed to hold Park Yoo Sung-eun, who was lying on the ground. "I need to check on these two first." She raised her hand again. Mana appeared, and pure energy swirled around them, flowing straight into Park Yoo Sung-eun's injured body. Seo Yi-na stood by, worried. "Is he okay?" Yoo Sung-eun checked him and replied, "He's stable now." But, she turned to the side, where Duel was struggling to breathe. Duel's condition is quite dangerous. Yoo Sung-eun immediately began healing him. The system warned, "Target's wounds are severe. It will take a long time to heal." She paused, stunned. He pushed himself way beyond his limits. His meridians are a mess, and his mana-conducting nerves are severely damaged. If I had arrived even a moment later, he would never have been able to use mana again. Moments later, the system pinged. "Healing complete. Your vitality has been permanently reduced by 2%. Hello's complexion gradually calmed. Yoo Sung-eun sighed, looking exhausted. "This skill really takes a toll. If it wasn't for Min Jae-hoon, I would have died long ago." Kim Yoo-jung anxiously asked, "Will An Ho-yeon be okay?" She smiled and replied, "Of course. It will take a few days for him to wake up, but don't worry, you can breathe easy now." Hearing that, she let out a sigh of relief. Yoo Sung-eun asked, "Anyway, where is Min Jae-hoon?" But the four of them hung their heads, no one daring to speak. Song Chan finally replied, Min Jae-hoon went to the boss room alone. She was surprised for a second but quickly smiled. I see. Yoo Sung-eun was incredibly confident, asserting, he'll be fine. Don't worry. Kim Yoo-jung remained somewhat anxious, but he went to kill the boss all by himself. How can you be sure he'll be okay? Yoo Sung-eun reaffirmed, he won't die that easily. I'm certain. The dark goblin began to attack. Back on the other side, Jae-hoon's fists were still smoking. Yoo Sung-eun insisted firmly, they're no match for him. The Goblin King had been beaten to a pulp, his body slamming into the ground with such force that it shattered the rocks. Min Jae-hoon stood in a combat stance and warned, if you're angry, come find me yourself. Jae-hoon then let out a scornful laugh. Of course, that's assuming you can even leave this place alive. The shattered debris continued to rain down onto the floor. By now, the Goblin King was sitting slumped on the ground, his face twisted with frustration as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Then, looking at the young man before him, he wondered, how can a dark Goblin King like me lose to a mere human? He scrambled to his feet in a hurry. No, this isn't the time for pride. I need to report this to the others. His feet moved quickly, and he turned to bolt away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, sensing something, he turned back to look at the dark Goblin King, only to see a hand reaching out. A grim premonition washed over him. Just as expected, 2 magic chains descended from above. Min Jae-hoon pinned the Goblin King's head to the floor, the chains coiling around that massive body. His voice turned icy. Where do you think you're going, huh? His hand pressed down with terrifying strength. Suddenly, the Dark Goblin King had an idea. Do you think I'm going to die here alone? A blue surge of mana erupted as he shouted, I'll take you to hell with me. Everything around them began to freeze. The Dark Goblin King thought to himself, a secret technique passed down only to the Dark Goblin Kings. It's the frozen earth. The entire mansion was encased in ice. The Dark Goblin King waited expectantly, thinking, now it's your turn to tremble. I'll show you what death feels like. But Min Jae-hoon just offered a smile, a truly unexpected gift. At this, even the king began to doubt himself. Is he smiling? Min Jae-hoon, looking perfectly satisfied, pulled something out. You used it at the perfect time. I didn't expect to have to use this here. The system chimed in. You have obtained a new skill. Would you like to add Frozen Earth to an empty card? Min Jae-hoon nodded. The system notification popped up. Adding S-rank skill, Frozen Earth to an empty card. Next, the system announced, activating active skill, Absolute Calculation, destroying Frozen Earth. The frozen space immediately began to crack and shatter. The Dark Goblin King couldn't believe it, stammering, How? How is this possible? Before he knew it, Min Jae-hoon grabbed his head and yanked him upward. Min Jae-hoon gritted his teeth and said, haven't you ever heard the saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated? As soon as he finished, flames erupted from his hand. Soon, the system announced, you have defeated the Dark Goblin King. You have achieved a great accomplishment. As he let go, the Dark Goblin King's body collapsed. The system rang out again. You have earned the title, Goblin King Slayer. Min Jae-hoon stood up straight and declared, you should have known that we were on different levels, right? Jae-hoon's eyes stared fixedly at the spot. The giant body of the Dark Goblin King slowly dissolved. The system rang once more. You have received 1 essence of the Dark Goblin King. You have received equipment, Thorny Armor of the Dark Goblin King. You have completed the 2nd milestone mission. At that moment, he turned on his heel. The system displayed another message. You have received an empty card. You have received a sealed magic script. You have received an active skill, Magic Item Materialization. He spun around again as the system alerts continued, his footsteps growing more urgent. Min Jae-hoon headed toward the cells where his allies were being held. He used his strength to bend the iron bars. Everyone inside was listless. He quickly caught one of the girls as she collapsed, letting out a sigh of relief after checking her pulse. She was still breathing. His gaze shifted to the other cells. However, these people were now completely exhausted, their hands hanging limp against the floor, fingernails caked with dirt. Min Jae-hoon bit his lip as the system rang out. Activating active skill. Sacrifice healing on selected target. A pure, radiant light appeared in his hands as he began to heal, Min Jae-hoon reaching out to channel energy into the girl's body. Just then, a hand was placed over his, causing Min Jae-hoon to jump and turn around. He was even more surprised than before and blurted out, Instructor? Still looking down, she murmured, healing is a cruel profession. The light grew even brighter. She believed that a healer is happiest when they don't have to treat anyone on their team. Then, Yoo Sung-eun looked over at him, equally happy that she had saved a comrade in critical condition. Hearing that, He looked down at their two hands resting on top of each other. An incredibly powerful surge of energy erupted throughout the area. At the same time, in the real world, Kim Sok-jae was losing his mind, punching the steering wheel. Even from outside the car, one could hear him shouting. Damn it! Kim Sok-jae's face was twisted, cold sweat pouring down. Who is it? He threw another punch, cursing. Damn it! Kim Sok-jae's face turned red, his cursing continuous. Then, he fell silent, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he thought of something. Kim Sok-jae, even if you survive and get out of there, it's all meaningless. All of you will die in agony. Suddenly, Jae-hoon knocked on his car window. Without hesitation, the glass shattered as he punched through it. He went berserk, grabbing Kim Sok-jae by the throat. What do you think you're doing, you piece of trash? An hour earlier at the Hunter Association entrance, they had returned safely. An Ho-yeon bowed politely. We thank you for everything you did today, instructor. Seeing this, Yoo Sung-eun just smiled faintly. If you're that grateful, you can stop by my guild later, right? Kim Yoo-jung jumped in surprise, sounding excited. If I can, I'll go right away. Jae-hoon felt helpless. Geez, you need to learn to be more serious in this kind of atmosphere. He was immediately kicked by Kim Yoo-jung. She shouted, I told you, you aren't allowed to open your mouth for the rest of the day. He sat down in pain. Since when was her strength stat high enough to kick this hard? Jae-hoon offered a strained smile. I was just worried about you. Seo Yina blushed slightly and looked away. The atmosphere was light and pleasant. Suddenly, Yoo Sung-eun turned to the side and said, I think they're here. A white car sped down the road. Someone hurriedly stepped out. Han-na shouted anxiously. Representative, she asked urgently, are you okay? I rushed here because I hadn't been able to contact you for hours. She replied, I'm sorry, I'll explain the details to you later. She continued, please take the injured and the kids back to the guild first. Han-na asked, and what about you? The bodyguard team began to move in. She replied, I still have things to do. She didn't forget to point at Jae-hoon. He does too. Hearing that, Han-na just sighed. Fine. Finally, she opened the car door and called out, let's go, Manager Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae. Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae looked panicked. Right. Okay. Only then did he speak. My arm, the manager quickly transmitted a telepathic message. Please, don't say anything about my arm. I beg you. Jae-hoon frowned. Already using telepathy? Are you okay? That uses a lot of mana. Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae's expression darkened. Of course I'm not okay. If my sister finds out, things will be even worse. Han-na lost patience and turned away. If you can stand there, I'll assume that means you can walk back yourself. Park Yoo Sung-eun-jae ran off to join her. She looked through the window and said, see you later then. Yoo Sung-eun warned, take care of those kids for me. The two of them stood there watching the car pull away. Then, Jae-hoon said, coldly, you can feel it too, right? Yoo Sung-eun turned back and answered, yes. There's a dark aura lingering in the middle of the city. She described it as a look of anger, disgust, and malice. Back at the parking lot, Kim Sok-jae's body was thrown hard onto the ground. He scrambled backward in fear. Damn it, how did I get hit? Yoo Sung-eun spoke up. Instructor Kim Sok-jae, I don't understand why you're here. Kim Sok-jae's face distorted, sweat pouring down. How did Yoo Sung-eun know about this? Suddenly, he jumped up and lunged forward, summoning a magic orb. Damn it, do you think I'm going to let you get away that easily? The object quickly hovered in the air. Kim Sok-jae thought to himself, Director Lee gave me this magic tool. It started glowing brighter. He pondered, I shouldn't have used it in a situation like this, but it's an emergency. Kim Sok-jae's figure flashed and disappeared, reappearing right behind Yoo Sung-eun. He shouted, die! But she remained calm as she turned around. Yoo Sung-eun simply pivoted lightly, and Kim Sok-jae lost his balance, falling face first to the ground. His face turned red with rage. She kindly explained, does that magic tool help you teleport? Well, it's not as great as you think. Yoo Sung-eun told him it only moved him a few dozen meters. If you were planning to use that to escape, it would be useless. At the same time, photos of Sok-jae and Cheon were being printed somewhere. It was Gu Ja-in, who was picking his ear. Back on the scene, she questioned, why are you trying to kill the students on purpose? Yoo Sung-eun's voice grew even colder. Who is the person behind you, pulling the strings? Kim Sok-jae gritted his teeth. What makes you think I'd tell you? He created a purple orb filled with sinister mana after all. He was at a disadvantage as a mage. She immediately guessed it and exclaimed, is that a mana compression device? What a waste. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Gu Ja-in was about to stand up, as if he had sensed something. This pawn has no more value. Gu Ja-in muttered. It turned out she already knew about Kim Sok-jae's situation. Dark energy surged around her violently. Do you think, she raised her voice, you can defeat me with that? Just then, Gu Ja-in walked out of the office, leaving Kim Sok-jae sweating profusely, gasping for air. What? Min Jae-hoon was observing from a corner. I knew it. In his mind, he recalled the magic circle from the other day. That was why he hadn't detected the seal before. But suddenly, Min Jae-hoon cursed softly. Stupid. Those people are covered in a layer of mana. He added, I don't care if you tell me who's behind this or not. She also affirmed, I already knew it was Gu Ja-in. I didn't expect you to answer my questions. Kim Sok-jae's face darkened, his fear impossible to hide. He looked down at the orb in his hand and spoke. A mana device is easily destroyed if you pump in more mana than its limit. Gu Ja-in had already walked out of the office. She reminded him that this meant Kim Sok-jae's photo in the trash was crumpled. Yu Song-eun asserted once more, you will die here. In the sky, black clouds turned into a tornado, but they were quickly enveloped by a golden stream of light. Kim Sok-jae looked up in horror. He stared blankly at that power. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, with shockwaves flying everywhere. Kim Sok-jae's face went deathly pale. The energy struck him directly, and a scream of pain rang out. This time, even Min Jae-hoon was startled. That technique, the Thunderbolt activation skill, was an A-rank, lightning-based spell. Its power depended on the user's strength, the same level as his own light chains. But the power was on a completely different level. Kim Sok-jae's body was nearly obliterated, with only bloodstains remaining. Next, the energy orb fell and shattered into pieces, exploding seconds later. On the shards, an image of Yu Song-eun's face appeared. Then, a tidy room came into view, showing someone lying in bed, hugging a pillow. It was Seo Yina. She blushed a little, recalling the day Min Jae-hoon caught that spear with his bare hands, alongside her own terrified expression. Her face turned even redder as she muttered, Min Jae-hoon, he protected me. She buried her face in her pillow, her eyes pensive. Seo Yina understood that he could calculate and reverse magic in a heartbeat. She encouraged herself. I still need to work harder, but then smiled to herself. I'll thank him later. The next day, the entire academy was covered by a protective barrier. Many reporters had arrived. A host shouted, Does Bled Academy have any statement regarding this issue? We need a word from Headmaster Gu. Inside the academy, it was eerily quiet, while outside, a massive crowd had gathered. In the office, Gu Ja-in sat with his head bowed. Currently, the academy's reputation was in serious decline. Yu slowly walked in from outside, saying, There are rumors that you are the one creating magic circles to eliminate students. His fist slammed onto the desk in anger. He gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped out on his face. His brows were knit together in a fierce rage as his eyes fell upon the computer he had just broken. Why did this happen? She reported again, Headmaster. Reporters are waiting outside the academy, and investors are calling as well. What should we do? But there was no response. Gu Ja-in rubbed his temples. What do you mean? What should we do? He suddenly shouted. Lock the academy doors and tell them there will be no interviews. Immediately, her face remained expressionless as she bowed. Yes, I understand. She turned and walked away. Gu Ja-in instinctively laughed sinisterly. He speculated. Someone has seen through my plans. There is a traitor in Millet. Important information is leaking out. Gu Ja-in also guessed that Kim Sok-jae was dead, so it couldn't have been him leaking the intel. Suddenly, he looked at the phone vibrating on the desk. Gu Ja-in picked up the phone to check something, then smiled sinisterly. That's right, blood debts must be paid in blood. As soon as he picked up, he introduced himself. This is Gu Ja-in. Yes, I want the media to forget about this. I will pay any price. All right, thank you. The next day, in the quiet school grounds, students were bustling through the hallways. An Ho-yeon was walking alone as usual. Suddenly, someone appeared beside him. Min Jae-hoon nudged his shoulder. Hey, that looks good on you. An Ho-yeon jumped in surprise. Is that you? Min Jae-hoon, you scared me. He gave a wry smile. Thanks to you and your representative. An Ho-yeon thought, I wouldn't have survived without the two of you. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon stopped and looked at the other person. Finally, he asked, Why did you do that? Even he seemed taken aback for a moment, then shyly scratched his cheek. Seeing that, Min Jae-hoon just smiled. That's right. You need to keep that spirit and keep moving forward. This comment left An Ho-yeon very confused. He patiently explained, You can think about the reason later, so just keep doing what you want. Even if I hadn't said anything, you should do what you want to do. Min Jae-hoon tapped his shoulder. All right, I'm going. Class is about to start. An Ho-yeon watched him walk away, while he waved his hand generously. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon turned back. Right, you should take better care of yourself. Other people are worried about you. This time, he truly left. An Ho-yeon stood there, lost in thought, his hands clenched by his sides. Suddenly, he smiled softly. The thing I want to do, huh? His eyes drifted toward the large window, and he broke into a confident smile. Returning to Min Jae-hoon's bedroom, the system appeared. Item title: Slayer of the Black Demon King. A rank. An honorary title awarded to those who have slain the Black Demon King. Mana plus 30, increases strength by 10% when facing dark attribute monsters. When equipped, this title activates the wrath of all dark demons and makes the player their target. He read it and pondered, A rank, extra mana, and increased strength against dark attribute monsters. Do item titles always have such rare effects? Then, Min Jae-hoon scratched his head. I've been so busy dealing with the aftermath of the guild incident that I haven't checked it yet. If I had checked it sooner, that would have been great. He poked the system screen with his finger. Suddenly, it split into 2 large screens. Material item: Black Demon King Essence. A rank, a mana essence found in the body of the Black Demon King's subordinate. It becomes a powerful medicinal ingredient for recovery. Mana stats will increase permanently by 10 to an unknown amount upon use. Equipment item: Black Demon King's Armor. A rank, high-level Kinan Armor. Strength plus 25, mana plus 25, stamina plus 1,500. At this point, he was satisfied. I'll never be short on strength or mana again. I'll save the essence for Lee Jae-sang. Min Jae-hoon already imagined the scene. He would be so excited. He always loves new materials. Suddenly, he discovered something. Is this the last thing? On the screen appeared, Active Skill, Magic Artifact Materialization, Level 1. A skill that can create armor when needed during battle by using mana. The higher the level, the stronger the created magic artifact. Artifacts created by this skill will disappear if the mana required to maintain them runs out. The stats and rank of the magic artifact are randomized. Currently, the lowest rank is C. When the armor's rank is too high, the rank will decrease to match the user's level. Min Jae-hoon was stunned. He immediately sat up. I can create magic artifacts whenever I want. A skill that can create artifacts during battle by using mana. The higher the level, the stronger the artifact. In the heat of battle, weapons made of lightning appeared in his mind. Just then, the screen on his hand disappeared, gradually forming a different weapon. First, it was a compact blue sword. The system chimed. You have successfully created an equipment item. Min Jae-hoon gritted his teeth in satisfaction. This is amazing. He kept muttering. It's not about the title or the item selected. The real value of this skill lies elsewhere. Utility in the black market. A piece of prestigious armor can cost up to 10 million won. He tossed it lightly. So, each time, I can create a piece of armor with equivalent value. Suddenly, the sword glowed and flew into the air. Min Jae-hoon shouted in surprise, What's this? The system displayed. Equipment item. Miten reacts. You have met all conditions. Unlocking Meten's features. You have just acquired a passive skill. Gear Geniuses. The sword was enveloped by a surge of mana. Very quickly, it was finished. The system announced, From now on, all items you create will be automatically upgraded by 1 rank. He couldn't help but marvel. This is insane. Once again holding the sword in his hand, Min Jae-hoon's eyes lit up. Now I get it. In his heart, he couldn't help but remember. The system provided some information regarding the item's requirements. You can only access a portion of its capabilities because you haven't met all the necessary conditions. Min Jae-hoon waved his hand, wondering why this bracelet was classified as a weapon. Perhaps this was the reason. 3 identical swords appeared above his head. He grinned with satisfaction. Well, if someone is serving a meal on a silver platter, why turn it down? Time to start training right now. The next morning at school, the Mess Academy exams had always been notorious for being brutal, a graveyard for many a student's passing grades. Students are under immense pressure due to the brutal competition and the extreme difficulty of the curriculum. Standard exams are usually split into 2 parts, theory and practice. The theory exam is a written test, while the practical exam involves concocting potions and raiding a dungeon. The entire exam process is broadcast nationwide. First, someone is calling out to An Ho-yeon. Seeing no response, they start shaking him awake. Kim Yoo-jung glares at him, threatening, If you don't want me to kick your butt, get up now. An Ho-yeon wakes up immediately, slowly clearing his head. Sorry, I must have fallen asleep while writing. She flies into a rage and yells at him. Oh, is that so? Kim Yoo-jung frowns. Do you even know how many days are left until the midterm? If you fail this time, you'll be so terrified of books that just reading one line will make your eyes spin. So Yi-na hides behind her book. Min Jae-hoon, sitting nearby, can only smile helplessly, feeling utterly exhausted and hopeless. These two are so bad at theory, Min Jae-hoon thinks to himself. He suddenly remembers that he was the one who offered to tutor them, thinking that if they got stronger, he would benefit too. Help me, he mutters, pressing a hand to his forehead. My life is over. So Yi-na also says in despair, see you in summer school. A ruler taps against the desk. Kim Yoo-jung snaps at them, her expression icy. Are you two done yapping yet? Sit up straight. Kim Yoo-jung announces that the next two subjects are wavelength perception and predator logic. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon looks up and sighs. A few days later, the sky is clear and blue, and below, the school grounds are crowded with students. The red-haired guy asks dejectedly, how did you guys do on the test? The white-haired guy shakes his head. Don't even mention it. It was incredibly hard. Suddenly, the brown-haired guy shouts, hey, look over there. A soft breeze blows, causing someone's skirt to flutter. It turns out to be Na. They are all in awe. That's her, right? The girl who got a high score in the new recruit hunting exam. From afar, Kim Yoo-jung calls out, Seo Yi-na. The others start gossiping. Look, it's Min Jae-hoon and Kim Yoo-jung. The news said they were the top scorers in the new recruit exam. The red-haired guy remarks, birds of a feather really do flock together, huh? The brown-haired guy wonders, doesn't An Ho-yeon hang out with them too? The red-haired guy asserts, they're all geniuses. I'm sure they aced the exam. The brown-haired guy sighs, so jealous. They probably could have passed with their eyes closed. But Min Jae-hoon sighs. Hearing you guys talk is stressing me out, though I still feel lucky. It's better than being hated by everyone. Kim Yoo-jung asks with concern, So Yi-na, how did the exam go? Seo Yi-na's expression darkens. Seeing that, the other two understand. She smiles bitterly. Well, we both tried our best, didn't we? He consoles her. The problem isn't us. The truth is, I and An Ho-yeon just aren't cut out for studying. Suddenly, the two of them move a bit further away and whisper, which makes I so annoyed her cheeks puff up in anger. She shouts back, Hey! I heard all of that. You need to work hard and study whenever you have the chance. She storms off. In the distance, someone is watching. It's Lee Soo-hyuk, looking annoyed. He frowns and sneers. Arrogant little brats. Ex-Hook declares, this time, I'll definitely beat that guy. Min's Shu thinks helplessly. Looks like that guy is coming to win again. I just hope he doesn't fight with Min Jae-hoon this time. As night falls, an old wooden cabin appears. Someone is brewing something. Now, if I pour this vial in, a colorful magical pot is bubbling away, followed by a burst of thick smoke. Kim Yoo-jung stands there with a dark expression, while Min Jae-hoon laughs out loud. Then, he gestures to the back. Look at that. It's nothing compared to what I made. Min Jae-hoon doesn't forget to ask, Lee Jae-sang, do you think I'm right? Lee Jae-sang stammers, huh? Then he scratches his face and finally admits, actually, at this rate, both of you are going to fail the course. Kim Yoo-jung is shocked. What? Lee Jae-sang closes his eyes, exhales, and continues. You two have absolutely no talent for alchemy. Min Jae-hoon runs a hand through his hair, thinking, damn it, and I practiced so hard, I have to avoid failing at all costs. Seeing that, Lee Jae-sang droops. Sorry, this is really difficult. He asks again, hey, is there really no way to help us avoid failing? He rubs his chin. There is a way. If you two use a special item. The two look at each other in surprise, shouting, a special item? The staircase is deserted. The hallway is completely empty. A pair of familiar shoes appears. A girl is reading something. A large door to a room comes into view. Her footsteps come to a halt. At that moment, Lee Jae-sang had told them that they are a type of monster called the moon firefly. He explains, they only live in extremely clean, unpolluted areas. This species is so rare that, on average, fewer than 100 are sold on the black market each year. If you grind its outer shell into powder, you can maximize the effectiveness of any potion. Min Jae-hoon steps forward and asks, you're Son So-ryun, right? He nods to greet her, long time no see. Hearing that, Son So-ryun closes her book, slightly surprised. What is this? Min Jae-hoon and Kim Yoo-jung? What are you two doing here? Min Jae-hoon is very straightforward. I have a request for you. Son So-ryun shuts him down immediately. I won't do anything for you. Get lost. But he replies, you're refusing without even hearing my request? She frowns, clearly unhappy. Who do you think I am? You're just trying to bribe me with a few points, aren't you? Min Jae-hoon quickly counters with money. Of course, we can write up a contract. This statement instantly freezes Son So-ryun in her tracks. A system screen appears, and he mentions 30 million won. Even Kim Yoo-jung is stunned. At this moment, Son So-ryun's face darkens, masking her emotions. Suddenly, she looks up with an angry attitude, as if she wouldn't agree to that amount of money. Unexpectedly, Sun is actually very excited. Of course, I'll do it, she says. Well then, let's hear it. Kim Yoo-jung shrugs. It worked. The area near the mountain pass is incredibly beautiful. Kim Yoo-jung looks around the room and can't help but exclaim, the air is so fresh. Min Jae-hoon reminds her helplessly, are you here on vacation? Which makes her annoyed. Leave me alone. Watching the scene, Son So-ryun just sighs, and Lee Jae-sang offers a sheepish smile. They're just alike, aren't they? An hour ago, the three of them were still in the classroom. Then Son So-ryun rubs her chin. That sounds doable. She quickly adds, but even with my scouting skills, I need a trail to find something. Do you have any ideas? Min Jae-hoon explains, I'll be bringing a talented alchemist along, so you don't need to worry about that. Son So-ryun asks coldly, who? Two people, one behind the other, lean over to look back. At the same time, Lee Jae-sang's head pops in, and then he appears awkwardly. She frowns deeply at Lee Jae-sang. He's the talented alchemist you were talking about? He is surprised. You know him? Son, So-ryun nods. Of course, we were on the same team during the first new recruit hunt. Seeing that, Lee Jae-sang keeps smiling sheepishly. Back to the present. Son So-ryun speaks up. But an alchemist? That's unexpected. I thought you were the guy trying in vain to get into the martial arts class. He scratches his face and replies. I was just clueless back then. Kim Yoo-jung calls out from the front. Senior, we have to go. She turns back to assess him. You look a lot different now than you did back then. Son So-ryun adds, you look very happy now. This comment leaves Lee Jae-sang stunned. As she finishes speaking, she walks away, and he quickly runs after her. Wait for me. Moon fireflies. They might be monsters, but they're natural monsters often found in the real world. They head deeper, pushing aside leaves to make a path. Lee Jae-sang looks around and speaks up. There are many theories as to why these monsters live in swarms and where they inhabit, but most people agree that it's because of the mana in the air and the ground. After the monster surge, it mutated organisms and plants into monsters. Then he smiles. Because of that? I think choosing this place was a good idea. Min Jae-hoon looks up, agreeing that this is the ideal place to find fireflies. Just then, Son So-ryun speaks up. But you know, she says, looking around, it's going to be very difficult for them to appear before us. Kim Yoo-jung is confused but trusts him completely, saying, Lee Jae-sang said it would be fine. He avoids eye contact. That was before they entered the teleportation point, and he said he really liked bugs. Upon hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung is completely deflated. He likes bugs? Suddenly, Lee Jae-sang becomes excited. He points at a tree. Found it. Jae-sang points at the yellow mark. This is the trail of a moon firefly. Son So-ryun and Min Jae-hoon look at each other and nod once. She steps forward. Then it's my turn to work. A source of blue energy appears. The system rings out, activating the active scouting skill. That source of energy weaves its way everywhere, and even through the animals in the area, the system pops up again. Locating Moon Firefly Trail, leading user to Moon Firefly target. After a moment, Son So-ryun calls out, Okay, I think I've caught them. Kim Yoo-jung is amazed. Really? A blue line extends along the ground. Lee Jae-sang immediately gestures. If you make too much noise, the moon fireflies will fly away. She covers her mouth and shouts, You scared me. Yes, I'm sorry. And just like that, they follow the blue mana thread. Their footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Min Jae-hoon asked in confusion, What's going on? He looked around and said, I don't think we're on the right path. Kim Yoo-jung hugged herself, looking uneasy. This is so strange. I'm getting goosebumps, Seo-ryun insisted, but the skill led me here. Even Lee Jae-sang frowned while looking around. He probed forward step by step, shouting, but this place was truly bizarre. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon jumped in surprise. Before him was a lush green area with giant fireflies. Even Kim Yoo-jung was silenced by the sight. Soon, many fireflies fluttered toward them. Lee Jae-sang was excited. They're moonlight fireflies. In contrast, she was a bit scared and backed away. Min Jae-hoon agreed. They look bigger than regular fireflies, don't they? He looked up and remarked on their massive size. Jae-hoon put his hands in his pockets, observing the way the creatures moved. They're so fast. He opened his palm, determined. It's best to restrict their movement first. The system chimed, activating the gravity active skill. As Jae-hoon waved his hand, the fireflies were affected, though they were struggling violently. Sun So-ryun called out from behind. They're stronger than just bugs, she suggested. Jae-hoon, can you increase the power? He shook his head. No. I don't have enough proficiency to change the skill's intensity. Jae-sang was worried. What if we lose them? But Jae-hoon laughed confidently. No. We're going to catch every single one of them. Not one will escape. He condensed a ball of energy, and a large net appeared, its ends sticking firmly to the giant trees. The opposite side looked the same. After a large box was formed, So-ryun muttered in confusion, as an image from the memories inside that simulation room surfaced. Jae-hoon was standing in the middle of it, shaking his finger. What are you all doing? Go catch them. She frowned deeply. A monoroom? So-ryun, did you just create a monoroom? Jae-hoon chuckled. I knew you were a monster. Inside the room, the moonlight fireflies were trapped. Lee Jae-sang exclaimed excitedly, That's amazing! I never would have thought of that method. As soon as he finished, he ran inside. Kim Yoo-jung stood there, backing away, saying, I can't do it. I hate bugs. But Jae-hoon pushed her forward. Now isn't the time to be picky. You go help too. She muttered dejectedly. I don't want to. Inside, Lee Jae-sang was working actively. When he brought the box to the fireflies, they were sucked right in. Sun So-ryun also held a box for storage. Her eyes glanced to the side, landing on Jae-hoon, who was standing still in the back. She lowered her head, thinking, Is there any other student in the academy who could create something like this? Not even a third-year student could pull it off. So-ryun wondered, where did he come from? Just then, he noticed something and shouted, Hey, don't touch that. Immediately, Kim Yoo-jung cried out, It's too sticky. Jae-hoon sighed helplessly, while she complained, It smells too. Look at Lee Jae-sang's mess. Inside the large pot, purple magic was bubbling over. Kim Yoo-jung and Jae-hoon stared tensely at their own pot. Jae-sang, So-yi-na, and An Ho-yeon stood to the side, watching very seriously. Next, he took a spoonful of ingredients and added it to the pot. Both of them added them to the magical pot simultaneously. The thick sludge in the pot remained unchanged. Just a second later, a beam of light flashed. An Ho-yeon shouted in surprise. What was that? So-yi-na covered her mouth. Not sure could it be? Lee Jae-sang proudly introduced. I worked really hard to create this. It's being filtered. While he was rambling on about the purity level, Jae-sang's face darkened. Unbelievable. Kim Yoo-jung and Jae-hoon looked at the bright red pot and shouted in unison, Done! He cheered happily. Lee Jae-sang, that was fast. She also danced excitedly. I did it too. All right. Ho-yeon was curious. Is it just this much? So-yi-na remarked. That's amazing. Seeing that, Lee Jae-sang sweated, thinking, Oh no, Jae-hoon's purity is 51%. Kim Yoo-jung's is 47%. Is this going to be okay? A few days later, in the lecture hall, Kim Yoo-jung and Jae-hoon looked dejected, faces darkened. He said helplessly, You two really have no talent. He mocked. I thought it was a monster summoning ring, not a pot for ingredients. She felt helpless. Even though I used all the best ingredients, I'm still ranked 42nd. An Ho-yeon immediately changed the subject, but we all had to rely on Lee Jae-sang for help. You two did a good job. The killing intent flared up around him. Are you comforting us? Seeing that, he said, I have to get to class. An Ho-yeon ran off quickly. Bye-bye. Jae-hoon remembered he still had a few more tests. It's not over yet. Kim Yoo-jung jumped up and yelled, I'll make up for this with the other exams. He evaluated that the trial exam was very difficult. Are the new students testing? The fake dungeon is a collection of everything learned so far, so it's very tough. Jae-hoon crossed his arms, thinking, There's more. He lowered his eyes. There's one more factor that increases the difficulty. Jae-hoon was certain it was the team-building aspect. Just then, Yi-na asked Kim Yoo-jung, What's your value? Kim Yoo-jung scratched her head. I'm a 14. I have to think very carefully to form a good team. This is so hard. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was still calculating, based on the students' current points. Students must form teams of 4 without exceeding a total value of 50. An Ho-yeon is 17, So-yi-na is 15, Kim Yoo-jung is 14. And he realized one thing. He didn't expect his own value to be so high. Jae-hoon questioned his past life as a 6-star. He had been very excited to join a good team. Memories kept surfacing, he remembered, but the results were terrible. Back to reality, Jae-hoon pressed his lips together, ultimately concluding that the team-building method was ridiculous. The highest-ranked kids choose the lowest-ranked kids? He wondered, what right do they have to do that? He was surrounded by cold, terrifying air. Suddenly, a student approached. Hello. Hearing that, Jae-hoon looked up, his eyes suddenly turning red, and his hands clenched until the veins popped. The student asked again, You're Jae-hoon, right? In his past life, Han Yoo-sung had mocked, if you're at the bottom, you should know your place. Now he raised his hand. The genius kid who topped the new recruit hunt and performed incredibly well in the fake dungeon. In his memory, Han Yoo-sung had teased, I don't understand why you're being so arrogant. You should know your own limits, don't you think? Along with that face, a wicked smile appeared. Now, Han Yoo-sung smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Han Yoo-sung. Jae-hoon asked coldly. So what? In his heart, he wondered, why is he so terrifying? He forced a smile. I'll be straight with you. How about teaming up with me? Han Yoo-sung explained. My value is lower than my actual skill, he suddenly proposed. You have a value of 20, so it must be hard to choose teammates, right? I'll help you. Only then did he stand up. Jae-hoon was displeased, thinking that these types of people are everywhere, the kind who bootlick the strong and bully the weak. He then responded, What a pity, Jae-hoon said bluntly. I don't want to be on a team with you. His face was sharp and cold. Why don't you look for someone else? Han Yoo-sung didn't accept it. Wait, are you listening to me? I have a low value but high skills. Jae-hoon nodded. I know. But what does that have to do with me? He asserted that he could pass the exam on his own, and that the other guy wasn't very useful. He was too weak. After saying that, he turned away, making him angry. What was that? Suddenly, Jae-hoon stopped, looking at the other students, and said, Have you guys considered my offer? The other side replied happily, which made Han Yoo-sung furious. These were Song-yu and Gu-ja-in. They happily said, We both agree. Seeing this scene, Han Yoo-sung couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. He clearly remembered those two were the ones who abandoned Jae-hoon in the fake dungeon and ran away. Hearing that, Jae-hoon sighed. Well, that's great. I was worried you two would refuse. His golden eyes quietly glanced back, observing Han Yoo-sung face, which was burning with rage. He was still angrily thinking, he chose those jerks instead of me. Then, Han Yoo-sung couldn't take it anymore, and left, his expression clearly showing uncontrollable fury. Jae-hoon, you'll regret this. A while later, at the street cafe, a glass of watermelon juice was placed on the table. Jae-hoon sat on one side, opposite Song-yu and Gu-ja-in. She hesitated slightly. Jae-hoon, are you sure you want to choose us? Back at the fake dungeon, we didn't help you at all. Gu-ja-in said shamefully. We even left you behind to run away. He continued to listen silently. Song-yu also hung her head. You know what happened at the guild, too. We were basically expelled for not being talented enough. At this point, Jae-hoon reassured them. Don't worry. Jae-hoon turned serious immediately. I'm not planning to shake hands with two people who are going to lose. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Hearing this, the two of them instinctively looked at each other. Jae-hoon lifted his cup to take a sip of coffee. The reason Kim China and Song Kyu were rated lower than their true ability was that they had been able to retreat safely inside the simulator dungeon. These two are the ones worth scouting, not Chu Han-sung. Finally, Song Kyu felt reassured. All right then, Kim China asked with some confusion. But who is the other person? Jae-hoon tilted his head. Oh, I haven't told you yet, have I? He should have arrived by now, shouldn't he? Right then, the cafe door pushed open. The guy looked confused. Huh? Why are you with these two? Hearing this, they looked over too. Jae-hoon chuckled. So, you finally showed up? Kim Yoo-jung frowned in anger. She remembered all too well how desperate she had been back then, and how the two of them had just walked away. Kim Yoo-jung said coldly, Is the reason you called me here to form a party with these two? At the same time, in Gu-ja-in's office, the screen displayed news regarding Bled Academy, reporting that it was at risk of losing its status as the top academy in South Korea. There was also a huge headline about the death of a student, which threatened to drag Gu-ja-in into a public scandal. The more he read, the more he lost his temper, grinding his teeth. Then, completely losing control, Gu-ja-in swiped his hand, and purple mana surged, shattering the screen. Damn it, a huge crack appeared. Gu-ja-in hung his head, cursing. You bastards. His eyes were bloodshot. I poured tons of mana stones into you lot, and you still write crap like this? Damn it all. Suddenly, the ring on Gu-ja-in's hand glowed. He took a deep breath and leaned back. Gu-ja-in realized, the media has turned their backs on me. His face twisted as he declared, I am the great Gu-ja-in. At the same time, He knew only one organization could pull this off. He clenched his fists behind his back, unable to hold back his rage. Gu Jia-in walked toward the door. He stared outside, his face darkening as he spoke. Yu Song-eun, I'm certain that bitch had a hand in this. Gu Jia-in slammed his hand against the glass door. I have no choice. I'll have to humble myself for now. He clenched his fist again. Even if I have to take a hit for a while. Gu Jia-in had a plan. Once the public calmed down, he would return to his original agenda, all for the sake of Northern Europe. Back at the cafe, Kim Yoo-jung sat with her arms crossed, while the other two awkwardly avoided her gaze. Finally, she spoke up. Glancing at the others, Kim Yoo-jung said, Even if I could overlook this, are you seriously bringing them along just because you're fine with it? Jeon Hui-woon pursed his lips, searching for the right words. Min Jae-hoon lowered his eyes and explained, I know you two don't feel good about it, even though it was So Yina and I who told you to run. Finally, Min Jae-hoon stated, But I want you to understand, it's the best choice we have. Kim Yoo-jung didn't understand why he would say that. Seeing the seriousness on his face, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Fine, I'll trust you. Kim Yoo-jung looked Min Jae-hoon straight in the eyes. What's the real reason you chose them? You could easily get a perfect score by yourself. Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon inwardly praised her. She's sharp. There were two criteria for forming a party for this exam. First, the person had to hate Gu Jia-in. Second, they had to be able to keep what happened in the dungeon a secret. Min Jae-hoon spoke up. I have a plan. He reached out his hand. Gu Jia-in. I intend to use this event to take him down. Naturally, this shocked Kim Yoo-jung. Huh? The other two were also stunned. Chae-rin, feeling lost, thought to herself, him? She looked at his serious expression and wondered, is he actually serious? Min Jae-hoon's expression was resolute. Gu Jia-in, let's see if your connections can save you this time. At the practical exam site, under a clear blue sky, Min Jae-hoon and Kim Yoo-jung stood together, when a pair of leather boots appeared. Hello everyone. Park Ha-joon introduced himself. I am Instructor Park Ha-joon. I will be in charge of the second part of the practical exam. Min Jae-hoon quickly realized that Park Ha-joon was just another one of Gu Jia-in's puppets. Of course, he was the right-hand man replacing that guy, Kim Seok-jae. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, he announced that the practical exam would be broadcast live nationwide. This second part of the exam was a chance for students to showcase their skills to the whole world, but it also meant they had to perform under the eyes of the entire country. Park Ha-joon advised, So, give it your all. Good luck to you all. Suddenly, a surge of mana surrounded them. Kim Yoo-jung bit her lip in worry, while Song Koo-woo looked on with a serious face. Chae-rin couldn't help but frown, but Min Jae-hoon remained calm. All right, let's head in. The four stood close together. As soon as they entered, they saw a massive blaze, and a portal appeared in midair. The system chimed, User has been transported to the plains. Min Jae-hoon landed, his feet touching the lava-filled ground. The system updated the party. Leader Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, Chae-rin, and Song Kyu-woo. The four-man squad had cleared all stages of the dungeon and returned with the boss core. Min Jae-hoon looked up to observe the system, which displayed the next mission. Clear all monsters on the first floor and find the stairs to the second floor. Song Kyu-woo and Chae-rin looked at him in surprise. Is it really this hot here? Min Jae-hoon explained. Mount Bohem. I think this dungeon was modeled after that place. The lava on the other side was still boiling over. Kim Yoo-jung kept fanning herself with her hand. Probably. Look at the columns of fire everywhere. Min Jae-hoon checked his system and said, First, let's scout this dungeon. Min Jae-hoon laid out his plan. We need as much information as possible to prepare for any unexpected situations. Also, there's an item I need to go get. Hearing this, Chae-rin asked, What kind of item? Kim Yoo-jung explained, We're going to find some frost herbs. She added that staying in this heat for too long would exhaust them and was dangerous. Song Koo smiled sheepishly. You two are really good at this stuff, aren't you? That's amazing. Min Jae-hoon closed his screen. This is just basic knowledge. Surviving in a dungeon is the top priority for any crusader. After all, the system popped up. Active skill activated. Mana detection. A line of green energy appeared amidst the smoke and flames. A stream of energy snaked through the air, probing every corner. Finally, it found something. He exclaimed excitedly. Found it! Kim Yoo-jung gasped in surprise. Really? Min Jae-hoon turned to them and announced, Let's go. We don't have much time. A moment later, they arrived at an area filled with the medicinal plants. Chae-rin looked on in surprise. So this is a frost herb. Min Jae-hoon instructed them to gather as many as possible and keep them in their inventory. Song Kyu-woo. You said you got a high grade in alchemy class, right? Song-kyu replied, I did okay, I guess. Min Jae-hoon asked, Then, can I leave the potion crafting to you? He nodded, sure. Min Jae-hoon's eyes glinted. The system announced, Viewers will be entering the room soon. Watch your language. After reading that, Min Jae-hoon froze, staring at the message. Just then, a drone appeared, its camera lights shining brightly, filming them directly. Students needed to perform for viewers around the world. In other words, they were essentially becoming streamers. They had to keep the viewers satisfied. Many were watching via the live stream. Min Jae-hoon thought to himself that he didn't like this idea, but it was useful in many ways. But before he could dwell on it, he announced, 4 monsters are approaching us. As Chae-rin looked up, Min Jae-hoon reminded them, Rank C. Song Kyu turned to observe. Kim Yoo-jung understood and nodded slightly. Then, he ordered, Everyone, execute Formation B. The 4 stood back to back. The lava in the area seemed to be swirling together. Song Kyu pulled out his sword and shield. The system triggered. Active skill activated. Provocation. Even so, Min Jae-hoon warned them. Remember to keep your distance from them and be careful. Looking at the lava monsters, he warned that they would explode upon contact. Kim Yoo-jung had already pulled out her staff. Oh, water spirit. The monsters followed the flow of lava, closing in on them. Seeing that it had no effect, she shouted in alarm, Min Jae-hoon. Min Jae-hoon shook his head. Not yet. Chae-rin stood by as instructed, and even he didn't dare to move forward. The system echoed. Channel created. Viewers have entered. Is this a stream of newbies hunting for the first time? Anho Yonimus B. Yeah, I just saw the notification on the homepage. At that moment, Min Jae-hoon shouted, Now! The system echoed. Active skill activated. Water arrow. Kim Yoo-jung quietly drew her bow and attacked a monster, leaving a huge hole in its body. On this side, Chae-rin slowly approached a monster. She leaped into the air, launched an ice spike, and observed from afar. He thought there was no better place than this to use the ice spike. Suddenly, the camera flashed. Min Jae-hoon smiled. However, he raised his hand and looked down at something. I shouldn't push everything to a climax too early. Min Jae-hoon understood. When things reached their peak, the system chimed. Active skill activated. Ice rain. A loud explosion echoed as his eyes flashed. This was when he would let it all go off. The streams of power collided, creating a massive blast. The screen captured the scene. Comments started appearing. Anho Yonimus 1. Is this for real? Anho Yonimus 7. That intense? Is he not a newbie? Is he that strong? Anho Yonimus 11. No way. Anho Yonimus 29. This is insane. Anho Yonimus 4. Where is the flaw? This is an A-rank skill. Min Jae-hoon tilted his body. After opening his eyes, he realized this was only the beginning. He had calculated that these viewers would be the weapon to take down Gu Ja-in. At the same time, in some room, the screen was replaying that scene, and the comments were being read aloud. Anho Yonimus 1. Is this actually real? Anho Yonimus 2. No way. What kind of newbie can use an A-rank skill? Anho Yonimus 4. They'd have to be at least a 3rd year, someone called out softly. Min Jae-hoon wait. It was Chi-seok. He hadn't even broken a sweat using an A-rank magic spell. Right now, Min Jae-hoon was staring straight at the camera. He wondered, based on what Agent Kim Ji-yeon had said, she didn't get along with Gu Ja-in either. Chi-seok understood. Furthermore, Lotus was backing him. He smiled triumphantly. If he used this kid, he could expose everything. Gu Ja-in. Suddenly, Chi-seok snapped the toothpick in his hand. Now, Min Jae-hoon. He had some expectations. Show me what you're going to do from now on. The move Min Jae-hoon unleashed had immense attack power. The explosion created so much dust that those nearby had to squint. A large number of lava creatures had been wiped out. At this moment, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but exclaim, I'm out of surprises. When did he learn that? But China still felt annoyed. Isn't it getting too hot? Just then, Min Jae-hoon stopped while he was moving. He turned to speak to everyone behind him. I think we've dealt with all of them. We should take some potions now. She heard this and quickly replied, Agreed. It's too hot here. Kim Yoo-jung instinctively looked around, suggesting they find somewhere less hot. Song-kyu looked from the spot somewhere less hot. Very quickly, he discovered a place. What about over there? There's less energy leaking out over there. Min Jae-hoon saw this and agreed. You're right. Let's go. Then, he summoned an item. Shall we start setting up the tent then? Meanwhile, in another location, someone drew their weapon. Seo Yi-na gently waved her hand to unleash a martial art. Countless arrows shot straight toward the lava creatures. In the blink of an eye, she had wiped them all out. Seo-yina stood there, seriously assessing the situation around her. Suddenly, An Ho-yeon lunged forward from behind. He moved forward with great speed. An Ho-yeon lightly swung his sword. The lava creatures were immediately destroyed. Only their remains were left on the ground. He looked around and exclaimed, "Is that it?" Seo-yina suddenly felt it was strange. "Yeah, isn't this dungeon a bit too easy?" An Ho-yeon inspected the surroundings and assessed. "I also think the monsters are weaker than I thought. It's easier than the simulator dungeon." Oh, Jin-wook heard this and thought in horror, what is he saying? He was calculating very carefully. We could fail because of just one mistake. Plus, he fought the lava creatures in close combat without taking a single point of damage. An Ho-yeon turned to look at Ya and said, "I bet Min Jae-hoon finished them all off." She understood and spoke up. "Yeah, let's hurry." Oh Jin-wook heard this and instinctively looked at his teammates. If both of them were saying that, then just how strong was Min Jae-hoon? Cutting to a stream of lava emitting high heat, a tent was set up nearby. Min Jae-hoon's group was sitting inside to recover their stamina. Song-kyu looked at what was in front of him and guessed, "I think it will take an hour for the potion to be ready." Min Jae-hoon sat opposite him and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, that's enough." He couldn't help but laugh. "I'll try to get it done as quickly as possible." Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but complain, "It's so hot. This dungeon really is a replica of the underworld." Min Jae-hoon glanced at her and said that it was as expected. Kim Yoo-jung was hinting for him to hurry up, wasn't she? Kim Yoo-jung panicked and hurriedly denied it. "What? I didn't mean that." China saw them chatting happily and remarked, "You two are so close." Meanwhile, she was still indignant. "You're making me look like the bad guy." He was criticized and quickly spoke up, "I'm sorry." A long moment later, Kim Yoo-jung turned away, annoyed. "Not exactly." "Geez." Min Jae-hoon felt a bit lost after she ruffled his hair. He was certain they had realized that what happened in the simulator dungeon wasn't their fault. He remembered Kim Yoo-jung's recent actions, but fear had overtaken everything and clouded her judgment. Min Jae-hoon thought for a moment and suddenly raised his hand. Now he spoke up, extremely serious. He took the initiative to suggest, "I want to discuss the next plan." Afterward, the makeshift tent was opened. Kim Yoo-jung was still worried and asked, "Is this feasible?" Then she saw Min Jae-hoon turn to confirm, "Of course." Then she and he instinctively looked at the nearby drone. Min Jae-hoon's eyes were always tracking that object. He looked at the display screen showing 12 minutes and 4 seconds and calculated, now is the best time to cause a disruption. Immediately after, Min Jae-hoon raised his hand to unleash a martial art. Streams of language were transmitted far away. Those streams of language were spreading throughout the entire space. At the same time, the system updated information about the connection to the planes, which had become unstable. The voice limit had been lifted. But many messages appeared. An Ho-yeonimus 32. Is he doing that again? An Ho-yeonimus 71, summoning 500 brothers. I think he's starting a sweep. An Ho-yeonimus 0 to 3. But why are there only 2 people? Where are the other 2? An Ho-yeonimus 5. Is he a goner? Min Jae-hoon said with extreme confidence. My team members are all fine, so don't worry. Everyone saw this and exclaimed, An Ho-yeonimus 5. What is that? It sounds like I can hear his voice. An Ho-yeonimus 3. Me too. What is this? They couldn't believe it. An Ho-yeonimus 1. I thought we couldn't hear the students talking. An Ho-yeonimus 9. Are all the other streamers like this? An Ho-yeonimus 47. It's just this guy. He wasn't very surprised, thinking he had predicted this reaction. Then he couldn't help but smile slightly. After that, he said calmly, I've tinkered with the structure of the planes a little bit. It's a pleasure to meet everyone, Min Jae-hoon stated bluntly. I'm going to start the real stream now. He just stood there rambling. What is the meaning of this stream? Min Jae-hoon began to pose the question. If you guys can't hear my voice, that would be a problem, right? Just then, Park Ha-jun asked curiously, Principal Gu Ja-in, are you sure you're okay? He saw Gu Ja-in raise his hand and say, I'm fine. His face looked a bit unpleasant. I just have a bit of a headache. Gu Ja-in was feeling very angry. This shouldn't be happening. He secretly analyzed every detail. He meddled with the structure of the planes. This area was created by countless mages, myself, and the Academy's faculty mages. Gu Ja-in found it beyond strange. How could he possibly interfere? Now he suggested an opinion. Principal, I think we should punish Min Jae-hoon. He had his own troubles. I want to, but I can't. Gu Ja-in pointed out an issue. There is no law for this situation. Then he said in a frustrated, gravelly voice, Who would have thought a student could modify the structure of the planes? Gu Ja-in's anger was evident in his words, as it had been created by countless faculty mages. Afterward, he gradually calmed down. But don't worry. A student of the academy was not allowed to disclose sensitive information to the outside world. Gu Jia-in already had a plan of his own. If this rule was broken, the punishment would be expulsion. He wasn't too worried and said, the moment he signed the agreement, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon spoke up on the surveillance screen. Principal Gu, it seems a lot of people are curious about you, he said meaningfully. Everyone already knows about it. And something similar happened with the group in the accident too. There are a lot of things being hidden. Gu Jia-in's face turned pale when he heard Min Jae-hoon speak. Am I worried about being expelled? He replied without a hint of fear. You don't need to worry about that. On the contrary. Min Jae-hoon spoke up very confidently. Should I tell them who the principal loves the most? He kept standing there, rambling. He only loves the strong who are still alive. Min Jae-hoon didn't fear that Gu Jia-in would punish him and just kept explaining. The one with power, the strong one. That is the law at my bled academy. The drone was still tracking his movements, and Min Jae-hoon stared at it, asking, do you all think Principal Gu Jia-in will expel me? He was provoked by these words. Next, Gu Jia-in raised his hand to cover his face and laughed mockingly. His eyes were burning with killing intent. That's right. Min Jae-hoon has been like that from the start. Why did I only realize it now? Gu Jia-in had some calculations, so he called faculty member Park Ha-jun. Park Ha-jun heard this and immediately replied, yes. He gripped his hand in fury. As soon as the test ends, expel Min Jae-hoon immediately. Gu Jia-in continued to dictate to him. As soon as the media cools down, hire at least 2 veteran A ranks. He was very determined as he growled, we will deal with Min Jae-hoon. Park Ha-jun understood Gu Jia-in's intention and bowed to reply, yes, sir. Meanwhile, he was trying to suppress his own frustration. Gu Jia-in's eyes were glued to the screen. Min Jae-hoon, he didn't want to let him off easily. I will make you pay. Min Jae-hoon spoke up without a trace of fear. If he expels me while my scores are this good, then he isn't a man of his word. Would he really do something like that? Seeing this, everyone started to discuss. A 23 doesn't care at all. They're feeling excited. ADN 2. If a student said something like that, there's definitely something wrong. That's probably why Min Jae-hoon got angry. The discussion is getting incredibly heated. And N 3 sounds reasonable too. He gets accused of so much, yet never seems to get investigated. He feels very satisfied seeing everyone's reaction like that. Because Min Jae-hoon knows the media has turned its back on Gu Jia-in. Does he think he can cover this up again? Cut to a moment earlier inside the sweltering tent. He laid out his plan. I'm going to edit the dungeon's subspace formula. We have to make sure the viewers can hear us. After hearing this, Song-si curiously asked about the subspace formula, and Min Jae-hoon explained everything in detail. The first step of the plan is to take down Gu Jia-in in front of the public. We can win the viewers over by fulfilling their desires. Kim Yoo-jung asked with some concern. Are you sure this will be okay? What if he does something? He immediately stood up to reassure her. Don't worry. Min Jae-hoon was very confident in his plan. We have the viewers. Besides, I've calculated every possible outcome in great detail. There's no rule saying we can't interfere with the subspace formula. With that, Min Jae-hoon put his plan into action. All right, let's start the real dungeon raid stream. He stood there proudly and announced to everyone, this is an event we've specially prepared for you, so please enjoy it. Comments started popping up. AD 76. He's good at this. A true professional streamer. AD 43. This looks like it's going to be interesting. She couldn't help but walk over to Min Jae-hoon. Hey, Min Jae-hoon. Kim Yoo-jung whispered to him. I'm a little scared of these people. The next second, a comment about her appeared. A 2. Is that Kim Yoo-jung? I heard she's a great warrior, but she doesn't look like it at all. Kim Yoo-jung faced a barrage of criticism. ALD 77. Stay away from Min Jae-hoon. And 30. I heard they were on the same team during the rookie hunt. Alden 8. She took down those bad guys so fast earlier. She was deeply hurt by those words. So, Kim Yoo-jung angrily turned off the system screen. She complained to Min Jae-hoon. I'm very sensitive. This is so annoying. Seeing Kim Yoo-jung's reaction, he reassured her. Just hang in there for a bit. We have to do this for the plan. She understood and replied, yeah, I know. But Min Jae-hoon looked at her attitude and fell into thought. I understand how she feels. I've wanted to die countless times because of online haters. For a moment, Min Jae-hoon kept silent, lost in his thoughts. After a while, he finally spoke up. Let's go, Min Jae-hoon said to her seriously. We still have work to do. The scene shifted to a place with many lava flows. He and Kim Yoo-jung had moved to this dangerous location. Seeing this, the viewers were confused and commented, ADN3. Where are they going? I thought they cleared out all the monsters. 82, yeah, what's there? Currently, the lava was emitting a huge amount of heat. Jae-hoon stood there calmly and said to the screen, we have something to do here. Now, full of mystery, he said. We're going to show you something interesting. Jae-hoon stated his goal. We're going to find the hidden part of the subspace here. The viewers were overwhelmed and commented, AD90, just looking at your face makes me happy. ALD91, a hidden part? AD21, why would a hidden part be there? He continued his plan and spoke up. All right, let's start. Nearby, Kim Yoo-jung immediately took out her weapon as the system notification sounded. Active skill activated. Rogue active skill activated, Gale. It also updated information, as Jae-hoon triggered an active skill. A wave of gravity-based light radiated from his body. Jae-hoon thought with determination, it's time to show them. He whispered to himself how a dungeon raider regressor. The scene shifted to the quiet back of bled Academy. In the present, Kim Ji-yeon spoke to the other end of the line. Yes, she quickly added, I will contact Jae-hoon right after the test. However, Kim Ji-yeon was still hesitant. But are you sure about this? The Yo Guild was backing Jae-hoon. Now, Chi-suk looked seriously at the computer screen, instinctively knitting his brows as he replied, that's the problem. Chi-suk carefully reminded her, so you must contact her as soon as possible to get him on our side. He stated his plan. Then we will let him control the conditions. Chi understood and quickly replied clearly. After finishing the call, she took off her headset. Then, Kim Ji-yeon immediately turned to leave the place. She also calculated to herself that if the raid manager could recruit him, it would be extremely beneficial in the long run. However, Kim Ji-yeon also realized there were many related issues. The problem was that she understood the current situation. Gu Ja-in was also pursuing him. Currently, Kim Ji-yeon's hair was fluttering in the wind. Then she reminded herself that she had to assess the situation first. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was moving toward the lava flow. At this moment, he felt no fear at all. Suddenly, Jae-hoon reached out and grabbed Kim Yoo-jung's waist, and he said with determination, let's go. She sounded somewhat panicked. Wait. Seeing Jae-hoon embrace her and dash off, the viewers were stunned. On 2. I thought this would be romantic, but it looks more like a combat duel. They watched her expression closely. Ald 81, she's locking his neck. Ald 73, Kim Yoo-jung is a combat champion. Then the viewers began to feel confused. And 9, but why are they jumping? Is Jae-hoon just standing in midair? This left everyone in disbelief. Ald 20, did he just stand in midair? Seeing the situation, Kim Yoo-jung exclaimed, Jae-hoon, just like you said, there's a hidden foothold here. Jae-hoon still calmly reminded her, hold on tight and cast the spell. Don't make any mistakes while calculating the timing. Kim Yoo-jung glanced at him and complained, got it, just don't let me go. If you let go, I'm dead. Then Jae-hoon just kept holding her and dashing forward. While moving, he thought, I really respect whoever found this hidden part. Jae-hoon was silently analyzing. Even though it's state-funded, Gu Ja-in still hid it here. He really doesn't want the students to have it. The scene shifted to another space with no one around. Very quickly, there was a major fluctuation in this space. He and Kim Yoo-jung had arrived in this area. After that, both landed and looked around. She was momentarily stunned and gasped. Is that the item you mentioned? In the distance, the item shimmered with a brilliant light, containing many valuable items. Jae-hoon kept his eyes on it and confirmed, yes, he said excitedly. Those stones will be the key to conquering this dungeon. Seeing this scene, Gu Ja-in was terrified and drenched in sweat. The viewers were excitedly discussing. Vodon 3-4. Wow, what is this? Vodon 1-7. How did he know the location of the footholds when they were invisible? Gu Ja-in started to worry when he saw a comment. Vodon 6-1. Did Instructor In really create this so that students could discover it on their own? In front of Jae-hoon were many valuable items. He exclaimed with great excitement. Actually, I knew this item was here since I mapped it out. Jae-hoon was somewhat surprised, but he hadn't expected it to be hidden so well. Then he realized a problem. Well, I already know the location of everything in this dungeon anyway. After that, Jae-hoon quickly proceeded to perform the skill. At the same time, the system notified that the Ice Rain skill was activated. The Ice Rain made contact with the lava, creating a large cloud of smoke, and the heat of the lava was reduced accordingly. Based on the situation, Jae-hoon said to Kim Yoo-jung, Alright, let's start going down. Then he just jumped down without hesitation, and she quickly followed Min Jae-hoon down. A few spherical items caught his attention. Min Jae-hoon didn't hesitate. He bent down to pick them up and pointed his hand toward the screen. Hey everyone, do you know what this is? Then countless comments appeared. Vodan 1, what is it? A magic prop? Vodan 4, you really don't know? It's no, I won't tell you yet. Vodan 3, what? What is it? At that moment, Min Jae-hoon explained, this is the essence of fire. He was feeling quite excited. I'm lucky, aren't I? I think so. Min Jae-hoon said mysteriously to the viewers. There will be many more essential items for completing this dungeon. Right after that, the system updated the data, displaying information about the item just received. Consumable item. Essence of Fire Rank B. An item that can increase the user's fire resistance by many times for a period of time. Fire resistance increases by 300% when consumed. The effect will not occur a second time. Currently, Min Jae-hoon thought to himself, creating an environment as close to a real dungeon as possible, and then motivating my students with a worthy reward is the key to hiding the pieces. He also understood an important point, but this is something that ordinary students would never be able to get. Just then, the viewers chattered. Vodan 3. I've seen them in the supermarket, but they cost 30,000 or 40,000 for one. Vodan 19. Damn it. Milet Academy is truly filthy rich. They invested over 10 million for each team in the midterm exam. Vodan 1. Who could ever find items here? Min Jae-hoon was feeling quite satisfied. Alright, let's move. We got what we needed. Everything is going according to plan. Now, one thing was checked off. Min Jae-hoon was suddenly curious. Gu Ja-in, I wonder what your face looks like right now. Currently, Gu Ja-in was very angry and gritting his teeth, while he was just filled with excitement. I hope you won't be satisfied with just that. Min Jae-hoon speaks up without a hint of fear. I still have plenty of gifts I haven't given you yet. On the first night of the midterm exam, the second round of the practical test, a piercing scream echoes inside the tent. In everyone's hands is a bowl of jet black medicine. Kim Yoo-jung can't help but complain. It's just way too bitter. Min Jae-hoon says calmly, I know it tastes terrible, but you need to take it. It'll make clearing the dungeon much easier. She still feels annoyed. I get it, but it's really hard to swallow. Seeing her struggle, he tries to coax her, you know, everything that's good for your body tastes bitter. Kim Yoo-jung grinds her teeth looking at the bowl. She has no choice but to drink it, whatever happens. As soon as she finishes, she collapses to the ground. Seeing that, he turns to ask him, did you poison her or something? Song Kwoi quickly denies it, but he doesn't bring it up again and changes the subject. Anyway, since we're about to finish the first floor, he points out what they need to do. We just need to find the way down to the second floor. Let's hurry and get prepared. Cut to the academy control room where only Cheon and Han are present. He is seriously examining the surveillance monitors. Then Park Ha-jun curiously asks how the situation is going. Guide Park Ha-jun. Park Ha-jun hears that and turns to guide Kim Ji-yeon. He sees Kim Ji-yeon appear and sneers. I'm the manager here. Why did you have to come all the way here? Park Ha-jun glances at her uncomfortably. Do you not trust that I can carry out my duties on my own? Kim Ji-yeon stands there and replies nonchalantly. Who knows? Maybe. Her words make him frown in anger. Kim Ji-yeon silently evaluates him in her heart. What an idiot. She understands the current situation clearly. With Kim Sok-jae gone, the management authority for the second round of the practical exam is all in her hands. She calculated quite carefully. Park Ha-jun only wriggled his way in to take that authority from her. At this moment, Park Ha-jun calmly speaks up. We were hired as colleagues, but I'm one step ahead of you. Sorry about that. She doesn't respond to these words at all. After a long moment, Kim Ji-yeon finally opens her mouth. I'm sorry, but I don't really care about that. He suddenly feels confused. What do you mean? Park Ha-jun continues, sounding smug. Who wouldn't be jealous of this role of mine? Be honest. However, she remains silent, making him even angrier. In an instant, Park Ha-jun's face turns hideous. He clenches his fists in rage. Park Ha-jun thinks of something and calms down. I have the respect of the chairman's seat from Gu Ja-in now. He is feeling extremely confident. Perhaps she was better than him 2 years ago, but that's not the case anymore. Just then, Kim Ji-yeon speaks up unexpectedly. Guide Park Ha-jun? She suddenly turns her head and says, let me tell you one thing. She carefully warns him, you should take a good look at the rope you're holding onto to make sure it's not rotting away. Then she flashes a provocative smile. That's all. See you later. Then, Kim Ji-yeon quickly moves toward the door. Now, Park Ha-jun is furious because of her words. He can't help but curse. Damn it, she's still as arrogant as before. Park Ha-jun has immense confidence. Principal Go will regain his prestige soon. He feels more confident through that. This obstacle in front of him is nothing. Right after that, the system updates the information. You have entered the second floor. Second floor mission. Hunt down the high-level monsters on the second floor and find the hidden treasure. You will automatically be taken to the third floor upon completing the mission. Cut to another place where Do is curious. What do you think? Do I look like someone from a lowly dimension anymore? Hoojin stands there and asks calmly, are you talking about that powerful enemy? He hears that and immediately critiques. You're so boring. What's the rush? Then Huyun suddenly jumps off the ground. Now Huyun says nonchalantly, he's just a mortal. We won't waste much time getting rid of him. What he cares about is a different issue. But what happens after we get rid of him? After that? Song Do suddenly raises his hand to cast a martial art. He continues, sounding extremely frustrated. I'll be stuck in the dungeon as a damn gatekeeper again. Do you understand? Do has made his own decision. I will handle that powerful enemy myself. So you don't need to worry about that. He just keeps criticizing. You are nothing but a sprout created from evil. And Huyun remains at ease. How stupid. His eyes show a hint of sadness. Hoojin still stands there, motionless, deep in thought. Both gods and humans. He suddenly associates this with someone's image. That person had a bright smile that made everyone's heart flutter. Now, Hin subconsciously looks into the distance. That's right, nothing will change, and that will never be changed. He is suddenly filled with determination. I will show you that it's absolutely true soon enough. In Hin's mind, only one name remains. Min. Every path that Jae-hoon takes, the system announces. You have moved to the second floor. Data is updating. Second floor mission. Hunt high-level monsters on the second floor and receive hidden treasure. You will automatically be promoted to the third floor once you complete the mission. At this moment, Jae-hoon raises his hand to wipe his sweat and remarks, this place is even hotter than the first floor. I wonder what's on this floor. Kim Yoo-jung evaluates the information. The mission is also troublesome. She recalls the previous challenge. The first floor mission was to kill all monsters to reach the second. Let's see what the second is. Meanwhile, he is staring at the road ahead, and Min Jae-hoon silently tells himself that he knows the way. But cut to an hour ago when everyone was exploring, they stared at the path ahead and gasped. This road, this path is quite narrow and dark. Jae-hoon sees that and can't help but exclaim, I didn't expect there to be stairs leading to the second floor in a place like this. Song-kyu feels quite puzzled. I wonder why there's no path to go. The path down is buried under the sand. Kim Yoo-jung assesses the current situation. Finding the way to the next level in this kind of dungeon is quite hard. Those concerns make her a little worried. Woo-jung stares at Min Jae-hoon and wonders, how could he find it so easily? Has he been here before? Just then, she suddenly discovers something beside her. Then Kim Yoo-jung's face turns pale when she realizes it's a large centipede. She is scared and quickly hugs Jae-hoon tightly, screaming. Viewers seeing that immediately discuss. On-ho, Yonimus 1, I was so startled. On-ho, Yonimus 2, is that a centipede? Her vocal cords are amazing. On-ho, Yonimus 3, Mo. And he, seeing that centipede, shows no fear at all. Ah, found it. This leaves the viewers of the broadcast overwhelmed. On-ho, Yonimus 3. I need a warning for horror scenes like this. On-ho, Yonimus 1. It's cute anyway. On-ho, Yonimus 2. Why is he catching that? Immediately, Min Jae-hoon explains the reason for his action. I caught this to use later if needed. Then he speaks meaningfully to his teammates behind him. Anyway, Jae-hoon takes out an item and says, there are a few things we must prepare before moving on. She is extremely scared and asks, do we really have to eat these? Song-kyu suddenly remembers the past. I used to be in a circus with a fire-eating act. He sees their reaction and reminds them, guys, don't make such long faces. Then Min Jae-hoon speaks up with a warning. While I'm still being nice, eat up. The three of them hear that and feel awkward, not knowing what to do. In the end, they decide to follow his words and eat the item. Yes, boss. Min Jae-hoon is the one who understands all the challenges. There are 3 floors prepared, and every place is covered in scorching lava. Obviously, he also knows the insects are on the last floor. While I'm here, I'll solve every problem possible. Then Jae-hoon suddenly stops, but before that, he turns toward the screen and says, we need to find the boss first to clear this second floor. Min Jae-hoon keeps being vague about the upcoming problem. Before that, I know a place that might be hiding treasure. Are you guys curious? Viewers seeing that immediately discuss. On-ho. Yonimus 1-3. Who would say no to treasure? On Ho, Yonimus 100, treasure. On Ho, Yonimus 9. I also know they are usually behind water towers or under wells. He sees the viewer's reaction and feels very satisfied. Alright, they like this hint. A small detail leaked is the best way to attract the viewer's attention. Jae-hoon has his own plan, anyway. His goal is different, one of the treasures in this dungeon. So he raises his finger and declares, he dismissed Hun's mention of the name everyone was waiting for, the fire salamander. Then, he explained its habits. These creatures have a habit of collecting shiny things like crowns. Because of that, useful items are often hidden in their nests. The viewers realized what was happening after hearing Min Jae-hoon's explanation. Unknown 3, oh wow. Unknown 1. Exactly, I just learned that too. Unknown 9. I looked it up, and it's true the fire salamander is a greedy creature that hoards items for itself. I'm not sure how he knew those items were hidden in its nest, though. He quickly explained it to satisfy the viewer's curiosity. I'm learning. Min Jae-hoon had to research this very carefully. The hidden treasure on the second floor, a replica of Ban Meng. Memories flooded into his mind. A sword that appeared in the Song of Songs in the 1200s in Germany. That is incredibly valuable data. They say it's a dragon-slaying sword. And just like Cha Fai's Thunder Gauntlets, it's an item with overwhelming and destructive power. Min Jae-hoon also knows the origins of that thing. The original was owned by a German conqueror named Ba Lak. He used that to evaluate it too. If the original is an S-rank item, the replica will still be pretty decent. China suddenly felt curious. But what is the fire salamander's weakness? Kim Yoo-jung answered her question immediately. It's the belly. She explained thoroughly that fire salamanders have very tough outer skin, so it's quite difficult to deal damage to them. Kim Yoo-jung kept going on and on. Their bellies aren't that hard. So, if you just focus your attacks on the belly, defeating them is as easy as pie. The most common way is to kill them with ice magic. China was overwhelmed by her level of knowledge. Wow, you know a lot. What did you get on your theory test? Kim Yoo-jung felt shy when complimented, and coughed softly. Regardless, the best time is still right after they've finished eating. Then their movements will be quite slow. Just then, Min Jae-hoon contributed his opinion. She's right, so just prepare as thoroughly as possible before going. He suddenly felt extremely excited. Finding another hidden treasure would be awesome. The scene shifts inside the sweltering dungeon. The lava here is emitting a huge amount of heat. Min Jae-hoon and his teammates are continuing their journey. Song-kyu raised his hand to wipe his sweat and assessed, this place is even hotter than the other zones. If it weren't for the fire essence, I think I'd really be struggling. Suddenly, he raised his hand to stop everyone from moving. Then Min Jae-hoon calculated silently to himself that he would pretend to do something here. Thinking is doing. So he spoke up. Wait, I can sense mana here. The viewers watching the stream commented. On Hoyonimus 2. I think I know the item he's going to get this time. On Hoyonimus 23. Yeah, I bet it's that. On Hoyonimus 50 years. Yeah. That thing? However, some people still didn't understand the situation. On Hoyonimus 93. What the hell are you guys talking about? Just then, one person realized. On Hoyonimus 52. Ah, that sword? The old ones stuck in the rocks? Kim Yoo-jung felt quite curious. Hey, these swords aren't hidden treasures, right? There are too many of them. China agreed with her, saying, yeah, these swords look like unregistered items. Min Jae-hoon didn't think like them. Dozens of swords stuck in the rock. This is an important hidden treasure of the second floor. He predicted the next developments. After all, Gu Ja-in had messed everything up so students wouldn't find it. But those stupid machines of his couldn't fool him. Therefore, Jae-hoon proceeded to activate his martial technique, activating his active skill, reconnaissance, scanning for unregistered items. The viewers saw his actions and felt nothing but strange. On Hoyonimus 23. What is he doing? On Hoyonimus 77. Why is Min Jae-hoon putting mana into his eyes? On Hoyonimus 1. Can you guys shut up? On Hoyonimus 3. I just realized I was tricked. Just then, he smiled, extremely satisfied. Found it. Before Jae-hoon was a giant sword emitting a dazzling light. He immediately walked over and grabbed the hilt tightly. The sword was pulled out with a notification. Equipment item named Tainted Ban Meng. A-rank replica, the dragon-slaying sword. Effects. Sealed, strength plus 70, agility plus 30. Passive skill. Dragon Slayer S currently cannot be activated because it has been tainted. Passive skill name. Dragon Slayer. The user's physical damage will be increased when fighting dragons. Min Jae-hoon's actions left the viewers overwhelmed. On Hoyonimus 1. How did he know that was the hidden treasure? They stated their own viewpoints. Anho Yonimus 6. I'm sure he has his ways. A lot of questions were raised. Anho Yonimus 10. What kind of baseless faith is that? Anho Yonimus 91. What way? They only saw him wave his sword to reassure them. Don't worry, I have a plan. Min Jae-hoon kept it vague. If I told you guys everything right away, it wouldn't be any fun. Now he calculated silently to himself. Of course, this replica can only be used here, and if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's no different from trash. Min Jae-hoon looked at the sword in his hand, but to him, it was worth more than anything. He thought very confidently that he could take this out of here. Everyone was still moving through the dungeon. Kim Yoo-jung stated her point of view. I think it will be somewhere around here. Min Jae-hoon agreed. That's right, but we need to wait a bit longer. The Fire Salamander King only eats once a day in the evening. The scene in front of him caught his attention, but she still felt quite apprehensive. Are you sure it will be okay to delay? The fire salamanders are very sensitive to smell. We could be attacked first if we just stand here. Min Jae-hoon remained very calm. Right, that's why we need to avoid that. Kim Yoo-jung was still confused. How? A second later, she was horrified to see the scene before her, because he was looking at the centipede in his hand and explaining, "We will use this." That centipede was still alive and moving. Kim Yoo-jung was even more horrified, instinctively backing away. Unexpectedly, Jae-hoon suddenly pulled her back. Where do you think you're going? He explained the current situation. You are the most important person here. Kim Yoo-jung was still looking at Min Jae-hoon in fear. She couldn't believe it and asked, Me? Min Jae-hoon remembered the things that happened before, the centipede we caught at the entrance. Its appearance had attracted his attention. Very quickly, Min Jae-hoon discovered it was called a zom. He understood its operating mechanism. When it senses danger, it secretes a type of liquid, and that liquid is famous for a smell so rotten it makes your eyes water. Everything was in Min Jae-hoon's plan. It is the thing that will help us on this hunt. Then China and Song-kyu looked blankly at the scene before them. It's coming. Kim Yoo-jung alone is facing imminent danger. Now she looked at him with a darkened face. You promised. Get ready. Min Jae-hoon smiled from behind to reassure her. Of course. Who do you think I am? Then he panicked to himself that he was doomed. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung was terrified and pale. What? No. She was crying in pain. I hate bugs. I can't stand it. Centipedes. I hate centipedes so much. Jae-hoon had no other choice but to offer a condition. I have an item that Master Yu Song-eun really likes. After this is over, I'll give it to you. Now, he calculated silently to himself. He had intended to give her some random item, but she would kill him if she found out, so he needed to prepare something real. The viewers were very curious and discussed. Anho Yonimus 1. But is this really possible? Anho Yonimus 62. Sounds quite reasonable, who knows? Maybe it will actually work. Then Min Jae-hoon tried his best to reassure Kim Yoo-jung. Don't worry about anything. He started using examples to make her less afraid. Here, we have a mage who specializes in wind magic. Just then, Kim Yoo-jung slammed her staff on the ground, and she proceeded to use a martial technique on the centipede. The scent it emitted gradually condensed in one spot, and Kim Yoo-jung, just like that, directed the scent in one direction. The viewers witnessing this scene were very surprised. Anho Yeonimus. 1. She's controlling the scent and redirecting it towards the nest? What the hell is that? Anho Yeonimus 2. That's only possible for those with the ability to control mana accurately. Anho Yeonimus 81. Very impressive, really impressive. But Anho Yeonimus 15. I've never felt pity for monsters like this before. What a cunning trick. Anho Yeonimus 18. Humanity is truly despicable. The fire salamander smelled that scent and immediately teared up. It roared, making the earth and sky shake. Song-kyu saw this scene and assessed. Looks like it's working. Is that the sound of the monster vomiting? The fire salamander was thrashing its tail around the cave. Its current appearance looked extremely miserable. Min Jae-hoon seized the opportunity and quickly rushed forward. He shouted to his teammates, "Does everyone remember the plan?" China and the others understood the signal and quickly nodded. Song-kyu stated the plan discussed earlier. We will wait here and move as soon as you give the signal. Min Jae-hoon heard this and said contentedly, All right then. Next, he raised his hand to perform a martial technique. Immediately after, the system notified the activation of the active skill, Ice Spear Level 2. Min Jae-hoon quickly threw the ice spear toward the fire salamander. This attack made it roar in pain. Then the fire salamander collapsed to the ground. He stood there, focusing on observing its current appearance. The fire salamander was trying to restrain itself so as not to lose control. Min Jae-hoon stared at it and thought, All right, now I just need to wait for the moment it breathes fire. Then he quickly took out the sword he had just harvested. When the time came, Jae-hoon said, "It's time." And then he just threw the sword. Launching the sword, it immediately pierced through the fire salamander's throat. It was stunned because it still didn't understand what was happening, and Kim Yoo-jung was scolding the psychopath. The viewers were also very surprised. On Hoyonymous 2. On Hoyonymous 9. On Hoyonymous 10. What is he doing? On Hoyonymous 20. Is he live streaming lizard meat mukbang? On Hoyonymous 12. So that's what they usually eat? Jae-hoon remained very calm and said to the screen, "This is only the beginning," he said mysteriously, "so just sit back and watch." Everything happening was clearly visible on the surveillance screen. Chae-yi couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was starting to feel afraid. There's no way a new student could know about this weakness. I intentionally left that out of the curriculum. Meanwhile, the fire salamander was moving around, as if its throat felt very uncomfortable. Jae-hoon realized the timing was perfect and shouted, "Now!" A second later, the fire salamander spat the sword out. China and Song Yu were already prepared and raised their shields for cover. Just then, the sword suddenly glowed. He grabbed the hilt of the sword, leaving the viewers in shock. Unknown 65, unknown 22. Huh? They were very confused. Unknown 2. Why is that thing glowing? Unknown 35. Can someone explain what's going on? After that, Jae-hoon slammed the sword into the ground. He pointed at the system screen as it displayed. Equipment. Tainted Replica. A rank. Sword of the Dragon Slayer. Effect 1. Strength plus 70. Agility plus 30. 2. Passive skill Dragon Slayer unlocked. Item status. Tainted. Now purified. Jae-hoon was quite curious. Now, let's see the viewers' reactions. Countless comments were flooding in. Unknown 41. Wait, a replica? Unknown 61. Is that real? Why would that sword be here? Unknown 95. Isn't that the sword owned by Balak from Germany? Unknown 76. A replica that's already this powerful? That's insane. He was very satisfied with their reaction. Just as I thought, Jae-hoon began to explain seriously. Inside the core of the salamander, there exists a purifying power. You can use it to cleanse tainted items. He spoke at length. However, the purifying flame only works while the monster is still alive, so using it is quite difficult. At this moment, Jae-hoon stared at his hands, thinking, but with my ability to materialize magic artifacts, this kind of thing is simple. His expertise shocked the livestream audience. Unknown 7. This guy is a rookie, but he looks like he has a lot of experience. Unknown 39. It actually works. Unknown 75. I thought he was a rookie, but he really looks like a pro. The comments kept coming. Unknown 9. Why is a mage holding a sword like that? Unknown 35. There are 2 warriors in front of him. I wonder if he's going to give the sword to them or not. Unknown 56. Do you think he's going to give it to one of them? They started speculating about Jae-hoon's path. Unknown 1. He must be building a magic warrior class. Right now, the fire salamander was staring at him. Jae-hoon's gaze suddenly changed. It was too late. At the same time, the system updated his information. Passive skill. Haste assisting your movement. Passive skill. Flexible movement, assisting your movement. He activated his active skill. Strong wind. Brimming with killing intent, he swung his sword to dash forward. The monster moved its legs to attack, but Jae-hoon quickly unleashed a lethal strike. The slash was aimed directly at one of its legs. After executing the technique, Jae-hoon slammed the sword into the ground. He used it as a pivot point to quickly retreat. Jae-hoon stopped at a certain spot and proceeded to activate his active skill. Ice Field. The ice field rapidly spread toward the fire salamander's position. Song Yu immediately realized the problem. Its stomach is exposed. Obviously, Jae-hoon had noticed that too, so he seized the opportunity to attack its belly. The plan succeeded when Jae-hoon drove the sword hard into the fire salamander's stomach. Kim Yoo-jung was overwhelmed by the sight. China and the others were also in awe. The viewers were terrified. Unknown 1. What did I just watch? Unknown 21. My God, he was very pleased that his plan succeeded. The viewers judged that it seemed like Magic Warrior was no longer just his intended path, but rather his true nature. The scene shifted to a small, minimalist room. Someone was typing furiously on a keyboard. Jae-hoon finished typing and leaned back. Finally posted, she muttered, confused. Why did he make me do such a troublesome task? But it is fun to get this much attention. The screen displayed lines that were required to read, the true identity of rookie Jae-hoon. It contained a lot of useful information. Hello. I'm a fan of the Hunters. Student Min Jae-hoon is having an impressive performance in the midterm exam, and I took the opportunity to find out more about this mysterious character. Take a look at the posts below. Lead 1. A themed dungeon appeared in Neverland. Only one high school sophomore and one high school freshman were able to conquer the dungeon that caused such a stir in the recent Neverland incident. Just 2 students were able to conquer a themed dungeon that shocked the public. One of those students is the recent celebrity Min Jae-hoon. The other student is Jae-hoon, a cute and smart girl. Aside from the image in this post, there was another one. Can you recognize who that is? That's right, it's Min Jae-hoon. Jae-hoon provided a large amount of data. Many people thought Min Jae-hoon was only good at editing images and videos. Many people read the post. I wanted to keep this to myself, she thought, after hearing a bit of information from those involved in the Neverland incident. Her post was very popular on social media, but I felt that I needed to share this after watching the live stream of the midterm exam. That's why I wrote this. I have to get back to watching the stream, so I won't be replying to comments anymore. Yoo Sung-eun was one of those who read the post. She couldn't help but smile. So, this is the reason you proposed that to me? Quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. The scene shifted to a moment earlier. Min Jae-hoon had said bluntly, "An interesting thing will happen during the midterm broadcast." Yoo Sung-eun carefully reminded him, "This involves the whole guild. The risk is too high." But Min Jae-hoon still tried to persuade her. "How about this? You watch what I plan to do, and when you feel it's worth getting involved in, you can make a decision later. What do you think?" His words changed her mind. Therefore, Yoo Sung-eun asked Yoo Sung-eun, "So you're getting involved?" So this is why he was confident that I wouldn't refuse? Park Yoo Sung-eun Jae stood there calmly and replied, "Yes." She continued to give orders. "Contact the reporters." Park Yoo Seong-eun Jae asked hesitantly, "Right now?" Yoo Seong-eun said calmly, "I think Gu Ja-in is about to hit rock bottom." She started to feel that this fight was interesting. If everything went according to Min Jae-hoon's plan, Jae-hoon was feeling very satisfied as the post reached record views. Good. The views are increasing. It's better for me to be famous too. But why did he make me do this? Jae-hoon remembered the time before the second round when she curiously asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" At that time, Min Jae-hoon was reading a book, glanced at her, then closed the book without reading it anymore. Min Jae-hoon explained his plan. "I'm making a plan to deal with that jerk Gu Ja-in." Jae-hoon was quite curious. What kind of plan? She saw him stand up and say, "You'll see. I'm quite busy right now, so I can't explain everything to you." She remembered that conversation and muttered angrily, "He just makes me more curious. So annoying. At least if he wants a favor, he should explain a little bit." Then Jae-hoon suddenly stared blankly at the screen because a comment appeared. Unknown 31. Is that really So Ah-hun? Even though I don't know what she looks like, she was quite smart in the interview. She immediately took it seriously. Another comment appeared. I accidentally saw her in real life. She looks like a goddess, even prettier the more you look at her. Now Jae-hoon was satisfied. That's right, and she reminded herself not to comment there. Let them discuss it among themselves. Time to get more snacks. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon covered in lava, Min Jae-hoon was using a scalpel to dissect the fire salamander. After a while, he exclaimed excitedly, "Found it!" Kim Yoo-jung immediately approached, asking curiously, "What is it?" Min Jae-hoon took an item out and explained, "Superpower ring." The system updated with the latest information. Equipment name incomplete superpower ring. Rank B. In an instant, it amplifies mana to enhance magic. The owner will learn the active skill Overload. The level is low because it lacks a superpower stone. The stats of Overload are unstable because the item is incomplete. Active skill name, Overload, rank A. Amplifies mana to enhance magic by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. You won't be able to use mana for 5 minutes after activating this skill because we're missing the super mana stone. You know the value of what you're holding. This was the Academy's reward for the midterm competition. Although it's incomplete without the super mana stone, it's still a pretty decent item. Min Jae-hoon turned to his teammates and said, "But since there's only one ring, let's play rock paper scissors to decide who gets it." Kim China immediately refused. No need. Whoever contributed the most should take it. Song Kyu agreed, saying, "You're right, we can't take it just like that." Kim Yoo-jung chimed in, "You've done all the heavy lifting in these battles. Just treat us to a round after we get out of here, and we'll call it even." Seeing their reaction, Min Jae-hoon put on the ring. Once he said that, the system updated with the latest information. "You have received a reward. Teleport all party members to the next floor." Very quickly they were teleported away, arriving at the China floor. It didn't stop there, as the system announced that the protective shield would drop in 1 minute and the boss fight would begin. Be prepared. She looked at the object in front of her and remarked that it looked like it was made of glass, feeling as if it could shatter at any moment. Then, Kim Yoo-jung looked up in confusion, startled to see something impacting it from the outside. In an instant, Kim Yoo-jung turned pale with fear. China and Song Kyu also looked up in bewilderment. Suddenly, she scrambled backward in a panic. Kim Yoo-jung fell to the ground, staring blankly ahead because standing in front of her was a giant monster. Jae-hoon asked her in confusion, "What's wrong?" She coughed slightly and replied, It's very solid." He agreed with Kim Yoo-jung. "Yeah, it really is." Kim China asked him with some curiosity, Jae-hoon, "Do you have a plan?" Jae-hoon replied with complete composure, "No." Kim Yoo-jung sat up and asked in disbelief, "What?" He showed no fear, claiming they didn't need any plan at all. Jae-hoon said confidently, "Because I'll fight it alone." Immediately, the system announced that the boss monster, the lava ooze, had appeared. The viewers began to discuss it. Anho-Yonymous 9 asked, "What is he doing?" Anho-Yonymous 10 added, "Isn't the most basic thing to gather information on the opponent while maintaining the formation? What are the other members supposed to do if he acts alone?" Anho-Yonymous 22 chimed in, "He must know what he's doing." The viewers kept buzzing. Jae-hoon was analyzing the current situation. Every year is different, but this is the place where 70% of students fail the exam. Jae-hoon stared at the shield, lost in thought. Every year the monsters are different, but they are always B or C rank monsters. Just then, the system updated with the objective: defeat the lava ooze and obtain its magic core. He carefully observed his surroundings to prepare for the battle. Jae-hoon guessed that they must have removed everything else here to make it easier for the viewers. He noticed every small detail, so the place felt quite barren and empty. However, Jae-hoon was not the least bit worried. He launched himself off the ground, ready for the fight. The monster let out a terrifying growl. Jae-hoon rushed forward without a shred of fear. Kim China watched with deep concern. Jae-hoon, don't! It's too dangerous. Song Kyu tried to stop him. Wait! Right then, Kim Yoo-jung spoke up to reassure them. It's fine. He looked at her, stunned, and asked, What? Kim Yoo-jung had great faith in him. He's very strong. A monster of this size is nothing to him. Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was confronting the monster. He easily dodged its fist. China was still very worried about Jae-hoon. But the lava ooze is at least a B rank. It's going to be very hard for him. But surely Yoo-jung must have a reason to trust him so much. Now, the frustrated monster swung its fist toward Jae-hoon. He remained very calm, without any fear. Jae-hoon pulled off a move to dodge the attack, then was pushed back a significant distance by the monster. At the same time, the system announced, Skill activated, Gale level 4. Jae-hoon secretly calculated that he would finish it with this. He then triggered his ice skill. The monster instinctively dodged to the side when it saw Jae-hoon's move, but the monster slammed its foot down onto that ice wall. It wanted to rush toward him to attack. Suddenly, the system updated the data, surprising Jae-hoon. Skill activated, mana detection. He quickly backed away, dodging the monster's strike. The monster missed and gathered its strength to attack again. Jae-hoon bent down once more to evade the danger. The viewers were absolutely overwhelmed. Anho-Yonymous 3 said, He's dodging all the attacks like he saw them coming. Anho-Yonymous 8 added, Where did this player even come from? Anho-Yonymous 31 asked, But can he really defeat that monster all by himself? Anho-Yonymous 99 replied, Not sure, but he'll probably find a way. He was analyzing internally that the lava ooze was very tough and had high attack power, but there was still a way to destroy it. Therefore, Jae-hoon proceeded to use martial arts, activating the binding skill. Countless chains appeared, binding the monster's body. It didn't stop there, as he triggered the ice rain skill. Waves of ice shards relentlessly assaulted the monster. Jae-hoon realized the current situation. The binding would only hold for a fleeting moment, but the small pieces of ice were embedding deep into its body, freezing a part of it solid. Seeing that the time was right, he gathered his energy. Jae-hoon couldn't help but smile. That was enough. Then, he quickly triggered the water bullet skill. Countless water bullets bombarded the monster, and its body was destroyed in an instant. Finally, the monster was defeated with the notification, You have successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Jae-hoon stood unscathed in front of its remains. He looked back and said, We won. Everyone started to feel awkward. Anho-Yonymous 51 muttered, Is this even a real boss fight? The poor students were about to be compared to Jae-hoon. China and Song Kyu were stunned as they witnessed the scene. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but mutter, That crazy monster. Then she thought to herself, Every time I see him, he gets stronger. It feels like he's getting further and further away from me. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes followed Min Jae-hoon's back, while he was focused on listening to the system notification. You have completed all floors. You have obtained the ooze's magic core. However, Min Jae-hoon understood the situation clearly. The test was not over yet. He told himself there was still one more thing to do. Gu-in will be overthrown today. Suddenly, the system displayed a question. Do you want to return to reality? Min Jae-hoon immediately replied, no, reject. While the anonymous viewers were confused, it asked again, do you want to decline teleportation to reality? Only then did he confirm, yes. This made them even more curious. Hoyonymous 56 asked, why didn't he go back? Hoyonymous 49 added, what else is there to do? Just then, Min Jae-hoon said calmly, are you guys disappointed that the fight was too short? He then hinted, well, there is still a good show waiting ahead for all of you. Kim Yoo-jung stated her own next challenge. I will prepare to fight a hidden monster. Min Jae-hoon's group quickly moved to a small path in the dungeon. The viewers felt very strange. Hoyonymous 78 asked, what are they doing there? Hoyonymous 4 added, I want to know too. Then Min Jae-hoon shared his thoughts. I can feel the presence of a strong amount of mana here. Then, his teammates' reactions caught his attention. As they were all avoiding Min Jae-hoon's gaze, he felt a bit helpless watching this. Kim Yoo-jung asked him hesitantly, are you sure you're okay? He smiled to reassure her. Don't worry. Min Jae-hoon continued calmly. No matter how much it hurts, you won't die. The three of them heard this and thought dejectedly, right, we picked the wrong person. Very quickly, they reached a glowing orb. He walked up to admire it and said, here it is. Just then, the system updated the data. You have found a hidden floor, creating a special challenge. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this information. It quickly displayed the requirement. Defeat the hidden boss on the hidden floor and return to reality. Now, Min Jae-hoon was lost in thought. Normal students wouldn't even notice the existence of a hidden floor. He was internally analyzing everything. Even if they were lucky enough to find it, they couldn't get this far. Gu-in knew that and placed a hidden floor here. Min Jae-hoon was very excited, but he was different. He knew all the hidden details about this dungeon. Gu-in, I bet you're very shocked, aren't you? Then he pointed in one direction. Everyone, do you think there's something wonderful waiting for us here? The viewers watching the broadcast felt strange. Hoyonymous 3 asked, how could he find this place? Hoyonymous 8 said, I can't believe my eyes. What kind of thing is he? Hoyonymous 91 noted, the others are still struggling on the second floor. Min Jae-hoon was calculating in his heart that he already knew how to summon the hidden boss, but at least he had to pretend to look around a bit. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung asked curiously, what is that? Seeing her ask, he felt very satisfied. Good timing, Kim Yoo-jung. China also stared blankly ahead. This is, she said, cautiously stating her guess. An altar. Kim China looked at it for a moment and remarked, it looks so familiar. Song-kyu agreed with her, saying, yeah. Then the three of them subconsciously cast their eyes toward Min Jae-hoon. He just stood there calmly and asked, think about it. Don't you guys have any ideas? She let out a small gasp. I get it. The pattern. Before Kim Yoo-jung could finish, Min Jae-hoon pulled out an object. He stood there casually and said, the heart of the Oreum. This must be the answer, right? She agreed, replying to Min Jae-hoon. Yeah, it wouldn't fit perfectly otherwise. I was just about to say that. Then he placed the item in his hand down. Okay, I'll put it here. The object clicked perfectly into the altar. It immediately emitted a blinding light, and a magic circle formed accordingly. Seeing this, Min Jae-hoon immediately signaled his teammates to step back. A colossal monster slowly emerged from the light. The system updated with the latest data. Hidden boss of the Blood Dragon subspace is appearing. Survive with your team, defeat the enemy, and obtain the dragon heart. If successful, you will receive special benefits. The form of the Blood Dragon became clearer. It let out a low roar, looking terrifying. The Blood Dragon possessed immense, almost unbeatable power. The viewers watching the broadcast were horrified. Hoyonymous 1. What the hell is that? Hoyonymous 81. What is going on? That's a dragon. Even elite punishers struggle with these things. Hoyonymous 4. How is this possible? Who would set this up in a subspace? A dragon? Who sets things up like this? What kind of setup is this? Everything was going exactly as Min Jae-hoon wanted. Alright, everyone's reacting negatively, just as I planned. Things were getting a bit messy. Because absolute calculations wouldn't work against the dragon's physical attacks, he could still handle it easily. Just then, Kim China shrieked in terror. She panicked. A dragon is here! Song-kyu turned pale and gasped. Damn it. What is this? Seeing their reactions, Kim Yoo-jung's face darkened. She helplessly put her hand to her forehead. Their acting was terrible. They probably never lied to their parents about needing money for books back in the day, did they? Kim Yoo-jung immediately got back into character and screamed, "Everyone, back off." Min Jae-hoon was impressed by Kim Yoo-jung's acting skills. Not bad. I didn't know she was such a good actress. He smiled slightly, thinking he should get in on the act too. Right then, Min Jae-hoon started channeling his energy. The system issued a new notice. Connection status of the subspace is unstable. The blood dragon was getting angry. Gu Ja-in, watching everything on the monitor, started to feel anxious. I wanted this year's exam to be quiet, so how could this happen? I was trying to divert the media's attention elsewhere. Gu Ja-in was furious, grinding his teeth. He couldn't help but shout, "Min Jae-hoon, this is definitely his doing. He's meddling with the system again." Park Ha-jun hurriedly spoke up. "But this is the whole subspace, sir. A student couldn't possibly do that." Gu Ja-in turned to him with a dark look. "What other explanation is there?" He was becoming so frustrated that he began to lose control. "It's definitely him." Seeing Gu Ja-in's reaction, Park Ha-jun silently thought, "If I support Principal Gu while he's in trouble, I'll definitely get promoted." So, Park Ha-jun immediately tried to reassure him. "Don't worry, Principal. The worst-case scenario won't happen." Encouraged, he calmed down slightly. "Right. It's good that he did that." Park Ha-jun was a bit confused and gasped. "Sir?" Gu Ja-in stood there, rambling on. "If Min Jae-hoon's goal is just to get the item, it won't be a big problem. He already had his own plan. Giving it to him is better than tarnishing Milet Academy's reputation." Gu Ja-in wasn't as worried anymore. "Right. If he clears the hidden dungeon, I can get rid of some of the hate I've been receiving lately." He watched the battle closely. "I only have one worry, and that is that angering the dragon could lead to unpredictable dangers." Then, Gu Ja-in calmly added, "Anyway, all we can do now is pray that Min Jae-hoon can defeat that blood dragon." A second later, he panicked at the sight before him, because Min Jae-hoon was holding Kim Yoo-jung and shouting, "Kim Yoo-jung, wake up!" He yelled at his two other teammates, "China, Yoo Seong-eun, I'll leave Kim Yoo-jung to you two." China and Song-kyu understood and replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, she was still whispering, "I'm still okay," but he was trying to reassure her. "It's okay. With wounds like that, how can you move?" He examined Kim Yoo-jung's condition. "Bleeding too much. I think the subspace's protection system is broken. We have to get out of here now." Gu Ja-in started to feel fear. Everything was going off the rails. "What is this feeling? Am I being tricked?" the viewers commented. On Ho-Yonimus 91. "Wait, I thought this was a subspace, so she couldn't get hurt? She's bleeding." On Ho-Yonimus 7. "I saw the subspace connection status was unstable. Is it because of that?" On Ho-Yonimus 2. "I think things are getting pretty bad." The status bar at the top disappeared, and the four names, Min Jae-hoon, Kim Yoo-jung, Kim China, and Park Song-kyu, were gradually vanishing. The viewers were very worried. On Ho-Yonimus 68. "Doesn't that mean they could actually die?" Park Ha-jun anxiously asked Gu Ja-in. "What should we do, sir?" He was furious, gritting his teeth as he spat out his name. Min Jae-hoon. Gu Ja-in was pushed to his limit. That bastard dared to challenge him. Min Jae-hoon could see countless comments on the screen. He felt very satisfied. "How does it feel to be manipulated by me and misrepresented in front of the media, just like you always do?" The viewers started to realize something was wrong. On Ho-Yonimus 91. "The other parts of the subspace are normal, only this spot is glitching. How is Gu Ja-in running this academy?" On Ho-Yonimus 9C1. "Maybe Min Jae-hoon spoke ill of him, and he's doing this on purpose out of anger?" On Ho-Yonimus 37. "How many times has this happened? How can they still call themselves a school when they always force students to risk their lives? This is hell, not a school." Meanwhile, he carefully checked on Kim Yoo-jung. "Hey, you okay? You didn't actually get hit, did you?" She quickly confirmed. "Of course not." Kim Yoo-jung glanced at Min Jae-hoon and asked curiously, "Was my acting that good?" Seeing her reaction, he smiled in satisfaction. Min Jae-hoon thought to himself, no viewer would guess that Kim Yoo-jung deflected the dragon's attack and faked the injury by using blood. "I'm also surprised by her acting." He highly valued this coordination with Kim Yoo-jung. Great acting. Min Jae-hoon remembered her painful expression earlier. At that moment, he had tried to support Kim Yoo-jung's weak body. Min Jae-hoon stared at her, his eyes tearing up. He couldn't help but say, "Maybe I should take acting classes. Living like this is a waste of my looks." Korea has lost a potential actor. Currently, Min Jae-hoon closed his eyes and said, "Don't make me laugh. I have to pretend to be sad. What are you talking about? Kim Yoo-jung retorted, displeased. What's funny about it? He didn't continue the topic, saying, Forget it. I'll defeat the dragon. Don't let the other two get hurt, she protested. I'm the patient here. Jae-hoon stood there and calmly replied to Kim Yoo-jung. Yeah. He stared at the blood dragon. I could easily defeat it, but that wouldn't be any fun. Currently, it was growling, looking extremely terrifying. Then, the blood dragon suddenly breathed fire, shattering a block of rock. Seeing this, Jae-hoon leaped off the ground, dodging the danger. At this moment, he was hovering in midair. Simultaneously, the system updated. Activate active skill. Mana weapon. Jae-hoon calmly said to his teammates behind him, You guys just focus on defense. His inventory opened with countless items inside. Jae-hoon grabbed the hilt of a sword and pulled it out with all his might. A large sword was summoned by him. The viewers saw this and commented, Anhoyonimus 4. Wait, isn't that the sword he just got a while ago? Damn it. With that sword, maybe I can do it. Please, win. He muttered to himself. Items are the things that keep you alive longer. You damn lizard. The blood dragon kept breathing fire. Jae-hoon calmly channeled his power, preparing to strike. His eyes suddenly changed. The system updated the information. Activate special effect of the gatekeeper. Copy. Activate passive skill. Dragon Slayer. All attacks against the dragon race will have power increased by 300%. Jae-hoon unleashed his attack toward the blood dragon with full force. Each of his sword strikes caused it to roar in pain. Instinctively, blood dragon lashed out with its tail. Song-woo was startled to see the tail looming right before his eyes. He hastily raised his shield to block the danger, struggling to keep fighting and avoid collapsing, while Jae-hoon secretly calculated that there were 2 targets he needed to aim for. He remembered when someone placed a book on the table. An Ho-yeon felt it was nothing but strange. Why is a dragon's weakness a mole on its heel? Na agreed, replying, That is truly strange. Just then, a girl explained that this was the time to consider whether something was strange or not. Jae-hoon heard her complaining clearly. Stop thinking nonsense, just focus on memorizing it. Back then, he had wondered how such a fool could say something like that. Returning to reality, as Jae-hoon tightened his grip on his sword, he gathered his strength and lunged forward at his opponent. The blood dragon was still emitting an incredibly terrifying pressure. Jae-hoon was intently observing its every move. He quickly found a foothold and stood his ground. Jae-hoon seized the opportunity to swing his sword at the blood dragon. His technique also carried an immensely terrifying pressure. Jae-hoon felt thrilled. He would personally bring about the end. So, he exerted his strength to activate his active skill, Overload. All of the user's skills would have their power increased by 1.5 times. Jae-hoon lunged straight at the blood dragon once more. Suddenly, waves of cold air radiated from around him. Because Jae-hoon was deploying and activating his active skill, ice lightning, ice and snow were blanketing his entire body, with layers of ice claiming the surrounding space. The viewers were overwhelmed. Nameless 3. What? What was that skill just now? Nameless 54. I don't know any A-rank skill that looks like that. Nameless 67. What? Are you saying he's an S-ranker? Meanwhile, Jae-hoon was still seriously executing his martial technique. Finally, he felt extremely satisfied. It's done. Currently, the blood dragon was covered in Jae-hoon's ice and snow. Gu-ja-in and Song-woo were momentarily stunned as they witnessed this scene. The system updated the latest data. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss, Red Dragon. You have received a special reward. That information made him exclaim, Oh my god! Jae-hoon was incredibly excited, hoping that Gu-ja-in would enjoy this gift of his. The scene shifted to Gu-ja-in's office, where strange sounds were echoing. He hurriedly made excuses. Executive Director. No, this was not my intention. What do you mean? Are you saying I did this on purpose? Gu-ja-in was backed into a corner and was terrified. He tried to deny it to the other party. No, this is not something I did. Gu-ja-in could not help but slam his hand down on the desk. He began to feel anxious. Damn it, no one believes me. The situation is too dangerous. This has never happened before. Previously, Gu-ja-in had directed Professor Park Ha-jun. Have you blocked all the reporters and journalists? Park Ha-jun hurriedly reported the situation. Not yet. I contacted every journalist who has dealings with us, but they rejected my request and said they could no longer trust Millet Academy. He expressed his own point of view. I think someone intentionally struck first. This information made Gu-ja-in even angrier, so without any mercy, he attacked Park Ha-jun. He was hit and collided heavily with the wall. Gu-ja-in's eyes were bloodshot. Jae-hoon. He secretly analyzed everything. No way. He could not have caused this alone. He has someone backing him. Someone is definitely helping him. Who would dare? Gu Jia-in seemed to think of something and shouted in surprise. Just then, his assistant ran in to report. Principal Gu Jia-in, there is urgent news. Hearing this, Gu Jia-in tremblingly looked up, and the assistant announced, "The Lotus Guild has released these documents." He immediately snatched the items from the assistant's hand. The assistant tremblingly reported that their representative, Yu Seong-un, sent them personally. Written on them was information. Official documents regarding the disciplinary measures taken against Millet students and the imprisonment of Gu Jia-in. Gu Jia-in reviewed the contents and became even more terrified. Yu Seong-un was the one who approved these reports. The incident that occurred during the second part of the Millet Academy midterm competition was an extremely serious issue. In summary, because students were placed in a life-threatening situation, she had issued a final directive. Principal Gu Jia-in had disappointed the citizens of the entire country once again after the guild experience incident. Gu Jia-in's face grew paler and paler because he had read the official decision. He could not keep his promises and had once again placed his students on the brink of death, all while bribing high-ranking politicians for personal gain. Because he violated 17 laws related to the Awakened Code, I hereby order the immediate arrest of Gu Jia-in. The reliability of this document is guaranteed by the Lotus Guild and Guild Master Yu Seong-un. He was extremely angry and tightened his grip on the document. Gu Jia-in's rage surged. Damn it. The Lotus Guild has no right to interfere in this. Only the headquarters of the National Awakened Association can. Then, he was startled and panicked when he saw something. On the document, there was also a line stating, "The units that agreed to the disciplinary measures against Millet Academy and Gu Jia-in include 4 main guilds and 29 other guilds." Each line of text was like a blade cutting off Gu Jia-in's path to survival. The management of the National Awakened Association had approved this document, so any act to revoke the arrest warrant was invalid. His desperation reached its peak. Even the Awakened Association? Did she handle everything from start to finish? Gu Jia-in thought, suffering incessantly. But if everything was exposed like this, his voice trembled. Could there be a mole inside? Just then, a group of people opened Gu Jia-in's office door. An officer clearly called out his name, Principal Gu Jia-in. A sentence was passed down upon Gu Jia-in. "We are ordered to arrest you for bribery and violating awakened laws." Outside the dungeon, countless reporters were waiting. Seeing Min Jae-hoon's group come out, they immediately asked questions. "This is Park from BC Station. Could you say a few words about this incident?" "This is Jae-hoon from Sisha Station. Is it true that you received priority negotiations from the Lotus Guild?" He guessed based on the situation. It seems she handled everything smoothly. Suddenly, someone near Min Jae-hoon shouted, "Please say a few words." He threw a question at him. "You expressed an opposing view to the principal throughout the livestream. Did you know something about the arrest warrant beforehand?" Min Jae-hoon quickly replied, "Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I cannot say much." But the male reporter remained silent, as if waiting for his answer. Min Jae-hoon said very seriously, this being the 3rd time he had stated his goal, "I do not want any more students or friends of mine to die." The reporters looked at each other, bewildered by Min Jae-hoon's response. Next, they anxiously shouted, "Wait, you said this is the 3rd time. When were the 2 previous times? Was it the guild experience incident before? Please, say a few words." He did not answer their questions but reminded them, "My friend is injured, please clear the way." In an instant, Min Jae-hoon moved toward the medical staff. The ambulance was very close to them. He calculated silently. The Lotus Guild promised to help with the treatment. If anyone gets any closer, they might discover that he isn't actually injured. Therefore, Min Jae-hoon said, "Everyone, remember this." He provided high-quality information. Today's incident was not an accidental one. The reporters were stunned to hear these words from Chun. Something else caught their attention. "Look, it's Gu Jia-in." Gu Jia-in's current appearance looked extremely pathetic. The next second, an egg was thrown at his head. The crowd screamed as if they had gone mad. Teach him a lesson. Following that, countless eggs were thrown. Their destination was Gu Jia-in's position. The people around were extremely furious. "Gu Jia-in, resign, resign." They kept throwing eggs at Gu Jia-in, shouting, "Resign." This situation continued while people were still screaming, "Resign." Min Jae-hoon witnessed this scene and thought to himself, I wonder if Gu Jia-in thinks this is just a coincidence. He looked at Kim Yoo-jung being loaded into the ambulance, thinking, because he was unlucky. Then, Min Jae-hoon instinctively looked back to check on him and could not help but laugh. Of course, it was definitely not a coincidence. Inside the ambulance, silence prevailed. Now, Kim Yoo-jung could not hold it in anymore. and opened her mouth. She laughed loudly inside the vehicle. Kim Yoo-jung immediately sat up and criticized. "Hey Min Jae-hoon, your acting is terrible." He suddenly wondered, was it that obvious? Seeing that, she worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" The person sitting opposite spoke up. "This guild experience incident is a big deal. But what were you thinking doing that?" She carefully reminded Min Jae-hoon, "If something goes wrong, you will be the one to bear the consequences." She saw him answer very calmly. "This guild experience incident taught me a lesson." Min Jae-hoon stated his goal. "My safety is important, but the top priority is saving other people's lives." He did not dare to say his true purpose. Naturally, that reason was one he had made up. One day, Gu Jia-in would return, as he still had connections with the Nordic gods. Kim Yoo-jung felt nothing but surprise. "What is it? You never say things like this. Are you sick today?" Min Jae-hoon sounded displeased as he reminded her. She fell silent. Seeing the two of them bickering, Yoo Song-eun smiled to herself, thinking that in some ways, he was still just a child. Then, she reminded him that there would be a press conference in 3 days. Yoo Song-eun's expression looked incredibly cunning. "That is where we will finish him." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the National Suppression Bureau. At this moment, Song Chi-seok spoke up, feeling very satisfied. "Finally, Gu Jia-in's end is here." Min Jae-hoon suddenly felt curious and asked, "Kim Ji-yeon, what's wrong?" Her colleague immediately reported, "She will return as soon as possible." Song Chi-seok couldn't pry any further. Everything was still going smoothly. He remembered the conversation not long ago when he asked, "Do you want me to make preparations to arrest Gu Jia-in?" The person on the other end quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. We will handle the remaining procedures." Song Chi-seok was still hesitant. "Yes, but about what I asked you." Before he could finish, the other person interrupted him. "I will try to arrange a location." Song Chi-seok understood and didn't ask further. Understood. After that, he hung up and set the phone aside. Min Jae-hoon just stared at the computer screen, where lines of text were displayed. Milgin Academy Principal, corrupt and neglecting academy facilities. Time passed until 3 days later, at the official press conference of the Jo-kwa Guild. Min Jae-hoon was standing outside, not daring to go in, when a voice suddenly caught his attention. "Are you nervous?" he heard, and saw her standing right there in the area. Now, Min Jae-hoon made up a random excuse. "It's just, I don't like crowded places." But he couldn't help but sigh softly. One thing down. Min Jae-hoon glanced at her hand. From now on, basically, Milgin was in the palm of his hand. He slowly clenched his fist with determination. Min Jae-hoon felt more confident. "And since I'm cooperating with the Suppression Bureau, I won't be stopped anymore." Just then, she placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's time." "Now," Yoo Song-eun urged Min Jae-hoon. "Let's go." The reporters were gathered inside the room, and one couldn't help but exclaim, "They're here." Soon, they saw Yoo Song-eun, along with Song Chi-seok and Min Jae-hoon, walking into the room with confidence. He kept a cold, somewhat unapproachable expression, while she reached up to adjust the mic. Then, Yoo Song-eun spoke clearly. "Hello. Thank you all for attending this official press conference held by the Jo-kwa Guild and the Suppression Bureau. I am Yoo Song-eun, representative of the Jo-kwa Guild." Song Chi-seok, standing beside her, spoke up. "I am Manager Song Chi-seok from the Suppression Bureau." He, like the two of them, introduced himself. "I am Min Jae-hoon." Countless reporters raised their cameras to capture the scene. A male reporter had his own calculations. "This is my chance to write an article about the priority negotiations between the Lotus Guild and Min Chun. I can't miss this." They all had their agendas. A student capable of using both A-rank and S-rank skills that was shocking enough to be global news. Rumors had it that Yoo Song-eun had taught him personally. If he could verify that Min Jae-hoon quickly sensed that everyone was looking at him. Yoo Song-eun remained calm and said, "We will now begin taking questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and follow the instructions of our manager, Park Yoo Song-eun Jae." A female reporter immediately raised her hand. "Is it true that Gu Jia-in intentionally killed students and used the accident excuse to cover it up?" She immediately nodded in confirmation. "That is correct. We have gathered all the evidence regarding his crimes." Hearing what Yoo Song-eun said, Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but smile. He was silently calculating. "We took advantage of the situation by mind-controlling her to get those documents for this purpose. He has no way to defend himself now." Yoo Song-eun continued to ramble on. "Furthermore, this isn't the first time Gu Jia-in has broken the law. He has done similar things many times." She recounted the events that had taken place. "A massive amount of funding was poured into the M Academy. We suspect there are other incidents yet to be discovered, but we are still investigating." A male reporter raised his hand and asked, "Who is involved in Gu Jia-in's corruption?" Yoo Song-eun answered his query. We are currently investigating. After that, the press conference became incredibly lively. A while later, she suggested, we will only take questions regarding this incident from here on out. Does anyone have any other questions? A female reporter spoke up. Is Min Jae-hoon your student? Hearing this question, Min Jae-hoon unconsciously smiled. Min Jae-hoon didn't hide it either, confirming, that's correct. At this moment, the reporters unconsciously glanced at each other. He sat there and calmly said, I was able to reach the position I am in today thanks to her guidance. The reporters began to direct questions to Min Jae-hoon. Min Jae-hoon, we haven't seen a single article about you. Have you been hiding your talent from the start? He replied, frankly, I didn't want to attract attention. The reporter continued to probe. When did you sign a contract with the Jo-kwa Guild? Min Jae-hoon quickly provided an answer. Just a few months ago. I was very lucky. Then, countless questions were fired at him. How did you train? What is your family background? Are you dating anyone? Facing those questions, Min Jae-hoon reminded himself, I cannot let myself get carried away. Because he understood that from now on, the media would continue to keep their eyes on him. Just then, Yoo Song-eun reminded them, please limit your questions for Jae-hoon. He is still in the process of recovering from the shock of the incident. Then, she looked at Min Jae-hoon beside her with great gentleness. He also smiled slightly in response to Yoo Song-eun's gesture. Time passed until a few days later. At the inauguration ceremony for the interim principal, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but sigh softly. She muttered, so many things have happened lately. An Ho-yeon reassured her. But it's fortunate that we are all okay. Seo Yi-na said anxiously. If you guys had gotten hurt, I would have gone crazy. Suddenly, Min Jae-hoon spoke up. I'm just asking to be sure. But you know this isn't over yet, right? She nodded, confirming to him. Yeah, Gu Ja-in isn't that easy to take down. Kim Yoo-jung added her opinion. We should take this time to get stronger. I heard the Jo-kwa Guild and the Suppression Bureau will both support you. He was also determined, saying, I will get stronger. too. An Ho-yeon admitted to himself. During the guild experience, I really felt that I was still weak. Seo Yi-na agreed with him. Me too. She listened and whispered to herself that she couldn't catch up to him right away. In her heart, Kim Yoo-jung was determined not to lose. Min Jae-hoon stood there silently without saying a word. He had his own thoughts. You guys wanting to get stronger is a good thing, but I don't intend to let you get any deeper into this. This is my business. Min Jae-hoon slowly clenched his fist. I need to get even stronger to face the European gods. Afterward, at the inauguration ceremony, under the stage lights, Kim Ji-yeon was standing gracefully in the center of the light. The students saw this scene and began to discuss it excitedly. Even Kim Yoo-jung felt it was strange. What's this? Why is a professor appearing there? Min Jae-hoon wasn't surprised at all, saying, because that's who she is. She didn't understand and immediately asked, what are you talking about? He just spoke extremely calmly. Professor Kim Ji-yeon. Min Jae-hoon seemed to have predicted that she would be the new principal. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Yi-na were stunned when they learned this information. An Ho-yeon also didn't expect things to go in this direction. He was shocked and exclaimed, huh? No way. She's so young. She was incredibly curious. Who is she? Min Jae-hoon stood there calmly and explained, the new magic class professor. He provided them with more information. An undercover agent for the Suppression Bureau. Scene shifts to the headquarters of the National Suppression Bureau. Song Chi-sok was very curious and asked, who do you intend to have take the position of principal? Song Chi-sok heard her ask that and smiled slightly. He spoke up to reassure everyone. Don't worry. I've calculated everything. Then, Song Chi-sok turned around and directed, let her in. The door opened, and someone walked into the room. Min Jae-hoon was very surprised to see her presence. He couldn't believe it and stared at her. Professor Kim Ji-yeon had returned. In reality, as Min Jae-hoon watched the stage, he was silently assessing in his heart, if the Suppression Bureau takes over Mil-gin, there will surely be talk. Min Jae-hoon examined everything thoroughly. If they are willing to handle this, it's even better for me. An Ho-yeon couldn't believe it and asked, becoming a principal at only 20? That's amazing. He wasn't surprised at all and remarked, the other professors all need to be dismissed. She is the only one who didn't hide anything. Besides, she is one of their people, so she's even more trustworthy. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon was raising her hand to adjust the mic. Then, before the entire student body, she clearly shouted, hello. Kim Ji-yeon introduced herself. I am Kim Ji-yeon. I will be holding the position of interim principal. I still have many shortcomings, but I will try my best. Scene shifts to a private room for everyone's entertainment. At this moment, the TV screen displayed the number 89. Min Jae-hoon's face darkened when he was in this area. What is this? Kim Yoo-jung had just finished singing and was regretfully lamenting. Such a pity. He couldn't help but feel discouraged, thinking, I thought I would finally get to rest. Until a few hours later, when someone pounded on the door. Open the door right now! Jae-hoon felt nothing but fury. Hold on, I'm changing. After changing, he immediately opened the door. The three people outside were staring right at him. Kim Yoo-jung seemed quite unhappy. Did you forget you promised to go to karaoke with us after the test? He finally remembered. Oh, right. I really wish I could forget. An Ho-yeon said excitedly. We've already booked the best karaoke place in the area. Let's go. Jae-hoon asked them, confused. Huh? Right now? Back to reality? Feeling down, his mood was completely different from theirs. He thought to himself, slightly annoyed. So, this is why I got dragged here, Kim Yoo-jung complained. 75 points. Oh man, I tried my best. Jae-hoon couldn't take it anymore and stood up. Since I'm already here, I guess I have to show them what I've got. He immediately grabbed the mic, ready to sing. Then he just let his voice go. If you are willing tonight, everyone looked blank when they heard his terrible singing. Your heart, the people outside immediately started screaming. Save me. Who's terrorizing my ears like this? Shouldn't people like him be banned from every karaoke place? Seo Yi-na couldn't help but exclaim. So Jae-hoon is human after all. An Ho-yeon tried to hold back his laughter. Nobody's perfect. I guess heaven is fair after all. When Jae-hoon finished singing, the screen displayed 10 points. She whispered to herself, I am never inviting him to sing again. He also made up his mind. I'm never letting him sing again. After he finished, he asked curiously, whose turn is it? Seo Yi-na immediately raised her hand. Mine. He handed the mic to her. Here, catch. Their hands brushed against each other, making Seo Yi-na blush. She didn't hold the mic tight enough, so it fell, and he had to catch it. Jae-hoon felt it was quite strange. What's wrong? You're never this clumsy. Then he pulled her hand and placed the mic in it. Right now, Seo Yi-na was very embarrassed, her face bright red. Jae-hoon looked at her reaction, curious. What's wrong? Seo Yi-na stuttered. No, I'm fine. Thanks. Afterward, she started picking a song on the screen. Seo Yi-na felt a bit shy. I'm really embarrassed. Don't expect too much from me. Kim Yoo-jung said bluntly. Whatever you sing, it'll definitely be better than Jae-hoon's. Jae-hoon wasn't happy about being criticized. You're exaggerating. I wasn't that bad. She kept provoking him. What? You're that confident, huh? He was annoyed and snapped, as if you can do better. Then, Jae-hoon thought to himself, curious, I wonder how she sings. Even if it's not good, I'll still clap for her. At this moment, Seo Yi-na's eyes changed, and she began to sing seriously. He was stunned upon hearing her. What is this? How is she singing so well? Meanwhile, on the crowded sidewalk, Odin, wearing a baseball cap, was vigilantly watching from a high-rise rooftop to see if anyone was following him. Odin quickly noticed something unusual. When he looked up, the follower had vanished. Odin still hadn't taken his eyes off that building. Then, he suddenly turned and changed direction. Odin moved through a small alley. It was quite deserted, dark, and gloomy. He reached up to adjust his cap, thinking unhappily, They dare to follow me, Odin? He pulled off his cap. Stop sneaking around. Show yourself. Just then, someone dropped down from midair. Hell, unhappy, retorted. Following you? Don't be so rude. She stood there calmly and asked, I just came to say hello. How was your trip? He refused to answer her question. After a long moment, Odin finally spoke. You guys, the group opposing the Nordic gods, have really made a move, haven't you? She smiled slightly and said, Nowhere near the realm of Odin and the Nordic gods. He suddenly felt curious. Is Hel still placing useless hope in her? Odin continued to ask, The great enemy from the prophecy will appear and save you like a hero, right? Hel quickly replied, Who knows? This answer made Odin burst into laughter. He said with total contempt, A mediocre person defeating all the Nordic gods? Odin didn't believe the other party could do it. Keep dreaming. Hel suddenly blocked his path, not letting him pass. Odin saw this and, dissatisfied, told her to move aside. She just stood there and said, If you plan to meet the great enemy of the prophecy, I can't let you go. He was provoked and growled, Do you want to die? Hel wasn't afraid and retorted, You can't even use your full power here anyway. She was extremely confident. I'm the one with the advantage. Odin warned. If you want to finish me, you should prepare yourself to lose your life too. Hel smiled slightly and replied, That's not my job. My mission right now is just to stall you and give them some time to rest. Seo Yi-na was singing beautifully. Jae-hoon was momentarily stunned while admiring her voice. She sang for a while and finally stopped. Seo Yina immediately turned around and asked curiously, "How was it?" Kim Yoo-jung praised her profusely. "Oh my god, I didn't expect your voice to be this amazing. Are you a professional singer?" An Ho-yeon was also overwhelmed. "So you've been hiding this from us all this time?" He couldn't help but ask her, "Inna, have you studied vocal music before?" She answered him honestly, "Never." The other three couldn't believe it and gasped. "What?" They continued to praise her for being that good without ever having studied vocal music. "It's no exaggeration to call you a genius." She was confused by the praise. "Is it really not that bad?" The three of them answered in unison, "Of course not. If it were bad, we'd walk on our heads." Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but suggest, "Inna, can you sing this song? It's my favorite." She also chimed in excitedly, "Then sing this one of mine next." Inna was somewhat surprised to see their reaction. A moment later, she was so shy that her cheeks turned bright red. Then, So Yina said sincerely, "Thank you, everyone. This is the second time in my life I've sung for others." Jae-hoon had been staring at her this whole time. He looked at the scene and thought, "It's so peaceful." He closed his eyes, wanting to enjoy this moment a little longer. Enjoying this relaxing feeling for a while really wasn't bad. Time passed, and a few days later, at Jae-hoon's house, he took the initiative and said, "Mom, I have a gift for you." His mother was startled. Looking at the item in front of her, she was curious about what was inside. A second later, she was shocked when she saw what was inside, because she discovered it was a bankbook. Min Jae-hoon, sitting opposite her, explained, "Yes, it's my stipend." His mother looked at him tenderly. Her son had grown up. She couldn't believe it, thinking, "At this age, kids only focus on playing around and having fun, yet he's thinking about me." The large amount of money in the savings book stunned her. She carefully asked, "Jae-hoon, did you earn this money yourself?" He nodded slightly to confirm, "Yes, I'm giving it all to you." Only then did Min Jae-hoon feel satisfied. Finally, I've said what I've been burying for so long. Everything had gone according to his plan. I just wanted to hug her and say that I had succeeded. But before this, I was too busy to take care of her. Min Jae-hoon couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. He remembered what he had done. "I've changed so many things after the regression. The main goal is to protect my family and friends. And above all, my ultimate purpose is to destroy Odin and end all this suffering. I won't let him take away everything I hold dear." After that, he stood up and said, "Now, Mom, you don't need to worry about finances anymore." His mother immediately stood up upon hearing that, and she hurried over toward Min Jae-hoon. She hugged him tightly, to his surprise. She couldn't help but ask, "You must have suffered a lot, right?" Upon hearing that, his eyes immediately turned red and filled with tears. Finally, Min Jae-hoon confirmed it to her. Yes, she tried her best to comfort him. I know everything." Every word of hers made him even more moved, and in the end, he couldn't help but cry. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. Seeing that, Min Jae-hoon quickly wiped his tears. "I'll go see who's there." He quickly opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" Min Jae-hoon saw that the person who appeared was none other than So Yina. She stood outside, feeling a bit shy. "Hello." He was extremely surprised when a voice spoke up. "How did So Yina know where I live?" It turned out that the person who spoke was Kim Yoo-jung. "You were thinking that, right?" Min Jae-hoon asked them, confused. "What are you two doing here?" She immediately explained the reason. "My family is throwing a BBQ party, and we just wanted to invite you." He finally remembered. "Your parents are coming home today, right?" "I forgot." Kim Yoo-jung's tone was a bit irritated. "Because you've helped us so much, my mom told me I had to invite you no matter what." Min Jae-hoon stood there and criticized her. "That's right. You really are a burden," she retorted indignantly. "I'm a burden? Like you're not." He still teased Kim Yoo-jung. "Of course." Then Min Jae-hoon calculated silently. "It's already that time of year again. A lot has happened since we started at Bled Academy 2 months ago." She asked cautiously, "Are you coming? My parents are really looking forward to having you over." He sounded a bit helpless as he replied, "All right, I've got it." Seeing that, Kim Yoo-jung excitedly said, "See you at 6 o'clock tonight." Min Jae-hoon wanted to head inside. "Okay, goodbye." Suddenly, So Yina outside asked curiously, "Hey Min Jae-hoon, are you crying?" He immediately made an excuse. "No, it's just when I was doing the dishes, water splashed on my shirt." She didn't press him any further. That was the response. At that moment, Chun and I were suddenly silent, staring at each other. Since he said his goodbyes and agreed to meet later, she quietly replied, "Yeah." Then, I and Kim Yoo-jung left Min Jae-hoon's place. As their figures faded away, he thought that Seo Yina's loyalty to her was quite impressive. The scene shifts to Kim Yoo-jung's spacious house. Min Jae-hoon looked around and made a remark. Kim Yoo-jung is truly loaded. So Yi-na was sitting on the couch and stood up when she saw him. You're here. He walked over and spoke bluntly. Hello. I've always been curious, Min Jae-hoon asked without hesitation. Why are you here? Did Kim Yoo-jung bring you here? She tightened her grip, looking a bit flustered. Because I don't have anywhere else to go. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, he quickly said, I'm sorry. Just then, Min Jae-hoon remembered, right, Seo Yi-na doesn't have a family anymore. Kim Yoo-jung called out loudly, hey, bring the meat over. He could understand her decision. That was why Kim Yoo-jung brought her here. When it really comes down to it, she can be very thoughtful. Just then, someone spoke up. Long time no see, Min Jae-hoon. Min Jae-hoon turned and saw Kim Yoo-jung's father walking over. Her mother also peeked out from the kitchen. What? Is he here already? He bowed slightly to greet them. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Kim. Her mother walked out, smiling. Welcome, dear. Min Jae-hoon kept staring at them, deep in thought. Even before the regression, back when I lost my mother, they had always treated me so well. Just then, her father walked over and threw an arm around his shoulder. Kim Yoo-jung's father smiled and commented, Look at this kid. You've grown a lot taller. Min Jae-hoon thought, surprised. Is this family always this aggressive? Then he let go and asked curiously, Does Kim Yoo-jung still bully you? You used to come crying to me every time she beat you up. He laughed and scratched his head. That was so long ago. A second later, Kim Yoo-jung walked over and stomped hard on her father's foot. She reminded him, looking annoyed, Dad, if you have time to chat, help me out with something. He winced in pain and replied awkwardly, All right. Kim Yoo-jung's father started complaining. If she keeps acting like this, how is she ever going to find a boyfriend? He shifted his attention to Min Jae-hoon. What do you think? Do you want to volunteer to be her boyfriend, Min Jae-hoon? Kim Yoo-jung turned bright red from embarrassment upon hearing that. Seo Yi-na was also quite surprised to hear her father say that. He couldn't believe it and pointed at himself. Me? Kim Yoo-jung's father kept rambling on. Kim Yoo-jung can be a bit stubborn, but she's kind and smart. At that moment, Kim Yoo-jung's face darkened as she warned, Dad, stop joking around. If you've got nothing to do, go do some chores. You too, Min Jae-hoon. Her father was intimidated by her attitude. My God, this girl is scary. Min Jae-hoon smiled awkwardly, seeing their reaction. Afterward, many delicious dishes were laid out on the table. The food smelled incredibly appetizing. He couldn't help but exclaim, You cook really well, sir. Kim Yoo-jung's father laughed and replied, It's nothing. I used to be a professional chef. Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but say, I wish An Ho-yeon and Chae-sung were here too. And your mom, too. Min Jae-hoon replied to her, They're both busy. We'll have to settle for this. We can all get together next time. Kim Yoo-jung felt a bit regretful. Yeah. Suddenly, her father spoke up. But Min Jae-hoon, I was truly surprised. Kim Yoo-jung's father said sincerely, Thank you for helping Kim Yoo-jung with that midterm exam, he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't really do anything. Min Jae-hoon was conflicted, thinking, It was all an act. I feel so guilty. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung was enjoying her meal. She smiled at him, full of excitement. Min Jae-hoon sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Kim Yoo-jung's mother said, feeling very reassured, Seeing you doing so well makes me happy, Min Jae-hoon. Honestly, when you said you were going to take the magic class, I was surprised. I wonder if it's because you wanted to stay close to Kim Yoo-jung? It's not like that, but thank you, dear. Yi-na was quietly eating her food on the side. Her mother kept praising Min Jae-hoon. You look more handsome every day, you know. Kim Yoo-jung's mother kept rambling on. I wish my daughter could bring home a boyfriend just like Jae-hoon. Kim Yoo-jung heard that and annoyedly reminded her, Mom, seriously? What's with you two? Focus on eating. The food is getting cold. Just then, I stopped eating and put down the cutlery. Her standing up drew everyone's attention. Seo Yi-na looked quite sad at the moment. So, Min Jae-hoon asked curiously, What's wrong? Is something the matter? She immediately denied it. It's nothing. He felt it was strange. She hadn't looked happy just a moment ago, but Jae-hoon told himself he must have misread it. Meanwhile, at another house, someone was yelling, Do you have any idea what you've done? An Sok-gu was absolutely furious. What the hell? You saved those students from dying just out of pity? The idiot, An Ho-yeon, remained silent as he heard his father say those things. An Sok-gu was beyond annoyed, thinking, I was almost caught like Gu Jian. All because of you, my precious son. He continued to berate him. An Ho-yeon wanted to explain, so he started to speak, Father. But An Sok-gu immediately cut him off. Shut up. He immediately stated his demand. An Ho-yeon, You must become the best hunter in Korea. Everyone must kneel at your feet. An Sok-gu's eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. He pointed at An Ho-yeon and roared, "At all costs, you have to take down that Min Jae-hoon." He couldn't take it anymore. He resisted. "Stop it." Seok-gu was startled to see An Ho-yeon react like that. Now, he felt helpless, wondering how many times he had tried to convince his father, but it was all like water off a duck's back. An Ho-yeon was unhappy with his father's behavior. His father always told him he had to trample over others to get ahead, and that wasn't what he wanted to do. An Ho-yeon didn't want to lose his friend's affection. His frustration made him clench his hands into fists, and An Ho-yeon firmly stated, "I don't want to live the way you want me to." He wanted to be free. "This is my life." Seok-gu immediately grabbed An Ho-yeon's shoulders and roared, Do you even know what you're saying?" A second later, he shoved his father's hand away hard. An Ho-yeon warned him cautiously, "Live for yourself, father, honestly." Seok-gu was furious to see him leave. "An Ho-yeon, get back here right now." But An Ho-yeon had already left and slammed the door shut. At this moment, he walked out of the room and couldn't hear his father shouting. An Ho-yeon reminded himself that he didn't want to use dirty tricks to win against Min Jae-hoon. He silently resolved to compete fairly with him. The scene shifts to the evening at Kim Yoo-jung's house. Currently, the three of them, Min Jae-hoon, Seo Yi-na, and she were sitting in the living room. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Your parents are really affectionate." Kim Yoo-jung sat there calmly and said, "They're going out for a midnight movie," she said a bit helplessly. "They've been married for a long time, but they're still like newlyweds." Just then, Jae-hoon stood up and said, "I think I should go." Kim Yoo-jung was surprised and asked, "Already?" He asked, confused. "What do you mean? It's the middle of the night." Kim Yoo-jung felt it was strange. "Since when are you afraid of being late? Stay a bit longer." Min Jae-hoon stared at her. He stated his point of view. "If I stay, my parents will scold me." Kim Yoo-jung still didn't get it. "Why?" Min Jae-hoon immediately stated the reason. "I don't think they like me coming home late when they aren't even there. I bet I'll get an earful if I do." She glanced at him, annoyed. "Just don't do anything bad. It'll be fine." Then Kim Yoo-jung turned her attention to Seo Yi-na. "Right, Seo Yi-na?" She was startled and looked up. "Yeah, that's right." He thought for a moment and then made a decision. "Fine, I'll head back right at midnight," she muttered, looking discouraged. "You're so cold-hearted, and yet you're still here." Jae-hoon lost his patience and reminded Kim Yoo-jung, "Pipe down." Just then, Seo Yi-na asked curiously, "There's something I'm very curious about. Can I ask?" She quickly replied upon hearing that. "What is it? Go ahead," she asked with some hesitation. "Are you two dating?" He completely didn't expect Seo Yi-na to ask such a question, but her expression was quite serious. Min Jae-hoon was absolutely helpless and exclaimed, "I don't know why you'd think that." Kim Yoo-jung was stunned. "Him and me? No way." Seo Yi-na stated her thoughts. "It's just that you two seem very close, and your parents too." He and she looked at each other and said in unison, "Us?" Kim Yoo-jung turned serious and explained, "There's definitely no animosity between us, but we only see each other as friends." She was taken aback for a moment seeing Kim Yoo-jung say that. Seo Yi-na quickly said, "I understand now. Sorry for asking." As for Min Jae-hoon, he checked his phone. It was past 12. He immediately stood up. "I'm going." She waved him off, and he politely bid Min Jae-hoon goodbye. "See you later. Send me a message if anything comes up." Min Jae-hoon quickly left Kim Yoo-jung's house. The streets were completely deserted when he stepped outside. Just then, Hell-la descended from the air. Min Jae-hoon looked at her, confused. "What is this? It's really late." She was taken aback by his reaction. "You're not surprised? Did you know I was coming?" Min Jae-hoon calmly replied, "I felt an intense flow of mana earlier, something no human could possess." Before he could finish, Hell-la cut him off. "Then I'll get straight to the point. Jae-hoon, you must complete the second trial as soon as possible." She warned him seriously. "We can't afford to hesitate anymore. Odin has already started moving." Meanwhile, in another place where everyone had gathered, Odin was complaining in deep frustration. So troublesome. He questioned those around him. "Still no news from Heimdall?" Thor smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Father, you're worrying for nothing. The prophecy might have mentioned him, but he's still just an ordinary human. What could those pests possibly do?" Tyr agreed with him. "I agree. We might not be omnipotent in the Midgard realm, but we are still gods, and humans can never defeat gods." He suddenly remembered something. "Ah, right. Excluding that wretched thing slowly rotting away in that prison, of course." Odin immediately reminded them that prophecies are never wrong. Frey, who had been sitting silently to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Do you really think a human is a threat to you, Odin, the supreme god of gods?" She spoke without a hint of fear. You're overthinking things, my love. Odin had his own reasons for his fear. Humans are creatures that never stop learning and evolving. I have seen those who do. He continued to lecture. Knowledge is sometimes gifted to the weak, not the strong. Odin reached up to adjust his eye patch. We still haven't been able to eliminate the main threat before us. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for at most another 10 years. He warned them carefully. However, we should not rule out the possibility that he will become even more powerful during that time. Tyr was curious about that. Is that why you sent Heimdall there? He was strong enough to destroy that human and stop our great enemy. Frey couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, and yet, somehow, she had a conviction. The power of the prophecy, protecting our great enemy, will weaken. Then Frey walked slowly toward Odin. Perhaps we won't need to wait another 10 years. Frey tried to reassure him. We will soon be able to finish him off with our own hands. Now, Odin carefully reminded them that every part of the plan must be meticulous. He didn't want any mistakes. There has never been a prophecy that said we would overcome our destiny. Everyone responded in unison. Everything will go according to your will. The scene shifted to the meeting place of Min Jae-hoon and Hel-la. Min Jae-hoon analyzed. So, the power protecting me from the 8 Aesir. The power of the prophecy, it's weakening. He stared at her and asked, that's what you mean, right? Frey nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Min Jae-hoon suddenly felt strange. How can that be? He started to recount. In my previous life, when I was 27, that person. He suddenly realized the problem. No. Hoojin plotted to have Yoo Sung-eun Min destroy me. He felt there was something mysterious about this. Why is the power protecting me in this life weakening when it should have been maintained so I wouldn't be destroyed like that again? Hel-la answered Min Jae-hoon's question. The reason was simple, she explained earnestly. Sending you back in time cost a tremendous amount of the prophecy's power. Hel-la provided more information, even for a god. Returning to the past is a taboo. It surprises me that the power of the prophecy has even lasted until now. Then she said, seriously, I wonder who. What Hel-la was wondering was who had paid the price for all of this. A strange sound echoed, making Min Jae-hoon frown. He instinctively grabbed his head. What? I'm hearing those weird noises again. Min Jae-hoon tried to stay calm and replied, I understand. There isn't much time left. I need to pass the second trial to become stronger. She seemed quite pleased. You catch on fast. Hel-la took the initiative to suggest, let's go somewhere else to finish this conversation. She didn't want to keep talking in this spot. We can talk about the test you're about to take and the enemy you'll soon face. The scene shifted inside Min Jae-hoon's house. At this moment, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Heimdall? Min Jae-hoon stated his own knowledge. The white-clad god who can see the near future and carries a large horn, right? Hel-la quickly confirmed that information. Right. Do you know him? He replied calmly. I've studied the gods. Odin is my enemy, after all. She praised him upon hearing this. Very good. Min Jae-hoon suddenly remembered an issue. Anyway, if he's already in Midgard, will I still have time to take this test? Hel-la sat there, smiling as she said to him, Don't worry, I've been buying time for you. Meanwhile, Heimdall was being contained, seething with rage. How dare she? He screamed in frustration. Imprisoning the great Heimdall in a place like this? Don't think you can lock me up in a pathetic prison like this, she said sternly. I had to use quite a bit of power for that. Min Jae-hoon was somewhat curious. So, where will this trial take place? Just then, Hel-la spoke up. It's right here. Because the television was announcing an emergency news update. It was a pity that the 11th expedition to the Great Ruins was a failure once again. Thor from the European Association would be joining this expedition. Although this event brought much hope, a lot of information was mentioned. The first trial, called the Proof of Qualification, could not be cleared yet again. The association also expressed that they weren't confident about their next attempt. Now, she mentioned a location, Iceland. That place was quite special. It was the center of the legends about the gods, where the secrets of the giants' great ruins were hidden. He was stunned when he learned of the location. Iceland? Hel-la replied calmly. The great ruins were originally created for you. She kept rambling on. A region calculated meticulously to groom you into someone who can defeat Odin once again. Min Jae-hoon didn't understand. What do you mean, once again? His attitude surprised Hel-la. That's strange. She felt odd too. Why did I use that word? Min Jae-hoon glanced sideways at Hel-la and said, If you don't even know, how would I? She gradually calmed down and spoke. Regardless, if you can't clear the proof of qualification, you won't be able to enter. He had grasped the keyword, proof of qualification. Hel-la immediately confirmed it with Jae-hoon. That's right. and you are the only one who can successfully pass it. Once you pass it, the path to the Great Ruins will open before you. Elsewhere, while the TV was announcing that the first trial, the proof of qualification, could not be cleared again, Heimdall's face darkened when he heard it. The association also expressed that they were not confident about their next attempt. He slammed his hand down on the table in a fit of rage. Damn it! What kind of ruins are they that even we can't get in? Heimdall yelled angrily. Camilla, are you sure the mages have studied it thoroughly? At that moment, Camilla slowly walked over and called out softly. Thor, she reminded him carefully, I told you before, don't doubt others, and don't be so competitive. Camilla honestly said, there is only one such great ruin in the world. I want to conquer it too. Heimdall helplessly grabbed his face. I'll prove myself if I want to get in. He was still very frustrated. But how am I supposed to prove myself? She was also feeling awkward. I don't know either. Maybe there's a key? At this point, Heimdall's face became even uglier. Camilla hurriedly spoke up. I'm just joking. Don't glare at me like that. Time passed until a few days later, before departing for the Great Ruins in Iceland. At that time, Jae-hoon was calling someone, saying, please help me convince my friends so they believe me. I don't want them to worry about me. After all, the preparation process had been quite rushed. First, I used monastones to reinforce my weapons to the maximum, and my level was now over 30. At the airport, he spoke into the phone. Yes, thank you. Director Kim Joo-jung. Very quickly, Jae-hoon ended the call. He looked at Hel-la behind him and said, let's go then. Hel-la. Elsewhere, as Heimdall calmed down, the European Expedition Association will conquer the Great Ruins in Iceland by any means necessary, and we won't let anyone stop us from doing it. Min Jae-hoon felt quite excited. The Great Ruins were guarded by Thor. This would be his first time fighting an S-rank conqueror. He couldn't help but exclaim, so that's it. The real Rakshasa, Dragon Blade Ban Mong. Meanwhile, Hel-la was contemplating. Now I can be by his side to observe our great enemy. She was looking forward to it. Let me see if your decision was right or wrong. Something few people know. Ruins of mysterious tombs have suddenly appeared all over the world. One thing that shocked everyone was that after the conquerors excavated them, so, this is where the artifacts are hidden. That's the root cause of all these wars. This is the only chance to obtain higher-grade items than those found in dungeons. That's why competition among the raiders coming here has become so intense. This situation eventually forced the governments of every nation to intervene. Hel-la carefully reminded Min Jae-hoon, Mitten, the necklace on your wrist is the very item we've been hiding in the ruins. She hinted to him that he didn't really think it was all just a coincidence. Did he? Suddenly, he was the one who ended up with Mitten. Then, Hel-la laughed, asking if that wasn't strange, especially since the ruins were supposed to be being raided one by one. Min Jae-hoon suddenly remembered the events he had experienced previously, and he quietly speculated that she must be referring to the light spots from back then. Currently, Min Jae-hoon was intensely focused. He analyzed everything meticulously, thinking back and realizing that ultimately, the cause of everything was that strange light. Hel-la found it strange that Min Jae-hoon suddenly turned to look at her. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He simply smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing." Hel-la listened intently as Min Jae-hoon said, "For a long time, I've wondered, were those ruins created by giants?" She immediately confirmed, "Yes. 10,000 years ago, their guardians and the rivals of Thor-Jia created them because of the great enemy in the prophecies, and because countless humans would rise against Odin's army." Min Jae-hoon learned the truth and exclaimed, "So that's why the ruins have so many puzzles." Then he analyzed it inwardly. In legends, giants were always portrayed as wise beings. They say they were very confident. Even when standing before the Norse gods, Jae-hoon knew quite a bit about this. Although, of course, their ends were not as glorious. At this moment, he sat there, unable to stop himself from saying, "It's almost time. I'm quite nervous. I've booked a room at an expensive hotel. It seems to be the best place around here." Seeing this, Hel-la immediately reminded him, "Regardless, this is your second trial." Min Jae-hoon simply replied calmly, "I haven't let my guard down for a second. I've prepared everything I possibly could." Then, he raised his hand to his chest to check if the system's translation attribute was working properly, and he also brought along some high-quality items. Min Jae-hoon recalled the moment before he left, when the system updated the information on his upgrade item, the A-grade dark mineral. Dark reinforcement minerals will increase equipment grade by 1 level. You can use dark minerals to reinforce your dark armor. He had been incredibly excited, saying, "Ever since I defeated the Dark Shadow and obtained the dark armor, I've been working really hard to get this. The dark minerals enveloped Min Jae-hoon's body. Following that, Min Jae-hoon updated the data, using the dark minerals to reinforce the dark armor. The dark armor increased by 1 grade, becoming an A-grade dark armor. Mitten triggered the passive skill, Genius Armorsmith. In the end, the system updated the data. The dark armor had upgraded to S-grade. Everything had been maxed out. The dark armor had evolved into Hell armor. Min Jae-hoon was a bit surprised when the system displayed the information for the Hell armor. Equipped item name: S-grade Hell armor. Armor forged from Hellfire. Physical and magic resistance plus 350. Active skill: Level 3 Stealth. Passive skill: Dark Synchronization. The passive skill is named Dark Synchronization, A-grade. Synchronizes the user with dark energy to create an afterimage capable of dodging enemy attacks. 20% chance to dodge enemy attacks. Twice, a one-time chance to dodge with 100% effectiveness. Does not work against light attribute attacks. At this, Hella said irritably, "We've already used all our tricks." He asked curiously, "You mean the key? I don't have time to use any other method." Time passed until a few hours later at the hotel. Min Jae-hoon looked excitedly at the hotel in front of him. Here at last. He quickly went to see the receptionist. "This is a special hotel that only allows awakened ones to stay." Quickly, Min Jae-hoon received his room key. Of course, even if this rule didn't exist, a single night here cost 50,000, and no one would want to spend the night right next to the ruins. With his room key, he quickly headed upstairs. Min Jae-hoon pondered as he walked. If there were exceptions, they would only be archaeologists. Just then, he ran into Hee Im-doo and Camilla. The three of them brushed past each other, and the members of the European Association were looking to raid the giant ruins. Min Jae-hoon glanced at them and thought, "I didn't expect to run into them this early." Suddenly, the man spoke up, calling Min Jae-hoon back. Hee Im-doo's expression was quite unpleasant. "What is that?" Min Jae-hoon knew his identity quite well. Balak, the true owner of the Dragon Slayer blade, and also the president of the European Raider Association. Min Jae-hoon kept his composure and turned to ask, "Is there something you need?" Camilla saw the situation wasn't right, so she quickly stopped. Hee Im-doo, wait. But he had already quickly walked up to face Min Jae-hoon. Hee Im-doo questioned him, "How old are you, and where are you from?" Min Jae-hoon's face darkened as he stared back without saying a word. She saw the situation wasn't good and shouted, "Balak!" Camilla carefully reminded, "Hee Im-doo, watch your attitude." She hurriedly pushed him away. "What are you doing?" Then Camilla pushed him along. "I'm so sorry. You go ahead. He's just a bit grumpy." She revealed a small piece of information to Min Jae-hoon. That's why his wife left him. He was provoked and growled, "That's enough of your nonsense, Camilla." Meanwhile, Camilla waved at him, sorry about him on his behalf. "So long, bye." In the blink of an eye, only Hee Im-doo and she were left in the hallway. Camilla finally breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately reminded Hee Im-doo, "Balak, I told you to be careful, didn't I? If the association's image is ruined because of you, what are you going to do?" Camilla was still patiently lecturing him. "I know you're sensitive because of our last failure, but don't take your anger out on a kid." She hadn't even finished speaking when he interrupted her. "No, it's not that." Hee Im-doo quickly realized that the kid didn't make a single sound when he walked. He could see that the boy knew how to stay hidden at will. Scene changed to M Academy, the principal's office, when someone exclaimed, "What?" Kim Ji-yeon was still sitting calmly in the office. Kim Yoo-jung was extremely surprised and questioned. Going abroad? She learned the truth and gasped, "Oh my god." Kim Yoo-jung felt incredibly confused. Where had he been these past few days? Last time, he suddenly showed up at an amusement park and got caught in an accident. And now? Going abroad? An Ho-yeon added, "That kid, Min Jae-hoon, really does get into trouble a lot. I think this time is the same." He hadn't even finished when So Yina cut him off. "No, he's not the type of person who would get into trouble." She said those words and then remained silent. Scene changed to the giant ruins on island, where ice and snow covered everything. Two people were keeping watch in this area. The middle-aged man suddenly stared straight ahead. From afar, Min Jae-hoon, bundled up, was approaching. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "Hey, show your face. These ruins are being handled by the European Raider Association." Hearing that, he smiled faintly. "Can't you let me in? I'm too tired already." The young man next to him saw the situation and wanted to yell, "There's an intruder." But Jae-hoon had already quickly covered his mouth. Then he cast his active skill, Brainwash. Min Jae-hoon glanced at the two of them and said, "Sorry about that. I feel like a criminal, but I have to do this." Time seemed to return to the moment when Min Jae-hoon and Hel-la were talking. She explained to him that the first condition for being allowed to enter the giant ruins was the system. He grasped the important information. First? So there's a second condition? Surely there isn't a third, right? Hel-la said unhappily. Don't interrupt me. She cleared her throat and said, there are only two conditions. The second piece of information that Hel-la brought surprised Min Jae-hoon. Your strength and agility stats must be over 150. She waved her hand and continued. To put it simply, that's equivalent to an S-grade person. He went silent immediately upon hearing Hel-la say those words. This attitude of Min Jae-hoon's made her quite flustered, not knowing what to do. Don't tell me Hel-la hadn't even finished when he interrupted. I haven't reached S-grade yet. She learned the truth and was stunned. No way, I've seen you take down a cert by yourself. Min Jae-hoon watched Hel-la's current form intently. He couldn't help but exclaim, is that your third form? She turned away, somewhat flustered. That has nothing to do with it. For now, I have to find a way to meet that second condition. Min Jae-hoon then proactively offered an idea. There is a way. He remembered the events he had experienced. You have completed the second mission, Flan's Mansion. And in addition to other tasks, you have completed the hidden scene of this mission. You will receive an additional reward. Therefore, Min Jae-hoon took out a key. I got this from Flan's Mansion. I've never used it because I didn't need to. The system reported important information. Unknown item. Name, A-grade cursed key. An old rusty key that has lost its original appearance due to corrosion. Suddenly, his eyes changed noticeably because it was updating data, activating the scout skill. Special item. Name, A-grade vault key. Can open any door or chest. Because the blind fool wanted to steal items hidden in the crafted treasure chest, the fool was punished, and the friend received a reward. Cooldown, 2 hours. Hel-la was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. How did you get that back? In reality, while Jae-hoon wondered, strange, isn't it? He expressed his own thoughts. As if someone had predicted everything, Min Jae-hoon took the key out and said, prepare it for me then. From where he inserted the key, a blinding light radiated out. A magic circle unfolded right before them. The gate opened to welcome Jae-hoon and Hel-la. He looked at the card in his hand, weighing his options. He guessed, I'm sure this blank card will come in handy sooner or later. Jae-hoon then silently analyzed his situation. So-ah's perception, acceleration, and So-zone's reconnaissance were both useful skills, but he felt he'd be losing something if he used the blank card now. He could already guess its value. Besides, if he just kept copying the skills of those around him, people would start to get suspicious. So, Min Jae-hoon spoke up. If they're planning to hand me a blank card, they must be giving me some kind of skill to copy with it, right? Min Jae-hoon quickly advanced deep inside with her. He looked incredibly imposing right now. Just then, he noticed something. The guardian, Somia, spoke up from a corner. Are you the great enemy from the prophecy? He introduced himself. My name is Sia. Somia kept rambling on and on. I am the guardian of these giant ruins, as commanded by my father. He noticed Hela rushing toward them and warned her to stop. Then, Somia was startled to realize she was the avatar of Hela, and he confirmed it when she spoke up. That's right. My name is Hela. I am in charge of guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. He stared intently at Hela without saying a word. Meanwhile, she spoke up. Somia, the power of the prophecy protecting the great enemy is fading. We must prepare so the great enemy can take the second trial as soon as possible. Before Hela could finish, Somia cut her off. I refuse. She questioned him, completely baffled. What? Why? He quickly explained. You should know. Min Jae-hoon's face darkened as he heard Somia speak. He claimed the way the great enemy opened the door was cheating. He sat there nonchalantly, saying, You aren't ready to pass the second trial yet. I have been generous enough. Get stronger and come back. Hela still tried to persuade him. Somia, we don't have any time left. Once the prophecy's power runs dry, the Nordic gods will make their move again. But Somia didn't care about that. The law is the law. Hela's avatar. He painstakingly explained to Hela, I'm not sure if the place I want to protect has already turned to ash. The giants have no home to return to. It's already too late. Lost in his own memories, Somia concluded. A little more delay won't make any difference. It seemed she had realized the problem. This Somia was desperate. Min Jae-hoon couldn't take it anymore. What the hell is this? Hela turned to look at him. He was extremely annoyed and growled. Are you guys kidding me? Somia was provoked by Min Jae-hoon's attitude. How dare you? Min Jae-hoon just stood there calmly and said, Listen closely. Min Jae-hoon said with burning murderous intent, I am not a charity. He was furious. not some object for them to use when they pleased and discard when they were bored. Min Jae-hoon began to unleash his martial arts, refusing to let them control his actions. The system immediately updated with the latest data and activated his level 5 active skill, Light Chain. Then, he proceeded to attack Sia. Min Jae-hoon continued, "It's because I see you guys also have some utility that I'm letting you act." Meanwhile, outside, silence blanketed the space. Im-do, angered, questioned, "You mean to say no one has ever reached this place before?" The middle-aged man immediately confirmed, "Yes, no one has passed through here." Im-do didn't give up, saying, "Impossible. There is someone inside. I will verify it myself." Im-do didn't think his instincts were wrong. He was certain of it. He analyzed in his heart that the mysterious power he had just felt only appeared when a ruin was opened. Im-do was cautious, thinking he had never successfully infiltrated the giant ruins and couldn't let anyone else enter before him. If the door opened, he would definitely get in too. Immediately after, a sound rang out. "You are not qualified." Im-do was angered by these words and gritted his teeth. The scene shifted to Camilla's bedroom, where her phone rang. Drowsily, she reached out to touch her phone. Camilla asked, puzzled, "Balak, why are you calling me this late?" Im-do immediately told her about the intruder. As he explained the situation that someone had already entered the giant ruins, she replied, "I'm coming right now." Meanwhile, inside the giant ruins, Hella questioned Min Jae-hoon in confusion. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Somia raised his hand to block the previous attack. He angrily slammed his hand onto the armrest, and then Somia stomped his foot hard against the ground. He stood up and growled irritably. "Fool! The massive body of a giant has many advantages over you," Somia shouted in extreme fury. "How dare you fight me with just a human body?" Somia exuded terrifying pressure, causing the stones in the dungeon to gradually crumble. Hella was somewhat panicked seeing this scene. However, Min Jae-hoon wasn't afraid at all. "Can't you say anything else?" "I'm sick of hearing that." He reminded himself that whether he gave up the trial, retreated, and died fighting Im-do, or died right here, it didn't make any difference. After all, Min Jae-hoon had made his decision, so he only had one choice left. He stared at Somia and thought, "I have to try every possible way. I don't want to die in regret like I did before the regression." At this moment, Somia clasped his hands together and shouted, "Challenger, I will not hold back on you anymore." Somia summoned a large arrow, which shot straight toward Min Jae-hoon. In an instant, it was right above his head. Min Jae-hoon immediately unleashed his martial arts, activating his absolute calculation skill. His eyes gradually changed. Somia was somewhat surprised by Min Jae-hoon's ability. Not stopping there, he continued to unleash his skills, activating his active skill, Gale. Next, Min Jae-hoon suddenly leaped off the ground. He poured his strength into his fist to attack Somia. Min Jae-hoon's target was his chest. Somia quickly realized, "He is aiming for my heart. Does this challenger really intend to defeat me and pass through here?" Currently, he was a bit flustered and gritted his teeth. Somia warned, Do you know what kind of entities you will have to face in the future?" His pressure was incredibly terrifying. Min Jae-hoon had to raise his hand to cover his face from the flying dust. Somia questioned him, confused. "Why would you go to such lengths?" Min Jae-hoon just stared at him without saying a word. He suddenly remembered the past, a feeling of oppression just like when he fought Hoojin. Back then, Min Jae-hoon had been drowning in despair. Those were dark memories for him. The opponent he was facing was someone he couldn't defeat. Just then, Min Jae-hoon summoned a golden chain, but the arrow immediately pinned itself deep into the ground. Min Jae-hoon quickly reached out and grabbed it. He swung the chain hard, ready to strike. Min Jae-hoon's weapon also possessed immense power. His face darkened as he looked ahead. Min Jae-hoon thought with immense determination, "I have no intention of sitting still and dying." Then, his breathing became heavy. Now, the system notified him that the Ice-Earth skill was activated. Min Jae-hoon immediately deployed his martial arts towards Somia. Seeing this, he thought, "Isn't this the secret technique of the Dark Elves?" Somia didn't just sit and wait to die. He swung his fist. "I don't know how you learned that." His powerful fist slammed down on one spot. Somia tried to block his attack but still had openings. Min Jae-hoon's ice walls were shattered by him. He was somewhat stunned to witness this. The next second, Min Jae-hoon suddenly broke into an eerie smile. He excitedly gathered strength and said, "You acted exactly as I predicted. Is it because you're too straightforward?" Right after that, the system announced the activation of the level 5 Fire Strike skill. Min Jae-hoon's technique had great offensive power, triggering the level 5 Air Explosion skill. His body was surrounded by fireballs. Those fireballs shot out to attack him. His actions caught Somiya quite off guard. Not stopping there, Min Jae-hoon continued to cast his level 3 stealth skill. He looked down on his actions. Do you think such a petty trick will work? Then, Somiya leaped off the ground. He was now hovering in midair. He didn't know where Min Jae-hoon had hidden. Somiya was extremely vigilant, scanning all directions, and he realized a problem. He disappeared. There wasn't a single sound around him. That made Somiya even more fearful. He looked around, thinking, where could he have gone? Somiya was still vigilantly searching for Min Jae-hoon. At this moment, the ice under his feet suddenly shifted, and immediately after, an attack struck Somiya's leg. He immediately detected something unusual. Next, Somiya saw Min Jae-hoon suddenly emerge from below. He summoned a sword and quickly attacked him. At the same time, in Yoo Sung-eun's office, someone spoke up. That boy, Min Jae-hoon. Now, Chi-hoon curiously asked, is he your disciple? Yoo Sung-eun picked up her teacup and confirmed. That's right. I guess you've watched the interview, haven't you? She didn't beat around the bush anymore. Let's get straight to the point. I'm here because of Min Jae-hoon. The woman listened and calmly replied, having the eye to recognize someone else's talent is a merchant's strength. Yoo Sung-eun smiled, looking at Chi-hoon and said, Chi-hoon already told me that. Is it necessary to repeat this meaningless conversation? She reminded Yoo Sung-eun, you don't need to be so hostile. I'm willing to pay a fair price. She immediately retorted, Min Jae-hoon is not an object. Suddenly, Chi-hoon proactively offered, the fangs of Nithog. What if I give that to you? Yoo Sung-eun was a bit shaken upon hearing that. The fangs of Nithog. I heard an agent had obtained them, but I didn't expect you to use an S-rank item as a condition. You want Jae-hoon that badly? She smiled faintly. It seemed this wasn't just a game. She replied, we never joke around with our clients. Yoo Sung-eun sat there, calmly retorting, if Doha refuses, are you planning to use this to control Min Jae-hoon directly? Jae-hoon couldn't help but remark, you really could be a merchant, Yoo Sung-eun. Yoo Sung-eun-woo looked at her and commented, you've got a sharp eye for this, don't you? Yoo Sung-eun insisted he should go after Min Jae-hoon, but Jae-hoon immediately refused. We prefer to handle things the subtle way. Then she stood up and reached out her hand. I'll wait for your decision. She remained seated, showing no intention of shaking Jae-hoon's hand. She smiled slightly and pulled her hand back. Jae-hoon quickly headed for the exit. Excuse me, I have things to attend to. In the blink of an eye, only Yoo Sung-eun-woo was left in the room. She sat there leisurely, muttering about the rumors that she was going to poach members from the guild. Suddenly, Yoo Sung-eun changed her demeanor and glanced toward the door. All my students, follow me. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hoon summoned a sword and launched a surprise attack on Somiya. His sword struck his body and instantly shattered. Min Jae-hoon was taken aback by the sight. Somiya's body was harder than he could have ever imagined. Jae-hoon saw that the situation was turning south and quickly retreated. He subconsciously raised a hand to his chest. Currently, Sia was furious. Is this the path you've chosen? The great enemy, Odin, is powerful, and the other gods of Aya are no different. He warned him carefully. No matter how hard you try, your efforts won't be rewarded. He glanced at Somiya without saying a word. Somiya stood there, curiously asking, do you still believe you can keep going? Min Jae-hoon remained calm and said, it would be better if the system updated its latest data. He used the active skill Materialize Magic Artifact to create a mana sword and activated the passive skill Genius Armor Smith to boost the item's rank by 1. He stated bluntly, I'm not just going to sit here and do nothing. Somiya stared at him, criticizing, you know nothing, great enemy. He reminded Min Jae-hoon, but what you're doing is meaningless. Don't you know that? He glanced at Somiya without a word. Then Min Jae-hoon confidently declared, I'm the only one who decides whether what I do is meaningful or not. Those words reminded Somiya of the past. He remembered those words from back then. You are the only one who decides your own value. His eyes welled up with tears at the memory. Back in reality, Somiya let out a soft sigh. Min Jae-hoon immediately realized his chance had come, so he gripped his sword tightly, preparing to strike. Min Jae-hoon leaped off the ground and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Somiya stood there with a dark expression, asking, are you prepared to take responsibility for what you said? Then, his body collapsed to the ground. After the attack, he slumped down, breathing heavily. Min Jae-hoon realized a serious problem: he couldn't move. He remembered Sia's words from earlier. When he asked once more, can you take responsibility for what you said? Those words were etched into Min Jae-hoon's mind. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, what do I do now? At his wit's end, Min Jae-hoon wondered, how do I beat this monster? How do I take him down? Suddenly, he jumped in surprise as he noticed something unusual. The pressure had vanished. Meanwhile, Sia spoke. You said you are the only one who can decide the meaning of your actions. He had made his own decision, but only those with power deserve to do that. I will give you one chance. Somiya emphasized a point. If you can prove your worth, I will let you in. Helra watched everything in silence, while Min Jae-hoon focused on thinking of an answer. After a long moment, he finally spoke to prove himself. Then, let's make a deal. She never expected Min Jae-hoon to say something like that. He stared at Somiya and said, I, Jae-hoon, will personally offer to block your strongest blow just once.